Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball Realm. Embarking on the point allocation system. A sense of heaviness enveloped Wen Tianqi as he turned to haze. It was cold and unyielding, reminiscent of a patch of earth. Wen Tianqi instinctively opened his eyes, astonishment filling his gaze. Where am I? To his bewilderment, he found himself sprawled upon the ground of a vast plain, surrounded by an entirely unfamiliar landscape. In the next moment, his heart surged with tumultuous waves as he beheld a colossal pterosaur soaring through the sky. Am I back in the age of dinosaurs? In disbelief, Wen Tianqi turned his head, only for his mouth to fall agape. An airplane, a massive aircraft, traced a slender contrail high above. Wen Tianqi? What on earth is happening? Dinosaurs and airplanes coexisting in the same era. Is this Jurassic Park? As Wen Tianqi continued to gaze around, he was struck by the sight of immense trees and towering rocks. Wait, no, it's that I've shrunk. What the heck? How did I become so small? Wen Tianqi raised his arm, slender and diminutive, resembling a primary school student. What in the world is going on? Can someone please tell me? Wen Tianqi's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and he instinctively cradled his head, groaning softly. Ding! Point allocation system bound. Ding! This system is a point allocation system that can enhance the host's physical strength. The abilities gained through point allocation will fully reflect on the host's body. As Wen Tianqi was engulfed in shock, a stream of information surged into his mind. Moments later, clarity dawned upon him. It turned out that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball! I can't believe I'm here. Wen Tianqi was overwhelmed with excitement. This was a grand world, one where martial prowess reigned supreme. No wonder dinosaurs and airplanes occupied the same epic. Such occurrences were commonplace in Dragon Ball, and countless monsters, anomalies, aliens, and spaceships awaited him. Even time travel. I'm fortunate to possess the point allocation system, enabling me to unlock my physical potential infinitely. Does this mean I could possess talents even greater than that of the Scion bloodline? In Dragon Ball, martial arts were the true embodiment of strength. All forms of magic and technology were mere trifles. The pinnacle of power was undoubtedly the Scion's innate gifts, which allowed transformations into Super Scions. However, Wen Tianqi's point allocation system could empower him to surpass even the ultimate Super Scion without limits. Son Wukong? Vegeta? Frieza? Cell? Majin Buu? Who among them is the strongest? Wen Tianqi murmured, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I have arrived. This world shall tremble in my wake. With the point allocation system at his disposal, defeating Son Wukong and overpowering Vegeta would be mere trifles. In fact, envisioning himself as the champion of the first martial arts tournament, a formidable force that would astonish the universe, filled him with delight beyond measure. I have arrived. Tremble, you weaklings with power levels of 5. Ha. Wen Tianqi laughed maniacally, only to suddenly freeze as a massive wild boar, towering 2 stories high, burst forth from the thicket, approaching him with thunderous footsteps. The creature was entirely black, its eyes the size of fists, and its bristly fur gleamed like steel needles under the sunlight. Gulp! Wen Tianqi swallowed hard and turned to flee. What a joke! He was but a 10-year-old child. How could he possibly contend with a wild boar? Roar! The wild boar bellowed, charging forth in indignation, its nostrils flaring as if mocking Wen Tianqi's audacity. What the hell? Wen Tianqi was alarmed and swiftly turned to escape. How could he possibly withstand a wild boar of such colossal proportions? What to do? Monkey King, save me. In the next instant, Wen Tianqi remembered the point allocation system. System, quickly grant me points. Speak up. He frantically shouted in his mind. No response? Could it be that I'm doing something wrong? Oh right, the system lacks intelligence. It can only allocate points. Wen Tianqi silently recited again in his thoughts. System. Ding. Constitution. 0. As he continued to run, Wen Tianqi absorbed the information transmitted by the system. It turned out that points were allocated automatically based on age, granting 1 attribute point per year, solely in the Constitution category. After allocation, he could marginally enhance his strength, but it would significantly increase his potential for physical training. Ah, I see now. I can't rely entirely on the system. I must train diligently myself. No problem. Wen Tianqi quickly grasped this, feeling the wild boar drawing nearer. He focused his mind. Allocate points. Ding. Constitution 1. A surge of power coursed through Wen Tianqi's body, his physical form steadily strengthening. Though it was merely a slight enhancement, it imbued him with a distinct sensation. Indeed, this is the point allocation system. This feeling is simply invigorating, so delightful. Just a slight boost in strength brings about such an intoxicating sensation. Magnificent. Wen Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim. Roar. The wild boar's eyes gleamed as it charged toward Wen Tianqi. This is it. If I get hit, it'll either die or be gravely injured. Wen Tianqi was struck with terror. Though he had gained 1 point in Constitution, he was still uncertain if he could withstand the wild boar. There was no turning back. Wen Tianqi steeled himself, letting out a low shout as he leaped onto a large rock, using its force to propel himself into a punch. Heya! Taste my fist. Bang! It felt as if he had struck something, producing a deafening noise. Ack! Wen Tianqi yelped as the recoil sent him tumbling backwards, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Upon looking up, he was astonished to see the wild boar rolling on the ground, struggling to rise. Phew! It was merely a false alarm. Ha! I knocked this massive wild boar down with a single punch. Wen Tianqi exhaled in relief, his face alight with excitement. To think that with just 1 point in Constitution, and without even having the chance to train, he could take down a creature of such size, it was simply astounding. It tried to rise again. Wen Tianqi stood up, momentarily stunned, as the downed wild boar struggled to right itself. Haha, I won't let you save face. While you're down, it'll take you out. Wen Tianqi shouted fiercely, stomping his feet as he charged forward. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body. Wen Tianqi raised his fist, striking down upon the wild boar's head. Chapter 2. Training. Understanding Key. For years later, the wild boar seemed to anticipate Wen Tianqi's move, slightly sidestepping just in time to evade the blow. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi was relentless. He kicked off the ground, leaping into the air, raining down punch after punch upon the wild boar. Bang! Take that, you wretched beast. Keep dodging, and I won't stop until you can no longer move. Wen Tianqi unleashed a frenzy of blows upon the wild boar, each strike following the last in a relentless barrage. After what felt like an eternity of pummeling, the wild boar finally lay still. Phew! I've finally taken down this wild boar. Wen Tianqi laughed heartily, gazing at the massive carcass, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Wild boar and pig should be somewhat similar, right? After all, they're both edible. He pondered for a moment before dragging the boar's body away. Hey, this thing is surprisingly heavy. Wen Tianqi hefted the wild boar's body, his face alight with exhilaration. Let's see if there are any organs or the like. He dragged the boar's carcass to the side, found a sturdy stick, and prodded it several times before puncturing its belly. Tonight's dinner is secured. Wen Tianqi gazed at the steaming entrails, saliva pooling in his mouth. However, I wonder if wild boar meat tastes good. Perhaps I should take a look inside. A true foodie wouldn't care about the quality of their meal, and Wen Tianqi was no different. As long as it was edible, there was no harm in checking. Thus, with a cheerful demeanor, Wen Tianqi continued to poke at the wild boar's belly with his stick. However, the contents within left him somewhat speechless. What is this? It's dark and looks like booger. Forget it. That's the only part one can't eat. Wen Tianqi set up a fire, the roasting rack towering higher than himself. Yet, the wild boar size was simply too grand. He couldn't roast it whole, so he had to tear off a hind leg to begin cooking. Thank goodness for the point allocation system. My strength has increased significantly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to lift this wild boar leg. As he mused, Wen Tianqi placed the severed leg onto the rack and began to turn it over. What a peculiar smell. As Wen Tianqi grilled the meat, his nose twitched involuntarily. This aroma. Yuan Tianqi furrowed his brow. This meat tastes distinctly different from pork. It possesses a certain uniqueness. Whoa. It seemed Yuan Tianqi was famished, for in no time he had devoured the massive hind leg of the wild boar, leaving behind only a sizable bone. TSK, while the flavor may not be exceptional, it suffices to satiate my hunger. One cannot be overly demanding. He proceeded to place another hind leg on the fire and resumed roasting. Why do I feel as though my appetite has greatly expanded? In this 10-year-old body, I can consume a wild boar the size of a small house. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yuan Tianqi reclined nearby, humming a gentle tune. A tantalizing fragrance wafted through the jungle. Inhaling the enticing scent, Yuan Tianqi swallowed hard, stood up, and once again began to feast upon the boar's flesh. Burp. Having eaten his fill, Yuan Tianqi felt somewhat weary, reclining against a massive tree while rubbing his stomach. I should resume my training. Lingering here will only lead to my becoming a rotting corpse. He glanced at the sky, yawned, and then set off toward the outskirts of the jungle. The jungle's periphery offered greater safety. It was unlikely to harbor those perilous creatures, allowing Yuan Tianqi a peaceful respite. Given his current strength, ordinary beasts should pose no mortal threat. Even if he could not defeat them, he could always flee. Now that he had gained a point in physical fitness, it was time to train diligently. Yuan Tianqi was filled with hope for the future, convinced that with the system's assistance, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. He was determined to become the mightiest man in this Dragon Ball world. With such a conviction, Yuan Tianqi embarked on his path of cultivation. Well, perhaps I should take a brief nap. I am quite stuffed. Morning arrived, and a warm ray of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Yuan Tianqi's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, stretched his sore body, and commenced a new day. Today, I must give it my all. Yuan Tianqi clenched his fists, encouraging himself. I must swiftly enhance my strength. Only then can I survive in this world. Bang, 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 bang. Yuan Tianqi's fist struck the towering tree with vigor, initiating his day of training. Clad in a tattered short shirt, his trousers riddled with holes, and his straw sandals showing signs of wear, he made a distinct sound as his bare feet met the ground, producing a rhythmic patter. This was the method of cultivation in this world. Through relentless training, one could strengthen their physique, thereby enhancing their vitality. However, in the Dragon Ball realm, cultivation was achieved through the manipulation of Qi to fortify the body. The training of Qi involved continuously tapping into one's potential, honing the body until it became increasingly formidable, ultimately culminating in the ability to merge with Qi. Typically, one could only fuse with Qi after reaching a certain level of mastery, thus becoming a legitimate warrior. With a newfound point in physical fitness, after a period of diligent training, Yuan Tianqi finally perceived the existence of Qi. Yeah. Yuan Tianqi clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his back slightly arched. A unique energy erupted from within him. Qi, Yuan Tianqi shouted as he unleashed a punch upon a nearby boulder, which shattered with a resounding boom, sending countless fragments soaring before gently falling to the ground. I have sensed the presence of Qi. I am truly a genius. Yuan Tianqi laughed heartily at the sky. With merely a point in physical fitness, he had acquired extraordinary talent for cultivation. If he were to gain additional points, perhaps dozens or even hundreds, would he not become truly invincible? Onward! Do not halt! Yuan Tianqi shouted with enthusiasm, continuing his training. He acknowledged his current weakness. Progress must be made step by step to grow stronger. Ultimately, he would surpass all others and become the strongest in the Dragon Ball world. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The tall and handsome Yuan Tianqi, his body adorned with leaves and flowers, exuded a refreshing fragrance, radiating an astonishing aura. It is time to emerge from the mountains. Yuan Tianqi gazed at the sky and uttered softly, his body vanishing in an instant, reappearing in a clearing. At this moment, he appeared refined, handsome, charming, and captivating. Chapter 3. A first encounter with Bulma, the hero saves the beauty. Yuan Tianqi hummed a cheerful tune as he rode a scooter, cruising leisurely along the path. He had since donned a striking black casual outfit since he was on his way to find Son Wukong and Bulma. He could no longer wear his previous ragged clothing. As for Son Wukong, the simpleton was one thing. He always wore that endearingly foolish expression. But Bulma, now a high school girl from West City, required Wen Tianqi to maintain a polished image to capture her heart. Though in his mind, with his handsome visage, he would surely leave Bulma utterly enchanted upon their first meeting. Wen Tianqi chuckled heartily at this thought. Not long ago, he had pinpointed the current date, August 20th, 749. Just 2 days remained until Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball in the North Valley, and he was hastily en route. Ah, the Dragon Balls. Although Wen Tianqi possessed a system with boundless potential, who wouldn't be enamored by such wish-granting treasures? His myriad desires eagerly awaited the Dragon Balls to manifest them. Contemplating this, Wen Tianqi silently summoned his system. Ding. Physique. 5. While he was uncertain of his combat prowess, he felt confident that even colossal dinosaurs and boulders the size of small hills would crumble before a single punch from him. Thus, it was reasonable to presume that he was far superior to the current Son Goku. Riding his motorcycle, he mused on the arduous journey of accumulating initial capital. With a physique of merely 5, he sensed that his strength was progressing rather slowly. Soon, before long, he would gain another attribute point. And then his power would experience a remarkable surge. Wen Tianqi excitedly muttered to himself. The North Valley must lie in this direction. He retrieved a mobile phone and began to consult the map. The world of Dragon Balls was peculiar. Some areas resembled ancient times from centuries past, while others showcased rapid technological advancement, rivaling that of the interstellar age. After working in a nearby city for a while, he effortlessly purchased a smartphone strikingly similar to the one from his previous life. Considering the present time, Bulma must be on summer vacation, which meant the 2-star ball in her family's warehouse had likely been retrieved. As for the 5-star ball in the North Valley, he was en route to claim it. Alongside the 4-star ball belonging to Grandpa Goku, the 3-star ball from Master Roshi, and the 7-star ball from the Ox King. However, Wen Tianqi concluded that Bulma was of utmost importance. Never mind the rest. He would seek Bulma first. Upon finding her, he could acquire 2 Dragon Balls and a beautiful girl. He chuckled with excitement, twisting the throttle to accelerate. The motorcycle roared to life, akin to a furious wild bull. Charging ahead, the North Valley, situated in the northern region, was a basin enveloped by lush woods. An elderly man tending to his vegetable garden nearby was wielding a hoe when Wen Tianqi's motorcycle thundered past, the billowing smoke causing the old man to cough incessantly. My apologies, Wen Tianqi shouted back. There was little he could do. The meager earnings from his job only allowed him to afford an ordinary motorcycle, far less extravagant than Bulma's lavish vehicles. Ah, youth is truly a blessing, the old man mused, unperturbed by the motorcycle's fumes. Watching as Wen Tianqi sped past his garden. Where exactly is the North Valley? Riding slowly, Wen Tianqi scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a young girl caught his attention. Could it be Bulma? He froze momentarily before hastily slamming on the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a halt. Help! Wen Tianqi turned towards the source of the voice, his eyes lighting up as a petite figure came into view. With blue hair styled in braids, she appeared more like an innocent girl than a high school student, dressed in trendy attire, her beauty strikingly adorable. Oh, no, the girl cried out. Joy surged within Wen Tianqi. This must be Bulma. He quickly rode his motorcycle towards her. In the next moment, he spotted a monstrous lizard-like creature. Its appearance fearsome and savage, drooling profusely, with a Dragon Ball perched atop its head, nestled within a flower-like tuft. It's the 5-star ball, Wen Tianqi exclaimed with delight. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on the 5-star ball. He revved the engine, propelling himself forward, the roar of the bike echoing as dark smoke billowed behind. Come on, you giant lizard, Wen Tianqi shouted, twisting the throttle with fervor. The motorcycle surged ahead, trailing a long plume of black smoke. As it soared towards the lizard like a dart released from a bow. What? The lizard, taken aback, never anticipated that a mere human would dare to charge at it with a motorcycle. Was this not a death wish? It was the tyrant of the North Valley. And now it found itself mocked by a seemingly weak human. Die, you scoundrel! The lizard roared in fury, but the motorcycle's speed was too great. It could not evade the impending collision and was struck squarely on the head. Boom! Flames erupted, and the ground beneath them cratered from the impact. Coughing and spluttering, the lizard staggered, bloodied and battered, before tumbling to the ground. You despicable human. I'll take your life while you're down. Now is the moment for a hero to rescue the damsel. Wen Tianqi leapt into action, displaying a heroic demeanor, then pivoted gracefully, raising his long leg. Shadowless kick. With a resounding crack, the lizard's massive body soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before shattering into pieces, blood and flesh scattering like petals. Ah! The cries of agony echoed as the lizard's body and scales disintegrated, its crimson blood blooming like flowers, with chunks of its flesh measuring 3 to 4 meters long, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Humph! How dare you bully a delicate maiden? You wretched lizard, you truly deserve to perish. Wen Tianqi nonchalantly dusted off his hands and sneered, turning to the girl, his face a mask of concern despite his excitement. Are you all right? The girl softly responded. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling like stars. I'm fine, thank you. My name is Bulma. What's yours, handsome? Chapter 4. My name is Wen Tianqi, and I am on a quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Bulma. I am Wen Tianqi. As I bent down to assist Bulma, to my surprise, she suddenly embraced me tightly. Thank you for saving me, Tianqi. Bulma exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement. What a handsome guy. A super handsome guy. And not just that, but a powerful and super handsome one. My spring has arrived. Ahem, Bulma, please let go. I'm nearly out of breath, although I relished the feeling. Bulma's arms were wrapped so tightly around my neck that my face turned crimson. Oh, I'm so sorry. Bulma replied, sheepishly sticking out her tongue before quickly releasing me. It's all right, but what brings you here? The Northern Valley is quite perilous. I feigned ignorance, feigning concern. Without waiting for Bulma's response, I approached the lizard's corpse and seized the 5-star ball. Wow, it's a 5-star ball. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Are you also collecting the Dragon Balls? I pretended to be surprised. Yes, I didn't realize you were too. Bulma's face lit up with joy. Could it be that my fortune had arrived? The super handsome guy before her was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Just moments ago, she had been pondering how to stay by my side. Feeling a surge of pride, I maintained a facade of surprise, saying, Oh, you know about the Dragon Balls? I learned about them from an old man by chance, which prompted me to embark on a quest to find them. However, very few have succeeded in gathering them. This is the first Dragon Ball I've encountered. Indeed, I am also searching for the Dragon Balls, but no one has ever seen them, so I've been wandering aimlessly, hoping for a stroke of luck, Bulma said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Nevertheless, I have one Dragon Ball already. Look. She beamed with an innocent smile and confidently produced the 2-star ball. I found this in my home's storage, and based on this Dragon Ball, I invented the Dragon Ball radar. She pulled out a device resembling a flashlight and waved it in front of me. This is the Dragon Ball radar. It can detect the location of the Dragon Balls. I raised an eyebrow, bemused by Bulma's naivety for revealing such a valuable invention. Fortunately, she had encountered me. Yet, I chose not to expose her. May I take a look? Of course, Tianqi, here you go. Gazing at the innocent and cheerful Bulma, I resolved to protect this kind-hearted girl in the future. As for Vegeta, he could remain by Goku's side as a lifelong companion. Hey, there are 2 stars inside. This is the 2-star ball. I exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have the 2-star ball, and you just obtained the 5-star ball. So together, we possess 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma said, bouncing with excitement. Once we gather all 7, we can make a wish. I echoed her enthusiasm. Wishing. Bulma paused, her previous desire being to have a super handsome guy. But upon gazing at the striking Wen Tianqi, she suddenly felt she no longer needed the Dragon Balls. Tianqi, I'll give you my 2-star ball. We only need 5 more to summon the dragon and make a wish. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke to me. What? I was taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude as I gazed at Bulma, who had unexpectedly gifted me the 2-star ball. Thank you, Bulma. It's yours now. But please don't abandon me. I want to search for the Dragon Balls with you. After all, I am a genius girl. I invented the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma blushed slightly, speaking quickly. All right. I nodded, touched by Bulma's innocence and enthusiasm. By the way, Tianqi, I'm 16 this year. How old are you? Bulma suddenly inquired curiously. Let me think, I pondered. My current body was 14. But I had lived for 30 years in my previous life and couldn't possibly be younger than Bulma. I'm 17, I said nonchalantly, a year older than her. Wow, 17. You're a year older than me. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, having never anticipated that she would meet someone older. Let us search for the Dragon Balls together. Bulma said, her excitement palpable as she yearned to see what the dragon would look like. Yes, let us go. I nodded in agreement. Fantastic. We shall set off immediately. Bulma declared joyfully, relieved that she would not have to wander alone. When shall we depart? I asked, needing to prepare for our upcoming journey. Right now. With that, Bulma dashed outside, leaving me behind. This girl truly is naive. I mused, shaking my head, though it did align with her character. The next moment, I was astonished to see Bulma pull out a capsule-like object from her bag. Could it be the universal capsule? My heart raced at the thought of such an extraordinary piece of high technology. Bulma activated the universal capsule, and with a squeeze, a small off-road vehicle materialized. Bulma approached with a smile, but upon noticing that I was already seated in the driver's seat, she paused. Can you drive? Bulma asked, puzzled. I'm quite the seasoned driver, I replied, handing her the 5-star ball. Bulma, you will be in charge of safeguarding the Dragon Balls from now on. Really? That is wonderful. Bulma beamed, thrilled by my trust in her. Let us go. We clapped our hands together before starting the vehicle. First, let us grab something delicious to eat before searching for the Dragon Balls, Bulma suggested. Sounds great. I'm quite hungry too. I nodded in agreement. All right. Dragon Ball radar. Commence search. The radar beeped energetically. No Dragon Balls detected. Continue searching. Still no sighting. Keep searching. Still no Dragon Balls. Continue 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 searching. Chapter 5. Bowsy Mountain. Why is this Dragon Ball radar so slow? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming impatiently, it's getting faster. Wen Tianqi gazed in disbelief at the radar. It had already been 5 days, and they still had not located a single Dragon Ball. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that the initial version of the Dragon Ball radar had a limited range? Tianqi, it seems our Dragon Ball radar is malfunctioning, Bulma remarked, pulling out a universal capsule from the back seat, her tone tinged with exasperation. Really? Wen Tianqi also retrieved a universal capsule, frowning. That shouldn't be the case. You, the brilliant young genius, developed this device. It should work flawlessly. Let's wait a bit longer, he suggested, glancing at the map, a smile creeping onto his face as he noticed they were drawing closer to Bowsy Mountain. All right, I'll give it another try, Bulma replied, her enthusiasm waning. Just days prior, she had been exuberant, but the inability to find the next Dragon Ball had dented her confidence. I can't let Tianqi down, she thought, resolutely switching the radar back on. Beep, beep, beep. The Dragon Ball radar responded. Bulma eagerly showed the radar to Wen Tianqi. Wonderful, Bulma. You're amazing. Tianqi praised her as he drove. Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she replied, Stop flattering me, Tianqi. I can't do much. This initial version of the radar only detects within 100 kilometers. We should check other locations. 100 kilometers isn't far, is it? Tianqi mused, then turned off the radar before switching it back on. Look ahead. We need to hurry, he exclaimed. That place is called Bowsy Mountain. With a swift press of the accelerator, the off-road vehicle surged forward amid Bulma's startled cries. There it is, Bowsy Mountain, our destination. Wen Tianqi exclaimed, accelerating further. But why was it named Bowsy Mountain? Tianqi pondered whether it was due to the existence of a type of steamed bun. Yet no such delicacies were found on the mountain. Wen Tianqi and Bulma had wandered through the area for nearly half a day, the engine of their vehicle humming through the trees. This must be the spot. Gazing at the coordinates on the radar, Wen Tianqi declared, The Dragon Ball is right here. Let us move quickly. Yes. Bulma beamed with joy. However, just as they were about to proceed, a youthful voice rang out. Who are you? Wen Tianqi and Bulma were taken aback to see a figure emerge before them, prompting them to halt abruptly. Bulma was astonished to discover that they were not alone here. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi shifted slightly, deducing the identity of the newcomer. Who are you? Bulma, emboldened by Tianqi's presence, inquired. A figure stepped out from the shadows, a small child, barely over a meter tall, clad in tattered robes, with hair standing upright, resembling a schoolboy, carrying what appeared to be a stick. Wen Tianqi's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized Son Wukong, who unexpectedly stood before them. Pulling a radish? It was a radish larger than Bulma's car. Monster! Shouted the young Wukong, eyeing the unfamiliar off-road vehicle with suspicion. Are you here to steal my food? Wukong guarded the large radish behind him, gazing warily at Wen Tianqi and Bulma. Bulma exclaimed, Who would want to steal your radish? Wen Tianqi chuckled as he assessed Wukong. At that moment, Wukong was an incredibly innocent child, having never encountered the outside world, completely oblivious to what a car was. Yet, from this day onward, he would be introduced to the world beyond. Ah, monster, don't you dare take my radish. Wukong leaped up, clutching the vehicle's tire. intent on damaging Bulma's car. Stop! Wen Tianqi shouted, swiftly lifting Wukong off the ground. What are you doing? That is my car. Wukong protested, clearly displeased at being hoisted up. Put me down, or I'll hit you. Hey, little one, this is our vehicle, Bulma remarked, bewildered by the child's naivety. Wukong glared defiantly, declaring, You're all monsters. I'm going to fight you. With that, he swung his fist at Wen Tianqi. But he was no match for him. Ouch! Wukong cried out as Wen Tianqi effortlessly flipped him over, landing him a distance away. Listen, kid. You clearly don't understand the situation, which is why you can't defeat me, Wen Tianqi thought with a smirk. Since his arrival in this world and acquiring the power-up system, he had never slacked off, all for this moment, to easily overpower Son Wukong. Haha, Wukong. This is merely the first step. Soon, I shall vanquish all of the world's strongest beings and become the mightiest. He proclaimed internally, Wukong, just watch, I am the strongest. And no one in this world can rival me. Hey, what are you planning to do? Bulma gasped as she noticed Wukong draw out a stick. Her heart racing as she rushed forward to intervene. But Wukong was too swift for her. Golden Cudgel. Wen Tianqi observed the red stick in Wukong's grasp, realizing its potential, capable of expanding and contracting. It was indeed a treasure, though in later stages, it would unfortunately become merely a clothesline. Bulma, pale with fear, hastily produced a handgun from her bag and fired a shot at Wukong's arm. To her astonishment, Wukong merely winced in pain, seemingly unscathed. A monster. Tianqi. He is just like you, not afraid of guns. Bulma was still in shock. To her, there shouldn't be anyone more formidable than Wen Tianqi in this world. Yet this young boy displayed the same indifference to firearms. If he is a monster, then I must also be one, Wen Tianqi thought, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Here it comes. Just as Wukong was about to swing down the golden cudgel, Wen Tianqi swiftly moved in front of him. Seizing the weapon, with a resounding crack, Wen Tianqi spun the cudgel out of Wukong's grip, striking him forcefully. Smack! Smack! Wukong howled in pain as the golden cudgel fell from his hands, only for a flash of white light to dart past, as Wen Tianqi delivered another blow. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Turtle Hermit. Bang! Son Wukong fell to the ground in pain. Ah, what kind of sorcery is this? Son Wukong gazed in astonishment at Wen Tianqi, whose formidable power was beyond his imagination. Take a closer look. We are not monsters. We are all humans. Wen Tianqi replied with a benevolent smile, casually twirling the golden staff before returning it to Son Wukong without a hint of reluctance. Son Wukong had always remained a kind-hearted individual, never wavering from his true nature, something that Wen Tianqi greatly admired. Taking the golden staff, Son Wukong examined it closely, exclaiming, You are all humans? Who are you? I am Son Wukong. Who are you? Where do you come from? A multitude of questions poured forth from his lips. Smack! At that moment, Wen Tianqi raised his hand and playfully slapped Son Wukong, then handed him a piece of preserved meat. I am Wen Tianqi. This is my companion, Bulma. He indicated towards Bulma, who had just stepped out of the vehicle, with a charming smile that rendered Son Wukong momentarily speechless. Wen Tianqi continued, Wukong, what are you staring at? Noticing Son Wukong's unwavering gaze upon Bulma, Wen Tianqi inquired, You look different from us. Are you a girl? Son Wukong finally snapped back to reality and asked, Of course I am. You country bumpkin. Have you never seen a girl before? Bulma shot him a disdainful glance, her tone laced with annoyance. How peculiar. You certainly do not resemble a boy. Son Wukong scratched his head, bewildered. Peculiar? I find you to be the odd one. Bulma remarked, inching closer to Wen Tianqi as she felt a sense of security beside him. Oh, I see. My grandfather told me to be gentle and considerate when meeting girls. Why don't you come home with me for a meal? Son Wukong suggested cheerfully while rubbing the back of his head. Bulma was momentarily taken aback and then glanced at Wen Tianqi. Since their encounter, she had gradually begun to rely on him, a change that she herself had not even noticed. Well, as guests, Wen Tianqi pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before clapping his hands together. All right, Bulma, let us go take a look. He then pulled Bulma aside, whispering, The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the 4-star ball is nearby. I suspect it is at Son Wukong's home. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in excitement, and nodded eagerly. Wait for me. I need to pull out this giant radish first. Son Wukong struggled to uproot the radish, which was beginning to loosen but clearly still required effort. All right. Let me handle this. Wen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. Startled, Son Wukong slowed his movements. Wen Tianqi seized the enormous radish with one hand and, with a forceful tug, pulled it out effortlessly. Wow! Son Wukong exclaimed in amazement at the sight of the uprooted radish. How about that? You still have much to train. Wen Tianqi chuckled, handing the giant radish to Son Wukong. Son Wukong accepted it, casting a brief glance before preparing to head home. You are quite impressive. We can discuss this further at my house. 10 minutes later, Wen Tianqi drove to Son Wukong's residence. The Dragon Ball radar shows that the 4-star ball is right here. Tianqi, you really guessed it. How impressive. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Wen Tianqi's. Hee. It was just a guess. Wen Tianqi feigned modesty. Upon entering the house, Bulma was instantly captivated by the 4-star ball on the table. A Dragon Ball. The yellow sphere adorned with 4 stars exuded a comforting aura. Wow. Bulma gasped in astonishment, realizing she was about to acquire yet another Dragon Ball. What are you looking at? Son Wukong asked, noticing Wen Tianqi and Bulma fixated on the 4-star ball. This is a Dragon Ball. How did you come by it? Bulma inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. It is my grandfather's legacy, Son Wukong replied, cradling the 4-star ball protectively. Could you give it to us? Bulma asked, her face brimming with anticipation. Absolutely not. This was left to me by my grandfather. Son Wukong resolutely shook his head. Bulma was reluctant to relent. But no matter how she pleaded, Son Wukong remained steadfast. Wen Tianqi had anticipated this outcome. Ultimately, Bulma turned her pleading gaze towards Wen Tianqi. Wukong, would you like to join us in search of the Dragon Balls? I promise to return the 4-star ball to you after we use it. Besides, don't you wish to enhance your strength? You are no match for me. Wen Tianqi smiled, deploying her ace in the hole. Enhanced strength? Son Wukong paused, recalling his grandfather's tragic demise. Looking at the 4-star ball in his hands, he firmly declared, all right, I will accompany you. But you must guarantee the return of the 4-star ball. Of course, I keep my word, Wen Tianqi assured him with a smile. Very well. Let us be on our way. Son Wukong pocketed the 4-star ball and followed Wen Tianqi and Bulma out of his home. As they rode in the off-road vehicle, Son Wukong observed the Dragon Ball radar in curiosity. Tianqi, how far does this Dragon Ball radar detect? He inquired. Several hundred kilometers. You need not worry about that. I will handle the operation, Wen Tianqi replied, smiling. All right. Son Wukong nodded and tossed the radar back to Wen Tianqi. Okay. Wen, let us set off. Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Let us go, let us go. 3 days later. Wen Tianqi encountered a large sea turtle and learned of its desire to reach the ocean. Turtle hermit, we have returned. Wen Tianqi thought happily as she gazed at the mighty sea turtle before her. The sea turtle's eyes twinkled as it shook its head and slowly crawled forward. Will you help me find the ocean? It asked, its gaze fixed intently on Wen Tianqi. Of course. Before Wen Tianqi could respond, Son Wukong jumped up, eagerly affirming. With a resigned glance at Son Wukong, Wen Tianqi exchanged looks with Bulma before agreeing. Thus, 3 days later, shortly after departing, the sea turtle returned with a bald old man in tow. Turtle hermit, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, watching the elderly figure approach across the sea. Allow me to see your strength. Chapter 7, The Battle with Master Roshi. Wow, this old man is bald, exclaimed Son Wukong, astonished. He is merely a baldy, Bulma retorted. Speechless. It was only after Master Roshi introduced himself that Son Wukong and Bulma realized this bald figure was the renowned god of martial arts. Haha. So it's the illustrious Master Roshi, Wen Tianqi remarked, observing the odd attire of the master with a bemused chuckle. You are the god of martial arts. Master Roshi? Bulma asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Indeed. Master Roshi replied nonchalantly. Son Wukong scrutinized Master Roshi, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is the god of martial arts really formidable? He suddenly inquired. Absolutely. Wen Tianqi laughed. The god of martial arts can defeat hundreds of skilled fighters single-handedly. That is impressive. Wukong exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. Ahem, somewhat accurate, Master Roshi said, a proud smile crossing his face. However, it has been quite some time since I last showcased my skills, and I must thank you for rescuing my sea turtle. I've heard that the god of martial arts has secluded himself for ages, rarely engaging in competitions, Bulma remarked. Indeed. It has been a while since I've taken action, Master Roshi nodded. Wukong, your name is quite intriguing, much like your origins. Master Roshi commended. My grandfather bestowed this name upon me, hoping I would grasp the supreme martial arts of the world. His name is Son Wukong. Wukong replied. Son Wukong? Master Roshi asked, coughing slightly. Yes. Wukong affirmed with a nod. Next came the familial recognition. Clearly, Son Wukong intended to depart with Master Roshi. However, Wen Tianqi interjected, Master Roshi. As a proud disciple of Wutaidu, I wish to spar with you. Oh, a young man daring to challenge me, the god of martial arts? Very well, I accept. Master Roshi replied with a calm demeanor, secretly acknowledging Wen Tianqi's strength. Upon arriving, Master Roshi had sensed the extraordinary power within Wen Tianqi, strength being the foundation of martial arts. The mightier the warrior, the greater the power. Thus, Master Roshi believed Wen Tianqi's strength was formidable. Then I shall not hold back. Wen Tianqi smiled lightly. Master Roshi, please. Haha, good. Let us see just how strong you are. Master Roshi grinned, assuming a fighting stance. You may begin. Wen Tianqi mirrored his stance, and with a thud, the two engaged in battle. The clash between Master Roshi's Kamehameha and Wen Tianqi's physical prowess erupted, sending shockwaves that displaced the surrounding seawater for hundreds of meters. Incredible! Your strength is remarkable. In that fierce encounter, the duel between Master Roshi and Wen Tianqi transformed the very heavens and earth, shaking the entire ocean surface. Well, I didn't expect Brother Tianqi to be this powerful. Son Wukong marveled at the spectacle. Humph, my Tianqi is beyond your wild imagination, you wild child. Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although she was aware of Wen Tianqi's prowess, witnessing him contend with the legendary Master Roshi left her utterly astonished. My judgment is impeccable, she giggled. Meanwhile, under the radiant sun, Master Roshi and Wen Tianqi stood facing each other in a vast open space. Their gazes resolute and their breath steady. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, laden with tension, as if this confrontation were fated to occur. Master Roshi's movements appeared somewhat clumsy, yet each gesture exuded an elegance refined by time. His skin bore a healthy sheen, reminiscent of weathered bronze, and his calm eyes seemed to peer into the depths of one's soul, revealing all. Behind him, a faint aura enveloped him like a cloak, his signature technique. The turtle shell defense. Wen Tianqi often felt a sense of awkwardness at the sight of Master Roshi's shell. Isn't it exhausting to carry such a large shell? As they closed the distance, the battle commenced in earnest. The collision of their physical forms unleashed a force akin to a mountain, causing the ground to tremble as if unable to bear such power. Master Roshi's movements, though seemingly slow, delivered punches with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each strike imbued with intense energy, threatening to rend the very air. In contrast, Wen Tianqi moved like a tempest, swift enough to leave an afterimage in the sun. His every landing was infused with remarkable force, as if he aimed to clear everything in his path. The conflict escalated, their figures intertwining in the air, swift as lightning. Their bodies clashed, generating powerful energy waves that seemed to devour the surrounding sand. So strong, so strong. Son Wukong cheered, utterly astonished by the might of Wen Tianqi and Master Roshi, realizing he was no match for either. Bulma gazed at their battle, her eyes filled with admiration. As an ordinary person untouched by such combat, her heart brimmed with respect for Wen Tianqi. After an indeterminate duration, the battle finally came to a close. Phew, it's finally over. Wen Tianqi exhaled deeply, the earlier confrontation having exhausted him. You are formidable. Master Roshi, appearing invigorated, showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, looking quite relieved. You too, Wen Tianqi remarked, turning to Master Roshi with admiration. You are the strongest I have encountered among all I have seen. He silently added a caveat, noting that those yet to be met did not count. Your potential is immense. Your future is limitless, Master Roshi replied. Exuding an air of wisdom, his hands clasped behind him, though his fingers trembled slightly, unseen by the others. Neither Wen Tianqi nor Master Roshi declared a victor, and Bulma wisely refrained from asking. Meanwhile, Son Wukong, eager to train in martial arts, found no one available to attend to him. Following their conversation, Master Roshi did not hesitate to hand over his 3-star ball to Wen Tianqi. Chapter 8. The City of Bull Demon King. Thank you, Master Roshi, exclaimed Wen Tianqi with excitement. Now, having visited the 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star balls, we have already collected 4 Dragon Balls. If you are truly interested, you may join me in practicing martial arts. I shall gladly share my skills with you, Master Roshi replied with a smile, clearly impressed by Son Wukong, possibly due to Gohan's influence. All right, I will diligently practice martial arts, Son Wukong said cheerfully after exchanging a glance with Wen Tianqi, who nodded in affirmation. Wukong, you must not disappoint me. Wen Tianqi thought to himself. Master, I have a question that intrigues me. May I ask you? Son Wukong suddenly inquired. Go ahead, Master Roshi said, though he seemed reluctant to respond. Why do you carry that large turtle shell on your back? Master Roshi silently walked away, greeting Wen Tianqi and Bulma, clearly wishing to avoid answering Wukong's question. Hey, Master, wait for me. Wukong called out, chasing after him, eager to clarify his curiosity. However, Master Roshi's tall and determined figure moved swiftly, forcing Wukong to relent. Left with only Wen Tianqi and Bulma, they resumed their quest for the Dragon Balls. Through their conversation with Master Roshi, Wen Tianqi gained a deeper understanding of the old man's formidable power. Indeed, Master Roshi was incredibly strong, especially in this current era before the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo. Let us continue our journey, Bulma said cheerfully to Wen Tianqi. Okay. Activate the dragon radar and hop in. Wen Tianqi flicked his fingers, and with a pop, a capsule transformed into an off-road vehicle. No matter how many times he witnessed such miraculous technology, Wen Tianqi could not help but feel envious. He had once aspired to study and understand it. But after listening to Bulma for merely 10 minutes, he resolutely abandoned the idea. Indeed, there exists an insurmountable chasm between scholars and underachievers. 3 days later, Wen Tianqi and Bulma found themselves in the company of Granny Paozi. After a peaceful dialogue, they secured the 6-star ball, and Wen Tianqi welcomed another companion, Oolong. Little Oolong, from this day forth, you are my subordinate. If I err in any way, do not hesitate to let me know so that I, your elder brother, can rectify it. Oolong knelt on the ground, his face brimming with excitement. Thank you, boss. The following day, they encountered Yamcha. Upon seeing the man before him, Wen Tianqi's mind was flooded with images of Yamcha's iconic moments. However, before Wen Tianqi could speak, Yamcha's fear of women erupted upon catching sight of Bulma. Ah! Yamcha cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Oh dear, Master Yamcha. His pet cat Poir panicked and, in desperation, turned to Wen Tianqi for help. Please. Save Master Yamcha. I'm begging you. Then you shall become my pet cat. Wen Tianqi chuckled. All right, as long as you save Master Yamcha, I promise you anything. Poir wept tears of gratitude. This is rather dull. I was merely trying to frighten you. Wen Tianqi remarked nonchalantly as he procured a calming agent from Bulma and swiftly administered it to Yamcha. Yamcha leaped 3 meters high in pain, but, miraculously, his fear of women dissipated instantly. Thank you, Wen Tianqi. Yamcha said gratefully, now realizing that the youth before him was entirely different from his preconceived notions. Not at all. We are friends, after all. By the way, I still do not know your name, Wen Tianqi inquired. My name is Yamcha, he replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Wen Tianqi, you saved my life. I shall follow you from now on. Perhaps you should seek. Wen Tianqi suggested, sharing with Yamcha about Master Roshi, encouraging him to train alongside Son Wukong. As he watched Yamcha depart, a smile graced Wen Tianqi's lips. Excellent. I shall quicken your pace. Tianqi, where shall we head next? Bulma asked, observing that the dragon radar had ceased to respond. Never mind, let us press on. We shall eventually find the Dragon Balls. Wen Tianqi responded with confidence. Very well, Bulma sighed, then we shall continue our journey. If we still do not find the Dragon Balls, we shall pay a visit to Master Roshi. Absolutely, Wen Tianqi replied with a smile. Let us set forth. Our next destination, Frying Pan Mountain. Kiki, I am coming. Days later, Bulma gazed in astonishment at the towering inferno of a mountain in the distance. Her mouth agape. The mountain is ablaze. This is Frying Pan Mountain, and that is the city of Bull Demon King. Wen Tianqi explained. What? This is the city of Bull Demon King? How do you know? Bulma asked in surprise. I have been here before. I resided here for a time. Which is how I know, Wen Tianqi replied with a smile at Bulma's astonishment. Now, our target, the city of Bull Demon King, let us proceed. The buildings lay in ruins, covered in a thick layer of ash. Bulma, surveying the desolate landscape, exclaimed, how could such a great fire have occurred? It transformed in the blink of an eye. Let me take a look, Wen Tianqi said, lifting his gaze. Who are you? Bull Demon King emerged from the wreckage. Eyeing Wen Tianqi warily. Who am I? Hee, I am the one who just helped extinguish your flames. Wen Tianqi smiled. Ah, I see. Bull Demon King's expression shifted, and he looked somewhat embarrassed as a charming girl stepped forward. Kiki. Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled. How adorable. Kiki. Noticing Wen Tianqi's handsome visage, felt a hint of shyness and lowered her head. An enemy. Bulma's face displayed a hint of hostility. Her instincts warned her that this charming girl, adorned with a helmet, could very well become her rival. What lies within the ruins? Bulma suddenly queried. Both Bull Demon King and Kiki turned in surprise. The 7-star ball. Wen Tianqi exclaimed joyfully, about to approach it when several peculiar creatures appeared. It's the Pilaf gang. Ha ha ha, King Pilaf. We have obtained the Dragon Ball. The Pilaf gang danced with excitement. How dare you take my Dragon Ball? Watch how I deal with you. Wen Tianqi advanced slowly, a sinister smile creeping across his face, filled with disdain. Chapter 9. The emergence of the Divine Dragon and the failure of wishes. Pilaf and his companions were instantly infuriated, charging towards Wen Tianqi. Humph, seeking death. Wen Tianqi scoffed, delivering a swift kick. Bam! Pilaf and his gang were sent flying. What? How dare you harm us? Pilaf shouted furiously. Brothers, attack. I shall tear him apart and drink his blood. The henchmen behind Pilaf rushed forward. How foolish, Wen Tianqi thought, holding all the Dragon Balls and smiling slightly. Knowing that Pilaf's miserable crew had been utterly defeated. Wow, Tianqi. We have finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her youthful exuberance on full display. Hee, Bulma. What wish do you intend to make? Wen Tianqi replied, equally elated. After all, the Dragon Balls would reappear in a year, and collecting them then would pose little challenge. No one in this era could defeat Wen Tianqi. I have no wishes left, Bulma said, recalling her initial desire for a handsome prince and glancing at Wen Tianqi with a smile. With him by her side, she no longer needed the Dragon Balls. Nearby, the Ox King and Chi-Chi watched in bewilderment, silently observing Wen Tianqi's display. Ah, there are still people here. We should take our leave, Wen Tianqi said, pulling Bulma towards the vehicle and waving goodbye to the Ox King and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I will return to find you. He laughed heartily, departing under Bulma's jealous gaze. You little brat, don't think you can be smug just because you extinguished the flames. The Ox King fumed, but recalling Wen Tianqi's strength, he begrudgingly halted. Chi-Chi. Ignore that brat. You are. But he was cut off by the sight of Chi-Chi, who was adorably lost in thought as she stared at the direction Wen Tianqi had gone, on a desolate patch of grass. Wen Tianqi retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from Bulma's bag and arranged them on the ground. 1-star ball, 2-star ball, 3-star ball, 4-star ball, 5-star ball, 6-star ball, 7-star ball. All right. Come forth, Divine Dragon. Wen Tianqi inhaled deeply, spreading his arms wide, excitement evident on his face. Buzz, a flash of light erupted, and a blinding figure surged forth from the Dragon Balls, hovering before Wen Tianqi. The Divine Dragon ascended majestically, its massive form shimmering with golden scales and exuding an air of inviolable authority. Divine Dragon! Wen Tianqi laughed heartily. The Divine Dragon slowly lowered its head, gazing at Wen Tianqi, and then spoke. State your wish, and I shall grant it. Any wish, it reiterated emphatically. Wow, is this the Divine Dragon? It's enormous, Bulma exclaimed, astonished by the colossal entity above. Any wish. Wen Tianqi's eyes glinted as he pondered for a moment, then suddenly declared, I wish to return to my homeland. Upon hearing this, the Divine Dragon's enormous eyes glowed red as it buzzed. Your wish can be fulfilled immediately. Suddenly, it fell silent. Wen Tianqi anxiously gazed at the Divine Dragon, eager to know if he could still return to his original world. I'm sorry, I'm unable to grant that wish. The Divine Dragon maintained its cool demeanor, although its words sounded somewhat powerless. Cannot return to my original world? Then can I return to my previous world? Wen Tianqi pressed urgently. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to achieve your desires and return to your original world. The Divine Dragon replied, turning its head slightly. When will I be able to return? Wen Tianqi asked impatiently. I do not know, the Divine Dragon responded, still buzzing. What? I thought any wish could be granted, but it turns out it cannot. Bulma complained, disappointed that the supposedly wish-granting Divine Dragon was unable to deliver. This may require becoming a powerful being at the pinnacle of the world. The Divine Dragon glanced at Bulma, speaking with a hint of difficulty. A pinnacle being? When will I become one? Wen Tianqi muttered to himself, troubled, pondering whether it meant this Earth, the galaxy, or the entire universe, or perhaps even beyond. Reaching the level of the Omni King or Grand Minister. When will that be? State your wish. The Divine Dragon urged once more. All right, I'll change it. I want the ability to teleport. Wen Tianqi said with a slight pout. Crack, the Divine Dragon, once imposing, momentarily faltered, awkwardly asserting, I cannot grant that wish either. Oh dear. You are truly pathetic, Divine Dragon. Bulma teased, sticking her tongue out and making a face at the creature, disappointed in its lack of prowess. By the way, how did Tianqi come up with such peculiar wishes? Bulma wondered curiously. Teleportation is also not possible? Wen Tianqi, however, bore no dissatisfaction, After all, this was merely an attempt. And teleportation wasn't something even a deity could master. This seemed reasonable. Then, grant me and Bulma the bloodline of a scion. That should be simple, right? You know. Wen Tianqi contemplated for a moment before addressing the divine dragon. Son Wukong is here on Earth. Science should be no problem, right? Though I have the system to enhance my abilities, ever since I began watching Dragon Ball, I have held great admiration for super scions, if given the chance. I must seize it. The scion bloodline is feasible, but it can only be granted to one person. The divine dragon's enormous eyes flashed red as it informed Wen Tianqi. Tianqi, you should make your wish first. I do not need the scion bloodline. Bulma said, touched, tears of excitement glimmering in her eyes. Cough, cough. Very well. I will wish for you to have the scion bloodline next time. Do not refuse, Bulma. There will be many dangers in the future. And I cannot always be by your side. I hope you can possess great strength to protect yourself and your family. Wen Tianqi earnestly told Bulma, gently brushing her silky hair. Recalling the various terrifying beings that would emerge in the future, Wen Tianqi resolved to grant Bulma a new physical bloodline, enabling her to cultivate her powers. Chapter 10. Continuing the wishes, the scion bloodline Tianqi. Tears of joy streamed down Bulma's face as she embraced Wen Tianqi tightly. Ah, your tears, he exclaimed in exasperation. Above them, the divine dragon observed the playful banter between the two with a sense of bemusement. Your wish has been granted, it stated emotionlessly, radiating a dazzling light. At that moment, Wen Tianqi sensed an unusual change within himself. A surge of formidable power erupted from his body, filling him entirely, as if he might burst from the intensity. What is this? He pondered, surprised. This power was beyond his current grasp. However, he quickly suppressed it, reminding himself to refrain from reckless actions until he fully understood his limits, lest he risk losing control. I truly possess the scion bloodline now. Wen Tianqi clenched his fist, exhilaration coursing through him. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky, as if something had shattered. Before he could react, 7 luminous orbs materialized, ready to scatter in all directions. Ah! Wen Tianqi gasped, momentarily forgetting that the dragon would split into 7 Dragon Balls after granting a wish. He had promised Son Goku to return his grandfather's 4-star ball, along with Bulma's 2-star ball. With that thought, he leapt into action, his gaze fixed on the glowing spheres. Just then, one orb adorned with intricate patterns caught his eye. This must be it. Without hesitation, he reached for that particular orb. Yes. A smile broke on Wen Tianqi's face. Almost instantly, the orb was in his grasp, and just as it began to transform into stone, the 4 stars within it twinkled momentarily. The 4-star ball. He chuckled with delight. He reached out again, and another orb with a similar ornate surface appeared in his hand. This one bearing 2 stars, Bulma's 2-star ball. One more. Without a second thought, he lunged for the next star. However, this time he grasped nothing but air, as the remaining Dragon Balls vanished, leaving him with a stone sphere. It was indeed the 2-star ball. With a thud, Wen Tianqi landed beside Bulma. Tianqi, what is this? Bulma asked, astonished, as she gazed at the stone sphere in his hand. Here, Bulma, this is the 2-star ball. It belongs to you. Wen Tianqi smiled, tilting his head as he handed it to her. Thank you, Tianqi, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, jumping into his arms, cradling the now stone 2-star ball with a sense of sweetness. Wait, Tianqi, how come you have another one? Bulma inquired, noticing the other stone sphere in his hand. This is the 4-star ball. I promised Goku to return this Dragon Ball to him. Unfortunately, I hoped to collect more, but I wasn't successful, Wen Tianqi sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Feeling perhaps a bit too greedy. Don't worry, we have the Dragon Radar. We can collect more in a year's time, Bulma reassured him. You're right. My strength will greatly increase. Let's first deliver the Dragon Balls to Goku, Wen Tianqi nodded. After delivering the Dragon Balls to Goku, you must come home with me. You promised. Bulma pouted playfully. All right, I promise. After seeing Goku, I will return with you, Wen Tianqi affirmed. Yay. Hearing his words, Bulma cheered, leaping from his embrace and following him to the nearby off-road vehicle. By the way, Bulma, when you summon the dragon again, what wish will you make? Wen Tianqi asked as he drove. Well, it should be similar to yours, I suppose. At that time, I will transform into a Super Saiyan, and together we can journey to Namek. Bulma replied excitedly. She had heard many tales from Wen Tianqi about the universe, including Planet Vegeta, Super Saiyans, and the Super Dragon Balls of Namek. I believe in you. You can definitely achieve that. Wen Tianqi nodded, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle sped into the distance. 2 months later, Wen Tianqi and Bulma drove through the bustling streets of West City. Wow, is this West City? It's truly magnificent, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, wide-eyed and captivated by the sights. Indeed, West City is the largest city in the western region and the home of Capsule Corporation. The architecture you see is all designed in the style of Capsule Corporation, Bulma explained as she navigated the vehicle. And these cars? So many modes of transportation. It's spectacular. Wen Tianqi marveled at the swiftly passing vehicles alongside them. Of course, we are currently riding in a hover car, which is suitable for city travel, Bulma clarified. What exactly does Capsule Corporation do? Wen Tianqi inquired further. Capsule Corporation produces capsule technology and operates as a commercial organization. In our world, it's akin to a large conglomerate, arguably the largest company on the planet, Bulma elaborated. Bulma, isn't Capsule Corporation your family business? Wen Tianqi asked curiously. Hiki, yes. Dr. Brief, the chairman of Capsule Corporation, is my father, Bulma said proudly, her cheeks flushed with delight. Impressive. I'm truly fortunate, Bulma. I'll be relying on you. Your father is the wealthiest man in the world, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, feigning surprise, though he was well aware of the situation, wanting to indulge her. As the vehicle continued forward, they arrived at the entrance of an exquisite large residence. Bulma's home was vast, large enough to house a zoo with a semi-spherical, oversized design. This architectural style was quite common throughout West City. Wow, Dad! Bulma suddenly exclaimed in delight, standing up in the car. Chapter 11. The Grand Mansion of Bulma. This person is. Wen Tianqi slowly brought the car to a halt, gazing at an oddly dressed figure in the distance. Indeed, there was an air of peculiarity about him. Disheveled hair, oversized black-framed glasses, and an ordinary white lab coat. It was Dr. Brief, a genius unparalleled in this world. He invented the universal capsule, significantly advancing the progress of human civilization. The various handy gadgets and electronic devices used by Bulma during her adventures were all crafted by him. A true prodigy. Bulma, my precious daughter, you have finally returned. Before Dr. Brief could utter a word, Mrs. Brief excitedly rushed out and enveloped Bulma in an embrace. Mom, Bulma joyfully responded, having missed her family dearly. Although she longed for them, she understood that growing up necessitated a sense of maturity. Naturally, she began to act affectionately, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and playfully shaking her little head. The family joyfully returned home, observing their harmonious reunion. Wen Tianqi felt a warm sensation envelop him. This is what family truly means. This is the essence of life. Ahem. Dr. Brief cleared his throat and said, This is, oh hello, I am Wen Tianqi. He extended his hand, beaming with happiness. Dr. Brief scrutinized Wen Tianqi for a while. The more he looked, the more he felt this young man possessed an extraordinary demeanor, reminiscent of someone he could not quite place. Greetings, I am Dr. Brief. He politely shook hands with Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi hastily reciprocated, bowing slightly. After all, this was his future father-in-law. Haha. Come in quickly. Everyone is waiting for you, Mrs. Brief said with a smile. As a perceptive woman, she could see that her daughter's heart had undeniably settled on this charming young man. Moreover, she held a favorable impression of Wen Tianqi. All right, Wen Tianqi replied. Following Mrs. Brief, he entered their home, which exuded warmth and comfort. Previously, he had assumed that adults did not engage in play with children. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he found it somewhat disconcerting to suddenly have such a nurturing family. Indeed, they were a truly loving family. Upon entering, a small black cat appeared, exuding an air of spirited charm that captivated Wen Tianqi. He watched it intently. With a sudden leap, the little black cat landed on Dr. Brief's shoulder. Mrs. Brief chuckled and said, This is Dr. Brief's pet. You need not worry. It does not scratch. As she gently stroked the cat's head, Lily purred contentedly, meowing twice in delight. Wen Tianqi nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Until it froze. Meow. The little black cat swiped at Mrs. Brief's hand, leaving 2 prominent red marks. Oh, Brief, take away your wretched black cat. Mrs. Brief exclaimed, clearly vexed. Wen Tianqi felt quite embarrassed. Mrs. Brief was indeed a woman, utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief wore an indulgent expression, leaving him utterly speechless. The cat was merely playing, yet this astute woman failed to comprehend. Women were truly perplexing beings. Ah, it's all right. She is merely in a bad mood. It's quite normal. Wen Tianqi gently reassured. His smile bore an inscrutable quality. Please, have a seat. I will fetch you something to drink. Bulma said to Wen Tianqi with a smile, then gracefully turned and headed to the dining room. Wen Tianqi sat on the plush sofa, astonished by all he had just witnessed. The opulence of this mansion was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Golden exterior walls, marble steps, grand arched doorways, everything exuded magnificence. He could scent the fragrance of fresh flowers wafting in from the entrance, reminiscent of spring's essence. In his past life, such a place was beyond his wildest dreams. The spacious living room, with its lofty ceilings, exquisite chandeliers, and soft sofas, all radiated an air of elegance and comfort. He could see Bulma and her family relishing delightful moments together, their laughter and conversations filling the room with warmth and joy. In this life, let me protect you all, Wen Tianqi silently vowed. Of course, he intended to enjoy the luxuries of this mansion as well. Reflecting on this, Wen Tianqi noticed Bulma entering the kitchen and followed her. Upon stepping into the kitchen, he beheld a colossal oven, a high-tech refrigerator, and an array of expensive culinary equipment. He had never encountered such devices and was unsure how to operate them. He observed Bulma skillfully preparing food, her actions swift and practiced, leaving him thoroughly impressed. "This is a new technology oven," Bulma exclaimed with a grin, introducing it to Wen Tianqi. "Wow, that's remarkable," Wen Tianqi replied, giving a thumbs up. He had never seen such an oven, yet he understood its purpose entirely. Bulma pressed a few buttons, and soon the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. "It seems this oven has impressive capabilities," Wen Tianqi mused. Then, Bulma appeared to demonstrate the process before turning to Wen Tianqi and said, "All right, this meat is now your responsibility. Give it a try. Let's go eat." Mom must have prepared other dishes. Bulma led Wen Tianqi to the dining room. "Wait." Mom and the others went to the laboratory. Bulma suddenly paused, her face displaying surprise. She then said to Wen Tianqi, "Let us eat first. We don't need to mind them." They exchanged a knowing smile as Bulma warmly guided him to the dining table. An array of delectable dishes adorned the table, bursting with enticing aromas that made one's mouth water. Roasted steak, a seafood platter, exquisite desserts, and a bottle of fine red wine. Everything seemed to showcase Bulma's wealth and taste. The world's wealthiest, a super rich lady. Gazing at Bulma's breathtaking beauty and the lavish mansion, Wen Tianqi fell into silence. "What's wrong? Tianqi, hurry and eat. Everything is prepared for you." "All right. Thank you, Bulma." Amidst cheerful conversations, they savored the delicious food. Bulma recounted amusing tales from her childhood, while Wen Tianqi shared his travel experiences. The fireplace in the dining room cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and reflecting the happiness in their smiles. Chapter 12, Training in the Gravity Chamber, School. After dinner, they gathered in the living room, settling comfortably on the spacious sofa. Bulma concocted a cocktail for them, the subtle fragrance of fruit harmonizing with the aroma of spirits, creating an ambience steeped in romance. Their conversation flowed freely, encompassing life, aspirations, and the future, their eyes shimmering with love and anticipation for what lay ahead. "In the future, our family will live happily here, and you will work hard alongside me, won't you?" Taking a sip of her drink, she gazed at Wen Tianqi. "Of course, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort," Wen Tianqi replied with a smile, inwardly vowing to become the most powerful man in the world. "What a remarkable man he is. He is truly my idol," Bulma mused. "In order to provide our family with a better life, we must strive even harder." With this thought, she turned to Wen Tianqi, speaking with unwavering determination. "Let us work together." Wen Tianqi responded with a grin. In the days that followed, Bulma guided Wen Tianqi through the beautiful sights of West City, savoring exquisite wines and exploring its vibrant streets. They meandered through the alleys, delighting in the splendid scenery and indulging in delightful experiences. Unbeknownst to them, the sun dipped below the horizon. As night descended and the city illuminated with lively lights, West City was rejuvenated with vitality. Bulma enlisted her father's assistance to construct a gravity chamber, where Wen Tianqi felt an unprecedented force of gravity. Inside the gravity chamber, the atmosphere was dim. Yet as Wen Tianqi peered inside, he realized he had returned to the realm of reality. "So this is gravity," he thought. This gravity chamber was exceptional, crafted from a unique metal that generated an intense gravitational field, capable of simulating various gravity environments to help Wen Tianqi adapt. With the aid of the gravity chamber, Wen Tianqi commenced a rigorous training regimen. He began with weight training, progressively increasing the load to strengthen his muscles. Concurrently, he engaged in running, jumping, and throwing exercises. After a period of intense training, Wen Tianqi experienced significant transformation. His muscles grew more defined, and both his strength and endurance escalated remarkably. His reaction speed and agility also saw substantial improvement. "What a commendable man he is, truly the strongest," Bulma thought. her heart swelling with pride as she observed Wen Tianqi's growing prowess. She placed a pillow behind him, leaning against his side, reveling in the beauty surrounding them. "My love, you must become even stronger," she contemplated. Subsequently, Bulma returned to her laboratory, determined to enhance the Dragon Ball radar, enabling Wen Tianqi to locate Dragon Balls more efficiently. On her lab table rested a dull, fist-sized stone sphere, indeed, the two-star ball previously obtained by Wen Tianqi. "I must also strive diligently." Bulma smiled at the worn two-star ball, immersing herself in her work. In the gravity chamber, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the low hum of the gravity device and Wen Tianqi's steady breathing. He stood on the central circular platform, clad in a form-fitting black suit. His muscular physique clearly defined. His gaze was resolute, as if he could pierce through the heavy metallic walls and reach the outside world. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists, ready to commence his training. A formidable aura emanated from his being, seemingly halting time within the chamber. Suddenly, his body jolted, muscles tensing as if to expel every ounce of power within. With a powerful stomp on the platform, an explosive force erupted, resonating through the air. The gravity device roared to life, red beams of light shooting forth and bathing the chamber in a crimson glow. Wen Tianqi began to descend slowly, each inch accompanied by a fierce roar. His body endured the oppressive gravity, muscles stretching and compressing, waves of immense power coursing through him, inflicting unprecedented pain. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in Wen Tianqi's eyes, only determination and tenacity. "I shall grow stronger, with the system and the blood of the scions. I will surpass everyone. Cell and Majin Buu are nothing compared to me. I will transcend the gods of destruction and defeat the Omni King and the Grand Priest." The roar of the gravity device intensified, seemingly orchestrating the symphony of Wen Tianqi's training. The red beams blazed brighter, enveloping the chamber in an enigmatic atmosphere. Wen Tianqi's energy surged, his body undergoing a painful yet transformative refinement, becoming increasingly resilient and powerful. It was a breathtaking sight, a valiant warrior enduring suffering in pursuit of greater strength. Wen Tianqi's silhouette loomed larger amidst the crimson beams, embodying might and valor. Though he remained uncertain of his exact battle power, he surmised that he would soon surpass Master Roshi. Perhaps in 6 months, perhaps a year. It wouldn't be long. However, a sudden interruption shattered Wen Tianqi's plans. "What? School has started?" Wen Tianqi exclaimed, gazing at Bulma, who stood before him in the uniform of West City High School, holding another set. The uniform, designed like a tailored suit, featured deep blue as its primary color, exuding a composed and formal aura. The top consisted of a fitted double-breasted jacket, adorned with a small bow tie that added a touch of sweetness. Underneath, a crisp white shirt contrasted sharply with the jacket, projecting an air of neatness. The lower half consisted of a black pleated skirt, falling just above the knee, accentuating her legs. Typically, female students accessorized with a black or deep blue bow tie and a matching belt. They completed the ensemble with black or white Mary Jane shoes, exuding an air of elegance. The overall outfit radiated cleanliness, grace, and sophistication, encapsulating the vibrancy of youth that high school girls embody. Gulp. Wen Tianqi instinctively swallowed hard. "Bulma, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit," he praised, admiring the design. "Hee, Tianqi, stop flattering me," Bulma replied bashfully, her dimples appearing. "My uniform." Chapter 13. Wen Tianqi is going to school too. "Am I really going to school?" Wen Tianqi asked Bulma in astonishment, noticing the male school uniform she held. "Of course. Just look at your current situation. If you don't go to school, what will you do? Are you planning to remain like this forever?" Bulma complained about Wen Tianqi's present condition. Wen Tianqi was at a loss for words, indeed unsure of his next steps. "All right, Tianqi." Bulma tossed the uniform to him and urged, "Hurry and change. We're heading to West City High School together." With a hesitant nod, Wen Tianqi slowly removed his clothes and donned the male school uniform provided by Bulma. "There, now you look like a proper boy," Bulma exclaimed joyfully as he admired himself in the mirror. "Indeed, our Tianqi is remarkable." Bulma's admiration for him was unmistakable. "All right, let's go," Wen Tianqi said, gently pushing Bulma towards the door. Today, they were off to school. As Wen Tianqi nudged Bulma along, her thoughts had already drifted to her anticipated high school life at West City High. The girls in her class would surely be envious. Driving swiftly along the road, the imposing figure of West City High School grew ever clearer. With a firm grip on the steering wheel, Wen Tianqi focused intently ahead, his eyes sparkling with determination. This was an experience unlike any he had known in his previous life. the soul of a 30-year-old man embarking on a journey to high school. West City High School, renowned as the finest secondary institution in the area, boasted exceptional facilities and outstanding teaching quality, with countless students each year gaining admission to prestigious universities. Nestled in the heart of West City, it exuded vitality and historical significance. Its robust and dignified walls seemed to narrate the countless years and youthful exuberance they had witnessed. During the bustling hours of arrival and departure, the students passing through the towering iron gates formed the very pulse of the school's life. The campus was spacious, featuring modern classrooms, comprehensive sports facilities, and comfortable student dormitories. In such an environment, students thrived, continuously growing and reaping boundless wisdom and joy. When the school bell rang, students entered their classrooms in an orderly fashion, clad in neat uniforms, displaying a diligent attitude towards their studies. The teachers, experienced and passionate, delivered clear explanations that facilitated the students' grasp of knowledge. A particularly notable aspect of the school was its laboratories, equipped with advanced experimental apparatuses, where students could engage in various experiments and delve into the mysteries of science. After conducting their experiments, they meticulously recorded their findings in notebooks for future reference. In summary, West City High School was indeed a remarkable institution. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wen Tianqi and Bulma observed numerous students exiting the school. They stepped out of the car and stood quietly to the side, awaiting the arrival of others. "By the way, Tianqi, which class are you in?" Bulma inquired, gazing at the buildings across the schoolyard. "Well, I'm not sure where our classroom is," Wen Tianqi replied, squinting at the distant structure, which appeared to be the first-year teaching building. "Our class is in first-year class 4, he declared. "First-year class 4? That should be on the second floor," Bulma suggested as she peered towards the building. "Let us go check it out," Wen Tianqi said, taking the lead towards the classroom. "Wait for me, Tianqi." Bulma hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Before long, they arrived at the door of first-year class 4. "This must be it," Wen Tianqi remarked, noticing the large sign above the door that read first-year class 4. "Yes, this is definitely the place," Bulma confirmed, reading the sign. As they entered the classroom, they found several students already seated, the atmosphere somewhat noisy. "Wow, that boy is so handsome. Who is that girl? She's stunning." The excited chatter of students filled the air. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. The teacher had arrived. "All right, everyone, please settle down." A middle-aged woman's voice resonated from the front of the classroom. She was a woman with streaks of gray in her hair and numerous wrinkles on her face, yet her well-maintained figure exuded vitality. Standing at the podium, she scanned the room, and the students promptly quieted down. "I know you are all curious about our new classmate, Wen Tianqi, who will be joining us. I expect you to treat him well and help him out," the teacher, Ms. Lin Wanning, announced sternly. "First, let me introduce myself. I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Wanning." With a serious demeanor, she addressed the class. "All right, let us begin our lesson." The class passed swiftly, and as Wen Tianqi chatted with Bulma, the bell rang. "Class is dismissed for today. Everyone, enjoy your break," Ms. Lin declared. "Finally, it's break time," Bulma exclaimed as she stood up. "Let us head back," Wen Tianqi suggested. "See you all tomorrow." Bulma cheerfully waved goodbye to her classmates as they exited the classroom together. On their way home, Wen Tianqi and Bulma encountered numerous students. Observing them walking side by side, many couldn't help but glance over. After all, Bulma was renowned as the school's beauty, and many students had long dreamed of even exchanging a few words with her. Some even yearned to acquire her phone number. This was unacceptable. Wen Tianqi felt a surge of anger rising within him. Chapter 14. Bulma gains Scion bloodline and enhances her power. Alas, possessing beauty can indeed be a vexing predicament. Nevertheless, all those who approached were repelled by Wen Tianqi, who, with mere flicks of his fingers, effortlessly subdued even the most audacious among them. How could this Wen Tianqi be so formidable? I consider myself a minor adept from the northeastern region of West City, yet I cannot withstand even the slightest of his might. This fellow is utterly outrageous. Those who had been thoroughly beaten and left bruised contemplated seeking a chance to teach Wen Tianqi a lesson. However, they dared only to harbor such thoughts in secrecy. Should Wen Tianqi truly unleash his wrath upon them, their very school might be torn asunder. Within Bulma's home, Wen Tianqi directly entered the gravity chamber to train, while Bulma resumed her efforts on the Dragon Ball radar. Gravity chamber, activate. With Wen Tianqi's command, the gravitational force within the room surged dramatically. Under such intense gravity, the human body is pushed to its limits, leading to various physical challenges. What manner of gravity is this? I can scarcely endure it. Although the maximum gravitational enhancement is merely threefold, this training method has the potential to triple one's physical strength. Truly, this is the world of Dragon Balls. The efficacy of such training methods is nothing short of terrifying. As Wen Tianqi trained relentlessly, the effects of the system within him escalated further. Coupled with the enhancement from the Scion bloodline, his combat power was increasing at a terrifying pace. At this rate, it would not be long before my combat strength reaches an alarming level. At that time, who would dare to provoke me? Wen Tianqi laughed heartily, his burgeoning power invigorating him. Although Bulma had yet to devise a combat power detector, Wen Tianqi surmised that his current strength must have already surpassed that of Master Roshi. In another year, he might even surpass Tien Shinhan, who is currently among the elite fighters. The distance to King Piccolo's power was also closing in. Thus, half a year passed. On May 7th, 750, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Yet, Wen Tianqi had no intention of participating. Master Roshi, under the alias of Qinlong, would claim victory. A gaggle of fighters with a power level of merely 5 held no allure for him. King Piccolo was his first target, and he intended to crush him with the force of a tempest. Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with determination. His sights were set on the future King Piccolo, which explained his reluctance to join the tournament. With a clear goal in mind, Wen Tianqi embarked on a new training regimen, further bolstered by Bulma's unwavering support, which elevated his prowess to unprecedented heights. This leap in training methodology proved remarkably effective. Confidently, Wen Tianqi mused, with such formidable strength, why should he involve himself in trivial matters? Humph, he uttered, commencing his practice. 2.5 years elapsed. Within the gravity chamber, Wen Tianqi and Bulma engaged in an intense bout, each exchanging blows with fervor. Bulma, empowered by nearly 3 times the gravity, experienced significant enhancements in both strength and speed, rendering her combat prowess truly impressive. Last year, Wen Tianqi had once again gathered the Dragon Balls and wished for Bulma to acquire the Scion bloodline. Thus, she could train alongside him, continually augmenting her abilities within the gravity chamber. With the Scion bloodline and the full assistance of the system, Wen Tianqi's strength ascended to new heights, and he now felt invincible. Your strength is formidable, yet I shall not yield, Bulma exclaimed, ignited by the spirit of competition as she found herself momentarily subdued by Wen Tianqi. Nonetheless, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Bulma is improving rapidly. Wen Tianqi grasped her small hand, declaring victory. Alas, I cannot best you, Bulma sighed, feigning displeasure. Fear not. With your Scion bloodline, your strength will continue to grow. Wen Tianqi reassured her. He contemplated bringing Chi-Chi along next time, as well as Launch. He wished to protect all the girls. Tianqi, do you plan to go out this time? Bulma inquired, handing him a glass of juice. Yes, I intend to. Seek out Son Wukong and the others. Wen Tianqi replied lightly, although he did not plan to do so immediately. Son Wukong was merely a ruse. His true destination was the fabled Karen Tower. Or rather, the heavenly temple atop Karen Tower. Oh, very well. Here's the Dragon Ball radar and the universal capsule. I cannot go out because of my laboratory assignments. My parents insist that I complete these experiments first. What a hassle. Bulma lamented, expressing her frustration over the seemingly endless peculiar experiments. No worries. I shouldn't be gone for too long, Wen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. A journey to Karen Tower and the heavenly temple should be swift. He believed his current strength must have surpassed that of the deity. All right, safe travels. Bulma smiled, her innocent and healing grin warming Wen Tianqi's heart. He cherished her smile, for it was genuine. Thank you, he replied with a smile. Shall I take my leave now? Yes, goodbye. Bulma waved as Wen Tianqi departed, her smile lingering as she watched his retreating figure. Wen Tianqi set off, first directing his path toward the Turtle Hermit's dojo for a visit. His objective was, of course, to learn the Turtle School's technique of flight. As he drove, Wen Tianqi glanced at his system panel. Physique, 7 ding. Physique, 8 huh? My physique has reached 8. My strength has increased once more. It is now the year 750, and there is still ample time. When the Scions arrive on Earth, I shall provide them with a grand surprise. Wen Tianqi gripped the steering wheel, envisioning his future dominance. First, I must seek out the Turtle Hermit. Mastering the technique of flight is essential. This skill is the key to swift travel. In the future, no powerful warrior shall be unable to fly. Chapter 15. Crushing Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, the Dance of the Sky. The Dance of the Sky is a unique skill of Master Roshi, allowing him to soar freely through the air. Presently, only Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu possessed this extraordinary ability, along with two individuals from the Heavenly Temple. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi intends to seek out Master Roshi to assert his prowess and reveal his identity as a supreme master. After all, this world belongs to him, and no one should be allowed to overshadow him. A confident smirk graced Wen Tianqi's lips, an unprecedented self-assurance radiating from him. 10 days later, Wen Tianqi arrived at Master Roshi's dojo, situated on a small island in the East Sea, surrounded by numerous dwellings, making it relatively remote yet a safe haven for Master Roshi. No wonder these two brothers prefer to seclude themselves on a tiny island, Wen Tianqi remarked disdainfully. Naturally, driving was not an option here. Without the dance of the sky, he sprinted across the surface of the sea, stirring up waves in his wake, appearing somewhat disheveled. Master Roshi, come out and fight. Wen Tianqi shouted eagerly, impatient to learn the dance of the sky and confront the legendary Heavenly Temple. Who is this brat? Master Roshi's ears perked up at the commotion, and he turned his gaze in that direction. Upon seeing Wen Tianqi, a look of surprise crossed his face. Who is this? Behind him, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu emerged, their expressions filled with anger. Who do you think you are to disrespect my master? Tien Shinhan exclaimed. Me? You aren't even worthy to ask? Wen Tianqi retorted, playfully beckoning Tien Shinhan with a finger, a blatant provocation that ignited Tien Shinhan's fury. Kid, you're asking for death. Tien Shinhan roared, charging forward. Standing tall at nearly 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, he could effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms. Wen Tianqi's audacity to challenge him was, without a doubt, an affront not only to the East Sea but to the entire ninja world. Die. Tien Shinhan bellowed as he lunged at Wen Tianqi. You wish to fight? Wen Tianqi smirked, intrigued by what surprises this so-called disciple of Master Roshi might present. Bring it on. A flurry of punches erupted in the air, each fist clashing with a resounding crack, while the ground bore witness to countless footprints. This was combat, raw and visceral. Impressive strength, but too bad your opponent is me. Wen Tianqi grinned as he seized Tien Shinhan's fist and hurled him with great force. A resounding crash echoed as Tien Shinhan's body was sent crashing into a nearby house, leaving him momentarily trapped amidst the rubble. Kaiatsu gasped, alarmed. Tien Shinhan. Master Roshi's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he witnessed Wen Tianqi's combat prowess exceed his expectations. How is this possible? He effortlessly defeated Tien Shinhan. This is absurd. 2 beads of cold sweat trickled down Master Roshi's back. Tien Shinhan's strength was nearly on par with his own, implying that he too would likely be overpowered in mere moments. You are far too arrogant, employing such tactics. Kaiatsu yelled, furious. You've harmed Tien Shinhan. I will defeat you. With that, Kaiatsu closed his eyes, channeling his psychic abilities toward Wen Tianqi. Oh, psychic powers, is it? Wen Tianqi smirked dismissively. Let me see just how strong you are. In an instant, a binding force emanated from Kaiatsu, encircling Wen Tianqi. What is this? Wen Tianqi felt a strange power attempting to control his movements. With gritted teeth, Tien Shinhan rose from the debris, his clothes tattered and blood trickling from his mouth. Struggling to regain his composure. Kikaho, he shouted, summoning all his strength to point at Wen Tianqi. Suddenly, a high-intensity laser beam shot forth, infused with Tien Shinhan's entire might. A force even Master Roshi would not dare underestimate. Wen Tianqi's eyes widened as the Kikaho neared. In a swift motion, he clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying aura that spread hundreds of meters around him. The sound of shattering glass resonated as Kairatsu cried out in horror, his psychic grip shattered by Wen Tianqi's overwhelming power. With a flick of his wrist, Wen Tianqi slapped the incoming Kikaho laser. To everyone's astonishment, the laser was deflected skyward, exploding in midair, while Wen Tianqi remained unfazed, his skin unblemished. Calmly, he blew on his palm and turned to face Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. What other tricks do you have? Show me. At that moment, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu were left in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear. Even Master Roshi, observing from a distance, had blood trickling from his lips, equally terrified by Wen Tianqi's display of strength. That single slap, how could he send the Kikaho beam flying? This has never happened before. Only Master Roshi recognized the depth of Wen Tianqi's power, leaving him utterly astounded. Who are you? Kaiatsu stammered, blood dripping from his mouth as he gazed at Wen Tianqi, his face pale. Having felt a fraction of Wen Tianqi's might through his psychic abilities, he sensed an unfathomable depth of power, far surpassing that of Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan. We can't win. It's impossible. Remember my name, Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi declared with a sly smile. Wen Tianqi Kaiatsu murmured. Suddenly his eyes lit up. You are truly formidable. We have never encountered such strength before. What is your true purpose? Having lost the will to fight, Tien Shinon could only hang his head in despair and ask, please. Let it not be to kill us three. Master Roshi, equally anxious, swallowed hard, anticipating Wen Tianqi's intentions. Chapter 16, Mastering the Art of Flight. Destination. Korin Tower. I wish to learn the art of flight, declared Wen Tianqi, his formidable aura dissipating as he transformed back into an innocuous youth. Smiling at the three companions before him. The art of flight. Is that truly the purpose? Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi gasped, incredulous that such a peerless powerhouse, capable of annihilating them, sought merely to master this skill. Elder Karen, visibly relieved, quickly responded, very well, I shall teach you the art of flight immediately. His only hope was that this harbinger of death would soon depart. With a casual gesture, Elder Karen demonstrated the technique he intended to impart to Wen Tianqi. However, mere minutes had passed when cold sweat began to bead on Elder Karen's brow, not from any exertion, but due to the overwhelming presence of Wen Tianqi. Though he merely stood there, his energy surged around him like a tempest, leaving Elder Karen with an acute sense of vulnerability. Despite the simplicity of the pose, it felt as if a martial master stood before him, capable of delivering a lethal strike with a mere flick of the wrist. Both Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were equally drenched in perspiration. Despite not exerting their full power, they felt as if Wen Tianqi had honed his martial prowess for years, each movement and breath illuminating their perception. Wen Tianqi's might was not solely rooted in his terrifying strength but also in his demeanor and innate talent. Though he possessed the capability to effortlessly dispatch the three, he instead courteously requested their guidance in the art of flight. Incredibly, within less than 10 minutes, including the time taken for Elder Karen's explanations, Wen Tianqi had mastered the technique. Thank you. I have learned, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh that resonated like thunder, shaking the very air. Suddenly, he raised his hands, as if to embrace something ethereal. An unseen force erupted from his being, lifting him as if by divine intervention. He danced gracefully in the air, akin to a liberated bird soaring through the heavens. His form traced a beautiful arc against the sky, sunlight cascading behind him in a golden glow, as if his wings bore him toward distant horizons. Soon, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the edge of the sky. Elder Karen, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi gazed upward, powerless to do anything but watch Wen Tianqi's departure. What an extraordinary anomaly, Tianjin Fan could only utter, reflecting on the terror of Wen Tianqi's prowess and talent. Indeed, we are fortunate he harbored no murderous intent, Jiaozi remarked, a tinge of fear in his voice. Sigh, this world is truly teeming with hidden talents. My initial target was merely that lecherous old turtle sage. But in light of this encounter, he pales in comparison. The turtle sage, the god of martial arts, is insignificant before Wen Tianqi. Elder Karen sighed deeply, his gaze filled with melancholy. He had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of power in this world, only to realize he was still but a fledgling. The existence of someone like Wen Tianqi was a stark reminder of the vastness of strength. Were there others even more formidable? If so, what distinguishes them from ordinary mortals? Could they crush him with a mere finger? Elder Karen dared not dwell on these thoughts, choosing instead to helplessly gaze at the sky. With a whoosh, Wen Tianqi ascended into the heavens. He extended his hand, savoring the delicate distance between himself and the clouds, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This is the sensation of flight. It is truly magnificent. Suddenly, a spark of excitement flickered across his visage. What if I fly directly to the heavenly palace? No. I ought to have some fun with that little kitten first. Hee hee. A mysterious grin spread across Wen Tianqi's face. Moreover, Korin Tower is a renowned landmark within the Dragon Ball realm. It would be a shame not to visit. With this thought, Wen Tianqi concentrated his energy. Hey! He exclaimed, and with a burst of speed, he accelerated, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, soaring through the air toward Korin Tower. A powerful gust of wind trailed behind him, uprooting nearby trees and stones, creating a magnificent tail of energy. Ha ha ha, the sensation of flying is exhilarating. Wen Tianqi cried out joyfully like an eagle soaring into the sky, exulting in the expanse of blue skies and white clouds. As he streaked through the air, a whirlwind followed, rustling the leaves around him. Everyone harbors a dream of flight, and today, Wen Tianqi realized his. The earth rushed away beneath him, and the mountains, forests, and rivers became mere fleeting images. He traversed cities, mountains, lakes, and valleys, his destination the distant west, Korin Tower. It was a land both mysterious and serene, the sacred sanctuary of all practitioners, crowned by the iconic Korin Tower. After an indeterminate passage of time, Wen Tianqi squinted, eyes widening in astonishment. There, on the horizon, appeared a slender black line, gradually expanding, reminiscent of a great dragon winding through the sky. Korin Tower. Closer and closer it came, revealing itself as a towering pillar that pierced the clouds, seemingly propping up half the heavens. This was the legendary Korin Tower, its height utterly breathtaking. In the far reaches of the sky, a thin black line flickered, like a mysterious specter standing against the vast expanse of the firmament. The column of Korin Tower rose majestically, shrouded in mystery and grandeur, as if it connected the heavens and the earth, with no end in sight. Wen Tianqi gazed at the dark line, feeling the ancient and enigmatic aura emanating from Korin Tower. He knew his destination lay ahead, compelling him to hasten his pace. His heart swelled with excitement and anticipation, invigorating his movements. With a hum, Wen Tianqi suddenly slowed, hovering beside the Korin Tower pillar. His feet suspended hundreds of meters above the ground. He remained still, seamlessly merging with this mystical space. His gaze deeply fixed upon the ancient column, as if seeking to unravel its millennia-old secrets. Below, the sacred land of Korin awaited. Chapter 17. The celestial cat sage of Galinta and the elixir of the gods. The Indian chief, Bra, was preoccupied with something when suddenly his son, Upala, tugged at his hand. "What is it, Upala?" Chief Bra inquired, gazing at his son in confusion. Upala raised his hand and pointed upwards, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Father, look." At this, Chief Bra instinctively lifted his gaze and widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavens! What is this?" In the sky, an unfamiliar figure stood suspended in midair, seemingly lost in thought. Bra, clad in a coarse gray garment with a hide tied around his waist and wearing grass sandals, stared blankly upwards. "Heavens!" Bra gasped, his face a mask of incredulity. Upala echoed the astonishment, pointing at the figure above and stammering, "Who is that, father? How can this be? What am I seeing? Could it be a celestial being?" Around them, the villagers of the primitive tribe scrambled onto their rooftops, expressing their awe. "How is this possible? We are witnessing a celestial being. Is it truly a divine presence? This is astonishing. I have never seen a deity before. Could he be from the heavens? Surely not. Can there truly be celestial beings in this world? This is simply unbelievable." The villagers were all astounded, shaken by the extraordinary spectacle. "What? A celestial being? Father, what is happening?" Upala asked, his eyes darting between the villagers' reactions and his father. Filled with dread. "This person, he is a celestial being." Bra found himself at a loss for words, unable to explain to his son. Celestial beings, shrouded in mystery, existed only in legends, never before witnessed by any individual. Perhaps, in their tribal era, celestial beings had existed, but for reasons unknown, they had fallen. And no one knew where they had descended. "A celestial being," Upala exclaimed, his disbelief evident. "Only a celestial being could soar so freely through the sky. Look, the celestial being is leaving." Countless villagers knelt in reverence, and Bra and Upala joined them, calling out, "Celestial being! Celestial being!" Meanwhile, in the sky, Wen Tianqi had noticed the Indian people below, and, after a fleeting glance, lost interest. With a swift motion, he ascended along the ancient Galinta pillar, his speed akin to that of the wind. In mere moments, he vanished into the clouds. On the ground, the villagers remained kneeling in worship, their astonishment palpable as they murmured excitedly among themselves. "Incredible! It truly is a celestial being. Celestial being, we beseech you, grant us your divine blessing. A celestial being has come to our tribe. We have encountered a celestial being." Amidst the astonished chatter, Wen Tianqi rode the winds, quickly disappearing into the sky. On the ground, Upala and Bra continued their supplication, while the villagers buzzed with disbelief. "Incredible! It truly is a celestial being. We have seen a celestial being. A celestial being has come to our tribe." Upala gazed at the vanishing figure above, his eyes filled with envy. At that moment, Wen Tianqi soared through the clouds and soon caught sight of the Galinta's shadow. Then, as if sensing something, he chuckled in surprise. "Ah, what a coincidence. You're here too. How delightful." Inside Galinta, Son Wukong finally secured the super sacred water from the cat sage, drinking it eagerly. The water was sweet and refreshing. After consuming it, his joints felt liberated and fatigue vanished. Truly miraculous. "It feels just like ordinary water, though." While Son Wukong reveled in the experience, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He looked up sharply to see the cat sage, for bristling, gazing in terror at a point in the sky. At that moment, Son Wukong also spotted the figure and exclaimed, "Ah, brother Wen Tianqi. Did not expect to see you here, Wukong." Wen Tianqi replied with a gentle smile, floating gracefully into Galinta amidst the astonished expression of the cat sage. Who is he? The cat sage, feeling an unexplainable pressure emanating from Wen Tianqi, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. This sensation was intense. He gasped, "Who is he? Cat sage, what is wrong?" Son Wukong asked curiously, grinning. "He's my companion." Wen Tianqi displayed a benign smile, his imposing aura retracted, cheerfully greeting, "Hello there, little kitty." The cat sage swallowed hard. The aura he sensed was one he had only felt from the divine, an indescribable strength, one he had never encountered even in the presence of a deity. It felt as if he were in the presence of a god. The cat sage's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Wen Tianqi as if he had encountered a ghost. What? He is a god. Son Wukong's mouth fell open as he looked between Wen Tianqi and the cat sage. Cat sage, is he truly a god? The cat sage ignored Son Wukong's exuberance, instead fixing a serious gaze on Wen Tianqi. "What brings you here?" "The super sacred water is of no use to you. I am well aware of that." Wen Tianqi replied with a cryptic smile, under the cat sage's tense scrutiny, without revealing the truth. The so-called super sacred water was merely ordinary water, devoid of any special effects. The true reason lay in the cat sage's training over the past few days. "I seek the elixir of the gods," Wen Tianqi remarked with a smile. The elixir held little significance for him. His physical condition had reached a stage near instantaneous healing. However, for Bulma and others, the elixir remained essential. "Oh, very well. Please wait a moment." The cat sage sighed in relief, waving his hand to produce a bag of elixirs from behind. Wen Tianqi accepted it, nodding in satisfaction. "Thank you kindly." He exchanged farewells with Son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, I shall take my leave now." Son Wukong waved cheerfully, "All right." Brother Tianqi. Chapter 18. The Heavenly Temple. As he spoke, his figure shimmered momentarily before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing within the Galinta and soaring upwards once more. What is he planning to do? At this moment, the immortal Galen was utterly astonished, holding his forehead in disbelief, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Temple, the deity lifted his gaze to the moon above, his expression suddenly tightening as he murmured to himself, "Who is it?" "Mr. Bobo," responded a dark-skinned man clad in a white robe, bowing his head. "Who is it?" the deity asked in a grave tone, sensing a formidable aura, one that matched his own. "I do not know who it is, but instinctively it feels like a powerful adversary." Mr. Bobo furrowed his brow. "A powerful adversary?" the deity muttered, his frown deepening as he contemplated this notion. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a figure appeared on the plaza of the Heavenly Temple, illuminated by the light, revealing a man in a black casual outfit, weaponless, with short hair obscuring his features. It was Wen Tianqi. "Who is this person?" Mr. Bobo exclaimed in surprise, sensing an overwhelming presence. The Heavenly Temple, the abode of deities, truly resembles a spinning top. Wen Tianqi quipped inwardly, bemused by the bizarre architectural style of the buildings reminiscent of those in Dragon Ball. "May I inquire who you are and what brings you here?" The deity fixed his gaze upon Wen Tianqi, demanding an explanation. "Hey, who would have thought that the god of earth is actually a Namekian?" Wen Tianqi remarked, sizing up the deity with a playful expression. The deity's eyes narrowed in astonishment. "You know of my origins?" "Of course, if I were not familiar with you, I would not be privy to your secrets." Wen Tianqi replied with a grin. "You." The deity fell silent, acutely aware that this individual knew much about him, especially regarding the Namekian heritage he had only recently begun to suspect. Although he had realized over the years that he was unlike the inhabitants of Earth, his true origins remained a mystery. With a sudden burst, Wen Tianqi flew before the deity, startling both him and Mr. Bobo, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. "Mr. Bobo, fear not. Should this esteemed gentleman truly wish us harm, you would not be able to stop him," the deity murmured knowingly. "In truth, I have come here." Wen Tianqi smiled and whispered to the deity, sharing further insights that left the latter astonished. 10 days later, a streak of light erupted from the Heavenly Temple, hurtling towards the Ox King Mountain, while a glimmer of excitement flickered across the deity's face. At that moment, the Ox King gazed incredulously at Chi-Chi, sighing, "Chi-Chi, do you truly believe that Wen Tianqi will return?" "Do not worry, Daddy. I have informed him, and he assured me he will heal your injuries." Chi-Chi replied with a smile. Yet, I have been waiting here for several days. Do you know how long I have been waiting? The Ox King lamented. Due to an unfortunate incident, he had sustained injuries, leading Chi-Chi to seek Wen Tianqi's assistance in procuring medicinal herbs. Chi-Chi had grown significantly taller, blossoming into a graceful young lady, each possessing their own charm compared to Bulma. Oh right, Daddy, Wen Tianqi said that once he brings the medicine, we will heal together. So you need not wait any longer. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Alas, very well. The Ox King conceded with a resigned nod. Yay, Daddy, look how pretty I am. Chi-Chi twirled around, the tassels on her skirt swaying gently with her movements. Beautiful, enchanting. Indeed, quite lovely, the Ox King affirmed with a smile, though inwardly. He seethed at the thought of that rascal Wen Tianqi stealing his precious daughter's heart. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have given the boy a proper lesson. A thunderous roar echoed from outside, startling both the Ox King and Chi-Chi before realization dawned. Wen Tianqi has arrived. Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the window. The Ox King followed with a resigned demeanor. With a whoosh, Wen Tianqi burst through the window, standing beside Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I have come, he said, ruffling her hair with a grin. Then, noticing her excitement, he produced a miraculous potion and handed it directly to the Ox King. Humph. The Ox King scoffed, feigning anger but still accepting the potion. With a swift motion, he consumed it in one gulp. Ah, I feel revitalized. He marveled, astonished by the efficacy of the medicine. Indeed, this concoction was crafted by Bulma, Wen Tianqi thought to himself, grateful for having a genius scientist as a girlfriend. Chi-Chi, I shall take you on a journey. To West City, a grand metropolis. Wen Tianqi exclaimed with a playful smile. Moreover, there exists a gravity training room there, and the cuisine is delectable. You will surely adore it. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm upon hearing this. Yes, yes, I am famished. Very well, let us depart at once. Ignoring the bewildered expression of the Ox King, Wen Tianqi wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi's waist, lifting her into the air, waving goodbye to the Ox King as they soared away. That rascal. The Ox King sighed, watching Wen Tianqi's retreating figure, reflecting on his daughter, shaking his head in resignation. At the Turtle Hermit's abode, Wen Tianqi swiftly subdued the frenzied Lan Qi, lifting her and Chi-Chi with ease, ascending into the sky. Turtle Hermit, no need to thank me. Leave Lan Qi to me. Ha ha ha. The Turtle Hermit gazed at Wen Tianqi with envy, muttering to himself, ah, to be young again. Krillin, redirecting his attention, inquired, Master Turtle, was that Wen Tianqi? Who is stronger, you or him? He can even fly. Ahem, naturally, I am stronger. I am the god of martial arts. The Turtle Hermit proclaimed with pride. Hands on his hips. The old turtle beside him yawned, showing no respect for the Turtle Hermit's bravado. Old turtle, do cooperate with me. The Turtle Hermit scolded, delivering a sharp slap to the old sea turtle. Chapter 19. The Awakening of Scion Bloodlines and Training. 3 years later, May 1st, 753. Within the opulent mansion funded by Bulma, Wen Tianqi reclined on the sofa, savoring a refreshing juice. System notification. Physical condition, 11, with a physique score of 11. Wen Tianqi was uncertain of his true strength at that moment, as there was no one on Earth capable of rivaling him. Over the past 3 years, he had gathered the Dragon Balls twice, granting both Chi-Chi and Lan Qi the Scion heritage, and they had entered the gravity chamber constructed by Bulma to undergo rigorous training. Under Wen Tianqi's close guidance, both Chi-Chi and Lan Qi experienced substantial growth in their abilities, particularly Chi-Chi, who was the first to attain the Scion bloodline. With Wen Tianqi's dedicated instruction, her prowess surged dramatically, likely nearing the level of the divine beings in the heavenly temple. Lan Qi, having previously lacked training, progressed at a slightly slower pace. However, Bulma's newly developed medicine had alleviated most of Lan Qi's symptoms, enabling her to control her dual personality and switch at will, much to Wen Tianqi's delight as he reveled in the contrasting experiences. Within the gravity chamber, Bulma, Lan Qi, and Chi-Chi engaged in a fierce sparring match, their punches landing with resounding thuds, causing the entire room to tremble. After more than half an hour, they finally paused. Over the course of these 3 years, Bulma's physical condition had also been significantly enhanced by Wen Tianqi's training, elevating her strength to an unimaginable level for an ordinary person, making her the second strongest on Earth. Right after Wen Tianqi, creak, the door to the room swung open. Lan Qi, finished training? Lan Qi emerged, dressed in light attire, wearing shorts and a pink tank top, as she leaned lightly on Wen Tianqi's shoulder and inquired, "Can I come to find you if there's nothing going on?" Wen Tianqi chuckled. "Of course you can." Lan Qi grinned. "My rapid improvement in strength is all thanks to you." "All right, you too. Enough of the flirtation, it's quite nauseating," Bulma said with a helpless shake of her head as she joined Chi-Chi in exiting. "Come on, let us take a tour around the building." "Sounds great," Lan Qi exclaimed. "We need to gather supplies. It's time for us to set off. You all must perform well in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament." Wen Tianqi added with a smile. "Tianqi, aren't you participating?" Chi-Chi asked, her expression one of surprise, as if she sensed something. "Me?" Wen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. "You're all aware of my strength. I've long since become the strongest on Earth and have no interest in joining such a tedious competition." "Is that so?" Chi-Chi replied, somewhat disappointed. "Of course. With my current abilities, even if all of you teamed up against me, it would be effortless for me to sweep the entire arena. Such a trivial tournament is best avoided," Wen Tianqi remarked with a smile. "Really? Then we shall have to test that." The three beautiful girls, Bulma, Lan Qi, and Chi-Chi, exchanged glances and suddenly pounced, ready for battle. 3 days later, in the back garden of the mansion, Bulma produced a universal capsule. "Tianqi, even though you're not participating, make sure to watch our match closely." "Of course, I will accompany you." Wen Tianqi nodded in agreement. Ding! The universal capsule activated, instantly creating a large pit over a meter in diameter in the hall, where a futuristic flying vehicle emerged. "Come on, Tianqi, let's get on board together," Bulma said, leaping into the pilot's seat. "Lan Qi, Chi-Chi, hurry up." Wen Tianqi called to them as he boarded the vehicle. Lan Qi and Chi-Chi exchanged a quick glance before swiftly climbing aboard. Nearby, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief watched Bulma's flying vehicle with pride. "Our daughter is truly remarkable. Indeed, she designed this vehicle herself," Dr. Brief exclaimed, beaming with pride as he surveyed the mansion behind them. "Now we can rest easy. With this flying vehicle, we need no longer worry about accidents when we go out." "Yes, our daughter is nothing short of extraordinary," Mrs. Brief added, her face glowing with pride. Inside the cockpit, Wen Tianqi and the others settled in. "Shall we depart, Tianqi?" "Lan Qi, Chi-Chi, are you all ready?" Bulma turned to inquire. "Ready. Let us go." With a whoosh, Bulma piloted the brand new flying vehicle, a brilliant silver light streaking across the sky as they sped toward the World Martial Arts Tournament. Inside the cabin, Chi-Chi and Lan Qi immersed themselves in their preparations, fully focused on the upcoming competition. As for Wen Tianqi, he reclined lazily on a small bed, indulging in a leisurely rest, entirely unconcerned with any preparations, as he had no intention of participating. The flying vehicle traced a graceful arc through the sky, gliding over mountains and through clouds. The scenery outside the windows shifted continuously, revealing bustling towns and serene countryside below, with wisps of smoke rising from rooftops, as if greeting the warriors soaring above. Bulma skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, her beautiful face alight with joy. "We will reach our destination in 1 hour," she announced, glancing at the map ahead before turning to the others. Her voice echoed in the air as Chi-Chi and Lan Qi eagerly nodded, their expressions reminiscent of those on a leisurely vacation. Despite their formidable strengths, under Wen Tianqi's protection, it truly felt akin to a holiday. The flying vehicle sliced through the sky at astonishing speed, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Fortunately, all present were powerful cultivators, and such noise did not disturb them. The earth gradually distanced itself, shrinking into a blurred shadow, rendering the details below unrecognizable. Vast clouds drifted past, resembling a stroll through the heavens, within reach, eliciting gasps of wonder from Chi-Chi and Lan Qi. Although they had both practiced the art of flight, their proficiency was not yet refined, and traveling by vehicle proved far more convenient. Leaning against the window, Chi-Chi and Lan Qi gazed out in rapt attention, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Hand in hand, they exchanged conversations and laughter. "Wow, Chi-Chi, look at how beautiful that is." "Indeed, Lan Qi. And look at that enormous rock." Though they often ventured outdoors, they had never witnessed such extraordinary landscapes. Wen Tianqi, having overheard, leaned closer, his eyes widening in mild surprise as he exclaimed, "Bulma, we've crossed the ocean." Chapter 20. The Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. As time passed, a vibrant spectacle unfolded before our eyes. The legendary Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. The venue was situated upon a colossal island, surrounded by the vast ocean. At the island's edge, Rainbow-like arch bridges connected to distant shores, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. We have arrived, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, pointing downward, prompting Chi-Chi and Lan Chi to look in the direction she indicated. Wow, what a beautiful island. Hee, let us descend and give them a little surprise. Wen Tianqi remarked with a mysterious smile. The battle prowess of the three young women was formidable enough to astonish even the likes of Son Wukong, Krillin, and Tenshinhan. Bulma piloted their flying vehicle gracefully above the island before landing steadily in a corner. The group walked briskly towards the venue, passing through a bustling crowd filled with people of various skin tones and attires, all gathered to share in the joy of this martial arts celebration. At the entrance, a massive stone wall bore the inscription "The Greatest Martial Arts Tournament" in bold, powerful characters. Upon entering, they beheld a sea of colorful tents, under which throngs of enthusiastic martial artists congregated, exchanging insights in a fervent atmosphere. In the center of the venue stood a towering arena, seemingly proclaiming its prominence to all. Bulma stowed the flying vehicle, transforming it into a small, multifunctional capsule, and followed Wen Tianqi, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi to a blue tent where several martial artists from various regions had already gathered, engaging in animated discussions. Just as the four were about to settle in, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe approached and bowed deeply before them. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the imposing arena, with a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Beautiful ladies, are you heading there? Bulma looked at him curiously, but, seeing that Wen Tianqi was unperturbed, she nodded gently and replied with a smile, yes. We intend to participate in the greatest martial arts tournament. The red-robed man scrutinized them, seemingly assessing their abilities. He glanced at Wen Tianqi, and the term pretty boy flashed through his mind. After a moment, the man smiled and invited, might I suggest the three lovely ladies accompany me? I assure you, I am far stronger than this pretty boy, and I shall claim victory in this tournament. With that, he displayed an air of arrogance. Where does this fool come from? Get lost. Wen Tianqi initially ignored him, but upon hearing the pretty boy comment, he kicked the red-robed man into the sky in a fit of anger. I was wrong. The red-robed man became a small black dot, soaring far into the distance before elegantly descending into the ocean with a splash. Ha, that was splendid. Bulma, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi praised, chuckling to themselves, amused by Wen Tianqi's jealousy, finding it rather endearing. Chi-Chi, her face suddenly flushing, looked down shyly, unable to meet Wen Tianqi's gaze. Wen Tianqi felt a strange sensation, touching his face in confusion. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared, shouting, Tianqi, big brother. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi turned towards the voice. Not far off stood a young man with a stick on his back, not particularly tall but radiating a cheerful smile. It was Son Wukong. Wukong is here. Bulma, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi recognized him, having occasionally accompanied Wen Tianqi to search for Son Wukong at Master Roshi's place over the years. Wukong, you've come as well. Wen Tianqi grinned, leading Bulma and the others towards Son Wukong. Unable to contain his excitement, Son Wukong bounced over. Tianqi, big brother, are you going to participate in the greatest martial arts tournament? Of course. Wen Tianqi responded casually. What? Krillin gasped, completely taken aback, realizing he had no chance at all. Never mind. Wen Tianqi suddenly halted, nearly startling Krillin into falling over. Oh, you're not participating? That is wonderful. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. Not participating? Why? Son Wukong asked, puzzled. It's nothing really, just, I feel my strength is still too weak. It would be embarrassing to go, so it's unnecessary. Embarrassing? Chi-Chi and Bulma exclaimed in unison, while Lan Chi rolled her eyes in disbelief. Even Krillin looked incredulous. Your strength is already formidable. If you're weak, who could possibly be stronger? Son Wukong could hardly believe it. Oh, is that so? Wen Tianqi smirked, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps, but there are many terrifying beings in the future. He recalled the Scion invasion, Frieza, Cell, and the androids. Feeling a sense of anticipation, his strength was still insufficient, and he needed to grow stronger. Tianqi, big brother, please don't say that. Son Wukong closed his eyes, filled with despair. Over the past 2 years, every time Wen Tianqi sparred with him, he had been easily defeated, leaving them worlds apart in strength. Now, to hear him claim he was too weak to participate in the tournament felt utterly outrageous. Hey, Wukong, what are you doing? I'm complimenting you. Wen Tianqi chuckled. Sighing, Son Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide. Who are those people? The others turned to look. a tall man with 3 eyes, a small white-faced boy floating in midair, and an elderly man clad in martial arts attire approached. Oh, that's Master Crane and his 2 disciples. You know Master Crane, right? He and Master Roshi are brothers, Wen Tianqi explained, stroking his chin. Trained under Master Roshi? Son Wukong and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how anyone could endure that old pervert. Just then, Master Crane approached, standing alongside Master Roshi. Both wearing displeased expressions and muttering indistinctly. Master Roshi also looked quite disdainful. Chapter 21. Bulma's victory and the emergence of the Demon King. Piccolo, why are you here? The Turtle Hermit scoffed. Why shouldn't I be? Came the nonchalant reply from the Crane Hermit. I'm here to find your little apprentice. I wanted to play with him. The Turtle Hermit's expression shifted to one of indignation. You think you can just waltz in here? The Crane Hermit suddenly froze. His gaze fixed on the smile of Wen Tianqi, visibly unnerved. Without uttering another word, he led the equally pale Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi away from the scene. What just happened? Son Wukong and Krillin exchanged bewildered looks as they watched the trio flee. Only the Turtle Hermit seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His eyes lingering on Wen Tianqi for a moment. May 7th, 753. The World Martial Arts Tournament has begun. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. A deep voice resonated across the vast outdoor arena as a man clad in a suit, sunglasses perched on his nose and microphone in hand, addressed the sea of spectators below. A grand banner adorned the center of the stage, elegantly proclaiming World's Best. Beneath it, a long row of seats housed the competitors along with several distinguished guests. At that moment, the host was introducing the attendees and expounding on the significance of the tournament. Let us get started. Yes, enough with the chatter. The audience, growing impatient with the host's lengthy preamble, began to shout in unison, interrupting him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, the host finally relented, saying, since everyone is so eager, let the games begin. With a thunderous roar, the crowd surged as 2 figures emerged from the throng, ascending the stage. These 2 contenders are the dark horses of this tournament and prime candidates for the championship. Who do you think will prevail? The host exclaimed passionately, scanning the audience for their reactions. Cut the suspense and reveal it already. The audience clamored, their impatience palpable. Very well, I shall unveil the answer. This young man in the yellow martial arts GI is likely to win the competition, for his master is the legendary god of martial arts, Turtle Hermit. His name is Krillin. What do you think? The host, brimming with enthusiasm, awaited the crowd's response. Then, a wave of cheers erupted. It's Krillin, the apprentice of the god of martial arts. He is bound to win. Remarkable. He will undoubtedly triumph. On stage, Krillin wore a grim expression. Had it not been for Wen Tianqi's presence, he might have felt emboldened. However, constant admonitions from Wen Tianqi had extinguished any fighting spirit within him. Begin. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, several matches concluded. And to everyone's astonishment, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Lot showcased formidable combat prowess, advancing to the finals. Even Bulma left Son Wukong in utter disbelief. How could you be so strong, Bulma? Son Wukong exclaimed, incredulous at his defeat. Hee, it's all thanks to Tianqi. My strength is impressive, right? Bulma replied with a triumphant smile, her gaze sparkling as it turned towards Wen Tianqi. Tianjin Fan, too, found himself bested by Chi-Chi, while Jiaozi was swiftly knocked out by Launch without a chance to retaliate. And the championess, the host proclaimed loudly, Bulma, as the announcement echoed. Bulma leapt for joy, exclaiming, I did it. I won the championship of the martial arts tournament. Congratulations, Bulma, Wen Tianqi said as he approached her, extending his arms for an embrace. No, I must thank you, Tianqi, Bulma exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight hug. Launch, we must train harder, Chi-Chi declared, clenching her fist defiantly. Absolutely. We can't let Bulma bask in glory alone, Launch agreed. The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded. Yet, Wen Tianqi suddenly called out to Krillin, who was about to leave. He couldn't let this young man face danger alone. He had no intention of wasting the Dragon Balls. Krillin, come dine with us. Wen Tianqi flashed a self-assured smile. Krillin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed. The 4 of them beamed with smiles, knowing Krillin wouldn't refuse. Indeed, he readily acquiesced. They made their way to a ramen shop and ordered a bowl of noodles. After finishing their meal, they stepped outside only to be met with a cacophony of screams. What is that? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. All right, it's my turn to take the stage. You all head back. Wen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. launching himself into the air. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Krillin and the others were left speechless. A monster. It was obliterated with a single punch. They marveled in disbelief. Pathetic, Wen Tianqi scoffed, a casual smile playing on his lips. He then soared into the sky, following the lingering energy of the monster toward the location of the Demon King Piccolo. Before long, a tremendous rumble echoed through the air. Upon landing, a massive crater formed beside the Demon King Piccolo. "Your time has come, Piccolo," Wen Tianqi declared disdainfully. Previously, the deity of the Heavenly Temple had entrusted him with the task of eliminating Piccolo, without mentioning that it would also lead to the deity's demise. Wen Tianqi had agreed, but was aware that a successor to Piccolo would eventually emerge. The Demon King Piccolo gritted his teeth, taken aback by the arrival of such a formidable human just as he was preparing to seek the Dragon Balls. "Are you after the Dragon Balls? Don't even think about it. They belong to me," Wen Tianqi replied with a serene smile, launching himself forward. A single punch. Bang. With a deafening crash. The Demon King Piccolo was sent flying. He could hardly fathom that a mere human could possess such strength. After all, he was the Demon King. Bang. A colossal foot landed squarely on Piccolo's chest, flattening him against the ground. "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you desire." The Demon King Piccolo's will the fight evaporated. His opponent was far too powerful. Spare you? Your existence is too much of a nuisance. I shall eliminate you," Wen Tianqi stated coolly. The color drained from the Demon King Piccolo's face as he realized he was about to meet his end here. Chapter 22, The Science Gather. The Birth of Offspring. King Piccolo wished to express something, yet ultimately, the words eluded him, for he was afforded no opportunity. A shadow of a fist manifested above King Piccolo, belonging to the formidable Wen Tianqi, who delivered a devastating blow that pierced through Piccolo's chest. Ag. King Piccolo howled in anguish, only to be sent soaring through the air by a swift kick from Wen Tianqi. "Vengeance, my child, avenge me." King Piccolo expelled an egg, preparing to cast it away. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as Wen Tianqi ascended into the air, approached him, and ensnared the egg with a net. "No, please no." Despair engulfed King Piccolo as he exploded into fragments. Grinning wickedly at the egg in his possession, Wen Tianqi mused, "You desire the Dragon Balls? Perhaps in your next life." He then secured King Piccolo's egg, contemplating it as his own little minion. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Temple, "God, how do you fare?" Bobo inquired with concern. "Bobo, I fear I am fading away. It seems Wen Tianqi has fulfilled his promise. I always knew his strength was far beyond appearances." The god replied, a serene smile gracing his features, indifferent to his impending demise. "Let my life come to an end." He closed his eyes, his form gradually becoming translucent, awaiting death's embrace. "God." Bobo bowed his head in sorrow. Yet, a minute later, Bobo lifted his gaze, perplexed. "God, why have you not vanished? Did Wen Tianqi pull back?" Bulma and the others gazed at the egg in Wen Tianqi's hands, their eyes wide with a mix of horror and curiosity. What is this?" Chi-Chi cautiously asked. "Could it be Wen Tianqi's offspring?" Cough. "Do not speculate wildly. This is King Piccolo's egg," Wen Tianqi coughed, hastily clarifying. "King Piccolo?" Son Wukong, Krillin, and Tianjin Han exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of who King Piccolo was. Only Master Roshi, astonished, pointed incredulously. "You have slain King Piccolo?" "One might say that. For within this egg resides not the original King Piccolo. You may consider it Piccolo too," Wen Tianqi revealed, flashing a bright smile. "What do you intend to do? Why did you not eliminate him?" "With your power, it should have been effortless." Master Roshi pondered silently before questioning Wen Tianqi. I merely had other intentions, fret not." "Old turtle, King Piccolo could never be my adversary." Wen Tianqi waved dismissively, placing the egg aside, and departed with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi. "Farewell, everyone," he said without looking back. The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words. "I must return to training. Next time, I will defeat Brother Tianqi," Son Wukong declared with determination. Master Roshi replied, "Wukong, I fear you may never achieve that." 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, after gathering the Dragon Balls once more, Wen Tianqi made another wish, acquiring the superpower of telekinesis. He named this ability with a flair, for it allowed him to forcibly halt, move, or redirect objects and beings. However, this power was not without limitations. It could not control entities that were too heavy or stronger than himself. Nonetheless, this ability was extraordinarily formidable, directly affecting physical objects. It was far superior to the abilities of Dumpling, making mundane tasks like drinking and eating exceedingly convenient. No movement required, a feast served at his command. Wen Tianqi's strength surged explosively, and under his guidance, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi's combat prowess had completely eclipsed that of the god of the Heavenly Temple. During the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, Wen Tianqi, relying solely on his telekinesis, claimed the championship and molded Piccolo II into his loyal subordinate. "Boss, you are truly incredible." Piccolo II, entirely green and filled with admiration, gazed up at Wen Tianqi, yearning to cling to his leg. "Ha ha ha, of course, just look at who I am." Wen Tianqi held his head high with pride. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others rolled their eyes at his arrogance, muttering, "Don't corrupt the youth." Concurrently, in an unknown location, a scion clad in battle attire prepared for something sinister, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust and cruelty. "Hee, Kakarot, my dear brother. I shall soon come for you. How could a feeble planet contain a powerful scion? I will make you aware of our strength." Another 3 years elapsed. The rate at which Wen Tianqi's power escalated far surpassed his own expectations. With the aid of the system, his strength had become unimaginable. And he sensed that in a few years, he might even transform into a super scion. Moreover, during these years, utilizing the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls, Wen Tianqi bestowed scion blood upon Krillin, Tianjin Han, Dumpling, and even Yamcha and Master Roshi, drawing them all into his alliance. Upon activation of Dumpling's scion bloodline, he underwent a remarkable transformation, no longer the same young boy, but a towering figure with a robust physique, his arms as thick as an average person's thigh, muscles bulging. Wen Tianqi assumed the role of leader, commanding a legion of Dragon Ball warriors. Through a particular medicine developed by Bulma, he unlocked a portion of the potential within young Piccolo, rendering him utterly devoted to Wen Tianqi, revering him as a deity. Moreover, there was one significant event. No, 3 monumental events. Wen Tianqi wed Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi. No one knew how he convinced the 3 young women and their families, but he seamlessly orchestrated a wedding, marrying all 3 beautiful maidens at once. This left onlookers envious, clutching their hearts in despair. However, Lan Chi declared her disinterest in having children. Thus, during these 3 years, Wen Tianqi and Bulma welcomed a son, Wen Qingfeng, while he and Chi-Chi had a daughter, Wen Lingying. Chapter 23. A comprehensive overthrow. The worthless with a combat power of merely 1,500. Remarkably, a child was born, possessing the bloodline of a scion. This revelation prompted Wen Tianqi to entertain a bold thought, albeit one difficult to actualize, considering he already had 3 wives. The notion of adding more sent shivers down his spine. He must continue to strengthen his physical form, for a robust physique is paramount. A man must be strong. Training. I shall train vigorously. In the gravity chamber, a direct enhancement of several hundred times. "Dad, brother took my snacks." Wen Lingying rushed over to report to Wen Tianqi. With a swift flick of his fingers, Wen Tianqi employed his telekinetic power to strike Wen Qingfeng's bottom, compelling the little rascal to surrender the snacks. Truly, each one of them was a handful. Bulma and Chi-Chi emerged from the laboratory, shaking their heads with sighs. Since having children, Bulma's demeanor had transformed. She was no longer the clumsy girl she once was. "It's all right, Bulma," with Tianqi watching over them. "They won't cause too much trouble," Chi-Chi replied with a gentle smile. Both women exuded an increasingly mature charm. Raising children had become rather tedious. The true excitement lay in training and battle. Lanky nonchalantly strolled out of the gravity chamber. Despite her words, she affectionately ruffled the hair of Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingying. "Tianqi, when will the science arrive?" "Goku's brother. How incredible." At that moment, a bald figure approached the door, announcing himself, Krillin, radiating an aura of strength. "Let us see. It seems the time has come," Wen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone turned their attention. Bulma dashed to the door, excitement lighting her face. "Tianqi, we've received information from a spacecraft detector. A small spaceship is en route to Earth and will land in the village in about 10 minutes. Goku's brother is coming." Even Wen Tianqi, usually composed, could not help but feel astonished. It seemed like it had only been a few days. How could he arrive so swiftly? He turned to Bulma and asked, "Are you certain the rest no mistake?" "Absolutely," Bulma affirmed vigorously. "All right, everyone prepare to give our guest a little shock." A peculiar smile spread across Wen Tianqi's face. A short while later, a resounding boom echoed through the air, followed by a series of muffled thuds, causing the eastern part of West City to tremble. Is this Earth? A man clad in the distinctive armor of planet Vegeta emerged from the open hatch, his left eye equipped with a device to measure combat power. And his long, dark hair billowing in the breeze. Raditz, Goku's brother. Without uttering a word, Raditz surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. A trembling farmer, armed with a gun, stared at him in fear. Beep, beep, beep. A combat power of only 5, how pathetic. Raditz smirked malevolently, raising his hand as if to take the man's life. Hey, are you Goku's brother? Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Who? Raditz turned in shock, sensing a presence nearby. He spotted a group of figures standing on a nearby hill. Who are you? Raditz frowned, suddenly experiencing a familiar aura, incredulous. Impossible. You are all Scions. How could this be? In the entire universe, aside from himself, only Vegeta, Nappa, and Kakarot should exist. Why were there suddenly so many Scions? Raditz felt a mix of despair and exhilaration. Ha ha ha, my kin, with your presence. Our Scion race shall soon dominate this universe. Raditz laughed heartily, but in an instant, his expression froze, his eyes widening in shock. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 1319. Chaozu. Combat power 1570. Yamcha. Combat power 1777. Tien. Combat power 1893. Goku. Combat power. Raditz numbly repeated. Combat power 3999. Lanky. Combat power 4060. Chi-Chi. Combat power 5000. Bulma. Gulping. Raditz could not suppress a shiver. What is happening? The once formidable Raditz, with a mere 1500 combat power, was now drenched in sweat. Unbelievable. Hey, you haven't even seen my combat power yet. A deep voice emanated from behind him. Raditz's eyes widened in alarm as he slowly turned, feeling an overwhelming pressure approach. Raditz hesitantly pressed the button on his power detector. Beep, beep, beep. The device began to register numbers at an alarming rate. Combat power 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, 19,000, 20,000. Boom! After a burst of sparks, Raditz hastily discarded the power detector, trembling uncontrollably. It's impossible. It can't be. Staring at the man before him, Raditz could hardly believe the staggering combat power surging higher. No. In a state of panic, Raditz took flight, attempting to flee. Wen Tianqi scoffed dismissively. A worthless being with a combat power of only 1,500. With that, he pointed 2 fingers at Raditz, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that obliterated him into fragments. Tianqi, is this man truly my brother? But why does he exude such malice? Goku observed the fallen Raditz without a trace of sorrow. You will soon understand. There exist many malevolent organizations in the universe, possessing immense power. You must continue your training. In a year, we shall set out for Namek. A smirk played on Wen Tianqi's lips as he resolved to lead his Scion crew beyond Earth. Their first destination, to conquer Namek and bring Frieza, the so-called cosmic overlord, to his knees. The depths of Wen Tianqi's strength were unfathomable. All right, I shall continue my training. So will I? Me too. We must increase our training intensity. We shall break free from Earth. Goku, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu all voiced their determination to continue their training. Their aspirations reached for the boundless expanse of the stars. Their saga was just beginning. Following Wen Tianqi, they would explore the entirety of the universe. Chapter 24. Racing towards the cosmos, are you all ready? Wen Tianqi stood in a clandestine base, facing his alliance team. Son Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, and Yamcha. Beside him were Bulma, Chi-Chi, Lanshi, along with his 2 beloved children, Yuan Xingfeng and Yuan Lingyin. His little brother Piccolo stood quietly beside him, hands at his sides, exuding a demeanor of obedience. Brother, you're incredible. There are only 8 of us left now, but thankfully, you're unharmed. Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that in just a few days, his elder brother had grown immensely powerful. The terrifying aura emanating from him sent shivers down Wukong's spine. He was truly formidable. Indeed, Wen Tianqi nodded, filled with pride, knowing that his cosmic team was finally embarking on their journey. Bulma, please share with everyone the analysis of the God Temple's celestial vessel, he said with a smile. Bulma replied, the celestial vessel is exceedingly advanced, crafted on planet Namek. The crowd gazed at her in astonishment, their minds overflowing with endless possibilities. Planet Namek, the legendary advanced world. Had its technology surpassed all our understanding? Can you elaborate on this celestial vessel? Son Wukong asked eagerly, springing up with excitement. Talking to you is pointless. You wouldn't comprehend anyway. But I shall give a brief introduction. Bulma rolled her eyes. Her gaze sparkled with enthusiasm as she continued. The vessel's shape is quite peculiar, resembling a gigantic wormhole. Yet it possesses an even greater mystery. It is constructed from a unique metal found on Namek, one that can withstand extreme temperatures and resist powerful cosmic radiation. Inside, it is filled with high-tech equipment, each device with its own distinct function. Some can analyze unknown planets, others can produce food and water, and some even allow for long-term stasis. Her voice was soft and enigmatic, evoking a palpable sense of the power she described. Each word breathed life into the celestial vessel, making it seem as though it hovered before them. In truth, the celestial vessel rested in the warehouse behind them. Imagining Bulma's words woven with magic, the group's thoughts drifted into the unknown cosmos, a high-tech spacecraft, immense in size, akin to a moving star. Its speed surpassed that of any terrestrial aircraft, capable of swiftly exiting the solar system once activated. The interior was equally wondrous, featuring living quarters, laboratories, and weapon systems, all imaginable facilities. The vivid imagery she painted left everyone in awe as they gazed at Bulma, envisioning a future filled with unprecedented possibilities. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Bulma's eyes as she spoke of Namek, the guardians of our universe and our allies. They wielded technological powers beyond our imagination, but their existence had drawn the attention of certain formidable forces. Tianqi mentioned that Namek seems to be targeted by a nefarious organization known as the Frieza Force. Bulma added, pausing slightly. Fear not, for Frieza's army was originally founded by King Cold, initially called the Cold Force. He gathered the elite Ginu force and recruited scions as mercenaries, such as Raditz and the remaining scions, to serve him. Eventually, the force was handed over to Frieza, who rebranded it as the Frieza Force, and now roams the universe unchallenged, declaring himself the Emperor of the universe. Wen Tianqi explained, presenting his PowerPoint slides. Wow, an intergalactic army. The Emperor of the universe is truly formidable. Mercenaries, even the scions, are subjugated. The crowd murmured, a hint of worry creeping in. Do not fret too much. Tianqi is exceptionally powerful and will confront the mightiest Frieza. The rest is up to us. Earth is our homeland. Our roots lie here, but Namek is our ally. We must all strive to grow stronger, so that the people of Earth are not oppressed. Bulma asserted, waving her hand dismissively. Yes, we shall defeat Frieza. Let us all strive together. Chi-Chi encouraged. At that moment, Lan Chi emerged from the laboratory, carrying a plethora of documents. This is the translation of the Namekian language. Bulma and I worked tirelessly for over half a month to complete it. Take a look, she announced, placing a stack of papers before everyone. What is this? It seems to be an exceedingly complex language, one remarked. Indeed, it seems quite difficult to comprehend, another added. This is the Namekian language. Do not underestimate it. Our everyday conversations and the vessel's communications utilize this translation, Lan Chi smiled. Now, please take a look. I believe you'll grasp it quickly. Then, Lan Chi began translating the documents into Namekian. Let me read a section, Wen Tianqi said as he scanned the text. This appears to say, remove that large package. Do not mind. This seems to imply, open that black metal box. Oh, this one is more incredible. It simply says, I love you all. Laughter erupted as everyone exchanged incredulous glances. Does Namekian also possess such romantic notions? Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien Shinhan began examining the Namekian language as well, translating their findings. This one says, hide quickly. Do not let others discover. Krillin deciphered first. This appears to say, hurry, the enemy will soon catch up. Tien Shinhan added after studying the documents. All right, let us depart. As everyone engaged in lively discussion, Bulma had already placed a flying device on the ground and activated it, startling the group. What is this? The Namekians are truly remarkable for inventing such advanced technology. This device is incredible. I want one too, they exclaimed. All right, everyone can take a look. We shall depart in 3 days, Bulma announced, witnessing the excitement on their faces. Chapter 25, Destination, Planet Namek. Oh, how delightful. Son Wukong joyfully gazed around, having never encountered such a sci-fi spacecraft before. Wen Tianqi chuckled, shaking his head. He too had been astonished the first time he laid eyes upon it. Dad, we want to go too. exclaimed the two little ones, Yuan Qingfeng and Yuan Lingyin, as they approached. Yuan Tianqi paused momentarily, preparing to speak. No. Bulma and Chi-Chi simultaneously reprimanded, their maternal instincts flaring up since becoming mothers, naturally wishing to protect the children from any peril. Woohoo! Yuan Qifeng clung to Yuan Tianqi's arm, while Yuan Ling grasped his leg, swaying adorably. All right, let the children join. I will ensure their safety. Yuan Tianqi said, unwilling to leave them behind upon seeing their eager faces. He was confident in his abilities. After all, Frieza was no match for him, especially with the Dragon Balls in hand, leaving no room for concern. Very well. Bulma nodded, conceding. Chi-Chi sighed, realizing there was no choice but to agree. 3 days later, the group finally boarded the technologically advanced spacecraft bound for planet Namek, their hearts brimming with excitement. Inside the vessel, they were awestruck by its sophisticated design. The soft lighting above cast a captivating ambience within the vast interior space of the ship, which was sleek and undeniably a product of Namek's craftsmanship. As they walked through the spacious corridors, the sound of their footsteps echoed, creating an atmosphere of solitude. Each step felt like a venture into the unknown, filled with novelty and anticipation. Their heartbeats quickened, for this was their first encounter with the formidable technology of planet Namek. They entered a magnificent cockpit, where the control panels, screens, and buttons glimmered with enigmatic lights. Every instrument was poised for action, as if awaiting a command to propel them into the depths of the universe. Truly astonishing, Tangent remarked, his voice reverberating within the cockpit. Indeed, it surpasses our Earth's technology by countless years, Yumucha added, a hint of despair in his voice at the overwhelming advancement. Fear not, we possess formidable strength. Our combat abilities rival those of the Namekians. Yuan Tianqi encouraged his companions. Yes, our fighting prowess is indeed formidable, Son Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm, prompting Krillin to roll his eyes and distance himself slightly. Laughter erupted among the group. Soon, they arrived at the control room, ready to initiate their journey. There, they gazed upon a mysterious device pulsating with strange light. The vast control panel displayed various data and information pertaining to the spacecraft's operations. Bulma and Chi-Chi, focused and composed, were diligently maneuvering the controls. How are things looking? Yuan Tianqi inquired, his tone affectionate as he observed their busy efforts. Rest assured, Tianqi, all data appears normal, Bulma and Chi-Chi replied with a smile. While Yuan Qingfeng and Yuan Lingyin dashed around excitedly. Their combat strength had significantly improved, now comparable to that of Raditz in his prime. Let us power up the ship and set forth for planet Namek. Yuan Tianqi declared with a confident smile, snapping his fingers. Off we go, Son Wukong shouted, quickly joining Krillin in the cockpit. With a flash, their immense spacecraft vanished into the night sky, leaving behind a gradually fading dot. Before long, the ship ignited, soaring into the heavens and venturing into the cosmic expanse, embarking on a new adventure. The universe, vast and mysterious, beckoned with its ungraspable allure. At that moment, the vessel breached the atmosphere, accelerating swiftly beyond the solar system. Son Wukong gazed at the wondrous cosmos, overwhelmed with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Is this the universe? Incredible!" His exclamation drew astonished glances from his companions. Indeed, is this the marvel of future technology? Remarkable, they collectively expressed, shaken by the experience of venturing beyond Earth. Even Yuan Tianqi shared in their awe. Look, a shooting star, Bulma suddenly called out. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong glanced upward to see a meteor streaking across the sky, trailing a luminous tail. Shooting star, he exclaimed in astonishment, his voice seeming diminutive amidst the vastness of space. Yet, the meteor was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Wow, how beautiful! A shooting star! Bulma and Chi-Chi exclaimed in unison, their faces radiating with excitement. Absolutely magnificent. Chi-Chi laughed heartily, her joy resonating beautifully in the vast cosmos. Yuan Tianqi also beamed with delight. He had never witnessed a meteor before and was thrilled to see one now. However, the meteor's disappearance was merely the beginning. Soon, a dazzling array of lights flickered throughout the mysterious cosmos as a cascade of meteors soared overhead, leaving the Earthlings, who had yet to fully grasp the universe's beauty, utterly mesmerized by the breathtaking spectacle. Yet, this beauty was short-lived, as the meteors began to plummet, some hurtling toward the spacecraft. Fortunately, Yuan Tianqi acted swiftly, averting what could have been a catastrophic incident. Phew, thank goodness for you, Tianqi, Bulma exclaimed, her heart racing from the near miss. Fear not, I've got everything under control. Wen Tianqi replied, confidence radiating from his smile. Subsequently, the journey continued smoothly, with no further mishaps. Everyone was elated, and excitement filled the air as they neared their destination. Now, we must prepare for hibernation, Krillin remarked, surveying the array of sleeping pods scattered about. Chapter 26. Arrival at Namek. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianqi tilted his head in contemplation and said, "Let us prepare ourselves. Time is of the essence. We must enter hibernation immediately." Very well. The group expressed no dissent. Months later, the planet Namek, distinctly different from Earth, emerged before their eyes. At this moment, Goku and the others had awakened, regaining their strength to face the forthcoming battles. "Is this Namek?" Kiki exclaimed, captivated by the planet's breathtaking beauty. "It is simply magnificent." "Indeed. This is Namek, the very destination of our journey." Wen Tianqi gazed into the distance at the resplendent Namek, his eyes shimmering with determination. "Dragon Balls, more powerful than those on Earth. I have arrived." Minutes later, the spaceship continued its voyage, swiftly approaching Namek. "At last, we have arrived." Wen Tianqi fixed his gaze upon the planet from the window, his heart racing in the stillness. His fingers glided gently across the control panel, as if orchestrating a symphony amidst the stars. Under Wen Tianqi's adept control, the spaceship descended silently upon this unknown world, like a phantom in the night sky. Bulma, Kiki, and Lan Shi exchanged knowing smiles, aware that Wen Tianqi had awaited this day with great anticipation. Beyond the three of them, no one truly comprehended the extent of Wen Tianqi's strength. "Is this truly your domain, Tianqi?" Kiki inquired, surveying the surroundings. "Indeed, this is my domain, Namek." Wen Tianqi responded, his gaze fixed upon the stunning planet. "Let us commence our training here." "Wonderful," Kiki cheered. "I can hardly wait." Goku, Krillin, and Bulma also radiated excitement. "Momentarily, you shall wait in a Namekian village while I scout for the Frieza force," Wen Tianqi instructed Bulma and the others, his expression brimming with confidence. "Understood. We shall follow your lead, Tianqi." They unanimously agreed, their spirits buoyed by his presence, as none had ventured beyond Earth before. Wen Tianqi nodded appreciatively, a smile gracing his face. These were his companions, his alliance, unwavering in their trust and support. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the planet ahead. The vista of Namek outside the window was both beautiful and enigmatic, with atmospheric hues resembling an unfinished canvas. Deep blues, fiery reds, and refreshing greens intertwined, transforming like a dreamscape. Stars twinkled outside, seemingly whispering tales of the unknown. As the spaceship landed, a subtle tremor rippled through the air. Wen Tianqi felt the tangible essence of the planet, his heart swelling with anticipation and curiosity. With a resounding roar, the entirety of the spacecraft shuddered. Yet none expressed fear. With a deep thud, Wen Tianqi opened the hatch, and a wave of invigorating air rushed towards him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness and mystery of this alien world. The scenery of Namek was unique, a verdant planet draped in vast expanses of trees and grass. Stepping out of the spaceship onto this unfamiliar terrain, he was awestruck by the beauty before him. The ground beneath his feet seemed to call out, its essence unmistakably singular. "Is this an extraterrestrial world, Namek?" Bulma marveled. "Indeed, this is Namek. Now, let us seek out the Frieza force," Wen Tianqi declared, his gaze sharp and resolute. "Fantastic. Tianqi, let us journey to Namek," Kiki exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Goku and Krillin shared in their exhilaration, eager to discover the fabled science. Wen Tianqi frowned slightly, chiding. "Did I not just say for you to wait here while I investigate? Stay united, and aside from Frieza, none will pose a threat to you." The group sighed in resignation. "Very well, Tianqi, we shall heed your counsel. Rest for now. I shall gauge the intentions of the Frieza force. I will not reveal myself unless provoked," Wen Tianqi affirmed. "All right." Goku and the others responded, then departed. "Tianqi, please exercise caution. Remember to stay united and avoid recklessness," Bulma advised. "Rest assured, you know my capabilities all too well," Wen Tianqi replied, suddenly leaping into the air, transforming into a brilliant streak of white light as he ascended into the sky with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. After flying for 2 hours, Wen Tianqi encountered numerous Namekians resembling deities with their verdant skin. At that moment, a Frieza Force spaceship descended slowly from the sky, emanating a chilling aura that instilled a sense of dread. Wen Tianqi's target was these ships. He aimed to confront the Frieza Force head-on. As he neared the vessels, A sudden red energy beam shot forth from one of the ships, targeting him directly. He swiftly dodged this assault with remarkable agility. However, this was merely the beginning. Countless laser beams surged towards him, yet Wen Tianqi adeptly deflected them all. A bunch of miscreants. Wen Tianqi seethed, raising his hand as a torrent of energy erupted skyward, resembling a silver dragon, exuding overwhelming pressure as it plummeted toward the ships below. With a resounding crash, the energy descended like a torrential downpour upon the vessels, obliterating them into a cascade of debris. One ship was destroyed, yet the assault did not cease. The second, third, all met the same fate. Damn it! A furious roar echoed from within as two scions clad in battle attire descended. Upon seeing them, Wen Tianqi paused momentarily, then broke into a grin. These two scions were none other than Vegeta and Nappa, dressed similarly to Raditz, albeit with noticeably less hair. Reflecting on Raditz, Wen Tianqi felt a twinge of regret for not sparing him, pondering what a Super Saiyan 3 might have looked like. Chapter 27. Tormenting Vegeta, especially Nappa, who was entirely hairless, stirred a curiosity within Wen Tianqi's heart. He pondered, should Nappa transform into a Super Saiyan? What would become of his lack of hair? Vegeta? Wen Tianqi immediately recognized the two figures before him and murmured softly to himself. With his keen perception, he effortlessly discerned their identities. Who are you? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowing. Wen Tianqi chuckled. Who am I? Let me put it this way. I was the one who killed Raditz. Surely, you must be aware of that? You actually killed Raditz. How did you come to be here? Vegeta questioned, his voice raspy as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Nappa, standing beside him, appeared visibly agitated. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianqi's smile widened. I am here. Of course, to defeat you. No. Vegeta shook his head defiantly, retorting, I will not allow you to succeed. You cannot fathom the might of a scion. Then let us see, Wen Tianqi replied, a playful grin gracing his face. I am indeed quite formidable. With that, he raised a hand, and a surge of energy erupted skyward, transforming into a colossal silver dragon that charged toward Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, raising his own hand to unleash a wave of energy. The clash between the two scions was imminent. With a resounding boom, their energy waves collided in mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion that painted the sky crimson. The ground trembled as energy waves rippled outward from the epicenter of the explosion. Below, the sea boiled and churned, sending sprays of water high into the air. Both Vegeta and Nappa felt an overwhelming pressure squeezing their bodies. Good. You possess some strength. Vegeta revealed a cruel smile. Nappa, allow me to engage him, Nappa declared, clenching his fists and stepping forward to confront Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi remained calm, betraying no hint of anxiety. He replied nonchalantly, then let me witness your power. Another resounding crash echoed as energy waves collided with Nappa's fist, unleashing torrents of energy that radiated outward. The earth quaked, mountains were uprooted, and the ocean surged with towering waves, some crashing towards Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa staggered backward, blood trickling from his mouth. Haha, you are strong, but my true power has yet to be revealed. Now, allow me to show you my real strength. Nappa sneered, energy gathering around him. An energy sphere swirled in front of him, emitting formidable power. Wen Tianqi chuckled dismissively, for he had barely exerted himself, merely toying with Nappa. With yet another thunderous roar, the two figures separated. Wiping the blood from his lips, Nappa sneered, your strength is impressive. But do you truly believe I possess no trump card? As he spoke, energy surged within him, his aura erupting like a ferocious beast charging towards Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi remained unfazed, calmly stating, then let us see. A deafening explosion followed as their energy waves collided once more, releasing a torrent of power that spread outward. The ground shook, mountains were lifted, and the ocean roiled violently. Below, waves of energy emanated from the tumultuous waters. Nappa was mercilessly battered, his form reduced to mere fragments. Wen Tianqi observed Vegeta with an amused expression. Impossible. A battle power of 30,000. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Wen Tianqi, incredulity etched upon his face. This cannot be. How could you possess such formidable power? Who are you? Vegeta was aghast as the battle power detector emitted a rapid series of beeps. Wen Tianqi extended his right hand, the ring on his index finger glowing with a soft silver light, and a laser beam shot forth. Oh, Vegeta sensed impending doom, unleashing a terrifying aura as his battle power surged beyond 20,000, reaching 24,000. Yet, he was still caught off guard by Wen Tianqi's energy wave, which struck him. Wen Tianqi's charged attack came like a fierce gale, instantly crashing into Vegeta, driving him into the ground and creating a massive crater. Rocks shattered, Thunderous booms echoed, and dust enveloped the area, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Nearby spaceships halted, all eyes fixed on the immense crater. Unable to believe that the usually invincible Vegeta had not even put up a fight. The ground trembled, dust swirled, and Vegeta's battle suit was instantly torn apart. His body soaring like a broken kite through the debris, crashing heavily in the distance. As the dust settled, Vegeta struggled to rise. His face covered in grime, yet still retaining his pride and coldness, albeit in a pitiful state, blood seeping from his lips, and one arm broken. However, when he saw Wen Tianqi preparing to unleash energy once more, an unprecedented terror gripped him. Vegeta's form appeared small and powerless in the radiance of the energy. His eyes brimmed with fear, as if he were staring at his own demise. He wished to flee, but his legs faltered in terror. Vegeta. Wen Tianqi suddenly paused, leaving Vegeta perplexed. Go and train. Return to seek your vengeance. You are far too weak now. Wen Tianqi spoke calmly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. You find me uninteresting. Vegeta erupted, a powerful aura exploding forth, a regal presence emanating from him, silver light swirling around his body. I am the proud prince of the Scions, Vegeta. I shall not be defeated. Ah! Vegeta roared towards the heavens, his momentum awe-inspiring. Chapter 28. After tormenting Vegeta. Seek out Zabo. Vegeta's words were yet to be fully articulated when a mere flick of Wen Tianqi's finger unleashed a formidable shockwave that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta's form tumbled through the air, engulfed in a cloud of explosive smoke and flames, before landing heavily upon the earth. The surrounding foes were struck with astonishment. The sheer magnitude of this power surpassed their wildest imaginings, igniting a wave of panic among them. They began to retaliate against Wen Tianqi. As ships surged forth from all directions, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the ground. Simultaneously, with another flick of his finger, Wen Tianqi released a torrent of potent energy that struck one of the ships with blinding speed. The vessel erupted into a fiery explosion, debris scattering in all directions. And the shockwave from the blast compromised the integrity of other nearby ships, inflicting varying degrees of damage upon them. Struggling against the odds, Vegeta rose once more. The honor of a Scion prince demanded that he not succumb. He yearned to unleash a piercing energy wave. Yet his body felt as though it were on the brink of collapse. I am the Prince of Scions. Vegeta bellowed with a feral intensity. Wen Tianqi regarded Vegeta's defiance with a cold smirk. With a dismissive gesture, he effortlessly dissipated Vegeta's attack. In an instant, his form vanished, reappearing behind the beleaguered Scion. A swift strike to Vegeta's back sent him careening through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground, lying supine, unable to rise again. In utter despair, Vegeta whimpered, tears of frustration welling up within him. The overwhelming force he faced mirrored the insurmountable strength of Frieza. What a pity! Wen Tianqi sighed, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Yet, your despair brings me delight. I can hardly wait to witness your limits. Are you prepared? His tone turned suddenly frigid, and an icy glimmer ignited within his gaze. With a swift motion, he vanished, reappearing beside other warriors. A massive wave of energy radiated from him, causing those warriors to tremble uncontrollably, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Their eyes widened in terror as they instinctively retreated from Wen Tianqi. All of you, attack! He roared, and in that instant, the energy surged forth, sweeping outward with devastating force. The atmosphere crackled with energy, colliding violently, as ships succumbed to the onslaught, obliterated in an instant. Ah, no, please don't kill me. Great warrior, spare me. The air was filled with anguished cries as many were caught in the energy's wake. Their bodies disintegrated into bloody fragments. When the tempest of energy subsided, Wen Tianqi had vanished, leaving behind only a pile of wreckage. Sensing an ominous presence, Wen Tianqi recalled the intel on Frieza's army. This must be Zabo, a capable lieutenant known for his ability to enhance his power through transformation. Wen Tianqi's speed was astonishing, surpassing all expectations. Soon, he encountered a striking figure, a handsome man with green hair and blue skin, his physique perfectly proportioned. This one is nearly as handsome as I am. He must be eliminated. Wen Tianqi thought, fury igniting within him. Zabo had been preoccupied with the injured Namekian, oblivious to the impending danger. By the time he sensed it, it was already too late. A violet beam shot forth from Wen Tianqi's hand, striking Zabo directly. The impact sent him hurtling into a nearby hill, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar, echoing like a clap of thunder. The ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake, rocks loosened, fissures spider-webbing across the surface, soil torn asunder, and trees uprooted. The cacophony of destruction reverberated through the valley, creating a chaotic symphony. Onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. No, this is impossible. Who are you? How can you possess such immense power? Zabo shouted, struggling to regain his footing. The violet beam had torn through his green robe, leaving it in tatters. His one-stepper hairstyle had transformed into a wild mess, shattering his gentlemanly facade. You are a scion? Zabo gasped, astonished. Could this individual truly be one of the fabled scions? Yet, hadn't Vegeta claimed that only a few had survived? A scion? Wen Tianqi chuckled coldly. Keep guessing with those canine eyes of yours. However, I am here today to eradicate you lowly beings. You. Zabo's expression darkened. He was incensed that Wen Tianqi did not recognize him. If you do not know me, allow me to introduce myself. With a furious roar, Zabo transformed, donning a green battle suit that enveloped him. His body swelled, and the once handsome figure was replaced by a grotesquely muscular brute. With a resounding thud, Zabo morphed into a massive green giant, his physique now double its former size, muscles rippling, green hair standing on end, exuding an aura of terror. He is transformed, Wen Tianqi noted, raising an eyebrow. Zabo's base power level was likely 23,000 post-transformation. It must have surged to around 32,000. That's nearly on par with one of my fingers. Meanwhile, an ugly, bizarre alien approached. Chiu-yi, come help me. This guy is formidable. Zabo cried out upon spotting Chiu-yi. What? Chiu-yi gasped, astonished that even Zabo perceived this opponent as a threat. The warrior in the sky had an astonishing power level. Clearly, this foe was stronger than Zabo. Such a challenger should indeed be dealt with by Zabo himself. However, Chiu-yi hesitated, uncertain about whether to intervene. Curse it. What are you hesitating for? This individual is a scion. Only by combining our strengths can we hope to defeat him. Chapter 29. Chiu-yi, the double kill of Sabo. A scum with a combat power of 32,000. Sabo discerned Chiu-yi's hesitation, his fury igniting. Yet, at that moment, Wen Tianqi suddenly vanished from Chiu-yi's sight. Behind him lay only the night and silence. Abruptly, a tremendous force surged from behind. Instinctively, he dodged, but the opponent's attack was too swift and fierce, striking his waist. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him as his body flipped in the air, ultimately crashing to the ground. His waist was injured, and the agony was unbearable. Chiu-yi screamed. He then lifted his gaze, only to find Wen Tianqi standing before him, a cruel smile etched upon his face. A glint of murderous intent sparkled in his eyes, filling Chiu-yi's heart with dread. Fear enveloped him. His heart raced like a frantic drum, pounding violently within his chest. His eyes widened, breaths came in gasps, and every pore was saturated with terror. The world before him blurred, everything shrouded in shadow. Just as he teetered on the brink of being consumed by fear, Wen Tianqi suddenly moved. His movements were as swift as lightning, eluding capture. His body unleashed a terrifying shockwave, akin to a mountain torrent, unstoppable. The shockwave radiated outward instantly, the air seemingly cleaved by an immense, invisible blade, emitting a piercing whistle. Surrounding trees were uprooted, stone walls trembled, and even the earth seemed to quake. Chiu-yi was hurled backward by this force, his body tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing forcefully to the ground. He felt a suffocating sensation in his chest, sweetness rising in his throat, followed by a metallic tang. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He looked up at Wen Tianqi, who stood unwavering, exuding an overwhelming presence. His eyes blazed like two infernos, radiating intense light. His garments billowed in the wind, resembling a mighty eagle poised to take flight. A chill gripped Chiu-yi's heart. He comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Wen Tianqi. He yearned to rise, yet his body lay paralyzed. His gaze brimmed with despair. He recognized that the opportunity for victory had slipped away. At that moment, Wen Tianqi began to approach Chiu-yi, each step steady and powerful. Chiu-yi's body trembled involuntarily, a profound sense of hopelessness consuming him. He understood that he could not escape this fate of defeat. No, spare me. Chiu-yi wept upon his knees. The aura emanating from Wen Tianqi struck Chiu-yi as being even more formidable than that of the Ginu force. He felt utterly devoid of any fighting spirit, merely trembling in anticipation of death. Wen Tianqi sneered disdainfully, his laughter reminiscent of a frigid winter gale, imbued with arrogance and contempt. With a sudden, commanding shout, his voice reverberated like a collapsing mountain, shaking the very soul. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he gathered an invisible force within his palms, a torrent of energy brimming with overwhelming might, akin to a tempest. Chiu-yi stood across from him, his countenance darkened. He regarded Wen Tianqi, eyes flickering with resentment and anxiety. He knew he could not evade this decisive confrontation. Clenching his fists, a dark purple aura of malevolence enveloped him, a sinister power from the abyss that sent chills down one's spine. Wen Tianqi gazed coldly at Qiu Yi, his stare as sharp as a knife, seemingly piercing through Qiu Yi's very soul. With a subtle wave of his hand, the invisible force surged toward Qiu Yi like a tidal wave. Qiu Yi roared, the dark energy within him intensifying. He clasped his hands together, shouting, "No!" The dark purple shockwave surged before him, resembling a menacing specter. With a sudden thrust of his hands, the shockwave surged forth like a raging dragon emerging from the sea. Colliding with Wen Tianqi's laser beam, a thunderous roar erupted in the air, reminiscent of the heavens splitting apart. The shockwave scattered, obliterating everything in its wake. Dust engulfed the sky, shrouding the world in a cataclysmic haze. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the entire universe had plunged into oblivion. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in ruins. Surrounding structures were decimated, the ground marred with deep fissures resembling the claw marks of a colossal beast. People stood in shock, eyes wide with horror and uncertainty. Qiu Yi's figure had vanished amidst the dust, leaving only echoes reverberating in the air. On the ground lay a massive crater spanning hundreds of meters, with Sabo standing at its edge, his gaze vacant. He raised his head to behold a distant silhouette, Wen Tianqi. A surge of fear coursed through Sabo. He was uncertain of his ability to triumph over Wen Tianqi. Yet he knew he must give it his all. Drawing a deep breath, he braced himself for the impending battle. Wen Tianqi regarded Sabo coldly, his eyes reflecting a chilling ruthlessness. He advanced towards Sabo deliberately, each step exuding menace and peril. Sabo's heart raced, his body quivering. Nevertheless, he understood retreat was not an option. He tightened his fists, preparing to strike. As the distance between them diminished, their breaths intertwined in the air. Suddenly, Sabo launched his attack, his body shooting toward Wen Tianqi like a bolt of lightning. Wen Tianqi chuckled mockingly, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly evade Sabo's strike. He retaliated swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to Sabo's chest. Sabo's body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his body could no longer bear its own weight. Wen Tianqi approached Sabo, gazing down at him. A cruel smile graced his lips as he declared, "You are truly pathetic. A mere scum with a combat power of only 32,000. Not even reaching 100,000 combat power. Utterly laughable." Wen Tianqi relished the sensation. Savoring the words of Raditz, it was a delight to express such disdain. Sabo raised his head, eyes brimming with despair and hatred. "You will face dire consequences. You cannot fathom the terror of Lord Frieza. He is the sovereign of the entire universe. His combat power will send shivers down your spine. And I shall await you in the underworld." With a flick of his finger, Wen Tianqi unleashed a small orb of light that struck Sabo. An ear-splitting explosion ensued, obliterating Sabo along with the nearby hill, sending debris skyward, rendering the remaining survivors of Frieza's army to mere remnants. "Humph, scum. Just a plaything for me." Did you truly believe it was anything more? Wen Tianqi stood suspended in the air, a sinister smile illuminating his face. "You know nothing of my true power." Chapter 30. Who was here to deliver death? The arrival of the Ginu force. On the distant planet Namek, amidst the profound expanse of outer space, a spacecraft materialized abruptly. Its peculiar design, characterized by graceful curves, seemed to merge futuristic technology with an aura of ancient mystique. The vessel accelerated towards Namek, streaking like a meteor across the silent interstellar void. With a thunderous roar, it pierced the atmosphere, transcending the limits of speed. As the ship approached, the surface of Namek and its structures loomed larger, becoming distinctly visible to the naked eye. The spacecraft landed with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Coincidentally, it touched down not far from where Wen Tianqi had just come to a halt. Who dares to bring death? Wen Tianqi, taken aback, gazed at the spacecraft. And with a flicker of movement, he glided towards it. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the Ginu force's ship, illuminating the surroundings. One by one, figures emerged from the vessel, their bodies spinning gracefully in the air before swiftly forming into an eccentric team. This group appeared rather comical, composed of multiple physiques, with some members somersaulting in midair while others stood firmly on the ground. Their statures varied, some towering, others diminutive, and some extraordinarily broad. Their skin tones and appearances differed as well, featuring hues of blue, red, and green. All were clad in combat uniforms. Riku, Bart, Jisoo, Guldo, Jinyu. Assemble. Ginu force. Among them was Guldo, short with green skin and 4 eyes. Riku, sporting a pineapple-shaped head. Bart, the tallest with blue skin, Jisoo, with red skin and flowing white hair, and Ginu, the leader, with lavender skin and 2 black horns atop his head, Wen Tianqi. The 6 stared at each other, wide-eyed. Clap, clap, clap. Wen Tianqi applauded suddenly, a broad smile revealing his pearly whites. What circus do you hail from? Your performance is splendid. He commended the Ginu force with enthusiasm. We are the Ginu force. Are you seeking death? They nearly chorused in unison. A Ginu force, is it? Wen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin with an amused expression. Oh, I see you're frightened now. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Let me see your combat power, Ginu commanded, pressing a button on his scouter. Beep beep beep. 25,000? Ginu exclaimed, slightly astonished. No wonder he is so audacious. Captain, allow me to play with him. Bart stepped forward, a radiant smile gracing his face. Very well. Just don't kill him, Ginu waved dismissively. Kid, you dare to provoke the Ginu force? Bart, will show you my might. I am the universe's fastest, Bart sneered, slowly advancing to instill a sense of dread in Wen Tianqi. Ha ha ha, the universe's fastest? You truly are a frog in a well. Wen Tianqi laughed heartily. With a swift motion, he vanished, reappearing beside Bart before the latter could react. A chill gripped Bart's neck, and in an instant, he was rendered unconscious. The remaining 4 gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them. No, Bart gasped, his eyes wide. This was impossible. His body writhed in agony. Yet his head rolled away from his body with a sickening thud. Blood splattered as his head hit the ground, and his final breath escaped him, leaving behind a visage of terror and struggle that was etched in the memories of all present. In a mere moment, the so-called universe's fastest had been vanquished. The remaining Ginu members turned serious, their expressions sobering. Impossible. Bart must have been careless, Riku exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes, hastily pressing the scouter again. Beep beep beep. The reading remained at 25,000. You concealed your power. Jisoo and the others shared the same suspicion, yet the scouter's readings offered no deception. Something was amiss. Ginu furrowed his brow, realizing that despite the scouter's accuracy, the speed at which Wen Tianqi had dispatched Bart was astonishing, nearly on par with his own abilities. Indeed. We were too careless. For Bart's sake, we must retaliate. With a shared glance of determination, Riku, Jisoo, and Guldo charged forward without hesitation. Foolishness, Wen Tianqi scoffed, vanishing once more, only to reappear behind Jisoo. Swish. With a deft strike, Jisoo's head separated from his body, blood pouring forth and staining the ground. Swish, swish, swish. In rapid succession, Riku and Guldo met the same fate. No. Ginu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process the unfolding tragedy. Beep beep beep. The scouter's reading skyrocketed. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 530,000. How is this possible? Ginu stood in shock, trembling, his face a mask of disbelief. The opposing fighter possessed a combat power of 530,000, surpassing his own capabilities by an entire tier. Impossible. You cannot possess such power. It must be false. Ginu roared in fury, refusing to accept that a mere human could rival the might of Frieza himself. With a resounding crash, he hurled the scouter to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Panting heavily, Ginu stared incredulously at Wen Tianqi, aware that his opponent was genuinely formidable, yet unwilling to concede that he could be outmatched to such an extent. Chapter 31. The Might of Ginu, 530,000 Battle Power. It is utterly impossible for you to reach the strength of King Frieza. King Frieza is the supreme ruler of the universe. You can never attain his battle prowess. Ginu clenched his fists and shouted vehemently. The supreme ruler of the universe? Wen Tianqi scoffed. Do you understand what an artificial being is? Are you familiar with Cell? Have you heard of Majin Buu? Frieza couldn't even withstand a single finger from them. Well, it seems you are unaware of all this. Wen Tianqi sighed, observing Ginu's perplexed expression, and continued, surely you know of Frieza's brother and his father. Their battle power far surpasses that of Frieza. Ginu, how do you know so many powerful beings? I have never even heard of them. You see, you know nothing at all. Wen Tianqi stroked his chin, recalling something, and said with a mysterious smile, did you know that Frieza can transform? Ginu, I did not know that. Enough with the chatter. Wen Tianqi erupted with an immense aura, laughing as he spoke. Is this level of battle power enough to terrify you? If you were to learn of Frieza's true battle power, you would surely be petrified. Who Who are you? Jinyu's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his brow. Me? Hiki, Wen Tianqi chuckled. I am the future strongest being in the universe. As he spoke, Wen Tianqi unleashed a colossal wave of energy, as if intending to tear the very sky asunder. The surrounding buildings and trees were consumed by this overwhelming force, reduced to rubble. In the face of this annihilating energy wave, all resistance was futile. Ginu was instantly sent hurtling away by Wen Tianqi's shockwave, crashing through several small hills before landing with a resounding splash in a small lake, sending towering waves hundreds of meters high into the air. Gurgling, Ginu spat out a mouthful of lake water, surfacing from the depths. At that moment, he heard Wen Tianqi's voice beside him. How does it feel? Is it not utterly despairing? Those words struck Ginu like a thunderbolt, causing his body to shudder violently. Despite the excruciating pain, he looked up to see Wen Tianqi standing effortlessly on the surface of the lake, a playful and disdainful expression on his face. Ginu's lips quivered, unable to utter a sound. Wen Tianqi gazed at Ginu with a calm yet chilling demeanor, instilling an unprecedented sense of terror within him. Ginu let out a desperate roar, his eyes filled with fear and hopelessness. He did not wish to die, nor did he want to lose his life at this moment. Ginu summoned all his strength, striving for a final struggle, desperate to escape this dreadful fate. Like a cornered beast, he fought frantically, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. However, Wen Tianqi did not grant him that opportunity. He effortlessly dodged Ginu's attacks, swiftly countering. A powerful punch struck Ginu in the abdomen, causing him excruciating pain, followed by a kick to his chest that sent him crashing to the ground. Ginu felt his vitality rapidly draining away. He did not wish to perish so easily. Struggling to rise, he launched an all-out attack against Wen Tianqi. Yet, his assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Wen Tianqi. With a chilling smile, Wen Tianqi struck Ginu's face, slamming his head into the ground. Ginu's body lay powerless on the ground, and in that terrifying moment, the earth was stained red with his blood. King Frieza will avenge me. Ginu gasped, his body covered in blood, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wen Tianqi glanced at Ginu's corpse, unable to suppress a sneer. This fellow was far too weak. Against Frieza's true battle power, he would likely be crushed effortlessly. The weak have no voice. Wen Tianqi sighed and turned to leave. He did not venture far, for the commotion was far too significant. Someone would surely arrive shortly. He anticipated Frieza's arrival with eagerness. 4. Wen Tianqi retrieved several large Dragon Balls from his waist pouch. Hiki, the dragon of Namek, appears to be far more formidable than the one on Earth. He mused with anticipation. Subsequently, he stored the Dragon Balls away, as he had yet to gather them all and needed to wait for Bulma and the others. What an overwhelming and malevolent aura. Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow, glancing skyward with piercing, profound eyes, as if capable of transcending endless time and space. This aura. In an instant, Wen Tianqi deduced, could it be Frieza? Realizing this, his gaze flickered. He had not expected this individual to arrive so swiftly. It seemed imperative to confront him. Far from this location, Frieza stared at the screen before him, which displayed the battle between Wen Tianqi and Ginu. This fool dares to challenge me. Frieza clenched his fists, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He had returned far earlier than anticipated. It seemed necessary to demonstrate my power. Limitations aside, let us commence with the plan. Frieza spoke coldly. Yes. An elite soldier beside him nodded nervously. Everything was prepared, and they could begin their action. King Frieza. Indeed. Frieza nodded, and the others sprang into action. Soon after, Frieza piloted his battle spacecraft towards the planet Namek. Hiki, Wen Tianqi. You shall be considered my first true opponent. The others are hardly worth mentioning. Meanwhile, in another part of Namek, Vegeta was searching desperately for the Dragon Balls, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This is impossible, Vegeta murmured, struggling to accept the recent revelations. He could hardly fathom that Wen Tianqi had slain the Ginu force. Those elite warriors, once formidable, now lay vanquished at his feet. Wen Tianqi, he is simply too powerful. Vegeta lamented, acutely aware of his own inadequacy compared to him. Vegeta's heart brimmed with feelings of defeat. He had always considered himself among the elite warriors of the universe, yet now he was forced to acknowledge the vast chasm between himself and Wen Tianqi. Chapter 32. The Grand Elder of Namek. Frieza has arrived. The only course of action was to seek out the Dragon Balls and wish for greater power. In the next moment, Vegeta's fighting spirit ignited like a raging inferno. He could not afford to fail, nor allow his pride to be trampled upon. He scoured the surroundings for any trace of the Dragon Balls, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the land. His heart raced, akin to a swallow suspended on a precipice, each beat sending a thrill of apprehension through him. Meanwhile, in a distant village, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and launch were engaged in joyful play, completely devoid of any sense of tension. Elsewhere, Din was conversing with a group of Namekians, their expressions a blend of excitement, confusion, and inexplicable relief. You mean to say that my other self, the god of the sacred land, the original Piccolo, escaped from Namek all those years ago? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at a towering Namekian who was none other than the Grand Elder. Indeed, that was a long, long time ago. Many years passed. Namek endured a cataclysmic climatic disaster that rendered the entire planet desolate, nearly annihilating all forms of life. It was a heart-wrenching moment. Piccolo and I happened to be far removed from the planet's core during the calamity, which allowed us to survive, the Grand Elder recounted. A deep sorrow and nostalgia etched across his features. Namek was our home, a vessel of our history and culture. In that disaster, everything vanished, leaving only Piccolo, myself, and these ancient ruins. Yes, one of those individuals is indeed me, the Grand Elder reflected, the memories of the horrifying disaster resurfacing. The Grand Elder, a kind and sagacious elder, vividly described the scenes of devastation. The other is your original form, Piccolo, he explained with a warm smile directed at him. Piccolo nodded silently, clearly moved by the elder's words. They both understood that without each other, they might not have persevered. The group seemed to envision the dire circumstances of that time. The planet had been besieged by violent climatic shifts, temperatures plummeted, fierce winds howled, and torrential rains fell. The ground cracked open with gaping fissures as if the claws of a demon sought to rend the planet apart. The sky turned an ominous gray, heralding the apocalypse. In the midst of this calamity, many Namekians succumbed to their fates, swept away by the merciless storm, their bodies transforming into meteors across the cosmos. Their homeland lay in ruins, once a flourishing oasis now reduced to an inhospitable wasteland. The Grand Elder recounted witnessing his kin being swallowed by the disaster, helplessly kneeling in prayer for divine protection. When Bulma inquired how Piccolo had evaded such calamity, the Grand Elder's gaze deepened. He revealed that Piccolo had been engaged in a crucial experiment at the planet's depths, caught off guard by the sudden disaster. However, being an astute and quick-witted Namekian, Piccolo utilized his technological prowess to evade the catastrophe, ultimately escaping to Earth aboard his spacecraft. This recollection was a painful burden for the Grand Elder. His eyes filled with sorrow and regret. The lost lives remained an indelible ache within his heart. Yet, his gaze grew resolute, though our home is no more. We must strive for survival. We cannot allow the civilization of Namek to fade away. We must rebuild our lives. Your confidence stems from that man named Wen Tianqi. Does it not? The Grand Elder inquired. Indeed, it is Tianqi who has instilled in us this faith, Bulma replied emphatically, her confidence in Wen Tianqi's strength radiating among her companions. Young ones, I admire your courage. However, you must understand that our adversaries are a dreadful scourge, the Frieza force. Known for their cruelty and greed, reveling in slaughter. Their leader, Frieza, is a formidable demon, reputed as the mightiest in the cosmos, with an unfathomable level of combat prowess. There is no Namekian capable of matching him, the Grand Elder warned, his voice heavy with gravity. Your ally, Wen Tianqi, faces a daunting challenge against Frieza. It matters not. We believe in Tianqi. He can defeat Frieza, Chi-Chi asserted firmly. So do I, Bulma concurred. I also trust in the strength of our leader, Piccolo added, as the rest of their companions echoed similar sentiments, expressing unwavering faith in Wen Tianqi. Then I hope to receive good news from you soon. I wish you all the best, the Grand Elder concluded, turning to depart. In another realm, Frieza's ship had just landed. He emerged slowly, his figure exuding a solitary yet haughty aura. His crimson eyes glimmered with a chilling light, a sinister grin gracing his face, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. He looked down at Wen Tianqi standing below him and coldly remarked, So, it is you who wishes to challenge me? Wen Tianqi stood resolutely, his gaze calm. He offered Frieza a slight smile, devoid of fear, only embodying defiance. Yes, Frieza, I am indeed the one you seek. Frieza's eyes momentarily widened in surprise before erupting in laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the cosmos as if mocking Wen Tianqi's audacity. He looked down upon Wen Tianqi, his voice dripping with scorn. You? With such meager combat power? His tone was as sharp and cold as a blade aimed at Wen Tianqi. Frieza glanced at the reading on his scouter. 100,000? Not bad, he mused. If you think this is all my power, you are gravely mistaken. Wen Tianqi replied with an enigmatic smile. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from within Wen Tianqi, his combat power soaring to unprecedented heights. His body radiated a dazzling light, resembling an invincible warrior from the cosmos. Now, take a closer look. Chapter 33, Frieza's transformation. Frieza gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that this wretch would possess a battle power of 530,000. You can control your energy to such an extent? Frieza mused, stroking his chin in astonishment. Yet he felt no concern for his opponent's formidable power. You could say that, Wen Tianqi replied, tilting his head. It's somewhat akin to your various transformation stages. Wen Ti, you agree? Are you aware of my transformations? Frieza chuckled, covering his lips with a hand, his laughter resonating with amusement. If that is the case, let me show you my second transformation. Suddenly, the crimson hue of Frieza's eyes intensified, and then they began to blur, the light overlapping. Moments later, his body was enveloped in a layer of deep red armor. Second transformation. Crimson energy erupted from within him, a powerful aura surging forth like a tidal wave, radiating outward from his very being. An irresistible force emanated from him, and the deep red armor seemed to move as if it were a living weapon. His eyes transformed into two deep crimson voids, exuding a chilling murderous intent. His stature grew, and he appeared as a small giant. My current battle power exceeds 1 million. Frieza declared. Wen Tianqi nodded. This is what the second transformation entails. As for you, in my eyes, you are akin to an ant. An ant? Haha. How laughable. You should consider your own worth, Frieza retorted. The crimson light flared brightly, and a colossal figure floated around Frieza. He lunged at Wen Tianqi in his second form, and their battle commenced in earnest. Frieza was an extraordinarily powerful adversary. Even in his second form, his strength and speed had reached astonishing levels. Yet, Wen Tianqi was not an easy opponent. He faced Frieza with calm decisiveness. The battle erupted into a fierce melee, each punch reverberating with visceral impact. Frieza's strikes were as swift and formidable as thunder, yet Wen Tianqi met them with skill and resilience. Their figures darted across the battlefield, exchanging blows with methodical precision. Each attack bore ferocious power, and each defense showcased exquisite technique. Frieza's eyes sparkled with fervor and cruelty, his laughter echoing across the field. He relished the pain etched on Wen Tianqi's face, but he recognized that this opponent was not easily vanquished. As the battle reached its zenith, the ferocity of their exchanges intensified. Their bodies collided mid-air, producing a dull thud. The ground bore deep imprints from their movements, as if an earthquake had struck. Buildings and earth around them crumbled under the weight of their confrontation, debris scattering and dust billowing. Yet, Wen Tianqi maintained an impeccable state, effortlessly dodging all of Frieza's attacks. Impressive. You still have strength to spare, Frieza noted, realizing that his opponent's deft evasions were executed with remarkable ease. Even as he himself bore several wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Let me show you my third form, Frieza proclaimed. Crimson energy burst forth from his body, creating a powerful current that spread outward. His physique elongated, each part of him growing stronger. Within mere seconds, he transformed into a monstrous visage. Frieza's muscles swelled further, but his form became grotesquely broad, the ugliest of all his transformations, as Wen Tianqi silently critiqued. That form of yours is truly unsightly, Wen Tianqi sighed. So what? What you see now is merely a fraction of my power. I have yet to reveal my full potential. The strength of my third form will surpass your imagination, Frieza boasted confidently. Behold my true might. My battle power has soared beyond 2 million. Are you truly intent on going all out against me? Wen Tianqi smirked as he watched Frieza charge forward. Frieza's lips curled into a slight grin. Going all out? In his third form, Frieza's immense figure loomed in the sky, his presence formidable. His eyes gleamed with a cruel light, saliva dripping from his mouth, resembling a crazed beast. He extended his massive arm and lunged at Wen Tianqi, as if to obliterate him in one fell swoop. Wen Tianqi stood his ground, his expression composed. Suddenly, Frieza shot forward like a silver meteor across the night sky. Their clash akin to two cosmic sovereigns vying for a throne, wild and breathtaking. Yet, Wen Tianqi evaded Frieza's assault with the grace of a leaf in the wind, leaping effortlessly to avoid his strike. His fist carved a golden arc through the air, illuminating a new expanse of stars. The shockwave from their collision rippled around them, shaking the ground beneath. Yet, they remained as two invincible legends, showcasing their power in this epic duel. Frieza's might escalated. Every attack erupted with the fury of the cosmos, as if seeking to consume all in its path. Yet, Wen Tianqi exhibited an uncanny ability to neutralize each blow, retaliating with strikes to Frieza's face. Stop hitting my face, Frieza bellowed in furious indignation. Not a chance, Wen Tianqi replied, dodging with a smirk. After all, I am invincible. With his face bruised, Frieza roared, I am undefeated. I am invincible. Must you only proclaim your invincibility? Wen Tianqi countered, exasperated. We are in a life and death struggle. If you cannot best me in your third form, how can you claim to be invincible? Do not underestimate me. Frieza had completely lost his composure. Transforming into his final form, his entire body shrank. Come, you cannot kill me. Frieza's compact form roared, his voice shaking the very heavens. The ground around them began to fissure, countless rocks erupting from beneath, mountains crumbling as if the apocalypse had descended. At long last, my battle power has reached 50% of my peak, boasting a staggering 60 million. Frieza exclaimed, his face alight with a cruel smile. What do you think? Are you frightened? Wen Tianqi sighed. Frieza, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? Chapter 34. The transformation of Wen Tianqi into a Super Saiyan. What? Frieza was taken aback. I mean, have you heard of the Super Saiyan? Wen Tianqi inquired again, displaying no hint of impatience, as if he were discussing an ordinary topic. Super Saiyan? That legend? Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed Wen Tianqi's words. Ah, so you have heard of it. That is splendid. Wen Tianqi smiled. Let me demonstrate the formidable power of a Super Saiyan. With a thunderous shout, his aura surged dramatically. He raised his arms and bellowed, transform. Super Saiyan. A faint golden radiance enveloped his form, as if an unseen force were propelling him. This is the strength of a Saiyan. Frieza felt an overwhelming pressure and could not help but widen his eyes. Suddenly, his hair began to shimmer with a dazzling light. An immense energy erupted from within him, and his entire being was engulfed in a golden blaze, akin to a raging inferno. His once deep black eyes now sparkled with an uncanny light, as if they could pierce through the very fabric of reality. The muscles of his face twitched slightly, revealing an unusual resolve. His fingers trembled slightly. This is impossible, Frieza exclaimed, aghast, as he realized that Wen Tianqi's power exceeded his own. I had a combat power of 3,000,000, but now, in this Super Saiyan transformation, my power has surged to 150,000,000. Wen Tianqi declared with a wicked grin. 150 million. Frieza gasped in disbelief. No, I refuse to believe it. He roared, his entire being erupting with energy. Only one way to find out, Wen Tianqi retorted with a cold smirk, his golden aura blazing around him. Then he moved. His speed was indescribable, leaving behind only a golden afterimage. He instantaneously appeared at various positions, as if traversing through different realms of time and space. His golden aura danced with his movements, resembling a cascade of golden water flowing around him. The surroundings began to transform, enveloped in an air of mystique. The once ordinary room now radiated with golden light, resembling a realm of mystical golden brilliance. In this domain, Wen Tianqi stood as the golden sovereign, each motion imbued with immense power, seemingly capable of altering the very rules of existence. His body emitted an even more intense glow, the golden flames rising like a conflagration. His eyes radiated brilliant light, as if they could unveil all secrets. His muscles were as hard as steel, and his movements eclipsed the speed of lightning. Receive my punch. Wen Tianqi suddenly materialized beside Frieza and struck with a powerful fist. Frieza's body contorted like a massive shrimp, his long tail curled, and his head buried deep within his chest. Wen Tianqi's punch impacted his abdomen, instantly deforming it. Ah! The moment the golden flames erupted, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart. Frieza's body spun through the air, accompanied by his anguished cries, as a mist of blood spread around him. Wen Tianqi did not relent. He pursued relentlessly, delivering blow after blow to Frieza's form. Each impact sent shockwaves that caused nearby planets and spacecraft to tremble. Frieza's body tumbled through the air, his screams growing fainter. Enveloped in golden flames, he appeared as though he were being incinerated. Frieza had no time to evade. Directly struck by an energy wave, his body rolled through the air multiple times before crashing violently into a mountain of stones. With a resounding thud, Frieza was thrust deep within the mountain. The entire peak trembled at that moment, stones cascading down. Frieza lay buried beneath the rubble. With only a few fingers and one eye exposed, his gaze filled with terror and disbelief. It's impossible. The legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed real. Wen Tianqi approached Frieza, gazing down coldly. He understood that this battle had reached its conclusion. No, I still have one last card up my sleeve. Frieza shrieked. Unleashing his full power, combat power, 120 million. Futile. Even at 120 million, you are no match for me, Wen Tianqi replied dismissively. Frieza, filled with rage, charged at him once more. In the distant sky, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Son Wukong watched in astonishment. Is that truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Incredible! Son Wukong exclaimed, I want to become a Super Saiyan too. You will. As Tianqi has mentioned, Wukong, you will soon attain Super Saiyan form, Bulma stated, arms crossed. Gazing at Wen Tianqi's silhouette without turning her head. Yes, I will become as strong as he is. Son Wukong clenched his fists. I will too. Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with determination. I will surpass Bulma. I believe in you. Launch smiled. Everyone present was profoundly moved by Wen Tianqi's battle prowess. Was he truly a Super Saiyan? His strength was unparalleled, far beyond their reach. For now, let us focus on our training and not dwell on this too much, Bulma remarked quietly. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yuan Chi-Feng and Yuan Lingyan approached Bulma's side. Mom, can we also become Super Saiyans? They asked, their eyes filled with hope. You will. Bulma exchanged a glance with Chi-Chi and smiled brightly. In another direction, behind a pile of stones, Vegeta stared incredulously at Wen Tianqi. Why? How can he become a Super Saiyan? Who is this Wen Tianqi? Why does he possess this knowledge while I do not? Vegeta clenched his fists, bitterly shouting. If Wen Tianqi is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, then he is destined to be the strongest in the future, and I, Vegeta, cannot allow myself to be surpassed. The thought was unbearable for him. No, I cannot give up. I am the strongest. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta shouted defiantly. Why? Why can't I become a Super Saiyan? Someday, I will surpass this guy. Chapter 35, The Savage Defeat of Frieza. Vegeta cast a furious glance towards the direction of Wen Tianqi, filled with rage. The Super Saiyan is mine. It belongs solely to me. Ah! Frieza let out a thunderous roar, prepare to witness my full power. His eyes shimmered with a cruel glint as his body trembled, evidently gathering strength. His combat power surged to an astonishing 12 million, surpassing any previous moment of his existence. His muscles tensed, resembling an arrow poised to be released. Wen Tianqi stood unwavering, exuding confidence and determination. He understood that this was the moment he had long awaited. Unleashing his full strength, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power escalating to an incredible 15 million. Surrounding him was an aura of mysterious energy, radiating with golden flames. With a thunderous roar, the battle commenced. Frieza launched a relentless barrage of attacks, his hands striking like lightning towards Wen Tianqi. Yet, Wen Tianqi remained composed, dodging Frieza's strikes with the grace of a soaring dragon. As Frieza's assaults intensified, he moved with the ferocity of a tempest, unleashing energy blasts that Wen Tianqi skillfully evaded. Wen Tianqi bided his time, awaiting the perfect moment to counterattack. Finally, Frieza exposed a slight vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Tianqi struck with lightning speed, his fist crashing into Frieza with ferocious force. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, their figures darting through the air like bolts of lightning. The sounds of their clashes reverberated across the planet, shaking the very heavens. Ultimately, Wen Tianqi exploited Frieza's moment of weakness, delivering a powerful blow that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. Silence enveloped the planet, punctuated only by the sound of Frieza's body hitting the earth. The combat left all witnesses in awe, for Wen Tianqi's strength had reached unprecedented heights. No, I cannot lose. Frieza roared, his eyes gleaming with malice. He lifted his leg, launching a fierce kick towards Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi firmly blocked the strike and swiftly retaliated, landing a heavy punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza held in disbelief, unprepared for Wen Tianqi's resilience. Once more, he attacked, sweeping his leg towards Wen Tianqi's lower body. Wen Tianqi nimbly leapt, performing a flip in midair to evade the blow. Frieza, now desperate, unleashed an even more ferocious flurry of attacks. His fist struck with lightning speed. Yet Wen Tianqi adeptly dodged or blocked each assault. Wen Tianqi's counterattacks grew increasingly potent, each punch eliciting pained groans from Frieza. Frieza's complexion paled, his body trembling. The realization dawned on him. He was no longer the most formidable being in the universe. His dreams had shattered, his ambitions turned to dust. Gazing at Wen Tianqi, his eyes burned with resentment and hatred. It cannot be. How could I lose? Frieza muttered in disbelief, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait for me. I shall return. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky. Frieza's cold laughter echoed as he evaded Wen Tianqi's pursuit. However, Wen Tianqi's expression hardened, and a brilliant light erupted from his hand as he pursued Frieza. In the sky, the brilliance streaked across the horizon like a fleeting meteor. Frieza's energy form slithered through the air, while Wen Tianqi relentlessly unleashed powerful energy waves, striving to thwart Frieza's escape. Realizing he could not evade capture, Frieza abruptly altered his course, diving towards a mountain peak. Without hesitation, Wen Tianqi followed suit, their velocities akin to lightning as they reached the mountaintop in an instant. At that moment, the rocks upon the peak began to crumble under Frieza's might, massive stones tumbling down, forcing Wen Tianqi to pause and shield himself from the falling debris. Yet, Frieza seized the opportunity to flee once again. Seething with rage, Wen Tianqi's hand glowed with an even more intense radiance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Frieza. Frieza, glancing back in horror, realized too late the speed of the energy wave that was upon him. He attempted to evade, but it was futile. He could only watch as the energy wave struck him, engulfing him in an instant. The entire mountain trembled, stones once again fracturing. After a moment, calm returned, leaving behind only the shattered remnants and an eerie silence. Wen Tianqi approached the edge of the mountain, surveying the aftermath. Frieza lay defeated. The once mighty emperor of the universe had met his silent end on Namek, with not even a trace of his body remaining. Yet, Wen Tianqi understood this was merely the beginning. Frieza's family possessed greater powers awaiting challenge. The future held adversaries far mightier than Frieza, humans, creatures, and extraterrestrials. With this thought, Wen Tianqi's gaze solidified with determination. He lifted his head towards the distant horizon. Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, Yuan Chi-Fong, Yuan Lingyin, Goku, and Piccolo rushed over, their faces alight with joy, embracing one another in exuberance. Tianqi, you were incredible. You defeated the universe's mightiest warrior, Frieza. Feeling the warmth of their affection, a smile graced Wen Tianqi's face. Frieza was never truly the strongest in the universe. He has much to learn. However, for you all, he indeed posed a formidable challenge. Wen Tianqi addressed his companions. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a distant figure. Look, what is that? Bulma pointed towards the horizon in astonishment. Everyone turned to follow her gaze, spotting an approaching silhouette clad in battle attire. Oh, it's Vegeta. Goku laughed heartily. Wukong, do you know Vegeta? Wen Tianqi inquired. His curiosity piqued. Chapter 36. The battle comes to a pause. Previously, Vegeta had aided me. We are friends, aren't we? Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It was astonishing that Goku knew Vegeta, and even more so that they were friends. Such a remarkable twist of fate, Wen Tianqi mused. If Goku and Vegeta were indeed friends, it naturally followed that others, including Piccolo, must also be acquainted with Vegeta. This thought sparked a bold hypothesis in Wen Tianqi's mind, a smile of delight blossoming on his face as he called out to Goku, Goku, come here quickly. Goku, puzzled, looked at Wen Tianqi, uncertain of why he was being summoned. Seeing Goku's confusion, Wen Tianqi felt compelled to voice his speculation. Upon hearing it, Goku was momentarily taken aback before soaring toward Vegeta. After a brief exchange between Goku and Vegeta, the latter became visibly agitated and engaged in a heated argument. However, not long after, Vegeta surprisingly approached alongside Goku. Tianqi, Vegeta has agreed to join us. He is awed by your strength. Goku exclaimed loudly. Be quiet. Vegeta's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a pig's liver, as he clamped his hand over Goku's mouth, pushing him to the ground, and the two began to playfully tussle. Then come along with us, Vegeta, Goku declared with enthusiasm. All right, Goku, I will come to find you now, Vegeta responded, a hint of pride in his voice as he turned his face away defiantly. Tianqi, is Vegeta truly your friend? Reichi inquired, gazing at Wen Tianqi as they prepared to depart. Indeed, while he and you are both Scions, he hails from the royal lineage of the Scion race. Such a proud Scion prince. Unfortunately, Vegeta's home planet was utterly destroyed by Frieza. Wen Tianqi chuckled lightly, observing Vegeta's haughty demeanor, realizing that it was no wonder he had chosen to venture out alone. With that, Wen Tianqi led everyone away, heading toward the location of the Grand Elder on Namek. Behind them, Goku glanced at Vegeta's profile, feeling a pang of sympathy. It turned out that he too was a pitiable soul. However, Goku quickly regained his composure. Despite any sorrow, he resolved to inspire Vegeta. With renewed determination swelling within him, Goku vowed to grow stronger, powerful enough to save Vegeta's life. Meanwhile, Vegeta pondered similar thoughts. Was he truly going to follow Wen Tianqi? It left him feeling quite unwilling. He must become more powerful. He must ascend to Super Saiyan. On another front, Tianqi, is what you say true? Is there truly a way for me to become stronger? Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch spoke up, joined by Yuan Chi-Fong and Yuan Ling. Are you referring to the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential? We've already attempted it. While it certainly enhanced our strength, it pales in comparison to your level as a Super Saiyan, Bulma pouted dismissively. The Grand Elder is one aspect. The Dragon Balls on Namek are far more potent than those on Earth. Have you forgotten Frieza? His innate talent surpasses that of any Saiyan. Though Frieza may not appear to be able to defeat me, A Super Saiyan. It's solely because he has never trained since birth, merely relying on natural growth to achieve a battle power exceeding 100 million. If he trained for just 3 months. Wen Tianqi recalled the imposing golden Frieza, a figure of terrifying prowess. He wondered if the Dragon Balls on Namek could replicate Frieza's innate abilities. Though he surmised the likelihood was slim, he had come here to strengthen himself. Otherwise, in this perilous universe, he could lose his life at any moment. In Super Saiyan Form 1, with a battle power of 15 million, he knew that in the future, in the vast universe, this would hardly be remarkable. In a few years, even an ordinary android could easily overpower a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Form 2, while surpassing Form 1, was still not exceptionally formidable. However, during this period, it remained quite strong, at least in Wen Tianqi's view. Super Saiyan Form 3, on the other hand, exhibited explosive power, rendering its users godlike to ordinary warriors. They could effortlessly obliterate planets and even annihilate entire star systems. Daddy, we want to grow stronger too. We want to be as powerful as you. Wen Qifeng and Wen Lingen chimed, clinging to Wen Tianqi's arm and playfully swaying, their cherubic faces alight with innocence. Ha, very well. You shall grow strong in time, Wen Tianqi said, ruffling their hair with a smile. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent laugh. It seems we have arrived. Launch suddenly stopped and informed Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi stood before an oddly shaped building, the silhouette of the Grand Elder of Namek visible within the seemingly crooked and infinitely mysterious structure. Why do all these extraterrestrial buildings look so similar? Wen Tianqi silently critiqued, noting that the architecture in Dragon Ball indeed appeared to be cast from the same mold. Please wait outside for me, Wen Tianqi instructed, observing Bulma and the others as they played with the children. Yes, Tianqi, go ahead. We will wait for you outside. Chi-Chi waved at him. With a bright smile, Wen Tianqi nodded in acknowledgement before turning away. In the next moment, he gently pushed the door, which opened soundlessly. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few flickering lights casting an ethereal glow, enveloping the room in a mysterious atmosphere. He stepped inside, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty space. He sensed a subtle shift, as if a hidden power were quietly stirring. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and commanding, reverberated through the air. Welcome, Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi lifted his gaze to see an elderly man clad in an ancient robe seated at the center of the room. His figure was large and corpulent, appearing somewhat lethargic. Yet, his eyes sparkled like stars, and a profound smile of wisdom adorned his face. This was the Grand Elder of Namek, a figure of immense sagacity, belonging to the same era as the original Piccolo. Chapter 37. The Grand Elder awakens potential. In the hands of the Grand Elder rested a luminous orb, emanating a warm glow akin to a miniature sun. Within this sphere, a scene unfolded, portraying the fierce battle between Wen Tianqi and Frieza, as if playing in a loop. What is this? Wen Tianqi inquired, astonished. Could it be a miniature camera? This is the capability of my memory stone, the Grand Elder explained with a voice like thunder, resonating with authority. This stone is derived from a plant native to Namek, encapsulating the entirety of life's memories and energies. Every battle that transpires on Namek is recorded within this memory stone, aptly named Sealing Shadow Stone. The name was bestowed by my grandchildren, signifying the act of preserving all occurrences, both good and bad. However, to shield the residents of Namek from the encroachments of dark forces, it is imperative that each individual's heart retains the beauty of their experiences. Therefore, before disclosing significant events, we first consult the local populace to ascertain if their accounts align with mine. Only then are the truths revealed to the world. The Grand Elder's voice thundered yet maintained a gentle tone. He gazed intently at Wen Tianqi, his eyes shimmering with profound light. I have witnessed your battle with Frieza, and your strength surpasses my expectations. I never imagined a Super Saiyan could be so formidable. Wen Tianqi smiled softly, his deep-set eyes glimmering with wisdom. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. My true power awaits the opportune moment to be unleashed. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, as if absorbing Wen Tianqi's formidable aura. His eyes filled with awe and respect. He understood that Wen Tianqi's strength exceeded what he had displayed. Yet, he also recognized that this young warrior must endure further battles to fully unleash his potential. Your potential is boundless, the Grand Elder remarked slowly, and I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. Wen Tianqi responded with a subtle smile. I fight to protect those I cherish, his gaze radiating confidence and determination. Hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features, reflecting his admiration and acknowledgement of Wen Tianqi. You are a true hero, Wen Tianqi. Your strength, resolve, and courage fill me with pride. You have showcased the true power of a Super Saiyan and have instilled in me a sense of hope. Wen Tianqi nodded gently, expressing his gratitude towards the Grand Elder. He understood that his battles transcended personal ambition. They were also for the protection of innocent lives and the preservation of their planet. In that moment, warmth and hope enveloped their hearts as their gazes intertwined, silently declaring, "This is our mission. This is our responsibility. Do you know? I too was once a warrior." The Grand Elder's voice grew somber, as if reminiscing. Wen Tianqi nodded slightly, aware that the Grand Elder was sharing his past and fighting experiences. He listened attentively, seeking wisdom within the tales. "However, I am not a Super Saiyan. I am merely a Namekian." The Grand Elder's tone revealed a hint of envy and regret. "I lack your power and innate talent. Yet I carry my own responsibilities and missions." Wen Tianqi silently acknowledged the Grand Elder's sentiments. He understood that each individual bears their own mission and duty, contributing uniquely from their respective positions. "You are a formidable warrior and a responsible leader," the Grand Elder spoke with deep respect. "I believe you will make the right decisions to safeguard your people and your planet." Fixing his gaze upon Wen Tianqi, the Grand Elder said deliberately, "I possess some power that can awaken a fragment of your innate talent." His voice resonated with depth and strength, sending a jolt of astonishment through Wen Tianqi. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he approached the Grand Elder, patiently awaiting the next moment. "In that case, I thank you, Grand Elder," he observed as the Grand Elder slowly raised his hand, pointing towards him. Though the finger appeared somewhat pale, it radiated an aura of mysterious power. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from the Grand Elder's fingertip, akin to an invisible tempest rushing toward Wen Tianqi. He felt his body enveloped by this force, a sensation both novel and invigorating. His physique began to transform. Muscles tightened, bones hardened, and skin became as robust as stone. A powerful essence surged within him. An ancient force that had lain dormant, now awakened. A muffled sound resonated from within Wen Tianqi as if a hallucination ensued, his body seemingly disintegrating under the might of this energy, flesh and bone scattering. Yet, this was merely an illusion. In reality, Wen Tianqi remained unharmed, albeit with a dazed expression. The Grand Elder, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback and prepared to exert further power when suddenly a grunt escaped his lips, revealing a flicker of pain on his countenance. His body struggled to withstand the strain. What a terrifying talent, the Grand Elder marveled repeatedly. Yet, at that moment, a mighty explosion echoed from within Wen Tianqi as an even greater power stirred to life. Within that illusion, Wen Tianqi felt his form beginning to reassemble. Flesh and bone rapidly healed, coalescing into a more formidable and imposing physique. Then, he regained lucidity, abruptly opening his eyes, a captivating brilliance illuminating the entire chamber. The Grand Elder, observing this transformation, bore a satisfied smile, fully aware that his power had successfully awakened Wen Tianqi's potential. Gazing at the now more towering figure before him, he was filled with awe and anticipation. Wen Tianqi stood resolute, enveloped in the formidable energy bestowed by the Grand Elder of Namek. He felt his strength surging ever higher, a tremendous force erupting within him. His body began to radiate a dazzling light, illuminating the hall like the sun, as his muscles grew increasingly taut, brimming with limitless power. Chapter 38. Preparing to summon the Dragon of Namek, Wen Tianqi sensed a transformation within himself as he endeavored to transcend his limits, continuously enhancing his strength. His aura grew increasingly formidable, causing the very air around him to tremble. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted from his body, signaling that the power within had reached its zenith. Instantly, he was enveloped by an overwhelming energy, and a remarkable wave of force radiated outward, shattering everything in its path. Wen Tianqi's presence had ascended to an unprecedented height. He felt invincible. He walked slowly to the center of the hall, approaching the Grand Elder of Namek. Upon reaching the Grand Elder, the Elder stood with a slight smile upon his face. "You have done exceptionally well, Wen Tianqi," the Grand Elder remarked. "You have awakened the potential within you and successfully surpassed your limits. However, your potential is immense. With my abilities alone, I cannot fully unleash it. To achieve that, it may require the power of the Kaioshin." The mention of Kaioshin caused Wen Tianqi to raise an eyebrow, recalling the moment in Dragon Ball when Gohan's abilities were awakened, culminating in the emergence of Mystic Gohan. "I understand. Thank you, Grand Elder. Additionally, I wish to use the Dragon Balls of Namek, which I have already gathered," Wen Tianqi stated to the Grand Elder. "Very well, that poses no issue," the Grand Elder replied with a smile. "Dondi, please escort Wen Tianqi to summon the dragon." "Yes, Grand Elder." A diminutive Namekian stepped forward. It was Dondi. Previously, Dandi had been captured by the Frieza force, nearly losing his life until Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others rescued him. Dandi harbored deep gratitude for Wen Tianqi and his companions. Thank you, Wen Tianqi nodded, bidding farewell to the Grand Elder as he departed the chamber with Dandi. Once they had exited, the Grand Elder suddenly coughed several times, his complexion turning pale. Fortunately, I halted just in time. Otherwise, I would have sacrificed my life without being able to unlock Wen Tianqi's full potential. He truly is formidable, the Grand Elder mused with a chuckle. As Wen Tianqi stepped outside, he gazed at the verdant sky and the three suns, feeling a surge of inspiration. Dandi seemed to sense something and began to elaborate on Namek. Our Namek. Dandi spoke for an extended period, sharing much information that Wen Tianqi was somewhat familiar with, yet not entirely clear on. Namek is the fourth planet in the 27th star system of the Lyra constellation. Its atmospheric composition and surface gravity are roughly akin to that of Earth. Surrounding Namek are three stars, creating the appearance of three suns, and the sky is perpetually green, devoid of night. A year on Namek comprises only 130 days, resulting in an eternal state of daylight. The planet consists of numerous islands, with hills and landmasses cloaked in peculiar moba trees. Overall, Namek resembles Earth but is far more bountiful. The Namekians are characterized by their low birth rate and long lifespan, residing in natural villages composed of around 100 individuals. The Grand Elder of Namek has lived for an unfathomable number of years. Since his arrival, Wen Tianqi had taken the time to admire their architecture, which was not only low but also featured round or bubble-shaped windows, reminiscent of abalone or snail shells. Villages are managed by the elders through their wisdom rather than by divine authority. The entire planet lacks any form of government, standing in stark contrast to Earth. Localized issues are typically resolved through discussions among village elders, echoing some aspects of certain Earth tribes. Dandi also mentioned that every Namekian born enjoys the best quality of life, a statement with which Wen Tianqi was not entirely in accord, considering the environmental disparities compared to urban cities. Furthermore, Namek lacks a military. Each village has a single warrior to protect their home and the Dragon Balls. Many young Namekian warriors possess combat power reaching up to 3,000, while older warriors, despite declining physical abilities, can still exceed 1,500 or even linger around 2,000. Such power, in the context of the previous Earth, would undoubtedly render them overwhelmingly dominant. A Namekian warrior could easily defeat over 10 individuals at the Turtle Hermit level. Despite their advanced technological capabilities, the Namekians seem disinclined to over-rely on such technologies. Wen Tianqi observed this as well, believing it to be a misdirection. Technology should not detract from combat prowess but rather enhance it, exemplified by devices such as power-level scanners and gravity chambers. Nevertheless, the Namekians have their own perspective, and Wen Tianqi chose not to argue further. For the Namekians, life is more about spiritual fulfillment than material wealth, reflecting a philosophical elevation compared to Earthlings. As for the Dragon Balls of Namek, they were crafted by the Grand Elder and consist of 7 orbs, each safeguarded by an elder. To obtain a Dragon Ball, one must demonstrate wisdom and strength or simply express a wish, with only those warriors recognized by the elders able to claim them. Frieza and his cohorts, however, would never gain such acknowledgement, resorting instead to slaughter and forceful acquisition. After a lengthy conversation, Dandi suddenly remembered his introduction. My name is Dandi, Lord Wen Tianqi. You hail from Earth, correct? Piccolo is also on Earth, right? Dandi inquired, a hint of shyness in his tone. Wen Tianqi smiled in response. Indeed. It seems you've met Piccolo before. That's right, Dandi nodded. Actually, I am quite curious about the Earth Piccolo described. Excellent. You can join us on our return. Let us summon the dragon, Wen Tianqi declared. Of course, Lord Wen Tianqi. Dandi exclaimed excitedly, brimming with anticipation for the journey to Earth. This way, please. Wen Tianqi and Dandi walked for a while before reaching Bulma and the others. Ah, it's Dandi. You've come too. Goku exclaimed joyfully, leaping with enthusiasm. Chapter 39, Arise. Divine Dragon. As Bulma noticed Wen Tianqi approaching, she inquired, Why are you still here? Are you planning to spend the night? Namikaze has no night. Dandi explained. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi exchanged glances, uncertain of Wen Tianqi's intentions. No, I intend to summon the Divine Dragon here. Wen Tianqi responded with a smile. The Divine Dragon? The expressions of Bulma and the others turned to astonishment. Is it the one from Namikaze? Chi-Chi's face was alight with expectation. Is the Namikaze Divine Dragon the same as the one on Earth? Lanchi asked, somewhat surprised. It seems to be different. I just heard Piccolo mention it, Goku remarked. approaching with the proud Vegeta trailing behind him. Although Vegeta feigned indifference, he perked up at the mention of the divine dragon. However, he understood that the dragon was not something he could possess, for all the Dragon Balls were in Wen Tianqi's possession, and given Wen Tianqi's strength, there was no one on Namikaze who could rival him. In fact, Vegeta doubted whether anyone in the entire universe surpassed Wen Tianqi. If Wen Tianqi were aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would certainly take the time to elucidate. A Super Saiyan, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, truly amounted to nothing. Arise, divine dragon. Wen Tianqi's face bore no fear, only steadfast determination. The 7 Dragon Balls in his hands pulsated as if alive, radiating a dazzling light. He inhaled deeply and softly uttered the familiar incantation to the Dragon Balls. Dandy then solemnly translated, for Wen Tianqi was not well versed in the language of Namikaze. With Dandy's words, the air became saturated with potent energy. The massive stone door trembled in the brilliance, seemingly on the verge of collapse. From that radiance, a colossal dragon emerged, majestically soaring in the air. This was the divine dragon, celebrated in tales for millennia, responding to Wen Tianqi's call. A commanding voice resonated, followed by a grand figure descending from above. What is this? How can there be such a large divine dragon? Is this truly the divine dragon? It was far larger than that of Earth's, wholly distinct. The onlookers were taken aback by this sudden spectacle. Look, the dragon's head is there. The enormous creature was so immense that it was incomparable to the divine dragon of Earth. Krillin swallowed hard. The dragon's eyes shimmered with wisdom and power, gazing down at Wen Tianqi as if inquiring about his wish. I desire Frieza's abilities, Wen Tianqi declared to Dandy. Dandy was taken aback, never anticipating that Wen Tianqi's wish would be such. He had assumed Wen Tianqi would seek some formidable power. However, this wish was rather. The powerful abilities of Frieza were indeed daunting. It remained uncertain whether the divine dragon could fulfill it. As for Bulma and the others, they seemed to have anticipated this and did not display excessive surprise. Vegeta, however, was drenched in cold sweat at Wen Tianqi's wish. If Wen Tianqi were to acquire Frieza's terrifying abilities, he would forever remain at a disadvantage. Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with resentment. He was a proud warrior. Yet in that moment, he felt helpless and powerless. He looked up at Wen Tianqi, a foe far stronger than himself, exponentially so. He knew he needed to devise a method to overcome him. Otherwise, his honor and dignity would be irrevocably lost. How could the Prince of Scions concede defeat? In the sky, the divine dragon seemed to fall into silence. The dragon's silence cast an eerie stillness over the world. The sound of the wind, the chirping of birds, and even the very act of breathing became acutely clear. In that frozen moment, it felt as though everything had vanished. After what felt like several minutes, the divine dragon finally addressed Wen Tianqi. I cannot grant this wish. Wen Tianqi gazed at the divine dragon and then at the luminous Dragon Balls, gently closing his eyes. He felt his heartbeat, each pulse accompanied by pain. However, when he opened his eyes again, the disappointment had vanished, replaced by resolve and courage. Hee. I knew that wouldn't work. Then, please transport me to a planet where I can learn instant transmission. Wen Tianqi chuckled. Initially, he had intended to wish for Frieza's abilities, but now, that seemed impossible. That is not a problem, the divine dragon proclaimed in a majestic voice. And without regard for Wen Tianqi's protests, it enveloped him in radiant light, illuminating him. Bulma, you all go back first. I will soon come to Earth to find you. Wen Tianqi waved to Bulma and the others before vanishing. Tianqi, Bulma, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi softly called out to him. He smiled and waved, then transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the realm. May I succeed? Wen Tianqi gazed up at the sky, his heart brimming with determination. He must grow stronger to survive the impending battles. Furthermore, he needed to elevate his combat prowess to protect those he cherished. The future conflicts loomed, and time was of the essence. He must expedite his journey to greater strength. Planet Yatarat. In a distant corner of the universe lies a place known as Planet Yatarat, a world steeped in mystery and legend. This planet possesses a unique superpower, instant transmission. This ability allows individuals to reach any location in a mere instant, even across vast galaxies. At this moment, Wen Tianqi, utilizing the power of the divine dragon, arrived here. Remembering that Planet Yatarat possessed the ability of instant transmission, he resolved to seek further adventures. This is Planet Yatarat. Wen Tianqi glanced around, somewhat astonished, as it appeared rather desolate. No, some areas were quite beautiful. Upon stepping onto Planet Yatarat, Wen Tianqi was captivated by the planet's splendor. He beheld many peculiar structures, all crafted by the inhabitants of Yatarat. He also observed numerous green plants, unique to this world. Chapter 40. Instant Teleportation. The arrival of the androids on this planet, Wen Tianqi beheld numerous landscapes, as well as the wonders of Adrelat Star, where he was guided to explore many intriguing sites that unveiled the culture and history of this world. One day, Wen Tianqi arrived at the residence of the tribal elder, as promised. They found themselves atop a mountain peak, surrounded by swirling mists. Here, they were set to engage in a special training session focused on the art of instantaneous teleportation. The elder, aged yet benevolent, wore a kind smile on his face. He slowly imparted to Wen Tianqi, instant teleportation is a skill that demands exceptional self-control and concentration. You must learn to harness the power of space to move freely to any location you desire. As he spoke, the elder conjured a radiant gem from his hands. This gem, known as the Stone of Time and Space, was a treasured heirloom of their tribe, passed down for millennia. He entrusted the Stone of Time and Space to Wen Tianqi, explaining that it would assist him in mastering the ability of instantaneous teleportation more swiftly. Is the Stone of Time and Space necessary for learning teleportation? Wen Tianqi pondered, his face etched with curiosity, yet he accepted the gem. It seemed to pulsate with an inexplicable energy within. He carefully grasped the Stone of Time and Space, feeling a formidable force emanating from it. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to sense the power of space. Time appeared to stand still, his heartbeat slowed, and the world around him faded, leaving only himself and the gem. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his finger. Opening his eyes, he discovered that the gem had cut him, just as he was about to cry out. He found himself in an unfamiliar forest. The sight before him left him astounded. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was enveloped in a forest steeped in mystery. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, bathing him in warmth while the gentle sound of a flowing stream echoed in the distance. The air was rich with the scent of earth, imparting a sense of comfort and tranquility. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Turning to gaze at the gem, he noticed it radiating a faint glow. It was then he understood that he had successfully mastered the skill of instantaneous teleportation. Elated, he longed to return to the tribe and share this good news with the elder. He closed his eyes once more, focusing intently, attempting to utilize the teleportation skill again. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself still standing in the same spot. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if he needed to continue relying on the Stone of Time and Space. At that moment, a warm presence approached from behind. It was the elder. The elder reassured him, Tianqi, you have successfully acquired the skill of instantaneous teleportation. Yet, you must now learn to control it. Once you have mastered it, the Stone of Time and Space will no longer be necessary. Relieved by the elder's words, Wen Tianqi began to learn how to better wield this newfound skill under the elder's guidance. After numerous attempts and diligent practice, he finally achieved the ability to traverse freely to any location of his choosing. He learned how to swiftly employ the power of teleportation, enabling him to reach destinations with remarkable speed. However, challenges loomed on this planet. The potency of instantaneous teleportation had drawn the attention of unscrupulous individuals who sought to exploit it for nefarious purposes. Determined to assist the Adrelat people, Wen Tianqi resolved to confront this issue. Alongside his friends, he engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately triumphing over the criminals and restoring peace to the planet. Elder, will you not leave? Wen Tianqi inquired of a plump elder. We, the Adrelat people, are not permitted to use instantaneous teleportation to depart this planet. We cannot leave. It is our duty to remain here. Tianqi, since you have learned this skill, you must depart. Your world requires your protection, the elder replied kindly. Thank you. It has been a long time. I must return to Earth, Wen Tianqi said, bowing respectfully to the elder before turning to leave. As he watched Wen Tianqi's figure recede, the elder murmured, Tianqi, you must become a warrior and safeguard yourself. It is through the guardianship of warriors that the Adrelat people can survive and thrive in this world. Rather than departing immediately, Wen Tianqi ventured into a mysterious cave. I wish to learn the art of force separation, he declared to the enigmatic figure within the cave. Ah, very well. I shall teach you, came the raspy voice. A mysterious smile graced Wen Tianqi's face. On Earth, within Bulma's lavish mansion. Damn it, where has Wen Tianqi gone? He still hasn't returned. Is this because of you? Chi-Chi exclaimed angrily. All right, Chi-Chi, do not be upset. Perhaps he is dealing with something urgent, Lan Chi interjected. By the way, Bulma, could you tell us how to use instantaneous teleportation? I do not know either, and besides, instantaneous teleportation is an exceptionally powerful skill that is said to be quite difficult to master. We might as well continue waiting, Bulma sighed helplessly. What? You dare say this skill is difficult to learn? How outrageous. Chi-Chi retorted angrily. Calm down, everyone. Perhaps Tianqi is simply delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Lanqi comforted. Bulma shook her head with a wry smile, saying, according to Tianqi's earlier words, he should be back soon. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing the noise, the three turned their attention to the entrance. Why did it take you so long to arrive? I've been waiting for ages, exclaimed a boy clad in training attire, drenched in sweat. This boy was Yuan Qingfeng, with the girl beside him being Yuan Lingying. Qingfeng, Lingying. You two should take a break, Chi-Chi said, rubbing her forehead. Apologies. We were in a rush, so we kept training. We still have to go to the gravity room, Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Lingying replied hurriedly as they dashed toward the gravity room. These two kids are quite tenacious, Bulma remarked affectionately. Beep, 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 the phone rang. Bulma answered. Hello, this is Bulma. Bulma, androids have appeared. Came Goku's frantic voice from the other end. We need your help. These androids are too strong. Hurry. Chapter 41. The androids 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 surprisingly. Son Wukong has learned to make phone calls amidst the rumbling sounds indicative of an intense battle. The voice of Piccolo resonates through the line. All right, I understand. We will head over immediately. Bulma hangs up the phone and exchanges glances with Chi-Chi and Lanqi, preparing to depart. Lanqi's face is filled with a fierce determination. I shall see just how formidable these androids truly are, she declares boldly. You little girl, don't cause any trouble, Chi-Chi responds with a hint of exasperation. The scene shifts to Earth, where a dark, gaping void appears in the sky, and a figure emerges from within. It is Wen Tianqi, his face covered in soot. Looking somewhat disheveled. Oh no, I seem to have taken several wrong turns. How embarrassing, he remarks, relieved that no one else is around. After a brief scan, he finally identifies his destination. At last, I've arrived on Earth. Wen Tianqi exclaims with excitement. Despite the pollution, the planet remains a grand sight, adorned with modern buildings that, though dilapidated, still hint at their former splendor. What a delightful feeling it is to be home. Ha. He laughs heartily, hands on his hips, but suddenly he pauses. He gazes curiously at a certain location. The androids have arrived already, and I have not been gone for long. How could they be here so swiftly? Upon this realization, he slaps his forehead, recalling something important. Forget it, let us first see what these androids are up to. With that thought, Wen Tianqi vanishes from the outer space of Earth, his presence imperceptible to the naked eye, moving at such speed that it is merely a blink. Meanwhile, back on Earth, a figure materializes from thin air, a peculiar elderly man donned in an odd outfit and a strange hat, his face twisted into a cruel grin. Ha. All of you shall perish, he bellows, accompanied by a large, rotund man. Android 19, and there's Android 20. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanqi find themselves in a standoff with Android 20, while Piccolo hovers nearby. Vegeta engages in a fierce battle with Android 19. Be careful, his palms can absorb energy. Tien Shinhan shouts, his expression tense as he carries Son Wukong, who has just suffered a heart attack from excessive energy absorption. Fortunately, Vegeta arrives just in time to save him. Vegeta sneers coldly, standing firm on the ground. Then, with a roar that resonates like icy steel in the air, he trembles as his muscles bulge, as if enduring immense pain. His eyes turn a brilliant gold, shimmering with a mysterious light. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupts from within him, enveloping his entire being in a golden flame. His hair and eyebrows turn golden, and even his skin appears to be coated in a radiant golden sheen. Vegeta's aura intensifies, exuding danger as he moves gracefully, akin to a dancer showcasing his strength and beauty. His movements accelerate in ferocity, as if he intends to unleash every ounce of power within him. In a sudden burst, he strikes the ground with a tremendous punch, causing the earth to fracture and a deafening explosion to echo across the planet. Surrounding structures and mountains tremble as if on the brink of destruction. Vegeta's body continues to quiver, suggesting that even more energy lies dormant within him, his eyes sparkling with an intensity that seems capable of illuminating the entire sky. Android 19 is momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he retreats, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Piccolo exclaims, astonished that Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Through gritted teeth, he mutters, "You stubborn fool. You refuse to be surpassed by Goku and the others, don't you?" The fact that Vegeta can also transform into a Super Saiyan is utterly astonishing. Tien Shinhan wipes a bead of cold sweat from his brow, pondering. Why is the Super Saiyan so powerful? Come forth, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Let me engage you, Vegeta declares coldly, vanishing from sight only to reappear right before Android 19. With a resounding thud, Android 19 is sent flying, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crimson mark in his wake, nearly falling apart. Meanwhile, his eyes revert to their normal hue. Easily defeated. Vegeta scoffs, disdain evident in his expression. Science are truly laughable. Is your strength so feeble? Android 19 rises slowly, wiping the blood from his mouth, speaking indifferently. What did you say? Vegeta furrows his brow, and Piccolo along with Tien Shinhan sense the tension escalating. Humph. Easily defeated? Who among you can contend with us androids? Android 19 retorts with arrogant pride. You dare challenge us? With a rumbling sound, Android 20 is forced back by Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. Humph. You possess some skill. But we androids are not limited to mere abilities. 16, 17, and 18 emerge. Android 20 shouts, activating the control for the sleep capsules. What is he doing? Krillin inquires, furrowing his brow in confusion. But mere seconds later, three figures, too swift to be discerned, arrive on the scene. With a swoosh, they land on the ground. Three oddly designed beings, two men and a strikingly beautiful woman, all gazing in this direction. Who are they? Tien Shinhan and the others exchange bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Bulma, with a contemplative expression, shares a knowing look with Chi-Chi and Lanchi, her gaze fixated on the golden-haired girl. This must be the girl Tianqi mentioned. He certainly has an eye for talent, Bulma remarks, slightly envious. Before them stands a towering man clad in green armor and a black bodysuit, his feet adorned with white socks and green boots, Android 16. Beside him stands Android 17. A man with black hair, along with Android 18, a tall and striking blonde woman. What a disgrace it is. Androids 19 and 20, you are far too weak. Android 17 comments with a light chuckle. Chapter 42. Androids 19 and 20 are defeated. Come quickly and assist us in vanquishing these foes. Android 20 shouted. Ha ha ha. Androids 17 and 18 possess boundless energy. You stand no chance against them. Ha ha ha. Accept your fate. Is that so? Android 17 replied coolly. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Android 19. With a resounding thud, Android 19 was sent flying by a single punch, carving a deep crimson mark into the ground. Remaining motionless for an extended period, easily dispatched, Android 17 proclaimed with pride. Indeed, Android 17 is truly formidable, Vegeta observed, slightly astonished. Android 17 and 18. I shall lend you my strength. 18, 17, this one is ours to claim. Android 20 exclaimed with fervor as he charged forward. How naive of you, Android 20. Prepare to be sent flying. Android 17 laughed heartily. Whoosh, Android 20 vanished and reappeared before Android 16 and 17. With simultaneous dull thuds, both Android 16 and 17 staggered back, while Android 20 was pierced through the chest by a single blow. 20, you are far too weak. You are unworthy to fight alongside us. Android 17 coldly declared. What? You? I created you all, and you dare to attempt to kill me? No, you cannot do this. Android 20 screamed in despair, but it was futile. He was obliterated by Android 17's powerful strike. The fallen Android 19 lay silent, having been swiftly defeated by Android 17 alone. You are indeed strong, Vegeta remarked, excitement coursing through him. Such formidable opponents would allow him to showcase his prowess. He would surpass Goku, surpass the likes of Wen Tianqi, and become the strongest in the universe. Ha ha ha, come forth, let me witness your strength. Vegeta roared, his body erupting in a searing golden aura, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. His voice echoed through the cosmos, instilling a profound sense of awe. Pointing at Android 17, fury and determination glimmered in his eyes. Wrapped in his fiery aura, Vegeta appeared more imposing, his muscles distinctly defined. He lunged at Android 17 with blinding speed, arriving before him in an instant. Their clash resonated throughout the universe, creating shockwaves that trembled planets. Each of Vegeta's strikes was imbued with tremendous power, yet Android 17 seemed to absorb them effortlessly. His form flowed like liquid, evading attacks while countering with ease. Fear began to etch itself onto Vegeta's face as he sensed his strength was insufficient to overcome Android 17. He was gravely injured, blood spilling from his mouth. I cannot lose. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, summoning every ounce of energy within him. The golden aura swirled around him, intensifying. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, surpassing the previous flames. Encased in this energy, he grew even more imposing. He charged at Android 17 once more, faster and stronger than before. His strikes threatened to shake the very fabric of the universe, as if seeking to annihilate all. Yet Android 17 continued to evade effortlessly, countering with fluidity. Seizing Vegeta's legs, Android 17 hurled him to the ground. Vegeta coughed up blood, feeling his strength waning. He lifted his gaze towards Android 17, despair reflected in his eyes. I cannot be defeated by you, Vegeta shouted defiantly, summoning his final reserves of energy. He unleashed a powerful golden aura that enveloped Android 17, rendering him immobile. Vegeta pointed at 17's head, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, as if intent on extinguishing 17's very life. In an instant, a formidable beam of energy shot from Vegeta's finger, striking Android 17's head. Android 17's form stiffened before gradually collapsing. Panting heavily, Vegeta rose slowly, glancing at his hands in disbelief at his victory. He raised his head towards the distant planets and let out a triumphant cry. However, when Vegeta turned to face Android 17, he was horrified to see his victory was incomplete. 17's body began to fade and, ultimately, vanished into thin air. Vegeta was frozen in shock, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He turned to the horizon, where a mysterious silhouette gradually came into view. 17. Vegeta gasped. Realizing that the one he thought he had destroyed was merely a shadow, the true Android 17 remained unscathed. How pitifully weak. How dull. Is this what a Super Saiyan amounts to? Hardly impressive, Android 17 remarked, tilting his head slightly, his tone nonchalant. You. Android 17. You are unharmed. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Android 17 approached Vegeta, a look of disdain etched across his features. Humph. With your level of power, you dare to challenge me? Stopping before Vegeta, he scrutinized him. No, it cannot be. 17 should have been obliterated. Vegeta's mind swirled with disbelief, akin to falling into an inescapable trap. Extending his hand, Android 17 gently pressed it against Vegeta's head. Your power is nothing before my eyes, weakling. Weakling. 17 repeated, madness glinting in his gaze. No, this cannot be. Vegeta stared at his fallen form, unable to comprehend his inability to defeat Android 17. A flicker of ferocity ignited in his eyes, his body trembling as an immense energy erupted from within him, threatening to tear apart the very space around him. Yet he had not anticipated how feeble this power would appear in the face of Android 17. 17 regarded Vegeta with cold indifference, as one would observe a feeble insect struggling in vain. With a mere wave of his hand, an invisible force easily sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily, emitting a dull thud. But in the next moment, Chapter 43, teasing Android 18 dust danced in the air as Vegeta vanished into the haze. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dirt around. The onlookers shifted their gazes to the other side, where a figure gradually emerged from the cloud of dust. Dressed in a blue battle robe, he possessed striking features, his long hair flowing elegantly in the breeze. Approaching Vegeta, he cast a glance at the fallen warrior before lifting his gaze to Android 17. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he scrutinized Android 17 for a moment, only to suddenly turn to the golden-haired girl beside him, Android 18. Hello, beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wen Tianqi, he proclaimed, tossing his hair back with a self-assured grin. Humph. Boring. Android 18 retorted dismissively, turning her head away. Ah, ha. Wen Tianqi began to say something, but suddenly felt an icy chill behind him, prompting him to turn slowly. Bulma, Chi. Lanchi, hello? He greeted sheepishly, realizing he had forgotten about his 3 wives. Flirting in their presence felt rather inappropriate. Isn't that the universe's strongest, Wen Tianqi? Here he is, trying to charm a pretty girl. How impressive. Bulma huffed, her words tinged with jealousy, making Wen Tianqi acutely aware of the tension. Tianqi, do you have a thing for that blonde beauty? Chi questioned, her face etched with suspicion, perceiving him as a lecherous man with a new target. Giggle, Tianqi. You're as fickle as ever. It's fine by me, but I must warn you, this android is formidable. Don't underestimate her, or you might embarrass yourself. Lanchi chimed in with a laugh, covering her mouth. Cough. No worries. Just watch from the sidelines. Androids are no challenge for me, Wen Tianqi replied casually, shaking his head, only to notice that everyone was staring at his long hair. Boss, why is your hair so long? Piccolo asked incredulously, expressing his bewilderment at Wen Tianqi's personal life. Women are the most troublesome. Why bother with them? Isn't it better to remain single for life? Oh, I forgot to get a haircut. Heh. Wen Tianqi chuckled, realizing there was some truth to his excuse. Good to know, Krillin sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Relieved that his brother Tianqi hadn't been lured away by a woman, otherwise, he would have struggled with the android. Tianqi, take care of Goku. I'll check on him. He needs his medication now. Please give him the medicine Bulma developed. Wen Tianqi instructed Krillin. Having collaborated with Bulma years ago to create a miraculous remedy for heart disease, waiting for this moment. Got it, boss. Krillin replied, swiftly flying over to Goku, cradling him as they departed. With Brother Tianqi here, there is no need for concern. He is indeed the universe's strongest, Krillin thought, feeling a sense of security as he soared towards Master Roshi's abode. Leave Android 17 to me. You three can handle Android 18. What do you say? Wen Tianqi suggested, stroking his chin as he addressed Bulma and her companions. Although he yearned for a fierce duel with Android 18, he sensed that now was not the right moment. So he opted for a strategic retreat, hoping Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi would bond with Android 18, fostering a harmonious future for their growing family. After all, it wouldn't be long before they were all one family, he mused with a mischievous grin. Whatever. You can divide it however you wish. I'm up for anything, Android 17 stated confidently, arms crossed, showing no inclination to engage first. Android 16, are you not going to join the fray? Android 18 inquired, arching an eyebrow at her companion. She felt capable of handling 3 opponents, but wanted to gauge Android 16's intent. Android 16 stood still, a gentle smile gracing his face as he calmly replied, I'm sorry, but I do not intend to fight. Why not? Android 18 asked, puzzled. If he was going to fight, what was his purpose here? Was he merely posturing or showcasing his strength? Because I do not wish to harm them, Android 16 answered, his tone serene, devoid of any emotion. Are you worried that if you hurt them, they might be upset? Android 18 found it difficult to comprehend. No, they mean no harm to me. I simply do not want to harm them, Android 16 clarified. Very well, Android 18 conceded, still puzzled by his perspective. Then let the battle begin, Android 17 declared, his metallic joints glowing a bright red as he activated his full potential, preparing for a final showdown against the tardy Wen Tianqi. Upon hearing Android 16's words, Wen Tianqi offered him a friendly smile, recognizing him as a remarkably kind android. Unlike the others, Android 16 posed no threat to humans or even plants and animals, embodying a higher moral code. Yet, recalling Android 16's statement, Wen Tianqi smirked. Though you are benevolent, claiming you would not harm me seems a bit boastful. Just wait. I shall leave you astounded. A wicked grin danced upon his lips. Behold what it means to be the universe's strongest, he proclaimed. Meanwhile, Android 16 remained motionless, his mechanical limbs shifting slightly, arms crossed, wearing a subtle smile. His decision not to engage in combat stemmed from his desire to protect the individuals present. Very well. If 16-1T intervene, Android 18, you can take on those 3 women while I handle this Wen Tianqi, Android 17 said, confidence radiating from him. Humph. Then we shall strike first. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi declared in unison, standing in a line as the 3 stunning beauties addressed Wen Tianqi. Excellent. I am quite intrigued by your abilities, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, his eyes widening in anticipation as he beheld the trio. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged forth from the 3 women. What is this? Android 17, 18, and 16 turned in astonishment, while Krillin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 44, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch transform into Super Saiyans with a melodious cry. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch. 3 stunning beauties unleashed a radiant golden aura that enveloped their bodies, their flowing locks transforming into shimmering gold. The spectacle was reminiscent of a golden sun illuminating their forms. Their eyes sparkled with a resolute brilliance, embodying the essence of a Super Saiyan, brimming with unmatched confidence and strength. The golden aura swirled around the trio, akin to waves of molten gold, as their hair glimmered in the fiery glow, dancing like flames. Their figures appeared more perfect amidst the golden energy, exuding a formidable power that sent chills down the spine. A powerful surge of energy erupted from their beings, momentarily stunning those around them. Their forms became indistinct, leaving only 3 golden silhouettes in their wake. This transformation rendered the entire scene profoundly awe-inspiring. Can you all transform too? Android 17 inquired, astonished. Android 18 similarly lowered her arms, her expression one of utter disbelief. The magnitude of their combined power was such that even she felt it was a challenge. Android 16, although surprised, maintained his composure. His strength surpassed that of both 17 and 18, making the transformation of Bulma and the others seem less shocking to him. Piccolo, Tien, and the others were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before their eyes. The golden aura surrounding Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch blazed like a scorching sun. their hair shining even brighter under its luminescence. The sheer force emanating from them caused the very air to tremble. In that moment, Piccolo and Tien felt an overwhelming threat. The three Super Saiyans resembled deities descended from the heavens, radiating an aura that demanded respect. Their hearts raced, and their bodies involuntarily quaked. Piccolo exchanged a glance with Tien. Kaiatsu and Yamcha, their expressions dazed. Is being a Super Saiyan now so commonplace? How can they all transform? Frieza would surely weep with envy at the sight. Has the transformation into a Super Saiyan become so effortless? To see three individuals achieving it simultaneously was astonishing. It is essential to remember that becoming a Super Saiyan is not an accomplishment granted to just anyone. Many endure countless trials, and some spend their entire lives without attaining the transformation. Piccolo stared, wide-eyed, at Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch, the shock rendering him speechless. The boss is incredible, a veritable deity, no. Even more powerful than a god. Kaiatsu and the others gazed at Bulma with admiration. This was their first glimpse of her Super Saiyan prowess. Previously, they believed Bulma incapable of transformation, as she devoted herself to scientific pursuits, seldom revealing her combat abilities. Yet, in that moment, she showcased her formidable strength, and they were now believers. Boss, from now on, we follow you. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. Piccolo interjected. You all shouted. What should I say? He hastily followed suit. Boss, I am your loyal subordinate. Piccolo waved his hand, calling out to Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi, since you've called me boss, I cannot disregard you. It would be quite embarrassing, Wen Tianqi replied, a pained smile adorning his face as he observed the antics of his companions. Enough of the commotion, Piccolo. You and the others should return for now, Wen Tianqi suggested with a gentle smile. Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingying pouted, insisting, Daddy, we want to watch your battle. All right, I concede to your wishes, Wen Tianqi chuckled helplessly. Do not fret, it will conclude swiftly. Android 17 smirked, give it your all. If that is indeed the so-called Super Saiyan, he is no match for me. Although those three women may be evenly matched with Android 18, my strength surpasses hers. Are you aware of this? He casually adjusted his hair, a sly grin on his face. Wen Tianqi regarded Android 17. You are not the strongest, 16 is superior. And your demeanor is somewhat. Demeanor? What do you mean? Android 17 asked, momentarily taken aback. It means 16 is far more composed, and he is quite handsome. Wen Tianqi nodded inwardly. Android 17's expression darkened, realization dawning upon him as he glared at Wen Tianqi. You dare claim 16 is stronger than I? His combat prowess exceeds mine? Android 17 struggled to comprehend, his eyes wide with disbelief, his lips pressed tightly together, filled with astonishment and doubt. He had always believed himself to be the epitome of combat power, the most formidable of the androids. Was this truly the case? Ignoring Wen Tianqi, Android 17 turned to Android 16, who maintained a calm demeanor, replying coolly, This is the will of the doctor. I have not deceived you. I have never claimed to reveal my strength. Android 17 fell silent, contemplating the notion that since 16 had never engaged in battle nor exhibited his abilities, he had assumed he was the doctor's most powerful creation. Now, however, doubts crept in. I will first eliminate you, then defeat 16. I shall prove to you all that I am the strongest android. Android 17's fury ignited. With a manic glint in his eyes, Android 17 surged forth, a powerful energy radiating from him. He charged at Wen Tianqi, his muscles tense like steel, his speed increasing exponentially until he stood before Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi observed Android 17 with calm determination, devoid of fear, filled instead with a fervent spirit for battle. His muscles coiled, and a formidable energy field enveloped him, causing the air around to vibrate with intensity. The golden aura erupted skyward, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and unlike the others, Wen Tianqi's Super Saiyan form exuded an ethereal quality. The energy he emitted was overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 45, The Crushing Might of Android 17. Android 17 was far from an ordinary Super Saiyan, drawing the attention of those around him. Unfazed, 17 launched a powerful punch at Wen Tianqi, each strike resonating with a thunderous crack that seemed capable of splitting the very air. Wen Tianqi, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their immense energies produced a deafening roar, shaking the atmosphere. Wen Tianqi's body trembled as if struck by a speeding train, yet he quickly regained his composure and unleashed another punch, even more ferocious and destructive than the last. Android 17 staggered back, his form spiraling through the air before he managed to steady himself, astonished by the magnitude of Wen Tianqi's power. Nevertheless, he pressed on, charging at Wen Tianqi with renewed speed and strength. The intensity of their battle escalated, their bodies twisting and turning in the air as their fists rained down upon one another like a torrential storm. Each impact reverberated with a resounding crash, inflicting severe damage upon each combatant. The fight was brutal yet brief. Ultimately, Wen Tianqi landed a decisive blow to 17's midsection, sending him careening away. Android 17 tumbled through the air, crashing violently into a wall. With a thunderous boom, he was driven deep into the sturdy structure, his form embedded within the solid masonry. Debris exploded outward, dust swirling as the scene was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Wen Tianqi, radiant in golden light and exuding an air of arrogance, chose to bide his time, observing leisurely with a serene expression. His eyes sparkled with amusement, as if anticipating the unfolding drama. Embedded in the wall, Android 17 pressed against the cold surface, his expression a mix of fury and disbelief, his eyes wide with rage. Suddenly, an energy surge radiated from him, causing his body to quiver. Fragments of the wall scattered as he struggled to free himself, determination flickering in his gaze. His eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, as if he sought to incinerate the world around him. Impossible. I am invincible, he roared, his voice deep yet powerful. With renewed vigor, he fought against his constraints, the very wall trembling from his efforts. In a sudden burst of strength, Android 17 broke free with a resounding crash, though his form remained intact. His eyes glowed a vivid crimson. He glared at the nonchalant Wen Tianqi, his gaze filled with resentment and fury. You scoundrel! I shall kill you, he bellowed, his voice hoarse and primal. Oh, is that so? Wen Tianqi replied with a calm smile, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. Did you not claim I could not defeat you? He raised an eyebrow, feigning interest. I will kill you. You infuriate me. 17 screamed, his voice echoing like thunder. Do you truly not know the meaning of death? Just as he finished speaking, Wen Tianqi vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage before Android 17's eyes, filled with rage. 17's eyes flared with crimson light as he raised his fist high, a massive wave of energy emanating from it. The energy coalesced into a formidable sphere, trembling the surrounding space. With a resounding impact, the energy wave struck 17's chest, propelling him backward and shattering the wall behind him. He plummeted into the depths of the building, creating a vast crater in the floor. The entire structure quaked, rocks splintering and dust swirling. Wen Tianqi stood nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. He regarded 17 with a soft voice. Do you truly believe you can kill me? You are woefully naive. Your strength is indeed impressive, yet I have never fought you seriously. You are but an ant before me. All your struggles are in vain. Allow me to illustrate the chasm that separates us. With a haughty glare, Wen Tianqi raised his right hand, declaring, this is an insurmountable divide. Standing resolute, he lifted his hand as if wielding the power of life and death. A terrifying energy orb began to take shape, immense and imposing, as if it harbored boundless power. The very essence of that force made Android 17 tremble involuntarily, as if confronted by an inevitable fate. The energy orb spun in Wen Tianqi's grasp, each rotation reminiscent of planetary motion, both weighty and effortless. Its colors shifted unpredictably, resembling a vibrant gemstone pulsating with captivating light. Yet the power it contained was capable of annihilating worlds. At that moment, Android 17 furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Was it fear of the unknown, anxiety over potential defeat, or astonishment at Wen Tianqi's might? He leaned back slightly, as if attempting to evade the invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Yet Wen Tianqi's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any tremor. He tightened his grip, as if constricting the very energy that bound him. The world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the orb's inevitable detonation. In a sudden, tense moment, Android 17 let out a piercing scream, his body thrust backward as if struck by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the energy orb erupted, its power obliterating everything in its vicinity, plunging the realm into chaos and disorder. However, amidst the overwhelming force, Wen Tianqi stood as an unyielding mountain, unmoved and calm, a detached observer of the power he had unleashed and its impact upon the world. Your combat prowess is utterly insufficient, he remarked with a smirk, his tone dismissive. Chapter 46. The Unyielding 17. The three women discern Wen Tianqi's intentions upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words. Number 17 suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze turned hollow, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had failed, standing before Wen Tianqi like an insurmountable mountain, forever unscalable. He rose despondently, his eyes filled with resentment, yet he could not muster the strength to stand tall. He resembled a deflated balloon, shivering, his breath growing weaker by the moment. Have I truly been defeated? Number 17 lifted his head to gaze at Wen Tianqi, his face etched with disbelief. As the most formidable of the androids, could he really not triumph over Wen Tianqi? Ultimately, the artificial being number 17 had succumbed to Wen Tianqi's prowess. Observing number 17, bloodied and battered, Wen Tianqi wore a faint smile and remarked softly, "Now you comprehend my combat prowess. This outcome is the result of your arrogance and ignorance. It is not too late to understand. Ha ha ha." The battle unfolding at Wen Tianqi's side left 18, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi astonished, causing them to halt and turn their attention. Unlike the others, Bulma, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi felt elated, astonished by Wen Tianqi's unexpectedly formidable strength. In stark contrast, 18's heart plummeted. If even number 17 could not stand against Wen Tianqi, how could she possibly hope to prevail alone? How could it be? Number 17 has fallen. And if he cannot defeat Wen Tianqi, I am surely doomed. Standing in the open space, number 18's demeanor grew desolate. She had always believed that she and no 17 possessed the strongest combat abilities in the world, yet now she realized that her strength paled in comparison to Wen Tianqi. They were not his match. Her heart brimmed with resentment. Why were she and number 17 deemed the strongest among all androids, capable of easy victories? Yet time and again they fell before Wen Tianqi. Number 17, you must not give up. You are one of us androids. Failure is not an option. We still have number 16. Number 18 shouted at number 17. Number 16? Upon hearing number 18's words, number 17 pondered. Indeed, there was still android number 16. The strongest combatant according to Wen Tianqi. Surely he could defeat him. With this thought, number 17 turned his gaze toward the distant number 16, who stood quietly, his eyes calmly fixed on Wen Tianqi, devoid of any emotion. Unlike the others, number 16's physique was robust, resembling a small mountain standing resolutely. Number 16, rise. For the dignity of the androids, for our future, you must conquer Wen Tianqi. Number 17 implored number 16. Dignity? Future? Number 16 responded with a subtle smile, then lifted his head to gaze at Wen Tianqi in the distance, stating calmly, "Even for those reasons, with my combat prowess, I cannot defeat him. I am an android. My purpose is to serve humanity, not to engage in battle." With that, number 16 closed his eyes, unwilling to fight at this moment, fully aware that he was not Wen Tianqi's adversary. Do not. Number 17 lay on the ground, his expression vacant, seemingly grappling with the bitter reality of his impending defeat. Humph. I refuse to believe you are so powerful. Number 17 suddenly erupted, fleeing in a particular direction. Wen Tianqi stood still, watching the retreating figure of number 17 with a hint of disdainful amusement. He lightly flicked his finger, leaving a faint trace in the air. Subsequently, a surge of immense energy erupted from his fingertip, akin to a scorching torrent racing into the distance. The air detonated instantaneously, generating a colossal shockwave that threatened to engulf everything in its path. The onlookers were seized by terror, covering their ears in a futile attempt to escape the overwhelming force. At the epicenter of the explosion, number 17's form was consumed in an instant. A piercing scream echoed through the air for a moment before silence reclaimed the scene. Wen Tianqi inhaled deeply, removing his finger from his lips as if signaling for quiet. He turned his gaze toward the center of the explosion, his eyes gleaming with malice. There, a figure staggered to its feet, clothing tattered and face smeared with soot and blood. It was number 17. Wen Tianqi. Our android race shall never bow to you lowly humans. Number 17, despite his diminished strength, emanated an indomitable spirit. Perhaps androids would never yield to inferior humans. If that were the case, then he would fight. With this determination, a powerful force erupted from number 17, propelling him like a sharp arrow toward Wen Tianqi. Yet, in the next moment, number 17 faltered, collapsing to the ground. With such feeble strength, you are nothing in my eyes. Wen Tianqi remarked coolly. In the face of Wen Tianqi's scorn, number 17 roared in defiance and charged at him once more. You overestimate yourself. Wen Tianqi merely smiled as he effortlessly kicked number 17 away. Feeling the impact, number 17 spat blood again, struggling to rise. Number 17, do not struggle. It is futile. We are not his match. Number 18 suddenly appeared beside him, conveying her discouragement. Meanwhile, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi had reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. Huddled together, gazing at the confrontation between Wen Tianqi, number 17, and number 18 from a distance. Bulma. I feel as if Tianqi is about to make a move against 18, Chi-Chi whispered to Bulma. Yes, I sense it too, Bulma nodded in agreement. Humph. That rascal Tianqi has had his eyes on the blonde beauty, 18, for some time. His gaze just betrayed his intentions, Lan Shi fumed. Indeed, we all understand Tianqi's character. This time, 18 is surely doomed, the trio lamented as they watched from afar. Isn't 18 an android? Though she is quite beautiful. Could Tianqi truly engage in such acts with a machine? Isn't that a bit peculiar and hard to fathom? Chapter 47. Inviting number 18 home for surgery. Chi-Chi covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that Tianqi has some peculiar preference? As this thought crossed her mind, her imagination took a rather odd turn. Number 18 is a synthetic human, is she not? Chi-Chi, Lan Shi, and Bulma exclaimed in unison. Synthetic humans, are they not all robots? Bulma pondered with a hint of confusion. It is possible, indeed. Chi-Chi and Lan Shi nodded in disbelief. Wen Tianqi, his expression darkened. Cleared his throat twice. I do not possess any unusual preferences. This is merely my imagination. Observing their skeptical expressions, he helplessly explained, not all synthetic humans are robots. For instance, number 16 is indeed a pure robot, but numbers 17 and 18 are fundamentally human, modified based on human physiology. The primary distinction lies in their possession of a perpetual energy core, which grants them boundless energy and stamina, significantly slowing the aging process and allowing them to retain their youthful vigor for an extended period. Fret not, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Lan Shi. Your physiques have already transformed into super scions, making you remarkably resilient to aging. You shall maintain your beauty without concern. Seeing the peculiar expressions on Bulma and the others, Wen Tianqi hurriedly reassured them. Humph, at least you are aware of this, Bulma scoffed, turning away. Chi-Chi stifled a laugh, exchanging a knowing glance with Wen Tianqi. Clearing my throat, I shall continue. Though they have been modified, they still require hydration and can grow stronger through training, just like any other human. Wen Tianqi unveiled this astonishing revelation. What? We can actually grow stronger through training? Number 17 gasped in shock. Indeed, through training, they can enhance their strength. And they are unlikely to age. Most importantly, their combat abilities will also significantly improve. Although untested, they should not be weak. Wen Tianqi declared. Does this mean we can also become stronger? Number 18 asked in astonishment. Yes, this is precisely why I summoned you here today. Number 18, number 17. I believe you now have your answers, do you not? Are you not eager to join us? Wen Tianqi gazed at numbers 17 and 18, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. We want to. Moreover, we have already begun training. We will definitely become stronger, and next time, I will defeat you once more, number 17 declared fiercely. Very well, and what about you, number 18? Come and train with us. You have just awakened and have not committed any misdeeds. Why not join us? My home is quite spacious, and you could stay with us. Wen Tianqi finally revealed his true intentions. I think I will pass. I do not wish to live in your home, number 18 blushed and hesitated. Oh, do not be so stingy. You are already here, so why not stay? You have already begun training, have you not? Only through constant training can one grow stronger and better protect oneself. Do you wish to remain weak for eternity? Wen Tianqi coaxed gently. Well, all right. Number 18 considered for a moment before nodding. Number 18 had never been particularly fond of fighting. She desired a peaceful life where she could tend to her garden, nurture flowers, or relax in a hot spring. She believed such a life was true happiness, though simple. It was fulfilling. Now that's the spirit. World destruction, killing Son Wukong. As long as I am here, you will never succeed, Wen Tianqi boasted. Hands on his hips, laughing heartily. But soon he sensed a chilling presence behind him. Bulma, you. Do not act recklessly. Allow me to explain, Wen Tianqi said, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh, is that so? I have heard everything, you lecherous fool. Bulma's eyes sparkled with a mischievous light. Realizing he had been caught, Wen Tianqi understood he had been outwitted. This little girl had spilled everything. He thought to himself, upon returning home, he would have to deal with her properly or risk losing his surname, Wen. However, Bulma was not genuinely angry. She merely wished to tease him. On the other hand, her bond with number 18 had deepened through their shared experiences in battle, leading to a mutual understanding and recognition. Hey, can I join you for training? Number 17 suddenly inquired timidly. No, I shall only take number 18, Wen Tianqi replied curtly to number 17. Number 16, would you like to join? Bulma can deactivate the bomb within you. What? Number 16 has a bomb inside him? Numbers 17 and 18 exchanged surprised glances. Number 16 appeared momentarily shocked but quickly regained his composure. In that case, I shall rely on Mr. Yuan. With that, number 16 bowed respectfully to Wen Tianqi. Do not be alarmed, numbers 17 and 18. You also harbor terrifying bombs within you, capable of obliterating you completely. Wen Tianqi dropped another bombshell. What? We have bombs inside us too? Numbers 17 and 18 exchanged astonished looks, their expressions filled with disbelief. Indeed, you are fortunate, for not only am I powerful, but I also possess advanced technology. If you follow me, I can deactivate those bombs for you. So, what do you say? Will you accompany me? Wen Tianqi tempted them. Really? We are willing to follow you. Numbers 17 and 18 exclaimed excitedly. Number 18, of course, you are welcome. Once I deactivate the bomb for you, number 17. You may go wherever you please, Wen Tianqi said with a hint of disdain. TCH, how boring. So you only want the beautiful number 18, do you? One wonders how Bulma would react upon seeing you, number 16 remarked, speechless. Kill me? Nonsense. I adore beautiful women too much to harm them. Ha ha ha. Oh, my fair heiress. Wen Tianqi had completely taken an interest in the stunning number 18. Having admired her illustrations after watching Dragon Ball, he now felt no need for them. All right, enough of this nonsense. Bulma, let us hurry back. Number 16, number 17, number 18, I will deactivate the bombs inside you. You may now accompany me. Yes. Let us return for the procedure. Chapter 48. It's just surgery. Don't be afraid, Bulma hastily intervened to prevent the group from escalating the situation. For her jealousy was on the verge of surging once more. Thank you, Bulma. At this moment, androids 16, 17, and 18 finally emerged from their earlier astonishment and promptly expressed their gratitude. Bulma was certainly far more dependable than that lecherous fellow. Thus, when Goku cured his heart ailment and regained his peak form, he was taken aback to discover that the androids had reformed, leaving him in a quandary. Ah, if that's the case, have I endured all that punishment for nothing? No, I must challenge 17 to a rematch. Goku shouted amidst the ruins before soaring into the sky to seek out 17 for another contest. At Wen Tianqi's residence, Dr. Brief was in the process of disarming the bomb within Android 17. Having already dismantled 16's explosive device, he was taken aback by the sight of the two small bombs. I've never encountered such explosives before, and their destructive power could potentially obliterate the entire planet. However, before he could finish his thought, he felt a tremor in his hands, causing him to panic. Goodness, I must not accidentally trigger the bomb. I need to dispose of it immediately. With that in mind, Dr. Brief became increasingly cautious, treating the trembling bomb with utmost care, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. Oh, Dr. Brief, do not be alarmed. I am familiar with this type of bomb. As I mentioned earlier, its power is indeed terrifying, but you need not worry, I will manage it. Wen Tianqi casually remarked. How do you possess knowledge of such advanced technology? Dr. Brief inquired, puzzled by Wen Tianqi's unexpected expertise, as he had not seemed particularly interested in it before. Ahem, well, it's because, I've recently developed a keen interest in technology, and I intend to personally perform the bomb disarmament surgery on 18, Wen Tianqi replied nonchalantly, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue. Oh, is that so? Dr. Brief responded, his expression suggesting a knowing understanding, as he chuckled and nodded before returning to his task. Hey, I assure you, Dr. Brief, my intentions are genuine. You should recognize that I am indeed a good person, a truly good person. You must believe me. Wen Tianqi continued to persuade him. Ahem, well, since you insist, I shall trust you this once. Do take care. I shall take my leave, Dr. Brief said, hastily departing, fearing that remaining any longer would lead to an awkward confrontation between them. Oh, finally resolved. Now, it's time for me to perform surgery on 18, hee. Wen Tianqi rubbed his hands together in preparation for the surgical tools. Yes, these are all legitimate instruments. After all, the bomb truly needs to be removed. In the laboratory, Android 18 crossed her arms, her expression inscrutable as she observed Wen Tianqi, who was clad in a white lab coat and donned spectacles, indeed resembling a scientist. I have heard about the surgery you arranged. They assured me there would be no issues. However, are you certain you wish to perform the bomb disarmament on me? Yes, trust me, 18. I am a good person, Wen Tianqi affirmed with a smile. A good person? He claims to be a good person. 18 conceded, acknowledging that this individual might be somewhat unhinged. Nevertheless, for the moment, he had not harmed any androids. But given his current demeanor, could he truly be trusted? Observing Yuan Tianqi's earnest smile, 18 sensed an ulterior motive lurking beneath the surface. Furthermore, that ulterior motive was glaringly evident. Yuan Tianqi, may I ask, what must I do to undergo the bomb disarmament surgery? Quite simple. You merely need to lie on the operating table, and I shall personally remove the bomb, Yuan Tianqi stated with utmost seriousness. Is it really that straightforward? 18 questioned. Somewhat perplexed, as it appeared rather simplistic. Indeed, it is that simple, Yuan Tianqi confirmed. Must I remove my clothing? 18 asked, her cheeks flushing slightly. Of course. That is standard procedure. Please proceed to the changing room, undress, and I will conduct a physical examination. Yuan Tianqi indicated towards the adjacent changing room, his expression entirely serious, devoid of any inappropriate demeanor. 18 felt a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Was he genuinely asking her to undress? The thought of being unclothed while this scientist undertook the task of disarming the bomb to save humanity filled her with a wave of shyness. Yuan Tianqi, you must be joking, right? She timidly inquired. Not at all. It is merely a routine procedure for assessing your physical condition, Yuan Tianqi replied. Then, you won't do anything else to me, will you? 18 asked, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Ahem. No, this is simply a basic surgical requirement. I will examine your body and proceed with the necessary operation to eliminate the bomb capable of destroying the entire Earth, ensuring your safety and, indeed, the safety of the whole planet, Yuan Tianqi explained, stroking his chin, convinced he was making a compelling case. Oh, phew, that's a relief. I thought you might. 18 sighed, her face slightly flushed. Naturally, I am a scientist. This is my profession. Rest assured, I will not impose anything upon you. Yuan Tianqi reassured her, then turned to operate the laboratory equipment. Quickly prepare. We shall commence shortly. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, 18, still blushing, proceeded to the changing room. A few minutes later, 18 emerged, clad in a loose-fitting white lab coat, while Yuan Tianqi regarded her with unwavering attention. The surgery begins, he declared softly as 18 entered the operating room, before switching on the equipment and preparing for the procedure. At that moment, 18 felt somewhat disoriented, realizing that the operating room now contained only herself and Yuan Tianqi. As he uttered the word begin, her vision blurred, and before she could comprehend the situation, her body had already involuntarily reclined upon the operating table. What is happening? Chapter 49. The surgery was highly successful. You are all my wings. Number 18. Feeling a bit flustered, attempted to sit up, but her body remained immobile. She could only watch helplessly as Yuan Tianqi began to disarm the bomb before her. The next scene caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What are you doing? Number 18 exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice as she tried to stop Yuan Tianqi. He gently removed her delicate hand and replied softly, I am here to perform surgery on you. Number 18 gazed at Yuan Tianqi's handsome face, seemingly resigned to her fate. You are such a rogue. The real surgery is just beginning. Suddenly, the lights in the operating room dimmed. The following day, Yuan Tianqi opened the door to the operating room, emerging hand in hand with number 18. It was now evening, and as they walked together, they engaged in light conversation. Number 18's face carried a slight blush, indicating her shyness and nervousness. They soon arrived at the dining hall to indulge in a delightful meal. Thank you for your hospitality this morning. I truly enjoyed it. Number 18 said to Yuan Tianqi after they finished their meal. As long as you enjoyed it, that is what matters. Remembering to thank me even during dinner. What a good girl you are. Yuan Tianqi chuckled, admiring number 18's beauty. I am not a good girl. Number 18's face deepened in color, her shyness becoming more evident. You are my girlfriend. Of course, my girlfriend. Have you forgotten? Yuan Tianqi laughed heartily at her bashful expression and declared this intentionally. What did you say? Number 18 was taken aback by his words, her face reddening further, and she asked, her voice trembling. I said you are my girlfriend. I've told you this many times. Have you forgotten? Yuan Tianqi continued to smile at her flustered demeanor. Why you? You already have 3 wives. Number 18 gazed incredulously at Yuan Tianqi. They, like you, are my wings. I am a man with a grand heart. Yuan Tianqi flashed a self-satisfied grin. Number 18, feeling overwhelmed, pushed him away, her face now a deeper shade of red, and hurriedly left. Yuan Tianqi watched her retreating figure, chuckling to himself as he clenched his fist. Number 18, you cannot escape my grasp. Meanwhile, on another side, Bulma, Kiki, and Lanchi sat together on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Yuan Tianqi. When he finally emerged, they were taken aback. Tianqi, why are you only coming out now? Kiki asked, her voice filled with excitement. I had to teach number 18 a lesson, which made me a bit late. Wen Tianqi replied with a grin directed at Bulma. Are you becoming fickle? Now that you have number 18, have you forgotten about us? Kiki pouted, dissatisfied. How could that be? You are all my favorites. I could never forget you. Wen Tianqi asserted seriously, looking at Bulma. Cut the pretense. You must be enjoying the company of number 18, which is why you forgot about us. Bulma pouted in discontent. Heh, you've seen through me. I must be quite foolish. Wen Tianqi chuckled. You big fool. Kiki and Bulma chimed in unison. All right, enough arguing. Tonight, I will prepare a delicious meal for you. And I bought a set of magical comics for us to enjoy together, Wen Tianqi said with a smile directed at the two girls. Sounds good. They both replied eagerly. That night, in the bedroom, Bulma suggested, Tianqi, let us read the magical comics together. Sure, Wen Tianqi nodded. So what do you think? Is it good? Well, this comic is a bit inappropriate, Kiki replied, her cheeks puffing out adorably. Is that so? Then allow me to enlighten you on what is inappropriate. Wen Tianqi smirked as he flopped down onto the bed. The night passed without further incident. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting warmth on Wen Tianqi and Bulma's faces. Ah, Tianqi, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on our backs. Bulma rubbed her eyes and, clutching her blanket, addressed Wen Tianqi. So comfortable. Wen Tianqi stretched lazily before getting out of bed. You three are quite the dream disruptors. He glanced at the three girls and remarked. Tianqi, we want to sleep too, but our alarm clock seems ineffective. Bulma lamented, still wrapped in her blanket. Enough of the nonsense. Hurry and get up. Kiki urged Bulma and Lanchi. Okay. They both responded in unison. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Wen Tianqi felt a slight awkwardness as he noticed Bulma, Kiki, Lanchi, and number 18, for stunning beauties, sitting silently on the sofa. Why is everyone quiet? Wen Tianqi scratched his head and asked timidly. We warned you last night not to be so reckless. Otherwise, you would regret it. Kiki pouted, crossing her arms, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Did I really act recklessly last night? Wen Tianqi felt perplexed and shrugged. Do you not know what you have done? Kiki shot him a glare. All right, what did I do? Wen Tianqi blinked innocently. Silence ensued. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Seriously, I did nothing. Why are you all looking at me like that? Wen Tianqi felt the heat rising to his head, knowing he couldn't voice his thoughts. Do not think we won't take action against you, Kiki said. Her arms crossed defiantly. Come on, you three couldn't possibly overpower me, yet you think you can take me on? Wen Tianqi felt his worldview shaken. Don't think that just because we haven't acted, you can escape unscathed, Kiki retorted coldly. Wen Tianqi was left speechless. All right. It seems the three ladies are still upset and rather jealous. Perhaps it's best to remain silent. From now on, we are all family. Let us not turn against each other. Peaceful coexistence is our shared desire, Bulma stated. Indeed, Kiki and Lanchi replied in unison. Chapter 50, in the living room. For beautiful women gathered together. Android 18 hesitated for a moment before nodding. She sensed that these three women were not as ferocious as she had anticipated. Were they going to spare her? Ladies, are you truly going to let me go? Wen Tianqi inquired cautiously. Yes, Bulma, Lanchi, and Chi-Chi replied in unison. Then I can rest easy. Wen Tianqi felt as though his springtime had finally arrived. From now on, let us not be so ostentatious. We can still be good friends, Bulma remarked, crossing her arms. Understood, Chi-Chi and Lanchi echoed simultaneously. Android 18 remained silent throughout. Yet she understood that she was now accepted here. Wen Tianqi reflected on his past, realizing he had spent the first half of his life in combat, never having engaged in a genuine conversation or romance with a girl. Surrounded by 4 stunning women every day, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, both painful and joyful. Initially, he had planned to seek out Cell, but within a few days, Bulma had surprisingly constructed a time machine. Tianqi, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of unrest. Suddenly, the idea of creating a time machine popped into my mind, and I can't explain why, Bulma explained. Her expression, one of confusion. Oh, a time machine? This thought just occurred to you? Wen Tianqi asked, astonished. Could it be that this time machine was a form of psychic connection with the Bulma of the future? I don't know, it just feels so strong, Bulma shyly admitted. Well, don't dwell on it. After all, this isn't something you created, Wen Tianqi said, examining the uniquely designed time machine with his chin in hand. Indeed. It resembles something made by my future self, So that makes sense, Bulma exclaimed, clapping her hands. Wen Tianqi suddenly felt an impulse to stir things up. Should he take a trip to the future? As he pondered this, a smile crept across his face, preparing himself for grand endeavors while maintaining a low profile. Tianqi, I feel like you have something in mind, Bulma said, grasping his hand. Wen Tianqi snapped back to reality, stroking his chin, and said, I wish to visit the future world. The three women paused for a moment before simultaneously gazing at Wen Tianqi, seemingly awaiting his explanation. I want to see the future world. Wen Tianqi mused aloud. I find your idea quite intriguing. Tianqi, I share that sentiment. Do you all feel the same? Wen Tianqi asked, astonished. Yes, I do, came the enthusiastic response. That's fantastic. Then I shall journey to the future world. Wen Tianqi exclaimed, leaping with joy. Tianqi, are you being serious? The three women asked in unison. Indeed, it is all true, and thus, I must depart. Wen Tianqi smiled as he spoke. Farewell. Farewell. Without hesitation, the time machine activated, and Wen Tianqi was whisked away to the future. The landscape was ravaged by war, utterly destroyed by androids 17 and 18. Only Trunks remained to uphold the fight, while Bulma busied herself in the laboratory. At long last, the time machine has been constructed, Bulma exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, the entire laboratory began to tremble violently. What is happening? Bulma asked, rising to check the control panel. Her eyes widening in shock. What is this? She gasped, witnessing the time machine hurtling towards the future Bulma. How can this be? The future Bulma appeared alarmed. Could it be a malfunction with the time machine? Bulma hurried over, preparing to activate the laboratory equipment, but with a loud crash. The time machine collided with the laboratory wall, exploding upon impact. Smoke filled the air, leaving both of them disoriented. What on earth is going on? Trunks gasped for air. I have no idea. It just happened suddenly, Bulma replied, equally bewildered. The laboratory shook violently once more. What is happening? Wen Tianqi emerged from the time machine. We don't know, both Bulma and Trunks replied in unison. Who are you? Trunks asked, staring at Wen Tianqi in confusion. I am Wen Tianqi. From another universe, he stated with a smile. Another universe, Wen Tianqi? Trunks was taken aback. Is it so strange that you were contemplating building a time machine given the existence of other universes? Wen Tianqi inquired. Well, perhaps it's not entirely unacceptable, Trunks admitted, feeling somewhat speechless. Are you both travelers of the cosmos? Wen Tianqi asked, glancing at the two beside him. Yes. We intend to visit the world of the past, Trunks stated hesitantly, inexplicably trusting this stranger. Trunks, do not trust strangers. The future Bulma interjected as she crawled out from the side, frowning. The Bulma of this world had aged considerably compared to her counterpart in the previous world. Yet her charm remained intact, indicating that the timeline here had not been disrupted. Ah, Ms. Bulma, Wen Tianqi said, admiring the future Bulma's elegance. She huffed in annoyance. All right, you should be leaving now. With that, Bulma attempted to dismiss Wen Tianqi, preparing to exit the premises. Wait, Wen Tianqi called out to them. What is it? Trunks asked, puzzled. Do you not wish to defeat the androids? Wen Tianqi grinned. Defeat the androids? Trunks and Bulma exchanged incredulous glances. Astonished at Wen Tianqi's audacity, they believed he had lost his mind. The androids were practically invincible. Indeed. I have come here with the sole purpose of vanquishing the androids, Wen Tianqi declared with a mysterious smile gracing his face. Chapter 51. The future of Bulma and Android 18. Defeating the androids is quite a formidable task, Trunks remarked instinctively. Why do you say that? Wen Tianqi chuckled. You previously mentioned that in this world, no one can defeat the androids. So why have you come here? Trunks inquired, his curiosity piqued. Because this world possesses something I require, Wen Tianqi replied with a sly smile. How do you know this? Trunks suddenly questioned. I hail from a distant realm where a power known as time travel exists, Wen Tianqi explained. Time travel? Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Noticing their astonishment, Wen Tianqi elaborated, leaving Bulma and Trunks utterly amazed. No wonder you said defeating the androids is difficult. You were not jesting, Trunks remarked. As long as I can vanquish the malevolent consciousness of the androids, this task will be trivial for me, Wen Tianqi declared confidently. Trunks, this task is entrusted to you, Bulma said, turning her gaze towards him. Me? Trunks was taken aback. Indeed, combat is your forte, and I shall refrain from interfering, Bulma affirmed with a smile. Why? Trunks asked, perplexed. That, I cannot say. Perhaps it is the hand of fate, Wen Tianqi interjected. Did Dr. Gero create androids 17 and 18 in your world as well? Trunks inquired curiously. Certainly. I defeated both 17 and 18, and remarkably, 18 became my wife, Wen Tianqi stated with unwavering confidence. What? 18 became your wife? At this revelation, Trunks and Bulma were both taken aback by the happiness radiating from Wen Tianqi. It was well known that Android 18 was a dangerous creation, second only to Android 17. Yet now, she had become Wen Tianqi's wife, and it seemed he genuinely adored her. Who exactly was Wen Tianqi? All right, you may proceed. I shall handle Android 18. He said, eyeing the figure of Android 18 in this world and stroking his chin thoughtfully. But how will you confront 18? Trunks queried, still doubtful. Though she is an android, to me, she is merely an ordinary girl. I am more than capable of dealing with her, Wen Tianqi assured them. Well, I cannot assist with that. I lack your level of strength, Trunks replied helplessly. Enough talk. Let's set off. I will manage Android 18, Bulma urged. If you do not trust me, allow me to demonstrate my strength, Wen Tianqi proposed. Please be careful. Android 18 is formidable, Trunks cautioned. Rest assured, she is my wife. And I shall educate her well, Wen Tianqi replied confidently. This guy truly enjoys boasting, Bulma remarked, exasperated. Let us depart and locate Android 18, she added. And the trio set off towards the city center. The thunderous sound of explosions reverberated through the air as Wen Tianqi, Bulma, and Trunks exchanged glances. The expressions on Bulma and Trunks' faces revealed tension and concern, indicating their familiarity with such chaos. Yet this time, they seemed less apprehensive, for Wen Tianqi, their savior, was present. It's androids 17 and 18. Trunks shouted suddenly, his voice laced with trepidation. Bulma's complexion paled instantly. These two numbers signified powerful foes they could not underestimate. Prepare for battle, Bulma declared, gripping her weapon firmly, her voice resolute. Trunks readied his sword, his gaze sharp and focused, fully prepared for the confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Trunks tightened his fists, bracing himself to unleash his power. He understood the gravity of this battle. They had to give their all. Relax, they are no match for me, Wen Tianqi casually remarked. At that moment, two figures emerged from the smoke of the explosions. They were strikingly beautiful. Yet the aura of energy surrounding them indicated they were formidable adversaries. This time, you are not as fortunate as before, Android 17 sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Android 18 nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her exquisite features. The two advanced towards Wen Tianqi, Bulma, and Trunks, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the commencement of this fierce battle. For the sake of Earth, we shall give our utmost, Bulma proclaimed, her voice imbued with fighting spirit. Trunks, the future warrior, clashed fiercely with Android 17. His movements were as swift as lightning, appearing and disappearing with remarkable agility. Wreathed in golden flames, his presence was imposing. Each of his strikes was a blend of power and speed, rendering him elusive. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi engaged in a more arduous battle with Android 18 from the future. He exerted his strength to suppress her, conscious not to leave her battered, as he anticipated a protracted struggle ahead. Thus, he demonstrated a prowess that was merely a notch above hers. Chapter 52. Are you also a Super Saiyan? He widened his eyes, closely observing every movement of Android 18. This version of 18 was entirely different from the previous one. Her physique appeared more voluptuous, emanating a mysterious radiance, as if she could dissolve into the air and vanish at any moment. Wen Tianqi was acutely aware that this battle allowed for no mistakes. He needed to summon every ounce of his spirit to overcome this formidable adversary, for he intended to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, with a swift motion of her arm, 18 unleashed a wave of energy that surged towards Wen Tianqi. He hastily dodged, the energy wave crashing against the rocks behind him, obliterating them into dust. Wen Tianqi was taken aback. This 18 was significantly more powerful than the former one. Trunks and Android 17's confrontation had also escalated into a more intense phase. Trunks leaped into the air, akin to a bird, landing before 17. He delivered a powerful blow to 17's chest, causing the android to stagger back. A fleeting smile of victory crossed Trunks' face, only to be swiftly replaced by a serious expression. He knew this battle was far from over. With a disdainful smirk, 17 taunted. Is this all you've got, Trunks? You're quite disappointing. Trunks remained silent, his gaze sharpening as energy coalesced around his arm, hinting at a formidable attack brewing within. At that moment, Wen Tianqi felt a terrifying pressure emanating from directly in front of him. He realized the time had come. A surge of immense energy erupted from Wen Tianqi, surpassing even Trunks' strength. His entire being was enveloped in golden flames, exuding an overwhelming presence as he glared ahead, seemingly awaiting something. Drawing a deep breath, his body began to transform. The golden flames intensified, his form increasing in size and muscularity. His eyes turned a brilliant gold, and a powerful energy erupted from within, radiating with an awe-inspiring force. Transformed, Wen Tianqi resembled a golden titan, letting out a roar as the flames coalesced into a flash of golden lightning, erupting forth. What is this aura? 18 gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Wen Tianqi's body began to swell, swiftly transforming into a being of golden light. What? He is actually a Super Saiyan. Trunks felt the change in Wen Tianqi, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. You too are a Super Saiyan? Trunks stammered. It was no wonder Trunks reacted this way. The previous Wen Tianqi had been terrifying, and now, transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was even more so. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Wen Tianqi, even the typically composed Trunks felt a twinge of panic, realizing he was no match for this newly transformed warrior. Wen Tianqi's Super Saiyan form was on an entirely different level, far beyond what Trunks could contend with. As expected, your strength remains formidable. It's truly infuriating. 17 was momentarily taken aback by Wen Tianqi's transformation, his expression shifting from shock to a dismissive grin. Confident in his own abilities, he couldn't believe that the transformed Wen Tianqi would pose a threat to him. Yet, as he smirked, that smile froze upon witnessing the dancing golden flames enveloping Wen Tianqi, swirling like golden dragons around him. This is bad. This guy's strength far exceeds his display. His Super Saiyan form is leagues stronger than Trunks. Even 18, usually calm and collected, felt a pang of alarm. She understood that if Wen Tianqi was indeed as powerful as they suspected, victory would be impossible for them. In a moment of dread, she contemplated fleeing, but found herself paralyzed by the palpable aura of death surrounding her. In an instant, Wen Tianqi charged forth, his fist striking 17's chest with blinding speed. 17 was sent flying, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing violently to the ground. 18, filled with terror, watched helplessly. Wishing to flee but unable to move, ensnared by the overwhelming presence of impending doom. In a heartbeat, Wen Tianqi stood before 17, delivering another devastating blow to his chest. Bang! Blood gushed forth from 17, his body mangled and torn. He convulsed briefly before falling still. Worthless. Wen Tianqi scoffed. Observing the fallen 17 and then turning his gaze to 18, she felt a chilling fear envelop her. This man was terrifying. She sensed the looming specter of death. No, please don't kill me. 18's voice trembled, her once beautiful face now pale with fear. Kneel. Wen Tianqi commanded coldly. With a thud, 18 fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Wen Tianqi was too powerful, so overpowering that 18 felt utterly incapable of challenging him. 17 had been vanquished in a single exchange, meeting his demise without a chance to retaliate. Trunks, seething with rage, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the sharp blade seemingly poised to strike at 18. His fury had reached a boiling point, akin to a bomb ready to explode. Trunks, you cannot do this. Wen Tianqi interposed himself between Trunks and 18, his voice calm yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Trunks' eyes flickered with confusion and anger as he shouted. Wen Tianqi, why are you stopping me? This creature nearly killed me. She must pay the price. Wen Tianqi stood firm, locking eyes with Trunks as he spoke gravely. I understand what 18 has done to you, and I know how furious you are. But this is not the solution. You must take Bulma and leave. I will handle 18 appropriately. Yes, 18 will pay for her past mistakes. I will not spare her. This thought echoed within Wen Tianqi. Trunks' anger subsided slightly as he regarded Wen Tianqi, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Finally, he slowly nodded and sheathed his sword. Chapter 53, The Ripe Apple. Android 18 Wen Tianqi gazed at Trunks, a sigh of relief escaping him. He understood that this young warrior had made the right decision. Turning his attention to the fallen android 18, his expression hardened. With a subtle motion of his palm, an invisible force emanated from his fingertips, enveloping 18, and in an instant, she soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Trunks observed this spectacle, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his features. He glanced towards Wen Tianqi, his lips parting in an attempt to speak, yet words eluded him. At that moment, Bulma approached, placing a comforting hand on Trunks' shoulder. This is the best solution. I trust him. His strength is undeniable, she reassured. Trunks remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He turned, leading Bulma toward their spacecraft. His anger had dissipated, leaving only profound fatigue and sorrow. Yet, he knew that all of this was for a brighter future. Meanwhile, with a resounding thud, Wen Tianqi materialized with Android 18 in an abandoned motel. The desolation of the place felt like a silent specter, bearing witness to countless secrets of the past. They navigated the dilapidated corridors, where crumbling furniture, faded wallpaper, and layers of dust spoke of neglect. They discovered a relatively clean room. The shattered window allowed the cold wind to howl inside, yet compared to the endless darkness outside, it felt like a temporary sanctuary. Android 18 shivered, her golden hair billowing in the breeze like the last glimmer of light being consumed by shadows. She looked at Wen Tianqi, her eyes flashing with fear and reverence. What do you intend to do? Her trembling voice echoed in the air. But Wen Tianqi merely regarded her with a calm demeanor. His gaze held no sympathy, nor pity, only resolute determination. I am here to teach you a lesson. To prevent you from committing further misdeeds. Wen Tianqi chuckled softly, his voice imbued with strength and resolve. He reached out, his powerful fingers gripping her arm. And in that moment, 18 felt a warm force emanating from him, a testament to his might. Why? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, fear flickering in her eyes. Wen Tianqi remained silent, watching her intently, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang through the air. 18's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. For Wen Tianqi's large hand had struck her backside. He smirked slightly, because you now belong to me. Kneel. With a gradual motion, Android 18 knelt beside him, her face still etched with fear and unease. Yet, as she began to speak, those emotions slowly faded into the background. What do you want from me? Her voice was soft and trembling, but Wen Tianqi suddenly broke into a grin, looking down at her kneeling form. The night passed in silence. The following day, Wen Tianqi stretched, invigorated. Nearby, 18's visage bore traces of tears, and as he observed her sorrowful expression, he felt no inclination to offer gentle comfort. He understood that what he sought was release, not solace. As for Android 18's thoughts, she was no longer the same as the one from her original world. Who would care? Android 18 appeared somewhat dazed, and Wen Tianqi had no intention of treating this future version of her with kindness. He cast a derisive glance her way, his face marked by disdain. Is this all you are capable of? The future Android 18 is merely this. Her words struck a nerve, snapping her to attention. She wiped her tear-streaked face, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with unmistakable defiance. Don't be too quick to judge. Wen Tianqi, you may spare my life, but one day, I will take yours. Wen Tianqi chuckled dismissively. What other tricks do you possess? His mocking smile remained unchanged. Though 18 remained silent, the subtle tremble of her body betrayed her fear. Humph, easily vanquished, he scoffed, his gaze laden with scorn. 18 bit her lip, her body trembling involuntarily. Yet, this very tremor ignited a flicker of excitement in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Wen Tianqi suddenly roared, vanishing from sight, only to reappear beside 18. He seized her neck, lifting her from the bed and forcefully pinning her down. As he reveled in the sensation beneath him, 18 stubbornly managed a contemptuous smile. A faint smile graced Wen Tianqi's face, but his next move rendered 18's disdain frozen in place. He raised an eyebrow, placing one hand on her shoulder while gripping her right hand with the other, a flicker of electricity dancing in his palm. The current surged from his hand to hers, causing her body to quiver, her eyes filled with a mix of defiance and humiliation. Didn't you claim I wouldn't dare to kill you? Look, I do dare. With that, his smirk widened, the electricity silently coursing from his palm into 18. Her body quaked, whether from pain or exhilaration, she could not tell. In her eyes, a wild light flickered, and Wen Tianqi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had he inadvertently awakened some hidden aspect of her? Realizing this, Wen Tianqi felt his blood surging faster, his actions growing more fervent. 18's complexion deepened in hue, her elegant brows knitting tightly as pain coursed through her, causing her to tremble. Yet, Wen Tianqi showed no signs of relenting. 18 suddenly lifted her head, emitting a cry of anguish, her face flushed with color. In that moment, she resembled a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Witnessing her expression, Wen Tianqi instantly comprehended Android 18 was struggling to suppress the fire within her. Chapter 54. The yield of number 18. At this moment, the flow of blood within his body surged, waves of heat crashing over him like a tidal force. Sensing the heat within, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Number 18 was taking action, compelled to unleash her abilities at the final juncture. Just then, a resolute spark ignited in number 18's gaze. She could not allow Wen Tianqi to prevail. Absolutely not. Huh? Wen Tianqi roared, the heat within him exploding forth like a volcanic eruption. Number 18's complexion flushed deeper, her hands weakly dancing before her, her body trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, exhilaration coursed through Wen Tianqi's eyes. Finally, the battle was drawing to a close. In Bulma's cottage. Bulma, is what you said true? Is Wen Tianqi's strength greater than that of your father? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could I deceive you about your own father? Bulma furrowed her brow, exuding a sense of exasperation. His combat prowess far surpasses Vegeta's, and even Son Goku's strength from years past pales in comparison. Then, if even Son Goku is no match, does that not imply that Wen Tianqi's power is unparalleled on Earth at present? Trunks remarked, resigned to the notion. By the way, number 18 has been with Wen Tianqi for a few days now, Bulma suddenly recalled. It seems to be the third day, Trunks pondered before responding. What have they been doing all this time? Bulma frowned, her concern evident. Number 18, once one of the two formidable androids, should not have remained so quiet in the presence of Wen Tianqi for 3 days. What was the purpose of Wen Tianqi bringing her along? I cannot say for certain. Trunks mused. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, a hint of resignation in her tone. As long as Wen Tianqi does not harm our family, we need not concern ourselves further. Trunks chuckled lightly in agreement. That is indeed the case. Bulma sighed. I find myself curious about the warriors in Wen Tianqi's world. You must be eager to know as well. Trunks smiled. Indeed. Our family and friends reside in that world. We must. All right, let us refrain from such discussions. They should return soon, and we will reunite then. Bulma glanced at Trunks, a soft smile gracing her lips. I am quite looking forward to it. Trunks replied, gazing at his mother with a smile. In Wen Tianqi's room, fully dressed, number 18's face was flushed, yet she maintained a facade of defiance. Let us proceed to find Bulma and Trunks. Wen Tianqi stated nonchalantly, disregarding number 18's reaction as he stepped outside. Humph. Number 18 huffed in discontent. Fully aware of Wen Tianqi's intentions, he was undoubtedly a lecherous fiend. However, under the weight of his imposing presence, she dared not voice her dissent and hurriedly followed. An hour later, Wen Tianqi and number 18 arrived at Bulma's cottage. Bulma, are you home? Wen Tianqi called softly, glancing at the closed door. Coming. A voice rang out as Bulma opened the door and stepped outside. Bulma, heh, it has been several days. Wen Tianqi grinned at her. Yes, it has been a while. What brings you and number 18 here? Bulma replied coolly. This world's number 18 killed Vegeta. So I do not expect you to greet her warmly, Bulma said, her tone icy. I have come to find you, Bulma. Surely you must know my purpose for being here. I intend to teach you the art of combat. Your innate talent is remarkable. We can train together and grow stronger. Wen Tianqi asserted earnestly. Combat? Training? Bulma's expression was one of confusion. Indeed, as for number 18, I have resolved to keep her close. To rigorously train her and ensure she atones for her past transgressions. She must not continue down a path of degradation. Rest assured. I shall impart lessons she will never forget, Wen Tianqi declared with a serious demeanor, a fervor evident in his expression as he sought retribution for Bulma and Trunks. Upon hearing this, number 18's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as memories of Wen Tianqi's crude behavior flooded her mind, causing her to turn her face away in avoidance. I see. Bulma replied after a moment of silence. Let us not linger on this topic. We should head inside to converse further. Wen Tianqi suggested with a grin, striding towards the interior. Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, utterly speechless at the turn of events. Who was truly the master of this household? Resigned to the situation, Bulma and Trunks followed suit, recognizing that Wen Tianqi's strength rendered him virtually invincible in this future world, leaving them no option but to comply for their own safety. Wen Tianqi led number 18, cleverly manipulating Trunks along the way, as the youth, being naive and inexperienced, was easily swayed by his words. Ultimately, Trunks developed a keen interest in the path of a warrior's training, setting off on a journey to seek treasures that would enhance his abilities, leaving Bulma's cottage behind. Trunks, do not return, Bulma murmured as she watched him depart. A sense of foreboding settling in her heart, she felt that Wen Tianqi would soon reveal his true nature, one that was far from the facade of a righteous hero. Meanwhile, number 18 was assigned to the gravity chamber nearby for specialized training. As an android modified with human attributes, she possessed the capability to enhance her combat prowess through rigorous training, despite having endured several days of Wen Tianqi's dominance. Number 18's fighting spirit remained unbroken. She resolved to train fervently, aiming to surpass Wen Tianqi and reclaim her dignity. Chapter 55, A Long-Awaited Rainfall. Bulma radiates with vitality in the room. Only Bulma and Wen Tianqi remained, exchanging glances in silence. After a moment, Bulma suddenly spoke up. Wen Tianqi, what exactly is your intention? Her voice was laced with skepticism. In response, Wen Tianqi smiled and replied, what ulterior motives could I possibly have? My sole aim is to uphold justice in this world and eradicate evil. Bulma shook her head in disbelief, dismissing his words as mere fabrications. If I were to say that I have come to this world for you? Wen Tianqi said earnestly, noticing that Bulma remained unmoved. I am merely expressing my true feelings. Bulma, if you doubt me, I assure you, I harbor no inappropriate desires towards you, Wen Tianqi stated with utmost sincerity. Bulma scrutinized him from head to toe, wearing an expression that suggested her skepticism. You, young as you are, seem to possess quite a few tricks up your sleeve. I suspect you have entertained thoughts that are far from innocent. Being significantly older than you, I believe you would be better suited to someone like Android 18. I have already aged. Bulma shook her head dismissively. I refuse to believe your nonsense. If you truly seek a partner, it should be someone of Android 18's age. You could easily find a youthful maiden. Why would you choose me? Not only am I older, but I also have a child and a history of marriage. Or do you have another agenda? Bulma's expression was filled with suspicion. Wen Tianqi narrowed his eyes, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he looked at Bulma. Because, in my world, Bulma, you are my woman. Bulma stood in shock, exclaiming, what? Am I not with Vegeta? Or have you killed him and the others? What are you planning? A terrifying possibility dawned on her. Wen Tianqi was so powerful that even androids 17 and 18 were no match for him. If he had indeed eliminated Vegeta, Goku, and the others, it was not beyond his capabilities. Not much. Just wondering if your frail body can withstand my advances. Wen Tianqi said with a mischievous glint in his eye. Wen Tianqi, you are shameless. Bulma was taken aback, rising in anger. How am I shameless? I merely state the facts. Before you, I had many women. You are neither the first nor the last, Wen Tianqi retorted. Bulma was nearly beside herself, her face turning crimson with rage. Suddenly, she produced a remote control, gripping it tightly. Wen Tianqi, I have implanted a super bomb within myself, capable of destroying half the planet. Trunks' departure was part of my plan. If you attempt anything forceful, I will activate the bomb. Do not think you can seize this remote from me. With just a thought, I can detonate it without needing the remote at all. With that, Bulma tossed the remote to Wen Tianqi. He caught the remote, a smirk playing on his lips as he laughed heartily. You are indeed correct. There is a bomb within you. However, I am not afraid, for I possess the final programming code for this bomb. Let us see if I can activate it. With those words, he pressed the start button on the remote. Don't. Bulma cried out in horror, but Wen Tianqi merely chuckled, not immediately pressing the button. Instead, in a swift motion, he moved beside Bulma and wrapped his arms around her waist. Unlike Android 18's slender waist, Bulma's figure had a certain softness to it. Bulma stiffened, her expression momentarily dazed. Leaning closer, Wen Tianqi whispered in her ear, Bulma, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Trunks, would you? He is your only son. As realization struck her, Bulma's face went pale. She too wished to protect her Trunks, who was indeed her greatest vulnerability. Unable to contain herself, Bulma suppressed the urge to push Wen Tianqi away and whispered, do not act recklessly, Trunks, Wen Tianqi flashed a devilish smile. Bulma, think of your son, and you will realize how right my actions are. Submit to me willingly. Bulma's complexion turned ashen once more, her body trembling uncontrollably. She attempted to shake off Wen Tianqi, but found her body unresponsive. What is happening? What is going on? Bulma stared at Wen Tianqi in terror, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Bulma, please do not be so surprised. Your face has gone pale. In fact, the more shocked you are, the more exhilarated I feel. Your expressions are my favorite. Imagine if I were to introduce something here. Wouldn't that be thrilling? With that, Wen Tianqi pressed a button on Bulma's body, causing her to go limp and lose strength. All right, as long as you promise not to harm Trunks, I will do anything you desire. Bulma's face turned pale, as if resigned to her fate. She truly felt incapable of resisting any longer. Wen Tianqi's lips curled into a smile as he continued, Bulma, deep down, you are a bit concerned about me, aren't you? If that is the case, let me ease your worries completely. I will make you wholeheartedly fall in love with me. How does that sound? Bulma's face turned white again, her eyes filled with confusion and dread. As Bulma screamed, Wen Tianqi effortlessly scooped her up and carried her towards the opulent master bedroom. With a loud bang, he shut the door, and enchanting rhythmic sounds began to resonate. 3 days passed. Wen Tianqi emerged from the room, looking rejuvenated, while Bulma followed closely behind. Her complexion flushed. Upon seeing Wen Tianqi, Android 18, who had been waiting outside, felt a mix of emotions but quickly composed herself and said, "Master, you are out." Wen Tianqi nodded in satisfaction. Bulma, with her rosy complexion, trailed behind him, embodying the demeanor of a demure woman. The contrast to her previously furious self was strikingly stark. With the long-awaited rainfall, Bulma's spirit had transformed remarkably. Having spent years in solitude, her recent experiences had revitalized her, making her radiate with a vibrancy that was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 56. Sharo of the Future World. Wen Tianqi reclined on the sofa, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Cradling Bulma in his arms while gently caressing her silky hair with one hand, and clasping the hand of Android 18 with the other, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women, each exuding a unique fragrance, he caught a glimpse of Android 18. Her crystalline eyes shimmered with a soft glow, and her figure was accentuated by a snug black leather outfit that showcased her flawless curves. As their gazes met, an indescribable sensation welled up within him, as if the entire universe had momentarily suspended in time. Turning his attention to Bulma, he noted her resplendent red gown, elegantly draped as she sat gracefully on the sofa. Her long, ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with her porcelain skin. Her beauty resembled a blooming red rose, both vibrant and regal. He inhaled deeply, then tenderly drew Bulma closer. Her smile warmed his heart like a gentle spring breeze, and her poetic gaze entranced him. Android 18, too, smiled softly at him, as if savoring the exquisite tableau before them. In that moment, the world outside seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the 3 of them enveloped in a unique ambience. Their heartbeats resonated like the most beautiful symphony, echoing through the serene space. Indeed, both women were utterly captivated by Wen Tianqi's masculine aura. Android 18 and Bulma gazed at Wen Tianqi with expressions filled with awe and admiration. They had grown accustomed to his formidable and enigmatic presence, yet this time, his resolve evidently led them into uncharted territory. Wen Tianqi met their gazes calmly, declaring, "I must seek out Sharo." His voice brimmed with determination and strength, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. Android 18 and Bulma remained silent, their faces betraying no signs of doubt or fear. They understood that searching for Sharo would entail leaving their current surroundings for broader horizons. Unfazed by their reactions, Wen Tianqi continued, "I know you may not wish to part from me, but I have my reasons. Sharo is indeed a formidable adversary with immense potential. If I can harness it, I shall gain even greater power." He intended to enlist Sharo as his subordinate. His tone carried an air of confidence and superiority, compelling belief in his resolve. "You shall remain here and await my good news," he stated earnestly, locking eyes with them. Android 18 and Bulma exchanged glances, and finally, Android 18 spoke, "We will certainly wait for you. We shall always be your women." Bulma nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting a sense of affection. Wen Tianqi smiled slightly, knowing that both Android 18 and Bulma would acquiesce. Indeed, as he finished speaking, both women nodded, their faces illuminated by tender expressions. He affectionately patted their heads, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He regarded them once more, his smile growing broader, and concluded, "Stay here and await my return. I shall return swiftly." Rising to his feet, he radiated a brilliant smile as he embraced Bulma and Android 18 before retreating into the opulent master bedroom. The 3 became one. Android 18 and Bulma exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with joy. They understood that tonight was a magical night, brimming with passion. After ensuring the 2 women were settled, Wen Tianqi prepared to venture forth in search of Sharo. Since Android 18 and Bulma were willing to wait for him, he felt no obligation to disappoint their goodwill. Though he knew he would inevitably leave them wanting, he would not regret this decision. Once Wen Tianqi's figure vanished from the room, the 2 women caressed each other's delicate forms, their eyes reflecting a sense of longing. Wen Tianqi soared into the sky, vanishing into the night. His speed was astonishing, his silhouette akin to a shooting star streaking across the vast expanse, seemingly on the verge of disappearing from sight. His objective was clear. He intended to locate Sharo. As he traversed the terrain, he left behind a trail of afterimages, as if perpetually in pursuit of something elusive. In a densely wooded area, a figure darted swiftly, employing an unusual technique that utilized the trees to conceal his presence. His target lay not far ahead, within a hidden cave. The cave was easily identifiable. Situated at the heart of the grove, yet its obscure nature meant few were aware of its existence. A peculiar humanoid creature, adorned with various black spots and a large tail resembling a trumpet flower, bore an inexplicable orifice. This was Shadow in its first form. What manner of being was this? So powerful that even androids 17 and 18 had not emerged for an extended period? Had they been vanquished? How could he achieve his complete form? Panic surged within Shadow as it fled, yet the looming presence behind it clung tightly, refusing to dissipate. Suddenly, as Shadow passed a towering tree, Wen Tianqi descended from above, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. Shadow was startled, turning to see Wen Tianqi suspended in midair. "Who are you?" Shadow stammered in terror. It was unfathomable to encounter someone capable of approaching so stealthily in such a desolate place. The prospect was utterly terrifying. The opponent's strength was formidable. "Remember my name, Wen Tianqi. You shall follow me from now on." Wen Tianqi grinned wickedly. Shadow's expression shifted slightly, and as it regarded the powerful Wen Tianqi, a profound sense of crisis surged within. It understood that its strength paled in comparison, and its only hope lay in seeking an opportunity to escape. A cold smile crept across Sherry's face as it retorted, "Wen Tianqi, do you not think you speak too much? Do you believe such words can intimidate me? I assure you, Shero, fear you not." Wen Tianqi regarded Sherry with a chilling gaze, remaining silent. His eyes conveyed a potent mix of confidence and authority, as if he had already discerned Sherry's intentions. Sherry's heart sank. It sensed its body betraying its will, seemingly under the sway of Wen Tianqi's gaze. Desperately, it struggled to break free from the invisible bonds. However, Wen Tianqi offered no reprieve. He surged forward, launching a sudden assault that brought him face to face with Sheru. In the midst of Sheru's terror-stricken eyes, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Sheru's chest. Chapter 57. The emergence of the complete Cell with a piercing scream. Cell felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his body tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The sensations he experienced transcended mere pain. They were suffused with terror and despair. Wen Tianqi slowly approached Cell, casting a downward gaze upon this once-dreaded adversary. His heart brimmed not with pity, but with an insatiable thirst for blood. In the face of Cell's abject fear, Wen Tianqi raised his fist high. His eyes gleamed with a merciless light, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey. Knowing escape was futile, Cell struggled in vain to rise. But the agony and weakness rendered him helpless, lying there, a mere spectator to Wen Tianqi's wrath. With a swift arc, Wen Tianqi's fist descended upon Cell's face, eliciting a chilling cry as the latter convulsed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wen Tianqi regarded him coldly, uttering, "Cell, I offer you one final chance. If you choose to submit to me, I shall spare your life." "Submit to you?" Cell's countenance twisted with disdain. "I shall never bow to the likes of you." A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Wen Tianqi's eyes as he retorted with a sardonic laugh, "Since you refuse, I shall conquer you with my fists." With that declaration, he lunged once more, delivering a devastating blow to Cell's head. Filled with unwillingness, Cell shouted, "I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit." In that moment, an extraordinary wave of energy erupted from Cell's body, gradually manifesting a turquoise veil before Wen Tianqi. As the veil materialized, Wen Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" he gasped. Cell's form trembled slightly before it began to dissipate into the air, leaving behind only a series of craters. Wen Tianqi arched an eyebrow, contemplating the space where Cell had vanished. To his astonishment, another figure had appeared, and this one was. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Wen Tianqi's ear. "Who are you? How dare you harm my contract partner? I shall kill you." The voice was strikingly similar to Cell's. Upon hearing it, Wen Tianqi's expression grew serious. He refrained from answering, instead swiftly turning to face the direction from which the voice emanated. Simultaneously, an unexpected figure materialized beside Cell. The two entities appeared almost in concert, causing Wen Tianqi to tremble slightly. "No way," he exclaimed. "What the hell? The complete Cell has emerged. Who are you, to dare injure my partner? I shall kill you." The speaker was none other than the complete Cell, exuding an aura as profound and formidable as the depths of the ocean. Realizing the connection between the two, Wen Tianqi understood the implications. No wonder Cell spoke thus. These two are indeed intertwined. However, he pondered how they could coexist. This world should not harbor a complete Cell, he mused, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The complete Cell regarded Wen Tianqi with unexpected intrigue. "You know of my complete form?" he mused, cradling his arms with an air of relaxed confidence. "I see now. You must have returned from the future." Wen Tianqi deduced, pointing at the complete Cell. The latter's expression shifted, As if struck by a sudden realization, yet he remained uncertain, merely nodding gently. You possess an abundance of knowledge. I have scarcely arrived when I discovered that this world's number 17 has been eliminated by you. I was on the verge of seeking you out when I encountered another cell who followed closely behind. Ahaha. With the identity of the complete cell unveiled. Wen Tianqi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as this being was not from the future, he posed no threat. It seems you two have a remarkable synergy, appearing together at this moment, Wen Tianqi remarked. In that case, I shall subdue you both. Heh. With a thunderous roar, Wen Tianqi unleashed a golden aura, prompting a shift in the complete cell's demeanor as he charged forward. The clash between Wen Tianqi and the complete cell erupted like a tempest, their figures intertwining like lightning slicing through the darkened sky, a spectacle that resonated profoundly. Their fists collided with the ferocity of a torrential downpour, each impact threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. The resounding booms echoed like war drums, shaking the world to its core. Clad in a cerulean robe, Wen Tianqi moved with the grace of a dragon, each punch resonating with the force of a dragon's roar. Meanwhile, the complete cell loomed like a mountain, moving deliberately yet imbued with unfathomable strength. His skin bore the marks of time, appearing impervious to harm. In close combat, Wen Tianqi displayed no fear. His eyes sparkled with determination, embodying boundless power. His strikes were swift and fierce, each blow landing with the intensity of thunder. The complete cell, undeterred, possessed eyes like cold moons, calm yet brimming with latent strength. His hands swung like iron hammers, each motion exuding an aura of death. Shock waves radiated outward, distorting the surroundings as if a torrent had unleashed its fury. The ordinary cell trembled in the wake of such power, too terrified to approach. The battlefield transformed into a tumultuous sea, a maelstrom of chaos and fury. This confrontation was not merely a clash of strength, but a contest of wills. The duel between Wen Tianqi and the complete cell transcended time and space, leaving the ordinary cell in awe. Watching the fierce battle unfold, he felt a pang of envy toward their might. I too wish to become complete. I must grow stronger, he whispered, his body trembling with fervent resolve, every cell pulsating with wild ambition. In his eyes flickered an indescribable light, a yearning for power, a quest for victory, and an unwavering determination to transcend his limits. Chapter 58. Wen Tianqi transforms into a Super Saiyan 2. Sheru gazed at his own form, an embodiment still in the throes of incomplete evolution, each cell clamoring for greater strength. Lifting his gaze to the two combatants engaged in a fierce battle, complete Sheru and Wen Tianqi, every clash and impact resonated within him like the relentless blows of a hammer. How infuriating! Why has my future self attained completeness while the present me is left with no hope? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he focused intently on the battlefield. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to freeze. The atmosphere bristled with tension, nearly suffocating. Wen Tianqi, in that instant, resembled a colossal beast poised to pounce, exuding an indescribable aura of oppression. Beneath his skin, a mysterious force surged forth, emanating a golden brilliance, a fervent and resplendent light akin to the midday sun illuminating gold, rendering it almost blinding. This force surged tumultuously within Wen Tianqi, crashing against his being like relentless ocean waves. Within the golden flames, bolts of lightning danced in a chaotic ballet, intertwining to create a magnificent tableau, accompanied by a chilling crackle that whispered of unfathomable dread. The sound reverberated through the air like a symphony heralding the arrival of death, each note imbued with violence and bloodshed. At that moment, Wen Tianqi's essence underwent a profound transformation. Once an ordinary individual, he now radiated an aura of divinity, a sovereign presence that loomed over all. His gaze grew deep and indifferent, as if it contained infinite darkness and might. Opposite him, complete Sheru stood frozen in astonishment. What manner of power is this? Complete Sheru stared in disbelief at Wen Tianqi's transformation. This is Super Saiyan Stage 2. Clenching his fists, Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with malevolent glee. Super Saiyan 2? Complete Sheru was astonished. The spectacle of Wen Tianqi's metamorphosis was undeniably astonishing. It is one thing to comprehend Super Saiyan, but to evolve beyond that was entirely beyond his grasp. How infuriating! Who are you? Complete Sheru bellowed, stepping back, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Wen Tianqi. His eyes were sharp and profound, the energy within him roiling restlessly. This aura was beyond his comprehension. The ignorant youth truly overestimates his own capabilities. With that, complete Sheru charged once more at Wen Tianqi, determination etched across his face. What is this Super Saiyan 2? None can stand against me. His transformation into completeness was merely a strategy to retain an ace in the hole, and now that he possessed it, He was ready for battle. Prepare to meet your demise, you insignificant insect. Complete Shara roared, his energy surging violently, his skin glowing crimson, bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Boom. An energy orb swiftly coalesced in his hand, brimming with potent energy. Shara's gaze sharpened, unleashing the torrent of energy within him. Perish. No one can rival me. Shara shouted as the energy orb spun rapidly, emitting a piercing sound as it hurtled toward Wen Tianqi. Yet Wen Tianqi remained unperturbed, exhaling gently as a thin shield of energy formed before him. Bang! The energy orb collided forcefully with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, yet the shield merely quivered, remaining unscathed. This is impossible. Complete Sharu's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack failed to breach the opponent's defenses. To think he had evolved to completeness. Yet his adversary remained unscathed, shattering his understanding. Who? Exhaling softly, Wen Tianqi's malevolence intensified as he clenched his fist, stating calmly, "My power and stamina have ascended to the level of Super Saiyan 2. It is time to end this." How infuriating. Who are you? Complete Sharu roared again, preparing to unleash another assault with the energy orb. Bang! However, a purple bolt of lightning descended from above, imbued with boundless destructive power, crashing into the energy orb. The orb was instantly obliterated, and Complete Sharu was caught in the backlash, sent hurtling backward. Spitting blood, Complete Sharu was left dazed, gazing at Wen Tianqi in disbelief. I have been defeated. This cannot be. Ordinary Sharu was paralyzed with fear. If Complete Sharu fell short against Wen Tianqi, how could he possibly dare to engage? Insects remain insects, aspiring to grow stronger. Wen Tianqi scoffed, approaching Complete Sharu. You cannot kill me. I have returned from the future. If you slay me, you will alter the world to come. Complete Sharu pleaded, unable to restrain his desperation. The future world? Ha! I relish in reshaping the world. Wen Tianqi laughed heartily. Aware that the timeline of this Dragon Ball universe had long since descended into chaos, why should he care about altering the future? Understood. I shall send you on your way. A bolt of purple lightning erupted from Complete Sharu, aiming directly for Wen Tianqi's chest. How amusing. You understand how to set energy traps. A glimmer of light flashed in Wen Tianqi's eyes. The energy orb had mysteriously vanished, replaced by a spear. Whoosh. The spear was launched with a cunning angle, piercing toward Complete Sharu. No. Complete Sharu screamed in terror, as if foreseeing the impending doom. Bang! With a resounding crash. Sharu was sent sprawling to the ground, barely clinging to life. Insects remain insects, aspiring to grow stronger, perhaps in your next life. You should content yourself with being an ant. Wen Tianqi remarked disdainfully, fully aware of future events. Altering the future was child's play for him. You cannot kill me. I have participated in tournaments. I possess Saiyan blood. A terrified voice escaped Sharu's lips, realizing his escape was futile. Saiyan blood? What a joke. You are merely a pawn, capable of awakening your Saiyan lineage solely due to your combat energy. Who do you think you are? Wen Tianqi scoffed, utterly dismissing Sharu's claims. You. Chapter 59. Ultimate defeat of Cell and return. Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words, Cell fell into a profound despair. He never anticipated that he would be mocked in his final moments by someone like Wen Tianqi. Saiyan bloodline. I am curious to know how potent your lineage truly is. Wen Tianqi snorted disdainfully as he seized Cell by the collar, unleashing a torrent of brutality upon him. No, please don't kill me. I swear I won't dare again. Spare me. The air was filled with anguished cries, as countless figures suffered at the hands of Wen Tianqi. In terms of combat prowess, these ordinary cells were utterly feeble in his eyes. Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you, I will never dare again. The cries echoed, barely distinguishable from the sound of mosquitoes. Stop pretending to be dead. You are in your perfect form. Unless your core is destroyed, you can recover swiftly. Get up. Wen Tianqi scoffed. Hearing this, the perfect form of Cell ceased his charade and stood up, warily regarding Wen Tianqi. The earlier brutality had made him realize that Wen Tianqi was indeed superior to him, thus he dared not act recklessly. Are you not the son of a genius? Why do you hesitate to fight now, when you seemed so formidable just moments ago? Wen Tianqi taunted. That is because I have my own unavoidable circumstances. The perfect Cell confessed without hesitation, revealing his own hidden struggles. The truth was, he had been cornered due to his body reaching its limits. Had it not been for that, Wen Tianqi would have been defeated long ago. Upon hearing Cell's explanation, Wen Tianqi was at a loss for words. He was no child and understood the situation well. Enough boasting from now on. You will be my subordinate and follow me. Wen Tianqi declared, hands on his hips, brimming with arrogance. Brother, I will follow you from now on. You must protect me. the perfect cell said, casting a deep glance at Wen Tianqi. He knew that Wen Tianqi would not refuse him, for he was too reckless to care about the lives of others. With a resounding slap, Wen Tianqi struck the perfect cell on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Cell exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he crouched down. You still know pain? Let me tell you, that slap was delivered with 70% of my strength. Just think, with your massive frame, I could easily end your life with a single blow. Tell me, how pathetic are you? Wen Tianqi sneered, looking down at Cell. Brother, you are my elder brother. I was wrong. Please, I won't dare again. The perfect cell whimpered. The ordinary cells watched in shock. What was happening? Their perfect self stood before Wen Tianqi, lacking even the slightest capacity to resist? What hope remained for the future? Would they be forced to live perpetually under Wen Tianqi's shadow? No, they must grow stronger. They must become powerful. Lest they be bullied by someone like Wen Tianqi, which was an outcome they could not accept. Humph, you still wish for a next time? I see you truly want to die. Behave yourself. With that, Wen Tianqi lifted his foot and kicked the perfect cell's backside. Ah, brother, I truly repent. Both cells knelt, trembling as they pleaded, please spare us. We will never dare again. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at them, harboring no sympathy for these two who had once sought his demise. However, he did wish to make use of them, as they were relatively formidable beings. Get up. From today onwards, you two will follow me as my subordinates, Wen Tianqi stated nonchalantly. The two cells could hardly believe their ears. Yet they sensed that Wen Tianqi was not jesting. They quickly stood, gazing at him with utmost respect. They understood that they would now be following this human, and they had to tread carefully, for their lives depended on it. Wen Tianqi strode towards Bulma's small dwelling, with the two cells trailing closely behind. Confusion filled their hearts. What manner of being was this human? Why was he so powerful? They dared not inquire, merely following silently. Upon returning to Bulma's abode, Wen Tianqi found Bulma and Android 18 busily preparing for something. As Bulma spotted Wen Tianqi's return, she rushed over. Are you all right? She asked with genuine concern, her heart already entwined with his. Android 18 stood nearby, hesitant to speak. Wen Tianqi smiled slightly and shook his head. I am fine. I have returned. The sight of Wen Tianqi unharmed brought great joy to Bulma, for she knew that with his strength, he would seldom be injured by ordinary affairs. This is... Android 18 inquired, noticing the two cells following Wen Tianqi. These two are both named Cell. They will be following me as my subordinates. Wen Tianqi replied casually. Yes, yes. The two cells hurriedly nodded in agreement. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, finding the situation somewhat strange but refraining from further questioning. Thus, after spending a month in warmth and intimacy with the two lovely women, Wen Tianqi finally resolved to return to his original world. After all, several women awaited him there. As for Bulma and Android 18 from this world, he could visit any time, for with the aid of the system, he had awakened a special ability. System, special skill, interdimensional travel. From now on, whenever Wen Tianqi wished to visit this world, he would not need a time machine. A mere instant teleportation would suffice. Consequently, Wen Tianqi prepared to return with the two cells. With a whoosh, Wen Tianqi guided the two cells back to his original world. What is this place? The two cells queried, bewildered by the entirely different environment. Wen Tianqi shrugged. This is my world. You are not from here, thus you cannot comprehend it. Brother, is this truly it? Cell asked, his face filled with wonder. Indeed. This is my world. Chapter 60. A brief separation feels like a new marriage. Let us return, Wen Tianqi stated directly. Wait. The environment here seems somewhat different from our world, Shalu remarked with a puzzled expression. Indeed, the surroundings here are far superior to those in your realm. Did you not notice? Wen Tianqi felt a tinge of exasperation at Shalu's apparent lack of awareness and offered a gentle reminder. The two Shalus exchanged glances and, upon further inspection, realized that the ambience did indeed differ from their own world. Ignoring them, Wen Tianqi soared towards his opulent residence. Coincidentally, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch were engaged in training. Tianqi, you're back. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch exclaimed joyfully, rushing to greet him. Oh, my beloved wives, I have missed you dearly. Wen Tianqi embraced the three beautiful women, showering each with a kiss. Ah, but there are others present. Are these two your friends? Bulma inquired, raising an eyebrow at the newcomers. The two beings, appearing less than human, sparked curiosity in Chi-Chi and Launch, who internally questioned their identities. Ahem, allow them to introduce themselves. Wen Tianqi said, clearing his throat and gesturing for Shalu to step forward. The two Shalus bowed deeply and proclaimed, "Greetings, sister-in-law. We are the younger brothers of the elder brother. Should you require assistance with any tasks, please do not hesitate to command us." Younger brothers? Bulma regarded them with surprise and then turned to Wen Tianqi. "Have you taken on two younger brothers? Surely, there are no new women involved?" Wen Tianqi stiffened, taken aback by Bulma's perceptive nature. Although one of the women was a future version of her, it was best left unspoken. "Nay, absolutely not," he asserted with a serious shake of his head. The two Shalus exchanged a glance, quietly lowering their heads. "Oh, is that so?" Chi-Chi scrutinized Wen Tianqi's attire. "Why have you changed your clothes? This isn't what you wore before." "Quite normal, really. I encountered a battle, and my clothes were torn. So I simply changed into a new outfit," Wen Tianqi explained nonchalantly. Bulma shot him a disbelieving look. "Where did you find these two Shalus?" "In the New World. While passing through a small town, I asked them to help with some cleaning and stumbled upon these two fools wandering about idly," Wen Tianqi recalled, weaving a tale. "Ah, we'll pretend to believe your tall tale," Chi-Chi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm a man, and being scrutinized by you all makes me feel rather bashful," Wen Tianqi said, feeling a rush of excitement at being reunited with the three stunning women after a long separation. Bulma stepped forward. "Tianqi, now that you are back, we—" Before she could finish, Wen Tianqi lunged towards her. With a sudden rip, Bulma's clothing was torn away. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop. This is broad daylight. Don't act like a beast," Bulma exclaimed, her hands instinctively covering her chest as she struggled vigorously. "Ah," she gasped, her cheeks flushing. Seeing this, Chi-Chi's face turned crimson, unsure if it was from embarrassment or excitement. Meanwhile, Launch stepped aside, unable to contain her anticipation. "Humph, such a lecher. Chi-Chi, move aside. I shall deal with him first," Launch declared, flipping her hair defiantly as she joined Bulma in confronting him. 3 hours later, Wen Tianqi emerged, his expression calm and composed. Lost in profound contemplation. What is the meaning of life? What is the essence of the universe? Where do I come from, and where shall I go? His thoughts transcended the cosmos. "Come now, let us check on the children," Bulma said, exasperated, as she emerged from behind, adjusting her clothes. "Where are those two little rascals?" Wen Tianqi suddenly remembered, realizing they had not joined them. "They had some matters to attend to," Bulma explained. "Ah, I see. Then let us proceed." Wen Tianqi nodded and followed Bulma outside. Behind the village, beneath a waterfall, two children, appearing around 10 years old, wielded wooden swords, clashing them against rocks, producing a series of thuds. Though lacking strength and mostly evading each other's attacks, their spirits were high, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. "These two are Wen Qifeng and Wen Lingyin. Ah, our strength has improved. I wonder if Father will praise us upon his return. Of course. Let us keep training." The duo energetically struck the waterfall, sending waves cascading around them. Wen Tianqi gradually resumed his daily life. However, the sense of responsibility and love for martial arts compelled him to begin training Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Goku, Vegeta, and others. He aspired that through their efforts, he might enhance his own cultivation to confront any formidable foes that may arise in the future. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Wen Tianqi led Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Goku, Vegeta, and the others into the bamboo grove for rigorous training. They began with a period of key training to sharpen their sensory abilities. During this practice, each individual was required to maintain tranquility of body and mind, attentively perceiving their surroundings. Under Wen Tianqi's guidance, they gradually learned to regulate their breathing, relax their bodies, and concentrate their focus. Though the training was monotonous, it formed the foundation of their cultivation. After a period of fundamental training, Wen Tianqi introduced them to more advanced techniques. For instance, he taught them how to sense each other's presence and movements, enabling them to react correctly at critical moments. This was a crucial combat strategy to prevent enemies from concealing themselves, an essential aspect of their training. Chapter 61. Special training. These techniques demand heightened concentration and acute intuition. Yet Wen Tianqi firmly believes that with earnest effort, mastery is attainable. As time progresses, notable advancements are observed in the training of Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. They gradually learn to better control their breath and accurately perceive each other's every movement. In the heat of battle, they also discover how to harness their strengths to vanquish their opponents. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Once, Tianjin Fan suffered grave injuries due to overconfidence. Wen Tianqi rushed to his aid, employing his medical skills to tend to the wounds. In the days that followed, Jiaozi remained by Tianjin Fan's side, assisting in his recovery. On this particular day, Wen Tianqi initiated special training for Son Wukong and Vegeta. He suddenly chuckled, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that caused his muscles to swell like balloons, enveloping him in a golden radiance. His speed escalated dramatically, leaving Vegeta and Son Wukong struggling to discern his movements. How swift! Keep pace, Kakarot. Transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta shouted. And both he and Son Wukong commenced their transformations simultaneously. Undeterred by Wen Tianqi's overwhelming power, they prepared themselves for battle. Son Wukong launched a barrage of punches and kicks, utilizing every ounce of his strength against Wen Tianqi. Meanwhile, Vegeta summoned a colossal energy field, creating a protective shield around himself to withstand Wen Tianqi's onslaught. Without waiting for their counterattack, Wen Tianqi darted towards them with astonishing speed. His punches struck like lightning, each one accompanied by a tempestuous energy. Vegeta and Son Wukong deftly maneuvered their bodies to evade his strikes. Within mere minutes, the confrontation intensified significantly. Wen Tianqi's relentless assault surged forth like a tidal wave, while Vegeta and Son Wukong fought valiantly to withstand it. Their combat styles diverged, yet each was equally formidable. Suddenly, a more potent energy erupted from Wen Tianqi. A golden energy shield materialized around him, shimmering with arcs of lightning. Wen Tianqi roared, initiating his transformation, marking the second phase of the Super Saiyan. This is the second phase of the Super Saiyan. Son Wukong and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. The shield reflected their attacks like a mirror, rendering their efforts futile. Conversely, the blue light emanating from the shield grew brighter, amplifying Wen Tianqi's strength. Realizing the necessity of collaboration to overcome Wen Tianqi, they surged forward simultaneously, unleashing their most potent attacks. The collision of golden light with the energy waves from Son Wukong and Vegeta ignited a cataclysmic shockwave that ravaged the battlefield, consuming surrounding structures and rocks. The entire world trembled at that moment, as if a storm of annihilation was imminent. Yet, Wen Tianqi's onslaught did not relent. With astonishing speed, he pierced through the shockwave, advancing towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. His fingers, sharp as swords, lunged towards them in an instant. Son Wukong and Vegeta, compelled to evade, found themselves relentlessly pushed back despite their utmost efforts. They exchanged glances, both recognizing that Wen Tianqi had grown too powerful to contend with. However, they were unwilling to succumb to defeat. Roaring fiercely, they unleashed another wave of formidable energy. In a flash, Son Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, charging towards Wen Tianqi with a golden staff that radiated brilliance, as if to engulf the world. Vegeta followed closely, his hands pressed together, radiating blue light, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve as though he sought to command the cosmos itself. Their speed was blinding, darting across the battlefield like lightning. Wen Tianqi, with a dismissive smile, felt no anxiety or fear. He swiftly morphed into a shadow, hurtling towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. His fist struck with the force of cannonballs. Unhesitatingly, Son Wukong and Vegeta met the assault head-on. Their techniques flowed seamlessly, exchanging blows with Wen Tianqi. Though their strength was immense, it paled in comparison to his might. Each clash reverberated with explosive energy, causing the very space around them to tremble, as though on the verge of rupture. However, regardless of their relentless efforts, Son Wukong and Vegeta could not overcome Wen Tianqi. Ultimately, they were both felled once more. Their bodies trembled, as if on the brink of disintegration. They understood that no matter how hard they fought, victory was beyond their grasp. The only option left was to stall for time, waiting for an opportunity to arise. In this dire moment, with nowhere to retreat, Son Wukong and Vegeta recognized the necessity to transcend their current predicament. They both understood that this would be an unprecedented challenge. Their breaths quickened, hearts raced, and muscles tensed, as though they were concentrating all their power into this singular moment. The air around them grew scorching, akin to the sun descending, scorching the earth. Waves of golden energy erupted from their bodies, resembling golden meteors streaking through the dark night sky. Their forms began to transform. Muscles solidified, and their features hardened. Their eyes gleamed with a piercing light, as if they had extracted the purest illumination from the abyss. Their fingers curled slightly, as if grasping an intangible force. Suddenly, they howled towards the heavens, their voices akin to howling winds and rumbling thunder. Their hair danced wildly in the wind, seemingly governed by an unseen force. Their clothing billowed, stirred by the immense energy emanating from within, rolling like ocean waves. Behind them, Streaks of lightning cleaved through the dark sky, converging upon them. These bolts were not mere arcs of electricity, but golden, leaping joyfully through the air like sprites. With each leap, the surrounding atmosphere trembled, as if celebrating their awakening. Chapter 62, the third transformation of Super Saiyan after their transformation. Goku and Vegeta are no longer mere mortals, but have evolved into more robust and formidable embodiments of the Super Saiyan second stage. Their physiques have expanded, muscles have hardened, and their visages have taken on a resolute demeanor. Their gazes are sharp, seemingly capable of perceiving all that lies before them. With each stride they take, the ground trembles beneath them, and the air around them seems to recoil, creating a space in their wake. As they raise their hands, golden auras burst forth, exuding an aura of cataclysmic power. Their transformation incites tremors in the very fabric of the earth, as if the universe itself is rallying in their favor. In this moment, they transcend humanity, existing as beings above the realm of mortals. Their strength, speed, and reflexes have reached unfathomable heights. Haha, this prince has attained this form as well. I am stronger than ever, Vegeta exclaims, laughter echoing with triumph. He has finally ascended to the Super Saiyan second stage, wielding combat prowess far beyond the ordinary. What was Goku in comparison to this prince? Now, he stands as the strongest. Witness my true power. Vegeta no longer conceals his might, but unleashes it with ferocity. Both he and Goku continue to grow stronger, their immense energy causing the world to change color. Wherever they tread, mountains crumble, and waves crash, all bowing to their strength. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan second stage? Indeed, it is formidable. Goku feels exhilarated by his newfound strength. He had long yearned to transform into the Super Saiyan second stage, but had previously been hindered by limitations. Now, he finally embraces this transformation. And how could he not feel elated? Kakarot, are you astonished? We have transformed so swiftly. Vegeta observes Goku's transformed body, his own excitement barely contained. For the powerful, time slips away like grains of sand. Though this battle enhances their strength manifold, time races onward. Soon, Goku and Vegeta regain their composure, turning their gazes skyward. Although the sky remains bright, one figure radiates a more dazzling brilliance, Wen Tianqi. This battle nears its conclusion, and now, we shall see our true strength. A glimmer of anticipation fills Goku's eyes. For them, this is a battle of great significance, intertwined with their beliefs and destinies. Kakarot, let us advance, Vegeta calls out. And together they charge towards Wen Tianqi. Goku, be cautious. As they move, Vegeta's form grows larger in their sight. He is acutely aware of Goku's capabilities. Presently, Goku could likely vanquish Wen Tianqi, perhaps even defeat him. Yet this is merely his assumption, based on Wen Tianqi's earlier display of power. In that instant, an indescribable aura of terror erupts from Wen Tianqi. It is a chilling presence, like lightning slicing through the darkness of night, inducing trepidation. His figure suddenly towers, imposing as a mountain, as if he has siphoned the very air from the hall, rendering it difficult to breathe. His skin deepens in hue, resembling sun-kissed bronze, imbued with an ancient and enigmatic luster. His eyes, once calm and piercing, now shine with a brilliant gold, reminiscent of ancient deities, profound and potent. His golden hair grows at an astonishing rate, as if enchanted, cascading down to his waist. The hair billows in the air, resembling a golden waterfall in wild motion, radiating intense light. The lights of the hall seem to dance upon his form, the golden strands swirling in the currents, crafting a breathtaking tableau. A flicker of excitement crosses his face, and his eyes gleam with a luminous gold. Ah, Wen Tianqi bellows. With a thrust of his hands, a bolt of lightning surges forth, cleaving the heavens. The lightning streaks through the air, leaving a brilliant trail, before transforming into a golden ring that ascends slowly. Upon reaching the zenith, it suddenly detonates, showering down upon him. Amidst this brilliance, Wen Tianqi's form appears to distort, merging with the surrounding air. His garments flutter without wind, as if drawn by some unseen force. Goku and Vegeta stand in stunned silence. What is this, Kakarot? I have no idea, Vegeta. I've never seen anything like it. They remain transfixed, their eyes reflecting a dreamlike daze. In that surreal golden glow, Wen Tianqi's body seems to emanate an almost suffocating aura as it flows with the golden light. Exchanging glances, Vegeta and Goku instinctively step back, then look up at Wen Tianqi. A profound fear emanating from the depths of their souls compels them to tremble. This tremor is one of exhilaration. What is this phenomenon? Could this individual truly be the legendary Super Saiyan God? Impossible, Vegeta. This cannot be. Compared to Vegeta, Goku's expression reveals even greater astonishment. They had previously learned of the legends surrounding the Super Saiyan God, for he knows that the fabled Super Saiyan God is a being that emerges only in the realm of the divine. The Wen Tianqi before them does not quite resemble the legendary Super Saiyan God. Brother Tianqi, is this your true power? Goku inquires with palpable excitement. Indeed. This is my current strength, Goku, Vegeta. Wen Tianqi replies with a smile as he approaches them. Vegeta, Goku, do you feel it? This is the power of the legendary Super Saiyan third stage. Both Vegeta and Goku step back in unison, gazing up at Wen Tianqi. A shudder from the depths of their souls rendering them unable to contain their trembling. In the moonlight, Wen Tianqi's figure appears even more imposing and mystical. His eyes shimmer with a unique radiance, a testament to the determination and confidence of a true warrior. He smiles wickedly, revealing pearly white teeth, resembling a cunning fox in the dark night. This is the Super Saiyan third stage. His words resonate in the air, each syllable infused with power, as if awakening an ancient and formidable force. With his hands slowly extending before him, the surrounding air seems to boil, erupting in a maelstrom of energy. He stands before Goku and Vegeta, two warriors endowed with Super Saiyan abilities. They stand resolutely side by side, undeterred by the overwhelming aura emanating from Wen Tianqi. Their gazes are steadfast and fierce, clearly prepared for battle. Are you ready, Vegeta? Let us go, Kakarot. Both warriors enveloped in golden auras, crackling with electricity, present a fearsome sight. Goku's golden hair glimmers with captivating radiance beneath the sunlight, his form lithe and agile, reminiscent of a swift leopard. Vegeta appeared more imposing and formidable, his gaze radiating a fierce longing for battle, akin to a wild tiger from the wilderness. The two warriors roared in unison, an intense energy field erupting from their bodies. Blue arcs of electricity intertwined with crimson flames, forming a striking contrast against the dark aura of Wen Tianqi. The confrontation among the three was imminent, with the air thick with tension and a sense of foreboding. The outcome of this climactic battle remained uncertain. Yet one thing was certain. It promised to be a fierce clash, rivaling any natural catastrophe between heaven and earth. However, Wen Tianqi seemed unfazed by the impending confrontation. His devilish smile grew ever more radiant, a reflection of his passion and anticipation for the fight. Come forth, Son Wukong and Vegeta, face me together. Wen Tianqi taunted. Incensed by his audacity, Son Wukong and Vegeta shouted in outrage and charged forward without hesitation. Their figures moved like lightning, swiftly arriving before Wen Tianqi. Yet, they had underestimated his strength. With a cold smirk, Wen Tianqi unleashed a powerful punch, sending Son Wukong and Vegeta hurtling backward. They crashed to the ground, howling in pain. How can this guy be so formidable? Son Wukong exclaimed, a sharp ache coursing through his nose. Indeed, we must unite our strength, otherwise we stand no chance against him. Vegeta replied, equally enraged. With that, Son Wukong and Vegeta commenced their transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 2, their bodies swelling with power, muscles rippling. Their hair turned golden, and their pupils shifted to a deep blue. With a mighty roar, they surged toward Wen Tianqi. This time, Wen Tianqi did not underestimate them. He advanced rapidly, delivering punch after punch to Son Wukong and Vegeta. The battle was fierce, each blow landing with brutal intensity. Yet, Wen Tianqi's strength seemed inexhaustible, each strike leaving Son Wukong and Vegeta in agony. Is this the might of Super Saiyan Stage 3? Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Wen Tianqi's power surpassed that of Super Saiyan Stage 2, leaving Son Wukong and Vegeta utterly defenseless against his relentless onslaught. With no recourse, they struggled to withstand Wen Tianqi's attacks, awaiting an opportunity to counter. Wen Tianqi smiled as he extended his hands towards Vegeta and Son Wukong, then clenched his fists with sudden ferocity. In that moment, his power surged forth like a torrent, striking directly at them. They were propelled through the air, akin to kites severed from their strings, landing several meters away. Groaning in pain, they lay on the ground, their bodies seemingly crushed by an invisible force, each breath a monumental effort. They could not comprehend how Wen Tianqi could possess such overwhelming strength. They had no choice but to concede their defeat, utterly and irrevocably. Wen Tianqi regarded them in silence, his gaze conveying that his strength and status were well-deserved. Son Wukong and Vegeta looked at him, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. They recognized they had encountered a true Super Saiyan, an entity beyond their reach. They could only silently accept their defeat while expressing their respect for Wen Tianqi. You have won, Vegeta murmured, his voice laced with defeat, yet tinged with relief. Wen Tianqi did not capitalize on their submission with further cruelty. He simply stood there, observing them, his eyes seemingly asking, "Do you yield now?" "I yield," Vegeta replied, resignation etched on his face. "Huh. I too admit defeat," Son Wukong said, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Wen Tianqi was too powerful. They were no match for him, even together. "Very well. You two should focus on your training. I shall summon you again when time permits," Wen Tianqi stated, eager to move on. Dismissing the two warriors before retreating to his opulent residence. Within this luxurious abode, situated in the heart of the city, Wen Tianqi shared a tranquil dinner with his three wives, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious, imbued with a near-serene tranquility, occasionally punctuated by the gentle clinking of glasses and the crisp sounds of dishes meeting. At the center of the table, meticulously prepared delicacies emanated an enticing aroma, tantalizing the senses. The elegance of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi was evident in their refined gestures and discourse, each seated beside Wen Tianqi, casting glances of admiration and reverence his way. These looks conveyed deep respect and gratitude for him. In one corner of the table, two children, Yuan Xingfeng and Yuan Lingyin, were relishing their desserts. Their eyes sparkled with bright curiosity and innocent joy. Xingfeng, a clever and lively young boy, chewed his food while secretly glancing at his father, his face alight with admiration and affection. Lingyin, a shy and gentle girl, sat beside her brother, delicately scooping a piece of dessert with her small spoon and carefully placing it in her mouth, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and every individual present was captivated by the warmth of the atmosphere. Chapter 63. Babidi. Everything here exudes an air of harmony and tranquility. The delicacies in the bowls and the fine wines in the glasses emanate an intoxicatingly alluring aroma. The laughter and jovial conversations of the Wen Tianqi family further enliven this picturesque scene. Wen Tianqi raises his glass first, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my beloved. My children. It is because of you that I am blessed with all of this." His gaze lingers on each family member before he continues. "May our love remain unwavering. And may our family always be in harmony." The atmosphere at the dining table instantly becomes warm and affectionate, as everyone is touched by Wen Tianqi's heartfelt blessing. They exchange glances and raise their glasses in unison, echoing, "May our love remain unwavering." As dinner commences, an array of delectable dishes is presented, and Wen Tianqi, along with his three wives and children, engages in delightful conversation. At this moment, Wen Qifeng interjects, "Father, I have a question for you." "Go ahead, ask." Wen Tianqi replies with a smile. "Father, how does your spaceship soar through the cosmos?" Wen Qifeng blinks inquisitively. "That is because my spaceship possesses a core, enabling me to navigate freely across the universe," Wen Tianqi answers proudly. "A core?" Wen Qifeng queries with a look of confusion. "Indeed, the core is my treasure. You must never disclose it to others," Wen Tianqi admonishes. "What is a spaceship core?" Wen Qifeng continues to inquire. At this juncture, his three wives, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, approach, casting stern looks at Wen Qifeng. Recognizing that his words have incited curiosity in the children, Wen Tianqi promptly clarifies. The spaceship core is a type of energy crystal possessing immense power. We utilize it to accomplish many things. For instance, we can use it as an energy source to provide our spaceship with a continuous supply of power. Additionally, it can serve as an energy weapon to fend off adversaries. Of course, the primary function of the spaceship core is to power the spacecraft. The universe is rich with natural energy crystals. We can gather them and transform them into energy through special processes to fuel our spaceship. Since the spaceship can glide through the cosmos, can we explore the stars at any time? Wen Qingfeng asks with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Absolutely, Bulma interjects. The spaceship's ability to traverse the stars is due to its core energy. The magnitude of this energy directly affects the size of the core. The universe holds numerous natural energy crystals. Whenever our spaceship takes flight, we can absorb suitable energy crystals into the core, providing a ceaseless energy supply. If the spaceship possesses such remarkable capabilities, why do we remain on Earth? Wen Qingfeng continues to ponder. Bulma's face breaks into a smile. If our spaceship can soar through the stars, why do we still linger on Earth? Would it not be superfluous to remain here? Wen Qifeng strides toward Bulma, grasping her hand as he gazes up earnestly. Mother, why do we invent various modes of transportation? Bulma does not respond to Wen Tianqi's question, but instead looks seriously at Wen Tianqi. Dear, could you demonstrate for the children? Nodding. Wen Tianqi approaches his wives. Standing before them, he solemnly declares, Now, I shall show the children how the spaceship provides us with power. He begins an elaborate explanation, captivating Wen Tianqi, who cannot help but exclaim, Father, is that core your spaceship? Indeed, Wen Tianqi affirms. Then, Father, let us quickly absorb that core into our spaceship. Wen Tianqi urges. Very well, my spaceship core resides within the children, Wen Tianqi replies. He leans down, gently pressing his fingers against the bellies of the children. A miracle unfolds. Under Wen Tianqi's guidance, the children begin to float upward, their bellies glowing with a soft blue light that intensifies. The brilliant blue light envelopes them, making them appear as stars twinkling in the night sky. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Wen Tianqi's wives gasp in amazement. Wen Lingyan, clearly witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, stares at her father in awe, exclaiming, Father, I want to see the performance. Very well, I shall perform for you now, Wen Tianqi responds, bending down to showcase various spells and enchantments for Wen Lingyan. As Wen Tianqi observes this miraculous scene, his eyes brim with astonishment. He had never imagined that his father could manipulate the bodies of several children simultaneously, orchestrating a myriad of movements. Truly astonishing. Rubbing his eyes, he glances at Bulma once more, this time filled with fervor. At that moment, Bulma, noticing Wen Tianqi's reaction, approaches him. Qifeng, you have now learned how to control your body. Why not perform for your mother? Wen Qifeng nods and leans down, gently pressing on his belly. Once again, a miracle occurs. The intense blue light vanishes, and the children simultaneously cease to float, returning to the ground. Wen Lingyan gasps in astonishment, stammering. This is incredible, truly incredible. Wen Lingyan, there is no need for astonishment. All of this is what your father has taught you, Wen Tianqi explains. Father, could you showcase that magical sensation of body control for me? Wen Lingyan blinks, inquiring. Wen Tianqi chuckles. All right, I shall demonstrate how I control my body. He leans down, extending his right hand under the watchful eyes of his wives. With a slight gesture, his entire being ascends. Wow! Wen Tianqi and Wen Lingyan exclaim in delight, clapping their hands in excitement. Wen Tianqi extends his right hand, a radiant glow bursting forth. Then, with a swift motion, he sends a beam of golden light flying, striking a massive boulder 100 meters away. Boom! A resounding crash echoes as the boulder shatters into fragments. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Wen Lingyan and Wen Tianqi's eyes widen in astonishment. This is truly remarkable. Children, did you see that? Regardless of the challenges, if you put forth your utmost effort, you too can become formidable cosmic warriors like your father. Wen Tianqi gazed at the children with a warm smile and said, All right, my dear ones, let us strive diligently. Wen Qifeng and Wen Lingyan exclaimed in unison, Father, shall we commence our training now? Wen Lingyan, with her adorable large eyes sparkling, looked up at Wen Tianqi and inquired, Indeed, my children. We shall begin our training at once, Wen Tianqi responded, settling into a cross-legged position to commence his practice. Upon hearing their father's words, Wen Qifeng and Wen Lingyan also began their training. Under Wen Tianqi's guidance, both children entered a focused state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Bulma approached the children and began instructing them in their practice. As time passed, a melodious bird song suddenly echoed through the sky. Upon hearing this enchanting sound, Wen Tianqi ceased his training, and the children followed suit. Wen Lingyan gazed skyward and asked, Father, will birds come to our home tonight? Certainly, my dear. Tonight, a most exquisite bird will visit us and spend the night. Wen Tianqi replied with a smile. Is that true? Father, could you coax it down? I wish to see just how beautiful it truly is. Wen Lingyan pouted her little lips, her eyes wide with innocence. Very well, Lingyan. I shall summon it down for you, Wen Tianqi declared before soaring into the sky. Not long after Wen Tianqi ascended, Bulma approached the children and said, All right, my dears. Let us begin our training as well. Yes, mother, Wen Lingyan replied obediently. Wen Tianqi resumed his practice, while Wen Lingyan and Wen Qifeng engaged in one-on-one guidance. As time slipped by, nightfall descended, and the sun vanished completely from the sky, leaving a tapestry of stars in its wake. At that moment, Wen Tianqi descended with a stunning bird before the children. With a flourish, he released a golden aura from his right hand. The bird flapped its wings and perched upon Wen Tianqi's arm. Father, this bird is called the Starfall Divine Bird. What a lovely name. Wen Lingyan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. This is my companion, The Starfall Divine Bird, a valuable ally, Wen Tianqi responded with a grin. Thank you, father. I shall train it diligently, Wen Lingyi declared excitedly. I believe in you, my child, Wen Tianqi replied with a smile. Father, will you teach me to fly? I want to soar through the skies just like you. Wen Lingyi said, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Certainly, Lingyi. Tonight, I shall teach you how to fly, Wen Tianqi assured her with a smile. Wonderful. Thank you, father. Wen Lingyi exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Bulma chimed in. Children, it is time for bed. Wen Tianqi glanced at the two children heading off to sleep and exchanged knowing looks with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan-Chi. Another laborious night, he sighed inwardly. Resigned to his fate of endless toil. After several years of tranquility, the time had finally come for the emergence of the demon Majin Buu. Within Wen Tianqi's grand mansion, he was holding a meeting with Son Wukong, Vegeta, Klin, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan. Majin Buu was created by the sorcerer Bibidi, Wen Tianqi explained, tapping the blackboard. Is this the chubby fellow? Son Wukong asked, observing the peculiar image of Majin Buu on the screen. Vegeta, indifferent, focused intently on Majin Buu. For he had learned from Wen Tianqi that he was not a match for this entity. Despite his pride, Vegeta held great respect for Wen Tianqi's words. And thoughts of how to enhance his training began to brew in his mind. Indeed, Bibidi is the creator of Majin Buu and the father of the current sorcerer Babidi. Ultimately slain by the East Kaishin, Wen Tianqi affirmed, giving Son Wukong a small token of appreciation. The others exchanged glances, bemused as if they were being treated like children. Majin Buu has defeated 4 of the 5 Kaishins and absorbed 2 of them. He is formidable, so you must exercise utmost caution, Wen Tianqi advised solemnly. Aren't you going to confront him? Klin inquired curiously. As a trump card, I cannot afford to join the fray right away. You, my dear soldiers, shall engage first. Once the casualties mount, I shall step in to turn the tide, Wen Tianqi replied with a smirk. This declaration left everyone in stunned silence, taken aback by his audacity. Meanwhile, in an endless desert, the sorcerer Babidi and his demonic prince Dabura were preparing to unseal Majin Buu. Standing in the midst of the arid landscape, Babidi's eyes glinted with dark light as his fingers traced the air, seemingly searching for something. He was a proud individual with disheveled black hair and a cold, unyielding gaze. Exuding an irresistible authority, Dabura, though entirely under Babidi's control, still radiated an aura of darkness. His form appeared to meld with the shadows, leaving only his green eyes glimmering with malevolent light. Chapter 64, Majin Buu. At this moment, a forgotten sorcerer named Babidi stood alone, clutching an ancient rune that granted him the opportunity to unravel the seal of Majin Buu. The air around him began to ripple, as if an invisible force was gathering. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Babidi's eyes. He had finally located the ancient seal. He extended a hand, palm upward, and softly chanted an archaic incantation. As his voice resonated, a black magical circle materialized in the desert, emitting an eerie glow. Dabura silently observed the unfolding events, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that once the seal was broken, chaos would engulf the entire world. However, he also recognized his inability to resist Babidi's control. His gaze shifted towards the magical circle, eagerly awaiting the moment of revelation. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from the magical circle. The entire desert trembled, as if the very air was igniting. A blinding light ascended from the circle, reaching towards the heavens. Within this radiance, a colossal shadow began to materialize, Majin Buu's silhouette. Babidi's satisfaction was palpable as he turned to Dabura, proclaiming, "Remember, this is your glory, but also your demise." Dabura remained silent, standing still, awaiting the inevitable moment. Just then, a brilliant beam of light descended from above, striking Babidi directly. This radiant force, imbued with immense power, abruptly interrupted Babidi's incantation. He stumbled back in shock, the rune losing its luminescence in an instant. Who dares? Babidi seethed. Had Majin Buu emerged? To his astonishment, it was Goku, Vegeta, and their companions. Goku and Vegeta stood resolute, the atmosphere thick with tension, creating a profound silence. Opposite them, Babidi and Dabura wore cruel smiles, their eyes fixated on the perceived prey. Babidi's expression revealed a cunning intent as he slowly spoke, his voice dripping with malevolence. Do you think you can escape my grasp? I shall awaken Majin Buu, and you self-righteous fools will be mere playthings in my hands. Goku and the others sensed the impending threat but stood unwavering. Goku stepped forward, challenging Babidi. Bring it on. We will never surrender. His tone was resolute, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit. Babidi grinned wickedly, his fingers dancing through the air, releasing a strange energy from his hand, a dark and sinister force, as if it sought to consume the entire world. He charged towards Goku and his allies, the pressure emanating from him intensifying. Goku and his companions braced themselves, vigilance heightened, aware that a monumental battle loomed on the horizon. Each of them understood that the fate of the universe hung in the balance. They must give their all, for the consequences of failure were unthinkable. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle, ready to unleash his full power. Goku prepared himself, gathering his energy for his ultimate technique, the Kaioken. Vegeta transformed as well, ready to confront Babidi and Dabura. Come forth, Majin Buu. Suddenly, the air quivered, and the lights flickered erratically, as if space itself were being distorted by an unseen malevolent force. Babidi's gaze was piercing, his voice resonant and commanding, echoing through the atmosphere. Come forth, Majin Buu. As Babidi's call reverberated, a tremendous dark energy coalesced in the air. The atmosphere seemed to be drawn into a vast, invisible whirlpool, converging upon a singular point, a familiar yet alien presence, Majin Buu. Buu emerged from the chasm of darkness with an almost imperceptible speed, his eyes glinting with mischief and malice. His form appeared to be composed of a translucent black substance, flowing with a sinister energy akin to molten lava. He extended a hand, a claw imbued with all the evil and horror, as if reaching forth from the depths of hell. Babidi stood before this terrifying entity with a determined smile, fully aware that he had accomplished his mission. He opened his arms wide, and a pure power surged forth from his palms, an energy starkly contrasting Majin Buu's malevolence. This is your challenge, Majin Buu. Babidi's voice resonated throughout the expanse. Use your power to annihilate these intruders. Majin Buu let out a roar, filled with fury and ferocity. Soon, a rotund figure burst forth Majin Buu. Yet, unexpectedly, Buu did not immediately attack. Instead, he confronted King Dabura. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, as if the entire world had frozen in their standoff. Dabura's gaze was one of vigilance and confusion. He attempted to penetrate Buu's thoughts, but his telepathy faltered in this confrontation. Buu's mind was a chaotic enigma, shrouded in thick fog. After a prolonged standoff, the two finally engaged in combat. Their movements were swift and graceful, a meticulously choreographed dance of offense and defense. Dabura wielded his staff, unleashing spheres of dark magical energy that howled through the air, slicing through the atmosphere with piercing shrieks. Buu countered with his own magic, conjuring mysterious shields to block Dabura's assaults. The shields radiated a deep purple hue, imbued with a potent magical essence. Each collision of their forces produced violent energy shockwaves, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. The intensity of their battle escalated, each strike provoking tremors that reverberated through the world. However, this fierce confrontation was not destined to last. Ultimately, Buu summoned a colossal energy sphere, launching it directly at Dabura. Dabura attempted to counter with his magic, but he found himself lacking the necessary strength. The massive energy orb struck him, obliterating him into a chaotic mass of blood and flesh, debris scattering in all directions. Even the once mighty king of the demon realm could not withstand such a blow. Transform into candy. Majin Buu suddenly emitted a laser, transforming King Dabura into a piece of candy. The crunch echoed as Majin Buu devoured him whole. He actually consumed a person. Goku and Vegeta, drenched in sweat and astonishment, were astounded that Majin Buu had turned a human into candy and eaten him. What a display of power! It was no wonder Dabura succumbed to defeat. Even after being vanquished, Buu had transformed him into a confection. Yet, for Majin Buu, this seemed to pose no challenge. Moments ago, he had leisurely extended his right hand, casting a gentle force that instantaneously froze the space around them. Dabura's body ceased trembling, morphing into a massive piece of candy, floating serenely in midair. However, at that moment, Majin Buu infused his magic into the candy. With a gentle squeeze, the candy was crushed into syrup. A wondrous energy emanated from his hand, rapidly solidifying the syrup into candy blocks. Then, Majin Buu devoured the candy blocks in one swift motion. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. Dabura was effortlessly obliterated by the fiendish Majin Buu. How was this even possible? Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. King Dabura of the demon realm was a formidable powerhouse, the ruler and leader of that dark domain. Yet, he was vanquished in an instant by Majin Buu. This was utterly astonishing. Behold my power. Do you see it? Do you desire such strength? Majin Buu cast a fleeting glance at the two awestruck warriors, then extended his right hand, a swirling mass of purple mist swirling in his palm. With a gentle grip, he transformed this energy into chunks of candy, carelessly discarding them into a nearby trash bin. Welcome to my world, my friends. Join me as my comrades. Together, we shall conquer the globe. Are you ready, my allies? Let us unite and fill our world with laughter and joy. The Candy War begins. As they observed the exuberant Majin Buu, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with shock. Goku, bewildered, stammered, "Buu, who? What are you? How did you accomplish this?" "Majin Buu, did you hear that?" "They call you Majin Buu," Vegeta echoed, his eyes wide with astonishment. To think that the denizens of the demon realm referred to him by that name was truly unfathomable. "My world?" A mischievous smile flickered across Majin Buu's lips. "I rather like that title. Let us conquer our world together. The Candy War awaits. Everyone, join in." Goku and Vegeta stood frozen, overwhelmed by the magnitude of Majin Buu's presence. "Majin Buu, who? What are you?" Babidi inquired, his voice trembling with trepidation. "I am Majin Buu," he declared with imposing authority. "Go forth and annihilate them. They are evil. They are invaders. Eliminate them." Clad in his dark robe, Babidi stood beneath the moonlight, his eyes glinting with cunning as he shouted into the dark night sky. "Destroy them for me, Majin Buu." His voice resonated with malevolence and command. Yet, Majin Buu remained unresponsive, standing still as a statue. Babidi's impatience grew, and he bellowed again, "Do you hear me? Majin Buu? Obliterate them." At that moment, Majin Buu slowly turned his head, his hollow eyes locking onto Babidi. A potent energy radiated from his form, solidifying the very air around them. Suddenly, he extended a massive arm, pointing at Babidi. In an instant, Babidi felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. His eyes widened in terror as his body became paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a piece of candy, floating in the air before landing in Majin Buu's colossal palm. Majin Buu smirked disdainfully, tossing Babidi's sugary form into his mouth. A mocking smile danced on his lips as he disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind only the candy and Babidi's fading echo. "You dare turn me into candy." "Candy." Majin Buu, with an indescribable malice, curled his lips into a sardonic grin. He resembled an abyss, consuming all light and hope, leaving only an endless void. His eyes burned with a wild delight, as if relishing the impending feast. He glanced at the colorful, shimmering candy that was once Babidi, a forgotten sweet dream. Babidi's fading voice echoed in the air. "You dare turn me into candy, candy," until it vanished into the darkness. Majin Buu's body quivered slightly, seemingly reveling in this wicked amusement. His eyes glimmered with sinister anticipation for the next move. Unfazed, he consumed Babidi's candy form, indulging in a malevolent banquet, a chilling atrocity. Goku and Vegeta remained on high alert, their gazes fixed ahead. Before them, Majin Buu, with an evil grin, slowly raised his head. His grotesque visage and the terrifying aura that surrounded him sent shivers down their spines. Though Goku and Vegeta had faced Majin Buu before, each encounter with this dreadful foe compelled them to remind themselves to maintain composure. They understood the formidable power he wielded, adept at employing cunning tactics and devious schemes. And a moment's inattention could lead them into his trap. Silently, they steeled themselves, awakening the energy within. Goku shimmered with a golden glow, while Vegeta was enveloped in a blue radiance. They knew that the battle ahead would be fierce. Majin Buu seemed to sense their resolve, erupting into maniacal laughter as the atmosphere around him grew increasingly ominous. With a bizarre cry, he launched a fierce assault against the two warriors. Chapter 65. Alasha and Bidalai's son Wukong and Vegeta were fully prepared, skillfully dodging the relentless assaults of Majin Buu while launching their counterattacks. However, Majin Buu's power appeared to have intensified, making every strike a narrow escape for them. The battle was exceptionally fierce, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of being torn apart. The sweat-soaked garments of Son Wukong and Vegeta bore witness to their waning strength. Aya! The roars of Son Wukong and Vegeta reverberated through the air, followed by a surge of formidable energy erupting from within them, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Their hair transformed instantaneously, elongating and shifting from a deep brown to a dazzling golden hue. Surrounding their bodies was a flicker of blue lightning, reminiscent of a miraculous descent from the heavens. Majin Buu gazed at the two warriors before him, fear flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the might of these two super scions, especially after their transformation into the second stage. He began to gather energy, preparing to counter the impending assault. Exchanging a knowing glance, Son Wukong and Vegeta nodded in unison. They charged forward simultaneously, blue lightning dancing beneath their feet as they surged ahead. Majin Buu was not idle either. He unleashed a powerful energy wave, pushing forward. The energy wave collided with the attack of the second stage Super Scions, resulting in a violent explosion. The ground trembled beneath them, reminiscent of a calamitous disaster. Yet, Son Wukong and Vegeta pressed on, undeterred by Buu's onslaught. The fierce battle raged on. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Tianqi was luxuriating in a splendid life. Alasha, it's been a while. How are you faring with your studies? Wen Tianqi inquired with a charming smile directed at the young lady across from him. I'm doing well, Wen Tianqi, Alasha replied graciously. Alasha was a stunning girl with flowing blonde hair, adorned in a green strapless top and blue jeans. Her fair skin exuded a youthful vibrancy. You truly are a delightful young lady, Alasha, Wen Tianqi complimented, seated in a corner of a bustling CAF in the West City. Alasha and Wen Tianqi savored their coffee. The air was infused with the delicate aroma of coffee and the sweetness of matcha lattes, adding a touch of tranquility to their conversation. Alasha's golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, the slightly curled ends brushing against her fair neck, captivating all who beheld her. The subtle smile on Wen Tianqi's lips added an extra charm to his countenance. Clad in a traditional Han-style robe, embroidered with silver cloud patterns against a dark fabric, he resembled a shooting star in the night sky. Their dialogue flowed harmoniously, accompanied by the CAF's background music, akin to a melodious duet. Alasha's smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of the sun in spring, while Wen Tianqi's unique sense of humor had her laughing. Her bell-like laughter echoing through the CAF, a most enchanting melody. Their conversation was both light-hearted and profound, encompassing their lives and delving into their interpretations of art and existence. Alasha expressed curiosity about Wen Tianqi's Eastern culture, while he was equally intrigued by the distant lands she described. Their exchange stirred ripples of thought, as if pebbles cast into a stream. At that moment, they seemed to forget time and the world's chaos. Their universe was solely comprised of the unfinished coffee, the exquisite pastries, and the warmth of their smiles and words. In this unique moment, their dialogue flowed poetically, weaving a beautiful tapestry. As night fell, the CAF's lights dimmed gradually. Alasha and Wen Tianqi's conversation approached its conclusion, discussing future plans and mutual hopes, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for their forthcoming encounters. Oh, did Bidalai not come to school today? Wen Tianqi suddenly recalled, posing the question. Tianqi, do you perhaps have feelings for Bidalai? Alasha teased, covering her lips with a playful smile. 2 hours later, their CAF outing came to an end. Wen Tianqi and Alasha strolled side by side down the moonlit streets, the moonlight illuminating Alasha's exquisite face, rendering her even more enchanting. She smiled, her eyes glimmering with happiness, clearly excited about this unexpected rendezvous. Wen Tianqi gazed at Alasha, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. He adored her smile, the essence of youth. Unable to resist, he took her hand, her small hand slightly cool to the touch, sending a thrill through him. They wandered through the vibrant streets until they reached a tranquil residential area. Wen Tianqi guided Alasha to his private residence, opening the door to illuminate the interior. The warm glow of the lights cast a comforting aura around them, enveloping them in gentle warmth. The interior was simply yet thoughtfully adorned, evoking a sense of coziness. Alasha surveyed her surroundings, her eyes reflecting surprise and delight. She had not expected Wen Tianqi to possess such a warm home. Wen Tianqi led Alasha to the living room, igniting the fireplace where the flames danced, filling the room with a comforting warmth. Alasha settled on the sofa, gazing at Wen Tianqi, her heart brimming with happiness. Wen Tianqi uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Alasha and one for himself. They raised their glasses in celebration, their gazes filled with affection. At that moment, the music began to play, a carefully selected piece by Wen Tianqi. He approached Alasha, gently inviting her to dance. With a smile, she accepted, and they began to sway gracefully in the center of the living room. Their movements were harmonious and elegant, like two roses blooming in the night sky, entwined and complementing one another. Their bodies pressed closely together, every motion conveyed their mutual affection. Their breaths mingled, as if time had come to a standstill. As the music drew to a close, they halted their dance, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Alasha, I shall cherish you, Wen Tianqi murmured softly, enveloping her delicate form in his embrace. Tianqi, I believe in you. Alasha replied excitedly, her cheeks flushed as she nestled against his chest. Overjoyed, Wen Tianqi could no longer contain himself. He swept Alasha into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. A day later, Son Wukong and Vegeta were still engaged in their fierce battle with Majin Buu. Vegeta, we must hold on, Son Wukong exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Humph, Kakarot, you can transform into Super Saiyan 3rd stage, yet you still hold back. Did you think I wouldn't know? Vegeta retorted coldly. Ah? How did you know, Vegeta? Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. You and Tianqi told me long ago. You think so little of me, assuming I wouldn't notice? Vegeta shouted furiously. Son Wukong awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, Vegeta, Majin Buu is attacking again. Get ready. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi, with his arm around Alasha's waist, asked, Alasha, my dear, do you think Bidalai will join us for the event today? Yes, Bidalai will be here soon. You must not let her slip away. Alasha replied with a cheerful smile, her delicate arms wrapping around Wen Tianqi's. The phone rang with a sharp chime, prompting Alicia to answer. Yes, I understand, mother, she said, her voice tinged with resignation as she ended the call. Tianqi, I must depart. My mother has requested my return home. Once you have resolved matters with Bidalai, she and I shall accompany you. With that, Alicia bestowed a passionate kiss upon Wen Tianqi before swaying away. Wen Tianqi smiled faintly and turned towards Bidalai's location. He meandered through the dimly lit night, lost within the serpentine pathways of ancient streets. His heartbeat quickened like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass as time flowed by. The city's clamor seemed to fade behind him. In his world, only the sound of his labored breaths and footsteps remained. He traversed street after street, akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea of humanity, yet he could not find the one who occupied his thoughts. Wandering aimlessly in a dark alley, loneliness clung to him like a shadow. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a slender figure shimmered into view. It was a young girl. Her hair as dark as ink, pure and unblemished. Her brows, delicately arched like willow branches, appeared to be crafted by a master artisan, exuding elegance and grace. Her light blue irises sparkled in the moonlight, captivating him utterly. Dressed in playful denim shorts, she possessed long legs and fair skin, resembling a character stepped straight out of a comic. Her twin ponytails enhanced her charm, embodying the dreamlike image he had long envisioned. As Wen Tianqi gazed upon her, an indescribable feeling surged within him. In the darkness, she radiated like a beacon of hope. This girl was his salvation. He approached her, and as their eyes met, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in hers. At long last, he had found the one he had been searching for, Bidalai. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them, standing silently, gazing into each other as souls. Their distance diminished, and he could almost hear their synchronized heartbeats. You have finally arrived. Bidalai's voice was soft and melodious, like a gentle stream soothing his spirit. Wen Tianqi looked at her, his heart swelling with tenderness and emotion. Indeed, I have come, Bidalai. He replied, his deep voice imbued with reassurance. Are you truly here to attend the comic exhibition? Bidalai tilted her head playfully, her curiosity piqued. Of course not. Rather, I am here to protect you, he confessed, unable to restrain the urge to reach out to her. He hesitated, fearing he might frighten her. Bidalai, please trust me. I will keep you safe. Very well, but you must promise to protect me always, she replied mischievously, bounding next to him like an eager rabbit. Wen Tianqi lowered his gaze to this enchanting girl, his heart brimming with affection. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, whispering, from this day forth, you shall be my girlfriend. Do you remember our first meeting at the comic exhibition? Bidalai, daughter of the world champion Satan, he murmured, leading her towards the event. Huh? What? Boyfriend? Bidalai exclaimed, her expression one of surprise as she regarded him with questioning eyes. Wen Tianqi beamed at her, filled with joy. He leaned down, whispering near her ear, Bidalai, please believe me, I will always protect you. Unable to contain her emotions, Bidalai embraced him, pressing her lips to his in a heartfelt kiss. Happiness enveloped Wen Tianqi. Finding her and fulfilling their promise felt wondrous. Now, let us hurry and queue up, he said gently, nudging her aside. Bidalai shyly nodded, following in his footsteps towards the entrance of the comic exhibition. As dawn broke, golden rays pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. The crowd gathered at the exhibition center, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the event. At that moment, Bidalai, blushing, held Wen Tianqi's hand, her heart racing like that of an innocent maiden. The entrance to the exhibition was not far from the hall, and soon they arrived. Bidalai wrapped her arms around Wen Tianqi's, her braids bouncing playfully as she shyly observed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wen Tianqi gazed at the charming girl and playfully brushed his finger against her nose, smiling. Bidalai, would you like to see if there are any anime characters you fancy? Perhaps you might find someone you adore. Absolutely. I want to see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Bidalai exclaimed excitedly, spotting a poster on the wall depicting figures in green bodysuits wielding weapons alongside a green robot. Wow, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They are my favorite characters, she said, her eyes fixated on the poster, oblivious to the characters' genders. Then let us go and take a look, Yuan Tianqi replied with a smile. Chapter 66, A Date. Biddle nodded and, like a little bird, leaned against Yuan Tianqi, who embraced her waist tightly, fearful that she might fall. Together, they ventured into the exhibition hall, where a myriad of characters from films greeted them, including Spider-Man, Iron Man, the Hulk, Captain America, and Superman. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of these heroes, Biddle yearned to rush over for a hug and a photo, yet she restrained herself. Hand in hand, they explored the comic exhibition until they arrived at the counter. At the counter stood a young attendant who warmly welcomed them. What would you like to see? I would like to see if there are any ninjas I adore. Biddle replied enthusiastically, as her favorite anime was Naruto. The attendant smiled and said, Of course, please follow me. They departed from the counter and approached a table where the attendant picked up a magnifying glass to inspect a poster laid out on the table. With a grin, he addressed Biddle and Yuan Tianqi. Yes, which ninja would you both prefer? What ninjas are available? Yuan Tianqi inquired. We have Kakashi Hatake, Shikamaru Nara, and Nadahuga, and Shino Aburame. The attendant continued to list numerous ninjas, yet he failed to mention the one Biddle desired. All right, I understand now. Thank you. Biddle replied with a smile. You're welcome, the attendant responded cheerfully. What ninja do you want? The attendant asked again. I want Sakura, Biddle exclaimed. Her excitement palpable as Sakura was her most favored character from Naruto. Very well, please follow me, the attendant said with a smile. They left the counter and soon arrived at the entrance of the comic exhibition, where large posters of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno adorned either side. Wow, this is exactly the ninja I desire, Biddle exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the poster, oblivious to the gender of the characters depicted. Are you certain this is the ninja you want? The attendant asked with a chuckle. Yes, I absolutely want it, she affirmed. All right, please follow me, he replied, still smiling. As they exited the exhibition, they came upon a flower bed. Yuan Tianqi looked at Biddle with a grin and said, Biddle, look over there. There's a poster of a ninja. Really? Biddle followed his gaze and spotted a Naruto poster in the center of the flower bed, with Sasuke on the left and Sakura on the right. Tianqi, I want this ninja, thank you, Biddle exclaimed, her hands waving excitedly. All right, please follow me, the attendant said with a smile. They departed from the flower bed and returned to the counter, where the attendant cheerfully inquired, Which ninja would you like? I want Sakura, Biddle declared, her eyes fixed on the figurines displayed behind the counter. They then entered a room where the attendant opened a wooden cabinet and retrieved a Sakura figurine, saying, This is Sakura, she is very cute. Let me know if you like her. Wow, Sakura is my favorite ninja, Biddle joyfully exclaimed, snatching the figurine and hugging it tightly. Then planting a kiss on Yuan Tianqi's cheek, saying, Tianqi, thank you for this gift. I like it very much as well, Yuan Tianqi replied with a smile. You two are quite amusing. Farewell, the attendant said with a chuckle. Goodbye. They waved as they exited the room. Where shall we go next? Yuan Tianqi asked, turning to Biddle after leaving the figurine display. Let us go eat. I know a restaurant that serves delicious food, Biddle suggested excitedly. Sounds great. Yuan Tianqi replied with a smile. Wonderful. Let us hurry. Biddle beamed. Okay, Yuan Tianqi agreed. Tianqi, look. There is a ninja. How adorable. Biddle pointed ahead, her voice startling Yuan Tianqi from his thoughts. He looked up to see her gesturing, and followed her finger to find a ninja poster displayed on the glass door of the exhibition, featuring Sasuke on the left and Sakura on the right. Is that so? Yuan Tianqi chuckled, his gaze lingering on Biddle's face. She had long, dark hair, large expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and a small cherry-like mouth, making her exceedingly beautiful. He thought to himself, Biddle is truly a stunning girl. With this thought, a smile graced his face. Biddle and Yuan Tianqi stepped into a specialty Chinese restaurant. Captivated by the rich, traditional atmosphere, the walls were adorned with exquisite Chinese paintings, red knots, and the character for blessing, creating a warm and serene ambience. Following the attendant deeper into the restaurant, they were greeted by a spacious interior filled with round tables, each covered with pristine white tablecloths and elegant cutlery. They seated themselves at a table where the attendant presented the menu. As Biddle and Yuan Tianqi perused the menu, rich with various traditional Chinese dishes, they decided on several popular options, including spicy hot pot, roast duck, and fried rice. While awaiting their meals, they glanced around, observing the diverse clientele, both Chinese and foreign guests immersed in a delightful culinary experience. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the restaurant as a man burst in, brandishing a kitchen knife. His eyes were wild, and his face was twisted with malice. Patrons were taken aback by the sudden chaos, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Bidalai and Wen Tianqi were equally terrified, clinging to one another in confusion. The man wielded the knife, pursuing customers with a furious gaze, casting a horrific shadow of violence over the establishment. Wen Tianqi instinctively wanted to charge forward, but halted upon noticing Bidalai's reaction. How dare he cause such chaos? Bidalai shouted angrily, delivering a powerful kick that sent the knife-wielding man sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Applause erupted from the onlookers. Wow, it's the daughter of Satan, Miss Bidalai. 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 My idol. With a gracious wave and a smile, Bidalai returned to Wen Tianqi's side. Bidalai, you're amazing. Wen Tianqi praised, giving her a thumbs up. Hee. My father is Satan, the world champion, the most formidable person on this planet. Bidalai admires Satan, her father. Wen Tianqi chuckled in agreement. Although Satan may not possess overwhelming strength, he is indeed a good person. Sitting across from each other, Bidalai and Wen Tianqi's words intertwined in the air. As Bidalai reminisced about the days filled with passion and sweat at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I remember when I participated in the children's division of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Bidalai said, her eyes sparkling with the fire of memory. That was one of the most exhilarating moments of my life. Even though I was only 8, I vividly recall every detail. Wen Tianqi listened quietly, allowing her to speak without interruption. I wore the combat suit that my father personally crafted for me. He encouraged me to bravely step onto the stage and challenge opponents stronger than myself. Her voice was imbued with nostalgia for her father. Wen Tianqi couldn't help but feel intrigued by Bidalai's father. He sensed the deep affection and longing she harbored for him. His name is Satan, Bidalai smiled, a hint of pride illuminating her expression. He is my pride and my role model. Wen Tianqi nodded, inviting her to continue. Satan is not only my father, but also my martial arts mentor. He taught me how to fight, how to protect myself, and most importantly, how to become a strong person. A resolute gleam shone in Bidalai's eyes. Wen Tianqi felt the power in her words, as if he could envision her bravely battling on stage. Unfortunately, Bidalai sighed. My father is currently engrossed in filming various advertisements. Wen Tianqi observed her, understanding the unspoken helplessness beneath her seemingly strong exterior. He remained silent, simply offering his presence as support and comfort. After a moment of contemplation, a thoughtful light flickered in his eyes. Then he turned to Bidalai, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How about embarking on a different journey? Let us pay a visit to your father, Mr. Satan, the revered world champion. Imagine us stepping into his glorious abode, where everything is so perfect yet shrouded in mystery. Wen Tianqi's words flowed like a painter's brush, vividly illustrating scenes before them. Their objective, the legendary Mr. Satan, the pinnacle of world champions. And the unique atmosphere of his home came alive in Wen Tianqi's descriptions. Picture us crossing that magnificent bridge with crystal-clear streams flowing beneath, where little fish frolic joyfully in the water. Lush greenery surrounds us, and flowers bloom vibrantly. It is all so beautiful. And Mr. Satan's home is nestled within this picturesque landscape. Wen Tianqi spoke softly, his voice imbued with a sort of enchantment that transported them into a realm of aspiration. He glanced at Bidalai, noticing her rapt attention, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. He knew he had successfully piqued her curiosity. Wen Tianqi secretly smiled to himself and continued his narration. Mr. Satan's residence resembles a grand castle, with uniformed guards at the entrance, warmly welcoming our arrival. And there, the pinnacle of the world, Mr. Satan, awaits us. Don't you, Bidalai, also look forward to my meeting with your father, Mr. Satan? Yes, I am very much looking forward to it. Bidalai nodded enthusiastically. The mansion, situated on the outskirts of the city, exuded luxury and grandeur. The rear garden of this estate resembled a private training ground, where the world champion, Mr. Satan, was engaged in rigorous training. His figure stood tall and powerful in every corner of the garden, his sun-kissed skin and muscular physique appearing as formidable as a wall forged by relentless trials. At that moment, a young man, Wen Tianqi, walked towards the garden, arm in arm with the enchanting Bidalai. Bidalai's home was within this grand estate, and Wen Tianqi was her close companion. Their presence added a unique hue to this vigorous training ground. Upon noticing them, Mr. Satan ceased his training and approached. His strides were firm and powerful, as if every inch of the ground trembled beneath his feet. He gazed at Bidalai, his eyes filled with warmth and pride, before turning his sharp gaze toward Wen Tianqi, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. Wen Tianqi smiled at Bidalai, and then nodded slightly in acknowledgement of her father's identity. His face bore a gentle smile, yet the determination in his eyes was unmistakable. In that moment, the atmosphere became taut, as though the very air had solidified. Mr. Satan fixed his gaze on Wen Tianqi, his eyes glinting with intensity. Then he smiled. A smile full of cunning and inscrutable meaning. He addressed Bidalai, saying, "Bidalai, you have brought a friend home? Is he your boyfriend?" Very well. His words lacked excessive warmth, yet they brimmed with a father's profound affection for his daughter. With that, he turned and strode back to the training area. His silhouette appeared even more imposing in the sunlight, like a mountain in motion. His voice echoed through the garden. Training begins. At that command, the entire garden seemed to come alive, with fervent blood and intense sweat intertwining. Chapter 67. Satan Biddy gazed at her father's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Turning her gaze towards Wen Tianqi, she offered him a smile that radiated warmth and invitation. Wen Tianqi responded with a profound smile, imbued with determination. In that moment, their eyes met, silently affirming each other's presence and connection. "Are you Wen Tianqi? I wish to train earnestly with you. Come." The two ascended the martial arts platform, surrounded by the cheers and shouts of maids and attendants. Satan cast a glance at Wen Tianqi, observing him helplessly looking back at Biddy Li. Biddy Li, a striking beauty, possessed bright, expressive eyes and a sweet smile. "Go for it, Tianqi," she encouraged. Upon hearing her words, Wen Tianqi was instantly invigorated, preparing to hold back and allow his father-in-law to save face. He assumed his stance and launched an attack against Satan, who swiftly countered, blocking the assault while retaliating with his own. Their duel was fierce, yet showcasing their martial prowess and exceptional skills. Wen Tianqi remained cautious, fearing that a miscalculation could lead to Satan's serious injury. Although Satan was a demon, he refrained from employing any dark magic, desiring only a fair contest with Wen Tianqi. Time flew by, and soon evening descended. The contest neared its conclusion when Wen Tianqi nearly faltered under Satan's onslaught. At that moment, Biddy Li shouted from the sidelines, "Tianqi, keep going." Her encouragement revitalized Wen Tianqi, who regained his stance and continued to confront Satan. Ultimately, through Wen Tianqi's efforts, the match ended in a draw. Satan's eyes gleamed with expectation and recognition as he approached Wen Tianqi, the sweeping fabric of his imposing black cloak stirring the air. With a tone filled with paternal pride, he proclaimed, "You did well, young man. To draw with me, I entrust my daughter Biddy Li to you." Upon hearing this, Biddy Li, akin to a bashful doe, blushed and scurried away, casting a furtive glance back at Wen Tianqi, her eyes filled with youthful longing and shyness. Wen Tianqi chuckled, his smile radiating satisfaction and confidence. He mischievously winked at Biddy Li's retreating figure before turning to grin at Satan. "I will protect Biddy Li," he asserted. Satan regarded Wen Tianqi with a firm nod, his massive form casting a shadow over the space, yet his gaze was filled with warmth. He recognized that this young man had earned his respect and trust. This contest bore no true victor or vanquished. Each participant unearthed their own value within the experience. Satan, Biddy Li, and Wen Tianqi found their lives enriched and enlivened by this encounter. The three gathered around an opulent dining table, the air thick with the enticing aroma of culinary delights. Biddy Li, adorned in an elegant evening gown, exuded grace, her beauty akin to a radiant pearl amidst her lavish surroundings. Satan maintained his characteristic devilish demeanor, his dark aura starkly contrasting with the grandeur of the mansion. On the table, exquisite cutlery and the glow of ornate candles illuminated the faces of the diners, creating a picturesque scene. Biddy Li sat across from Wen Tianqi, her eyes sparkling with warmth and admiration for him. Wen Tianqi, handsome and relaxed, bore a subtle smile, his gaze reflecting anticipation and contentment for the evening ahead. Dishes were presented, featuring game that Satan had personally selected and crafted into culinary masterpieces. Biddy Li, with poise, served Wen Tianqi first, her movements graceful and reflective of her noble upbringing. She picked up a piece of roasted goose and, with a smile reminiscent of spring sunshine, placed it on his plate. Satan observed this interaction with a hint of mischief in his eyes. In his deep, magnetic voice laced with amusement, he remarked, "Biddy Li, our esteemed guest, Mr. Wen, is fortunate to dine with you. I trust you will treat him well." His tone carried an air of authority, yet it was softened by paternal affection. Biddy Li playfully shot a glance at Satan before turning to Wen Tianqi. "Tianqi, I am truly delighted that you could join us for dinner. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you enjoy it." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, enchanting and captivating. Wen Tianqi was pleasantly surprised by such hospitality, feeling a sense of joy at Biddy Li's warmth. "Thank you for your kindness, Biddy Li. I am thrilled to share this meal with you," he replied, sincerity and gratitude evident in his eyes. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting silver light upon the garden where Wen Tianqi and Biddy found themselves. The garden, alive with vibrant colors and illuminated by myriad lights, showcased flowers in full bloom, while the shadows of swaying trees danced across the gravel path. Wen Tianqi, dressed in his favorite light blue shirt and black casual trousers, wore his hair neatly styled, exuding a subtle fragrance. His gaze was filled with tenderness and affection. Biddy, in her red frock and black shoes, had her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight. Her eyes brimmed with trust and love for Wen Tianqi. They settled on a stone bench in the garden, embracing as they gazed up at the resplendent night sky. Stars twinkled like brilliant pearls against the infinite blackness, mirroring the depth and vastness of their emotions, filled with mystery. Wen Tianqi gently caressed Biddy's shoulder, his eyes reflecting hopes for the future and nostalgia for the past. Biddy leaned against his chest, her gaze shimmering with deep love and admiration for him. In that serene moment, they remained silent, simply gazing at the night sky and relishing the tranquility of their shared experience. Their heartbeats intertwined like the most beautiful symphony, harmonious and resonant. A gentle night breeze wafted through, bringing a touch of coolness that paled in comparison to the fiery passion in their hearts. Enveloped in this romantic atmosphere, they felt as though the world had faded away, leaving only the two of them in their unwavering pursuit of love. Wen Tianqi took Biddy's hand, leading her towards the bed. The spacious bed seemed to bear witness to their love, awaiting the union of two souls in harmony. Their heartbeats echoed like a nocturnal melody, rhythmically pulsing in tandem, as if they were the only two beings in existence. Their bodies tenderly intertwined upon the bed, the sheets whispering of their delicate and genuine affection. The mingling sense of Wen Tianqi and Biddy, along with their warmth, created a breathtaking and poignant tableau. Wen Tianqi gently stroked Biddy's hair, his fingers dancing like a musician playing the melody of love. Biddy closed her eyes, embracing the sanctity of their affection, her heartbeat syncing perfectly with Wen Tianqi's. Their breaths echoed through the stillness of the night, a serene and harmonious sound, beautiful in its simplicity. Biddy, Tianqi. As the sun rose high in the sky, Wen Tianqi and Biddy awoke, though he longed to savor their intimate moments a while longer. Wen Tianqi's phone buzzed incessantly, nearly reaching the point of overload. Master Tianqi, we can no longer endure this. Please come quickly. We request your support. Both Vegeta and Goku have been rendered powerless against Majin Buu. Sigh. Wen Tianqi exhaled deeply, helplessly hanging up the phone. The current youth truly lack understanding and empathy towards their elders. At that moment, Biddy picked up a light blue coat and draped it over Wen Tianqi's shoulders. Tianqi, your clothes are soaked. You might catch a cold. Wen Tianqi chuckled. How could that be? Look, I'm perfectly fine. Biddy extended her right index finger and gently tapped Wen Tianqi's forehead. He blinked, grasped her hand, and pulled her into his embrace. Biddy. Your lips are exquisite. Wen Tianqi chuckled softly. Is that so? Indeed. I shall paint a more beautiful one for you another day. Hiki. Thank you, Tianqi. Beneath the soft glow of the lights, Wen Tianqi and Biddy nestled against each other, quietly gazing into one another's eyes. The warmth shared between them surged to a degree that could ignite their very souls. Sigh. Wen Tianqi sighed helplessly. You young people are truly reckless. What is the matter, Tianqi? Biddy inquired, looking at him. Wen Tianqi glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and said, It's almost 7. Your agreed time with Goku is approaching. I must bid them farewell. All right, goodbye, brother Tianqi. Juanbi walked over to Wen Tianqi. Are you coming with us? Yes. But you must heed Biddy's words and avoid causing any trouble. I understand, brother Tianqi. You can rest assured. Biddy smiled, waved her hand, and said, I'll go find Sister Bulma first. I'll have her speak to you. Go ahead. Farewell. Biddy waved goodbye to Wen Tianqi and turned to leave. Sigh. Wen Tianqi watched as Juanbi departed, gently exhaling, wondering if Biddy would manage to get along harmoniously with Bulma and the others. With a swift motion, Wen Tianqi transformed into a violet beam of light, racing towards the location of Goku and Vegeta with unparalleled speed. This girl, Biddy, remains as reckless as ever. What a handful she is. Wen Tianqi sighed, hoping that before his arrival, Biddy could clarify matters with him. Finally, he reached the battlefield. Wen Tianqi stepped forward, his gaze filled with playful mockery. Master Tianqi, this Majin Buu is far too formidable. Goku and Vegeta awkwardly turned their faces away. Wen Tianqi glanced at the battered Goku and Vegeta, who were desperately trying to regain their composure for the imminent battle. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of approval towards them. These two have indeed put in their efforts. Then, he turned his attention to the audacious Majin Buu. What a being he is. Possessing nearly boundless magical power, reveling in destruction, Buu's threat was undeniable. Yet, Wen Tianqi felt no fear. On the contrary, the flames of battle flickered in his eyes. Is this truly your strength? Wen Tianqi coldly addressed Buu, his tone laced with provocation. Majin Buu looked at Wen Tianqi, surprise flickering in his cunning eyes. He had not anticipated that this ordinary man from Earth would possess such courage and determination. He chuckled and replied, "You seem rather different." Facing Majin Buu, Wen Tianqi smirked disdainfully. His gaze betrayed not fear, but resoluteness and bravery. He knew well that while Majin Buu was powerful, to him, Buu was merely a paper tiger. Inconsequential. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing like a declaration of his resolve. His body tensed, akin to a leopard poised for attack. His heart brimming with a fervent desire for victory. You should not underestimate anyone. Wen Tianqi's voice was as crisp as a clear spring, his words imparting a sense of alertness. He was unafraid of Majin Buu's threat, for he understood that only through challenge could one truly know oneself. Majin Buu's eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly stirred by Wen Tianqi's words. He had not anticipated this earthling to be so unwavering. His resolve appeared even more formidable than he had imagined. Raising an eyebrow, he burst into laughter. Very well, Wen Tianqi, I acknowledge your courage. But are you prepared to accept my challenge? Before the words had left his mouth, Buu launched an attack. His body zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, racing towards Wen Tianqi. However, Wen Tianqi did not retreat. He firmly clenched his fists, standing resolute against Buu's assault. His form remained steady, his eyes glinting with cold light. And the tightly held fist radiated an aura of chilling intensity. Fearlessly, he faced Buu's onslaught. Chapter 68. The demon fighter Buu. In an instant, the air detonated. The fusion of searing heat and frigid cold distorting the surrounding space. The clash of hot and cold sent debris flying and howling winds swirling. This strike reverberated through the entire mountain range, shaking the earth and causing rocks to tumble. A tremendous roar echoed through the night sky, flames erupting, and powerful energy scattering, painting the landscape in a vivid crimson. The blood-red glow flickered in the night, heralding an impending disaster. Buu was knocked back by a single punch from Wen Tianqi, his form resembling a dark shadow streaking across the night sky, flying far away. His figure swayed in the air, emitting a piercing howl. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Wen Tianqi's eyes, the veins in his clenched fist subtly protruding, a suppressed murderous intent emanating from him. He slowly raised his head, gazing towards Buu in the distance, his hands tightly balled into fists, veins slightly bulging as if containing an unleashed wrath. His body was taut, as if bracing for something significant. He observed the movements of the demon Buu, attempting to discern any weaknesses. Wen Tianqi understood that he must focus his mind and exert his utmost effort. Otherwise, he might not prevail against this formidable foe. Gradually, he advanced towards Buu, his steps light yet resolute. He recognized that proximity was essential to maximize his offensive potential. Hesitation was not an option, for swift action was imperative to secure victory in this battle. As Wen Tianqi drew nearer, the demon Buu grew increasingly agitated. It opened its gaping maw and launched a ferocious attack towards him. Wen Tianqi swiftly dodged and retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Buu. Although this blow did not inflict substantial damage, it succeeded in enraging the creature. Buu unleashed a more ferocious assault, yet Wen Tianqi adeptly evaded or blocked each strike. He understood that relentless aggression was necessary for survival against this adversary. Fearlessly, he swung his fists, pouring all his fury and helplessness into each blow directed at the creature. Infuriated by Wen Tianqi's relentless attacks, Buu's eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Wen Tianqi, taken aback but unfazed, leaped backward just in time to evade Buu's strike. In the next moment, Buu reappeared before him, launching a crushing blow aimed at his head. Wen Tianqi raised his arms defensively, the muscles in his arms bulging as power surged within him. An aura of terrifying energy erupted from his form, akin to a nuclear explosion, charging towards Buu. Between his fists, a dark energy pulsated and expanded. With a fierce roar, he lunged at the demon, his fist resembling missiles laden with formidable power, striking towards Buu as if they were nuclear warheads. Buu sensed Wen Tianqi's wrath and opened its eyes wide again. They glowed a vivid crimson, flickering with a chaotic fire. The battle between Wen Tianqi and Buu had escalated to a fever pitch. Their forms intertwined in the air, each collision triggering waves of violent energy, threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Wen Tianqi's strength surged relentlessly, his movements fluid and serpentine as he navigated Buu's onslaught. His hands rapidly formed intricate seals, chanting ancient incantations. Suddenly, an immense energy erupted from his being, transforming into a brilliant golden beam that soared skyward. crashing down upon Bu like a colossal wave from a tempest. Bu howled wildly, the dark energy emanating from its body colliding with Wen Tianqi's radiant beam. The impact unleashed shockwaves that sent everything in the vicinity tumbling. The ground trembled violently, as if on the brink of being torn asunder by this unparalleled clash of might. Wen Tianqi swiftly appeared behind Bu, his hands coalescing into a resplendent golden sword, slashing with ferocity at the demon. The sword struck Bu's back with a deafening sound. A burst of energy erupting from the collision, shaking the surrounding space. Bu let out a chilling roar, stumbling backward, a deep wound gaping on its back, blood pouring forth. It glared at Wen Tianqi, its eyes flickering with malevolent fury. Wen Tianqi responded with a cold smile, charging once more at Bu. Their forms danced in the air, lasers and shockwaves erupting from their clashes. This battle had reached unfathomable heights, each strike potent enough to obliterate mountains. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi exhibited no fear. His gaze glimmered with unwavering resolve, as if no force could shake his conviction. His expression was steely and determined, embodying complete mastery of the conflict. Throughout the struggle, Wen Tianqi remained silent, his quietude striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Yet his actions spoke volumes. Engaging Bu in hand-to-hand combat, he dominated, displaying extraordinary prowess and indomitable will. In the end, Wen Tianqi delivered a crushing blow that felled Bu to the ground. He stood there, coldly observing the defeated demon, not uttering a single word. Upon the chest of Majin Buu lies a gaping wound, gradually healing, a testament to the overwhelming advantage that Wen Tianqi had secured in their recent confrontation. Observing the disheveled form of Majin Buu before him, a smile crept across Wen Tianqi's face. He gently flexed his muscles, feeling the full extent of his power at his disposal. Is this all you are capable of, Majin Buu? Your actions only evoke feelings of disgust and disdain within me. In my eyes, you are but a trifling insect, insignificant and inconsequential. Yet, I shall not allow you to escape so easily, Wen Tianqi proclaimed with a confident smile, as if mocking Bu's audacity. You must be curious as to why I possess such strength. In truth, my ultimate form is not merely this physical body. It is forged through an unyielding blend of battle and the agonies of surpassing my limits, continuously evolving and growing stronger. With each encounter, I become more formidable, transcending boundaries. Wen Tianqi spoke with an icy gaze, his words dripping with disdain. What manner of being are you? Majin Buu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had initially believed he had vanquished Wen Tianqi, yet the reality was starkly different. Wen Tianqi's ultimate form was not confined to this corporeal vessel. It was a continual evolution born from relentless combat and surpassing limitations. This revelation only recently dawned upon Bu. My affairs require no interference from you. Your continued existence is a result of my mercy. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you will pay dearly for your foolishness. Wen Tianqi warned coldly, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. Though he had no desire to extinguish Majin Buu's life, the incessant prattling of this nuisance was becoming increasingly irksome. How dare you be so arrogant? Majin Buu roared in fury, a thick cloud of smoke erupting from his form. Wen Tianqi's eyes brightened with intrigue, witnessing a gaunt and seemingly malnourished version of Majin Buu emerge from the smoke. What are you? Wen Tianqi asked, astonished. Could this be yet another incarnation of Majin Buu? However, his demeanor remained unfazed, for in this brutal realm, the likes of Majin Buu were hardly worthy of his concern. I am Majin Buu. Who are you to show me such disrespect? Bu replied, his expression darkening in anger. He bellowed, the smoke around him thickening as a transformation began to take shape. With a thunderous explosion, a torrent of smoke erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely, concealing his form, yet his eyes glinted with fury, fixated on Wen Tianqi as though he wished to devour him whole. How fascinating, Wen Tianqi mused, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that this newly manifested Majin would differ significantly from the prior, yet it appeared that this incarnation bore striking similarities. The figure before him resembled a frail youth, emaciated and delicate, as if a mere breeze could whisk him away. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed from within Buu's form, as another Majin emerged, this one drastically different. Towering at 3 meters, he resembled a bear. Yet his face was marred with grotesque spots, and his eyes burned crimson, glaring menacingly at Wen Tianqi, emitting a hissing sound as if to assert dominance. Another variant? Wen Tianqi's expression shifted to one of surprise. He took a cautious step back, granting himself space. Although this new incarnation of Majin Buu appeared formidable, he was far from invincible in this realm teeming with powerful beings. With another resounding explosion, yet another Majin emerged from Buu's form, starkly contrasting the previous one. This new being was diminutive, no taller than 2 meters, appearing rather fragile, adorned with black spots resembling patterns, yet alarmingly frail, as if a gentle gust could send him tumbling. What is this? Wen Tianqi's expression morphed into one of puzzlement upon witnessing this latest incarnation. Chapter 69. The final Majin Buu. He took a slight step back, making way for the newly emerged Majin. A sense of weakness radiated from this newcomer, appearing far more fragile than the previous Majin Buu, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. This new Majin was undeniably frail. Perhaps sensing the disdain from Wen Tianqi, the new Majin let out a furious roar, his body suddenly swelling into a massive orb of flesh, pushing aside the previously slender Majin. Subsequently, another Majin appeared within him, one starkly different from the earlier diminutive Majin Buu. How could this be possible? Wen Tianqi found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him, which surpassed all his imaginings. So many Majin Buu, this deviated from the original narrative. Could there have been some sort of mutation? Wen Tianqi pondered, stroking his chin. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, such a transformation could indeed diverge entirely from the original storyline. Never mind, it was too troublesome. He resolved to eliminate all the other Majin Buu, leaving only the final, plump Majin Buu. In the original tale, the rotund Majin Buu was relatively tolerable. The other evil Buu could simply be eradicated. Wen Tianqi stood quietly in the shadows, his gaze deep as the ocean, glimmering with rare determination. A faint glimmer of light slipped from his pallid visage, casting a soft glow upon his figure. He murmured, "Forget it. It's too much trouble. I shall annihilate all the other Majin Buu, leaving only this ultimate, portly Majin Buu." His words echoed in the air, as if stirring invisible ripples in the confined space. Each statement bore immense resolve and coldness, as if his heart bled. His eyes grew increasingly steely, akin to the coldest stars in the night sky, devoid of any emotion. Wen Tianqi stepped forth from the shadows, his stride resolute and powerful, reminiscent of ancient stones weathered by time, unyielding against the storms. A potent aura emanated from him, the scent of slaughter, the aroma of blood. His gaze fixed ahead, as if piercing through all illusions to confront the essence of life itself. He swung his sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the illumination. Each arc seemed to strive to cleave the darkened heavens, every descent aimed at rending the world asunder. His swordplay accelerated, as if to unleash his determination, his fury, and his sorrow all at once. The blade pierced the first Majin Buu, the weakest adversary he faced. The tip glided through as effortlessly as a skimming stone on ice, encountering no resistance. Blood gushed forth, vibrant and horrifying. In that moment, the entire space was suffused with the stench of blood, yet Wen Tianqi appeared unfazed, merely watching as the once foe crumpled to the ground. He did not pause, nor did he show pity. His sword acted as the scythe of death, ceaselessly reaping lives. His steps bore no hesitation, as though executing a sacred mission. Each Majin Buu's demise was a catharsis for his past pain, a testament to his unwavering resolve for the future. Several Majin Buu screamed in madness, yet were utterly powerless to resist. This was the true strength of Wen Tianqi. Vegeta trembled, disbelief etched upon his features, his pupils dilated. So powerful, an unimaginable strength. Moments ago, the Majin Buu that had overwhelmed him and Goku fell effortlessly to Wen Tianqi, reduced to mere remnants. In just a few minutes, only the final Majin Buu remained, the most primitive, the plump Majin Buu. Wen Tianqi stood quietly, his gaze profound as the sea. He scrutinized the rotund Majin Buu, an ineffable emotion flickering in his eyes. A subtle smile graced his lips. Then he turned to Goku and Vegeta. "It's all over," he said softly. His tone was calm and indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. Yet his words rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, a nameless feeling welling within them. They knew Wen Tianqi spoke the truth. This was indeed the end. They regarded Wen Tianqi with respect and gratitude. This man, with his wisdom and courage, faced the formidable Majin Buu alone. He not only did not falter, but chose to take the offensive. His bravery and determination instilled pride in them. Now he stood there, smiling at them, his gaze brimming with confidence and resolve, as if conveying, "What I can achieve, you can too." His silhouette, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared grand and steadfast. Then, they too smiled. Their expressions reflected relief and contentment. Everything had concluded. They had emerged victorious, safeguarding all they cherished. They exchanged another glance, then turned to Wen Tianqi. They understood that this was truly the end. They also believed that under Wen Tianqi's leadership, their future would shine brighter. Darkness would inevitably dissipate. Light was on the horizon. "Only one left," Wen Tianqi remarked, gazing at the plump Majin Buu, his voice calm and serene, as if speaking to himself. Yet this very tranquility resonated with all who heard it. Everyone gasped in astonishment. their mouths agape, their eyes wide with shock. Only one remained. Truly. Only the plump Majin Buu was left. Wait a minute, this fellow would be perfect for training with me. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth. Wen Tianqi stumbled, nearly toppling over. It was him, Satan, the man fond of tight red attire. Hey, what are you saying? Wen Tianqi stared at Satan, bewildered. Meanwhile, he mused inwardly, how did this guy end up here? Satan ignored Wen Tianqi's query, chuckling as he staggered towards the plump Majin Buu. Kid, your name is Majin Buu, right? Did you see that? Wen Tianqi is my son-in-law. You're no match for him. Come, train with me. Satan seized the Majin Buu. With a resounding crash, debris flew, and in that moment, a figure dashed away, clutching the Majin Buu, vanishing from sight. Vegeta and Goku were left dumbfounded. They recognized that figure. It was Satan. However, Satan just claimed Wen Tianqi as his son-in-law. What about Bulma, Chi-Chi, launch? Ahem, what are you staring at? It's a wrap, Wen Tianqi declared, clenching his fist and coughing lightly before instantaneously vanishing from the scene. Goku, it's just the two of us left now. Vegeta said, gazing in the direction of Wen Tianqi and Satan's departure, his face a mask of bewilderment. What? It's just the two of us? Goku inquired, puzzled. Yes, the only one who would say that is Satan, Vegeta remarked, equally perplexed at Wen Tianqi and Satan's exit. He could not fathom why Satan would say such a thing, for it was clear that all of this had already transpired. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, their eyes locking in silent understanding. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across their faces, and they both pointed at each other, chuckling like two schoolboys caught in a moment of levity. Are you suggesting that the reason we are left behind is due to your earlier words? Vegeta inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. Well, that does seem to be the case, came Wukong's reply. Then let us train, Kakarot. I believe there is still room for me to grow stronger, Vegeta declared with a smile. All right then, let us depart, Wukong responded, his own grin mirroring Vegeta's. In an instant, they vanished, leaving the place as if they had never been there at all. Yet, their smiles lingered, a testament to rekindled determination. They were no longer puppets of fate. They sought to seize control of their destinies and aspire to become the sovereigns of this world. And so, their journey would commence from this very training ground. Meanwhile, those who remained stood in a state of astonishment, still reeling from the exhilarating battle they had just witnessed. Who are those two, and why does Lord Wen Tianqi assist them? One murmured. I don't know, but something significant must be on the horizon. It is indeed an honor to have Lord Wen Tianqi's support, another replied. Yes, indeed, they all whispered among themselves, their eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement and joy. Later, on another front, Satan brought Majin Buu back home and unceremoniously deposited him in the training room. Majin Buu, this is where we shall pause for today. Practice on your own, and I shall guide you should you encounter any confusion, he said with a jovial tone before leaving Buu alone. Ugh, my head hurts. Majin Buu muttered, pressing his hand against his forehead. The plump creature was perplexed by the events that had transpired, yet found the man named Satan quite intriguing. Cough, cough. Tianqi, you've done well in finding such a promising candidate. I shall train him rigorously to become a world champion. Ha 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 ha. Satan laughed heartily, while the nearby Bidiali offered an awkward chuckle. Wen Tianqi, however, lowered his head, his expression marked by a frown. The following day, Wen Tianqi encountered Majin Buu under the gentle embrace of the morning sun. It was an extraordinary moment. He stood amidst the vast fields like a solitary peak. Majin Buu had transformed from the chaotic fiend of yesterday into a gentle being, his eyes shimmering with a soft light. Wen Tianqi approached Buu slowly, his emotions a tapestry of complexity and reverence. Gazing into Buu's clear eyes, a profound sense of sentiment surged within him. He placed his hand lightly on Buu's shoulder. And at that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, with only a gentle breeze stirring the fragrant grass and flowers. Wen Tianqi could distinctly sense Buu's aura, a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar, imbued with kindness and gentleness. A faint smile graced his lips as he perceived the goodness and innocence that resided within Buu's heart. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly. You have relinquished your malevolent intentions. I believe you can become a benevolent being, living alongside us upon this land. Buu listened attentively, gratitude illuminating his eyes as he felt the warmth of acceptance from Wen Tianqi. Observing Buu's docile demeanor, an inexplicable emotion welled up within Wen Tianqi. He recognized that the former demon had transformed into a harmless entity, one that deserved the acceptance and compassion of human society. In this moment, his heart brimmed with hope and anticipation. He understood that the world yearned for greater kindness and tolerance, for only then could true harmony be attained. Grasping Buu's hand firmly, He began to walk towards the horizon, knowing that a new chapter was about to unfold. On the distant expanse, as sunlight cast a golden hue, Satan stood. His gaze filled with aspirations for the future. His voice resonated through the air, imbued with an irresistible energy as he called out, Majin Buu. The name etched an invisible mark upon the atmosphere, its echo seemingly reverberating from all directions. Not far away, Wen Tianqi observed this scene. His eyes reflecting profound contentment, a long-awaited dream finally realized. He witnessed the interaction between Satan and Majin Buu, their energies intertwining to create a formidable aura. As if poised to rend the very fabric of the sky. Though they hailed from disparate realms, in that fleeting moment, they appeared as kindred spirits. Their interaction seemed to unveil to Wen Tianqi an unprecedented and magnificent force, one that embodied the very essence of the universe. Standing there, a warm smile graced his face. His eyes sparkling with hope for the future and admiration for Satan and Majin Buu. As he watched them, he felt as though he beheld his children, his friends, his aspirations. In that instant, the world fell silent, with only their breaths and heartbeats resonating in the air. The mingling of Satan and Majin Buu's auras formed a powerful current, as if ready to upend the entire cosmos. Chapter 70. The King of Worlds Wen Tianqi stood there, gazing at the two before him, a serene smile gracing his face. He understood that this was the answer he had sought, the future he longed for. As he looked at them, it felt as though he beheld the hope of the entire universe. Suddenly, a sensation of being watched surged within him, and in an instant, he vanished, teleporting away. In the realm of the King of Worlds, a short man with an inch of white hair stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Wen Tianqi. Ah, greetings King of Worlds Xin, and to you as well, Wen Tianqi smirked, a mischievous smile spreading across his lips. Are you spying on me? Do you have some hidden agenda? King of Worlds Xin was taken aback, incredulously asking, how could you possibly arrive here? You are Wen Tianqi. Jebet, standing nearby, was equally incredulous. After all, this was the realm of the King of Worlds, and it was inconceivable for anyone to enter so casually. With a sly grin, Wen Tianqi replied to King of Worlds Xin, my strength far exceeds your imagination. Yet, Xin, as a King of Worlds, you still indulge in the same penchant for voyeurism as the former King of Worlds? His voice, though not loud, was imbued with a tone of undeniable confidence that left Xin visibly shaken. He could hardly fathom that Wen Tianqi's power had reached such heights. At that moment, Wen Tianqi emanated a formidable aura, transforming into a being seemingly beyond recognition. Your power surpasses that of the King of Worlds, Jebet uttered in disbelief, realizing that Wen Tianqi's presence was mightier than that of the King of Worlds himself. Not only King of Worlds Xin, but even Majin Buu would be no match for me. What chance do you stand? Wen Tianqi scoffed dismissively, a condescending smile playing on his lips, his gaze shimmering with profound intensity. He fixed his stare on Xin, whose demeanor was laced with an unspoken dread, as if Wen Tianqi could unveil all his secrets. Tell me, Xin, as a King of Worlds, do you still share the voyeuristic tendencies of your predecessor? Wen Tianqi's words dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Xion's expression shifted slightly, discomfort settling in. Wen Tianqi's remarks pierced his heart like a sharpened blade, compelling him to shy away from the piercing gaze of Wen Tianqi. A sense of inexplicable fear welling within him. As Wen Tianqi's words reverberated in the air, one could envision a scene. He stood atop the world, surveying all living beings beneath him. That air of arrogance and self-importance rendered his existence impossible to overlook. With a wicked smile, Wen Tianqi seemed to embody all that was malevolent and cunning. He glanced once more at Xin, his eyes radiating provocation. Grinding his teeth, Xin remained silent, fully aware that the chasm between him and Wen Tianqi was expanding infinitely. In this moment, Wen Tianqi was the sovereign of the universe, and his words were beyond reproach. Humph! Wen Tianqi scoffed, turning his head away, silencing himself. Xin exhaled softly, the echoes of Wen Tianqi's previous words lingering in his mind. Humph! Wen Tianqi coldly directed his gaze toward Jebet, who was observing him with curiosity, involuntarily voicing his thoughts. Is this the legendary Wen Tianqi? Quite domineering indeed. Xin whispered to Jebet. Jebet nodded, averting his gaze. He felt unworthy of comprehending Wen Tianqi's essence. Then, what of the sword of the King of Worlds? Wen Tianqi inquired with keen interest. In the eastern part of this world lay a mysterious valley known as the Valley of the Divine Beings. The air here was imbued with enigmatic energy, granting the creatures residing within extraordinary abilities. Deep within the Valley of the Divine Beings stood a colossal palace, the abode and emblem of power belonging to King of Worlds Xin. Wen Tianqi squinted, an ineffable impulse swelling within him, gripping his hands tightly. He felt the immense power of the sword of the King of Worlds surging through his very being. He advanced toward King of Worlds Xin, each step echoing the weight of history and experience. The sword of the King of Worlds is in my grasp, named Tianqi. With my strength, I shall sever the void and reshape order. Wen Tianqi's voice resonated like thunder, laden with an enchanting aura. King of Worlds Xin fixed his gaze upon Wen Tianqi, their eyes clashing in the void, igniting sparks of confrontation. The unwavering determination in Wen Tianqi's eyes shone like brilliant stars, compelling King of Worlds Xin to remain transfixed. He felt the potent energy radiating from Wen Tianqi, a blend of confidence and resolve that resembled a raging inferno and a surging tidal wave. As Wen Tianqi's form shifted, his fingers glided over the hilt of the sword of the King of Worlds, the cold metallic touch transcending the constraints of time and space, piercing into his very soul. He sensed the immense power contained within the sword, a force capable of shattering the void and severing the chains of destiny. Tianqi, have you made your decision? King of Worlds Xion's voice bore a profound sense of resignation. Indeed, I have made my decision, Wen Tianqi replied, his voice as crisp and resolute as frost in the dawn. King of Worlds Xion gazed deeply at Wen Tianqi before slowly releasing his grip on the sword. With a final squeeze of the hilt, he twisted it forcefully, and the sword came alive, transforming into a streak of light that flew directly into Wen Tianqi's hand. The moment Wen Tianqi grasped the hilt, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the sword, a power of destruction and rebirth. It was as if he had forged an extraordinary bond with the sword, allowing him to perceive the infinite energy it contained. He raised the sword of the King of Worlds high above his head, and at that moment, the void shattered like a mirror. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering resonated, leaving King of Worlds Xin and Jebet rooted to the spot in disbelief. The sword of the King of Worlds had fractured. What have you done? The sword of the King of Worlds shattered? Xion's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The blade shimmered with a faint silver light, as if whispering untold secrets. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the tip of the sword, he noticed something peculiar. The silver light seemed to tremble slightly. Wen Tianqi frowned, tightening his grip on the hilt and twisting it forcefully. Suddenly, a strange force erupted from the sword, causing him to involuntarily step back. He stared in astonishment at the sword, which had begun to show cracks along its length. Then, a faint sound of breaking echoed, and the blade split from the center, blossoming like a silver flower. He stared at the fissure with uncertainty, sensing that it concealed some unspeakable secret. At that moment, a figure tumbled out from the crack, a ragged, disheveled old man with a rather unsightly appearance. As the old man appeared, the entire space seemed to descend into a state of suspension. An aura of chilling dread emanated from him, as if he had devoured all light. Wen Tianqi's eyes widened. The presence of this old man felt extraordinarily eerie. He instinctively sensed that the old man was far from ordinary, and the fracture of the Realm King's sword appeared to be intricately linked to him. The old man lifted his dim, lifeless eyes and locked gazes with Wen Tianqi, then chuckled with a grin that revealed yellowing teeth. Trembling, he extended his hand as if to grasp something, but the surroundings were devoid of anything. The Realm King's sword, he murmured, his voice brimming with insatiable greed and madness. Wen Tianqi felt a tightening in his chest. The old man's gaze sent shivers down his spine. He instinctively took a step back, maintaining a distance from the old man. Could this possibly be an old pervert? He recalled that in the original narrative, the character was a lecherous old man, though it remained uncertain if he had an inclination towards handsome youths. You are the current Realm King? Jebet inquired. The Realm King? Wasn't that fellow long dead? Xion Mangran responded in confusion. What did you say? The old Realm King admonished loudly. Wen Tianqi sensed the air around him seemed to solidify. Was this old Realm King the current one, or a predecessor? If he was a predecessor, his power appeared rather mediocre. Are you the current Realm King? Wen Tianqi finally realized that the old man was actually standing behind Jebet, which explained why his voice had been completely suppressed. How did you know? The Realm King Xion asked in astonishment. How could I not know? The current old Realm King is said to be an insufferable old man. And you, are you not just an insufferable old man? Wen Tianqi shot him a glance. This scoundrel. How dare he call me an insufferable old man? You are the insufferable old man. Your entire family are insufferable old men. How do you know these things? The Realm King Xion stammered. Could it truly be so? Why was he not a complete insufferable old man, but rather a living lecher? Why do I know these things? Is it not obvious? How did you manage to find out? Is it so difficult? Did you not already know? Wen Tianqi rolled his eyes, recalling who had insisted early in the morning that the Realm King was an insufferable old man, emphasizing it repeatedly. Had I not had other matters to attend to, I would have certainly smacked him. You are dead. After a prolonged silence, the Realm King Xin finally spoke. Indeed, I am dead, the old Realm King nodded. You rascal. I once thought you were a decent junior. How foolish of me. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Your entire family are scoundrels. How? Do not be so astonished. My soul has indeed perished, and I now exist merely as a spiritual entity, the old Realm King lamented. Thus, in the midst of a serene atmosphere, Realm King Xin and Jebet exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before them stood an ostensibly ordinary old man. Yet this figure was none other than the Realm King from 15 generations past. The old man's gaze was profound as the ocean, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. His face, though etched with wrinkles, bore an indescribable dignity and solemnity. The aura he exuded, though gentle, inspired a sense of reverence. Jebet stared wide-eyed at the old man, his heart brimming with questions and astonishment. He could not help but ask, You are the Realm King from 15 generations ago? The old man smiled faintly and nodded, his gaze lingering on Jebet for a moment as if reminiscing. Before turning to Realm King Xin. Xin, how long has it been since we last met? His voice carried a hint of melancholy, yet was filled with warmth. Realm King Xin paused and slowly responded, Perhaps. It has been about 15 generations. The old man chuckled lightly. Time flies, in the blink of an eye. We have been apart for so long. His words were tinged with nostalgia and sorrow as he looked at Realm King Xin, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Realm King Xin silently regarded him, seemingly lost in his own memories. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Tianqi also glanced over with curiosity. Seated in the center, his gaze flitted between the two Realm Kings. Their countenances appeared solemn and mysterious beneath the starlight, resembling ancient deities. He first looked at the old Realm King, whose wise and profound eyes seemed capable of unraveling the secrets of the universe, rendering any lie or pretense futile. The old Realm King's face was lined with wrinkles, each crease seemingly narrating tales of his experiences and wisdom, demanding attention. Then, his gaze shifted to Realm King Xin, whose youthful and vibrant eyes resembled the rising sun, illuminating the earth and kindling light within his heart. Wen Tianqi sighed deeply within. These two Realm Kings, one a witness to time and the other a beacon of hope for the future, possessed powers and wisdom that Wen Tianqi had come to recognize. He pondered. Is this the objective he sought? Is this the kind of existence he aspired to become? Chapter 71. The Restoration of the Divine Sword. His gaze returned to the old Kai, a seemingly ordinary elder who harbored immense power within. He recalled the old Kai's words, that the strength of the Kai is not meant for conflict and destruction, but for protection and guardianship. Remembering his own vow to become the guardian of the universe and protect all life, he turned his attention to Kai Shin. This young Kai, despite possessing formidable strength, maintained a profound love for life and reverence for existence. His youthful passion and ideals resurfaced in his mind, along with his promise to become a warrior of the cosmos, safeguarding all living beings. Wen Tianqi fell silent for a moment, picking up the shattered Kai sword, once resplendent in golden glory, now reduced to mere fragments, emitting a faint glow. The depth and gravity in his eyes seemed to scrutinize every crack and imperfection on the sword's surface. Gradually, he lifted his gaze towards the great Kai Shin. Their eyes met, and an unspoken dialogue resonated in the air. I can no longer wield it. Kai Shin's voice was low and mournful. The sword is broken. Wen Tianqi nodded silently, feeling the weight of that pain and loss. Yet, he knew they could not relinquish hope. Turning to the old Kai, he noticed a glimmer of contemplation in the wise elder's eyes. They exchanged silent communications each glance. Each subtle expression conveyed their intent. Wen Tianqi understood they were seeking a means, a potential way to restore the divine sword. At last, their discussion concluded. The old Kai regarded Wen Tianqi, his gaze seemingly piercing into the depths of his soul. You must find a special mineral, only it can reforge the divine sword. Wen Tianqi inhaled deeply, aware that this task would be his most formidable challenge. However, he did not falter, for he recognized this was their sole hope. He accepted the mineral sample from the old Kai, a pale yellow crystal radiating a warm light. He felt its presence, the energy of the mineral calling out to him. He knew his journey was just beginning. He would carry this hope as he sought the path to repair the shattered divine sword. The old Kai observed him, a flicker of realization in his eyes. To restore the divine sword, you must find new energy and materials. Only then can you forge a powerful divine sword anew. But the divine sword is broken. How shall we proceed with its restoration? Kai Shin inquired. Wen Tianqi shared a similar curiosity. The old Kai spoke solemnly. The first method is to seek a spiritual object of the same material as the Kai sword, one born from the same laws of the cosmic sea, Only then can the sword be restored. Yet, even I have not mastered the entirety of that cosmic sea. Wen Tianqi nodded slightly. This method was indeed feasible, but the cosmic sea was not something one could simply access. The old Kai seemed to perceive Wen Tianqi's doubts and continued. The second method involves finding a divine object imbued with the power of the heavenly laws. Though it may not compare to the cosmic sea, obtaining the power of this divine object could facilitate restoration. A glimmer of hope sparked in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Although this approach was inferior to the first, it still held a sliver of possibility. The old Kai sighed gently, stating, "The third method entails that once you attain sanctity, you may lend your own power of laws to the divine sword, allowing it to absorb your essence and thereby achieve self-repair." Wen Tianqi's expression remained impassive. None of these methods seemed within his immediate grasp. The old Kai regarded him and said, "Do not despair, having received the inheritance of the Kai sword. You are already luckier than many." Wen Tianqi shook his head slightly. Attaining sanctity was indeed his destined path, yet none of these methods could be accomplished swiftly. "Thank you, old Kai," he said respectfully before turning to depart. "Since I shattered the Kai sword, I shall naturally seek to restore it." Watching Wen Tianqi's retreating figure, the old Kai sighed deeply. He is still too young. Wen Tianqi flashed through the endless sea of stars, arriving at an extraordinary planet. This celestial body brimmed with bizarre creatures and vegetation, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of pressure. He understood that he needed to locate a treasure made of material equivalent to that of the Kai sword to repair the fractured blade. He cautiously explored the planet, searching every conceivable nook for hidden treasures. Suddenly, he spotted a valley enshrouded in mysterious light. His heart stirred, and he immediately soared towards it. As he drew closer, he felt a surge of immense power. It was a force he had never encountered before. Perhaps this was the treasure he had long sought. Entering the valley, he was astounded by the sight before him. A mystical plant, radiating a purple glow, flourished within the valley. Its leaves shimmered with a peculiar metallic sheen, reminiscent of the material of the Kai sword. Filled with excitement, Wen Tianqi rushed towards the plant. However, as he approached, he was repelled by a powerful force. It turned out that a formidable energy shield surrounded the mystical plant, guarding it against external intrusion. Undeterred, Wen Tianqi took a deep breath, adjusting his strength to its optimal state. He charged toward the plant once more, this time proceeding with caution, probing the shield's strength and positioning first. After several attempts, he identified a weak point. In a flash, he slipped through the vulnerability and finally approached the mystical plant. With great care, he extended his hand toward the plant's blossom, silently invoking his inner techniques. A powerful force surged from his palm, enveloping the bloom. Initially, the flower resisted fiercely, but as Wen Tianqi continued to channel his energy, the overwhelming force gradually subdued its vitality. Alas, such a delicate entity bore a high failure rate in restoration, Wen Tianqi mused, furrowing his brow with a sigh. On another planet adorned with diamonds, a special material known as star sand was rumored to possess miraculous powers. This star sand was said to have the ability to repair anything that was broken, even entire planets. However, it was exceedingly rare and concealed in perilous locales. In pursuit of restoring the Kai sword, Wen Tianqi resolved to seek this star sand. Departing from his home planet, he traversed countless star systems, arriving at an unfamiliar world filled with strange creatures and treacherous obstacles. Here, he discovered an ancient temple, rumored to conceal the secrets of the star sand. With courage, he ventured into the temple, facing numerous trials. He battled colossal stone statues, unraveled intricate puzzles, and ultimately located the star sand deep within the temple's heart. Wen Tianqi returned to his original planet, utilizing the star sand to repair the Kai sword. As he brought the star sand closer to the sword, it began to emanate a dazzling light. As the brilliance faded, the cracks in the sword vanished, restoring it to its former glory. While its appearance has been restored, its power remains insufficient. It requires further enhancement, Wen Tianqi reflected, assessing the sword's hardness. Through this restoration, Wen Tianqi comprehended a profound truth. To entirely mend the King of all gods' sword, one must employ the same materials and methods utilized in its creation. However, he remained unaware that such efforts would yield an unparalleled divine blade. Gazing upon the King of all gods' sword before him, Wen Tianqi silently vowed to procure more star sand to restore the sword and return to his own planet. Subsequently, he set his sights on other weapons. Leaving the grand hall, he ventured deeper into the temple. Along his path, flashes of white light flickered, emanating from the star sand that had repaired the King of all gods' sword, enabling it to continue its battle within the realm of the King of all gods. With the King of All Gods' sword firmly grasped in his hand, Wen Tianqi took a deep breath and began to channel his divine power to restore the sword. The fragments of the blade began to rise slowly, gradually coalescing in the air. Radiant beams of light emitted from Wen Tianqi's hands, as if alive, guiding each shard together to form a new divine sword. As the sword took shape, Wen Tianqi's expression grew solemn. He continually infused his divine power into the blade, enhancing its strength. After several hours, the sword was finally restored in its entirety. Wen Tianqi beheld the sword with satisfaction. It radiated a brilliant light, seemingly expressing gratitude towards him. Suddenly, the entire divine realm trembled. A formidable force surged from all directions, enveloping Wen Tianqi in an overwhelming pressure. Startled, he swiftly retracted the sword into his grasp and rapidly flew towards the source of the disturbance. It was the King of All Gods Xin, the Elder King of All Gods, and Jebet. In a certain part of the divine realm, Wen Tianqi stood quietly before King of All Gods Xin, wielding the resplendent sword, the King of All Gods' sword. In his hands, the sword appeared to possess a life of its own, its brilliance flickering in the darkness like descending stars. Wen Tianqi fixed his gaze upon King of All Gods Xin, determination evident in his eyes. He raised the sword high above his head and thrust it forcefully into the ground. The tip of the blade pierced the air, tracing a dazzling arc that reverberated throughout the surroundings. The King of All Gods' sword sank into the earth, its shockwaves stirring the dust around them. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire universe trembled at the arrival of this sword. King of All Gods Xin was profoundly moved by this spectacle. He stared at Wen Tianqi, his astonishment beyond words. Gradually, he approached Wen Tianqi, his steps trembling, yet his gaze unwavering. Bowing his head, he humbly saluted Wen Tianqi, his voice filled with reverence and gratitude. Wen Tianqi, I thank you for entrusting me with the King of All Gods' sword. I shall wield it to protect this universe, living up to your expectations. Wen Tianqi smiled softly, his eyes reflecting trust as he looked at King of All Gods Xin. He extended his hand and gently patted Xion's head, as if comforting a frightened child. I believe in you, Xion. You are the most fitting guardian. Xion, slightly embarrassed, thought to himself, though unable to match Wen Tianqi's strength. He could not help but feel somewhat underestimated. With an awkward smile, the two exchanged glances, their laughter resonating in the realm of the King of All Gods, a testament to their hopes for the future and mutual trust. Their laughter echoed with an indescribable camaraderie and responsibility. Then, Wen Tianqi turned to depart, his silhouette appearing grand and resolute beneath the starlight. His journey was far from over. He still needed to seek out clues to prevent the destruction brought by the God of Destruction. After Wen Tianqi's departure, King of All Gods Xin stood beside the sword, lowering his gaze to the King of All Gods' sword embedded in the ground, a symbol of power, hope, and protection. He felt the latent strength within it, a force emanating from the very essence of the universe, potent and enigmatic. King of All Gods Xin sat face to face with the Elder King of All Gods. Their existence seemed to transcend time and space, eternal and mysterious. Xion's eyes sparkled with fervent light, concealing boundless wisdom and power. He spoke slowly. Elder, surely your understanding of the King of All Gods' sword must transcend our current knowledge? The Elder King of All Gods paused momentarily, his gaze appearing to pierce through the vast expanse of starry rivers, uncovering ancient secrets. His tone was grave and solemn as he replied, the King of All Gods' sword is emblematic of our divine lineage and the wellspring of our strength. Its history is profound and extensive, accompanying our race through myriad triumphs and tribulations. A glimmer of anticipation crossed Xion's face as he pressed. Then, do you know all its secrets? The Elder King of All Gods shook his head. No. The secrets concealed within that sword are unfathomable. While I possess some understanding, I cannot grasp its entirety. It is said that only a true King of All Gods can wield the sword's full power. A flicker of resolve shone in Xion's eyes as he declared, I understand. I will seek the true secrets of the King of All Gods' sword and master its power. The Elder King of All Gods regarded Xion with a hint of approval in his gaze. He recognized that this young King of All Gods had matured, ready to shoulder monumental responsibilities. Nodding, he encouraged, very well, go forth in your quest. I have faith that you will uncover the true secrets of the King of All Gods' sword. Chapter 72. The Ascendant God. In the next moment, a figure returned. The Kaioshin, Shin, and the old Kaioshin were left dumbfounded. Wen Tianqi, why have you come back again? Hee. I wanted to ask you a few questions. Wen Tianqi said with a grin, scratching the back of his head. Can you elaborate on the secrets between the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction? What? You even know about the God of Destruction? The expressions of Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin turned to shock. How did Wen Tianqi come to know such secrets? I not only know, but I am aware of more than one universe. I also know about the angels, and Wen Tianqi gave a sly smile. The Grand Minister, the Omni King. He fixed his gaze on Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin. With a thud, Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin collapsed to the ground in fright. Continue. I'll just interrupt for a moment. By the way, I believe I've heard some news. Why is the Omni King? The Omni King and the Grand Minister are figures that stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse. Their powers have reached an eternal level, making them the strongest entities in existence. However, to the entirety of the multiverse, they are merely legends, almost unattainable. It is said that both have reached a high-dimensional realm, transcending the boundaries of time and space. Only true beings of unparalleled strength might possess knowledge of their existence. Ahem, I cannot speak on this matter. The old Kaioshin's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Cannot speak? Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow. It is possible, but I dare not. The old Kaioshin's expression fluctuated. Why? Wen Tianqi was perplexed. Because the Omni King and the Grand Minister are the true masters of the multiverse. In this world, they are the ultimate rulers. We are merely inferior beings, and the true secrets are beyond our reach. Thus, we cannot say much more. Upon hearing Kaioshin Shin's words, Wen Tianqi understood the situation. Indeed, this world belonged to them, and they were the sovereigns. Even the Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin were merely their subordinates, their status insignificant in comparison. Well, I do not wish to disturb your refined interests. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Wen Tianqi said nonchalantly. He had gleaned considerable information about the Omni King and the Grand Minister from previous narratives, and while he did not know the deepest secrets, it mattered little. With a swift motion, Wen Tianqi vanished from the Kaioshin realm. Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin breathed a sigh of relief. The troublesome figure had finally departed. Senior, Wen Tianqi inquired about the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Kaioshin Shin hesitated to speak. Such matters are beyond our involvement. Although Wen Tianqi is powerful, he is like a sun compared to a firefly when placed alongside the Omni King and the Grand Minister, not to mention the God of Destruction in between. There is no way for him to defeat the God of Destruction. The old Kaioshin turned and left. On another front, on Earth, after Wen Tianqi returned, he engaged in profound discussions with Bidalai and Ilisha several times, then comforted Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, before taking the two children to the amusement park. Subsequently, he made time to train with Son Goku and Vegeta, leading a life filled with enjoyment. However, Wen Tianqi did not neglect his training. Utilizing the system's enhancements alongside his own formidable talent, his power escalated rapidly. One day, Wen Tianqi was training alongside Son Goku and Vegeta. Unlike before, Son Goku and Vegeta had successfully fused. This fusion was named Vegito. A deep-voiced man stood there, exuding an immense aura. Vegito clenched his fists and roared, his body crackling with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This energy is impressive. In your current state, defeating the Majin Buu of yours would be almost effortless. Wen Tianqi remarked, stroking his chin. Vegito's eyes widened, and as his laughter faded, a powerful energy erupted from him. He surged forward like a bolt of lightning, attacking Wen Tianqi. Yet, Wen Tianqi showed no fear. His body shimmered and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. His hair turned a deep blue, radiating an imposing aura. Clearly much stronger than before. Vegito was momentarily taken aback by Wen Tianqi's transformation, sensing an unexpected level of strength. Nevertheless, Vegito pressed on with his assault, though a look of seriousness crossed his face. However, Wen Tianqi offered no opportunities. He swiftly dodged Vegito's attacks and retaliated with a punch that sent Vegito staggering back several steps. Upon witnessing this, shock registered on Vegito's face. He had not anticipated Wen Tianqi's newfound power. Wen Tianqi did not relent, charging toward Vegito once more, delivering punch after punch. Vegito could only retreat continuously, feeling utterly outmatched. Observing Wen Tianqi's blue hair, Vegito felt a twinge of resignation. The outcome of this battle was clear. Wen Tianqi emerged victorious with absolute dominance. Vegito stood there, admiration filling his expression. He finally grasped the extent of their disparity. This battle left Vegito exhilarated and eager for their next encounter. Vegito gazed at Wen Tianqi's carefree silhouette, a look of longing on his face. Wen Tianqi felt a slight headache. This fellow was indeed bold, directly challenging him. Had he not concealed all his strength, Vegito would have been on the ground by now. Vegito softly remarked, "You become so strong. Are you truly still you? Without turning back, Wen Tianqi replied coolly. I am who I am, a different version of myself. Vegeta sighed gently. He had heard others speak of Wen Tianqi before, but now he truly understood. The Wen Tianqi of the past was indeed weak, but the present Wen Tianqi was no match for him. A bittersweet smile crossed Vegeta's face as realization dawned on him. This was the true Wen Tianqi. Yet he felt the weight of age upon him, knowing he could no longer grow stronger, which left a sour taste in his heart. Vegeta's hair returned to its natural black, and he softly said, the title of Super Saiyan God rightfully belongs to you. After Vegeta spoke, his body split into two, becoming Son Goku and Vegeta once more. Super Saiyan God. Wen Tianqi chuckled, his previously calm aura surging. With a commanding shout, red energy enveloped him, and his hair instantly turned red. This was the state of the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku and Vegeta were astonished. Super Saiyan God. Indeed. The two of you have a long journey ahead to master Super Saiyan Blue, but the Super Saiyan God should be more attainable for you. Wen Tianqi explained to Son Goku and Vegeta. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged determined glances, clearly ready for the challenge ahead. Wen Tianqi stood beside them, his hands pressed together as he murmured an enigmatic incantation. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with determination as his physique began to transform. He grew several inches taller. His muscles became more defined. Subsequently, his hair shifted to a golden hue, then transformed into a vibrant red. He felt an immense surge of power, as if it were about to burst forth from within him. Goku, too, sensed Vegeta's transformation and was inwardly astonished. At the same time, he felt his own body strengthening. He too grew taller, and his hair changed to gold, then red. Upon their metamorphosis into Super Saiyan gods, a crimson aura enveloped them, resembling flames, intense and fierce. They felt their strength intensifying, and their bodies becoming increasingly agile. A glance exchanged between them revealed the extent of their transformations, and they realized they had become entirely new beings, ready to confront any challenges ahead. After a period of time, they succeeded. Their transformation was complete, and their battle prowess had surged. They felt an unprecedented strength coursing through them. At that moment, Wen Tianqi finished his incantation. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light shot forth, enveloping Goku and Vegeta. The light surrounded them, akin to being engulfed by a gentle crimson flame. Soon after, they felt a warm surge emanating from their core, radiating throughout their limbs. Their skin glistened as if coated in a layer of golden sheen. In that instant, Wen Tianqi's voice reached their ears. You have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan gods, and now you can unleash your power at will. Under Wen Tianqi's rigorous training, Goku and Vegeta had transcended their limits, achieving the form of Super Saiyan gods. They felt an overwhelming force within them, as if they could obliterate anything in their path. Standing in the center of the arena, they prepared to challenge Wen Tianqi once more. With a smile, Wen Tianqi accepted their challenge. In a blink, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, azure flames radiating from behind him. His visage became profound and mysterious, seemingly brimming with boundless power. The battle commenced as Goku and Vegeta launched fierce attacks at Wen Tianqi. Their punches struck like hammers, but he remained unyielding. With a slight smile, Wen Tianqi evaded their blows with lightning speed, then retaliated with a colossal wave of energy directed at them. Goku and Vegeta felt the potency of this energy wave and were taken aback. They quickly pooled their strength. Vegeta formed his hands into claws, while Goku raised his staff high. Yet, the energy wave seemed insurmountable, shattering their defenses and sending them crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, they sensed their strength rapidly depleting. While Wen Tianqi stood resolutely, the blue flames around him intensifying. He approached them step by step, a cruel smile gracing his lips. You are still too weak, Wen Tianqi coldly remarked, delivering a heavy blow to Goku. Goku cried out, his body soaring away like a kite severed from its string. Enraged, Vegeta roared and attempted to charge at Wen Tianqi, but an invisible force restrained him, rendering him immobile. Wen Tianqi chuckled darkly, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Vegeta. A chill crept up Vegeta's spine as he turned to defend himself, only to be struck fiercely in the back. He collapsed, unable to continue the fight. In agony, Vegeta fell to the ground, and upon witnessing his suffering, Goku let out a furious roar and charged at Wen Tianqi. However, in that moment, Wen Tianqi vanished again, and Vegeta appeared behind him, landing a powerful punch that knocked him down. Wen Tianqi smirked. You are too naive to think that transformation alone can defeat me. You both need to continue your training. Without becoming Super Saiyan Blue, you are no match for me. Very well, we understand. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, seeing the despair reflected in each other's eyes. Wen Tianqi, satisfied, departed. Thus, for several years, Goku and Vegeta trained relentlessly, continually defeated by Wen Tianqi. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi embarked on a new journey. He cast his gaze toward other universes, those embroiled in conflict. The god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, along with the other gods of destruction and angels from various universes, and the supreme beings, the Omni King and the Grand Priest. All of them, countless powerful figures flickered through Wen Tianqi's mind. Yet these were merely stepping stones on his path forward. He clenched his fist resolutely, murmuring to himself, "My goal is the universe. All universes." Wen Tianqi aspired to become the strongest across all realms, surpassing the Omni King and the Grand Priest. He sat quietly upon a rocky outcrop on a distant planet, aware that he was destined to become the most formidable entity in existence, transcending the Omni King and the Grand Priest. His gaze was profound and unwavering, as if it could pierce through all barriers, reaching the very edges of the universe. Chapter 73, The Angel of the Sixth Universe with a Thunderous Roar. Wen Tianqi unleashed the immense power he had accumulated over the years, forming a resplendent golden pillar of light behind him. This luminous column seemed to possess the force to rend the very fabric of existence, soaring skyward and shattering the heavy cosmic barrier. Under the might of Wen Tianqi's full assault, the cosmic barrier fractured like glass, revealing the enigmatic expanse of the Sixth Universe. The celestial panorama here bore a slight divergence from the universe he was accustomed to, with stars twinkling and vibrant lights cascading, as if narrating the stories of this realm. Wen Tianqi felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new world. The atmosphere, the starry sky, and every intricate detail enveloped him in a sense of both strangeness and wonder. He understood that he had departed from the familiar confines of his universe and entered an uncharted domain. He steadied his mind and observed his surroundings. The beauty and mystery of the celestial sphere around him were captivating. He sensed that this universe was vaster and more profound than his own. With deliberate steps, Wen Tianqi traversed this new land, feeling as though each stride was an exploration of the unknown. He recognized that this new universe would present him with boundless challenges and opportunities. He paused, absorbing the essence of this newfound cosmos, knowing that his journey was beginning at this very moment. He crossed the vast expanse of the universe and alighted upon a planet strikingly reminiscent of Earth. His gaze was immediately drawn to the scenery, a vast prairie where the grass grew tall, swaying gently in the breeze like the waves of an ocean. Standing amidst the greenery, he looked up to behold the sky, so blue and crystalline, as if painted by a master artist, nature's own masterpiece. Kneeling, he scooped up a handful of soil, its texture familiar and comforting. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of earth, the very essence of life. He felt a resonance with the vitality of this planet, as if he could connect with it. Rising to his feet, he strode forward, the sights before him evoking memories of Earth, those once familiar landscapes. Passing through a forest, the leaves shimmered in the sunlight, appearing as though gilded. He crossed a brook, its crystal-clear waters revealing fish darting about, seemingly welcoming his arrival. This is the Sixth Universe, Wen Tianqi mused to himself. The angel of the Sixth Universe is Bados. A mysterious smile graced his lips. Bados? This name echoed in his mind, persistent and inescapable. Perhaps this was fate. With a smile, he declared, "I have arrived." Here lay a vibrant forest, where towering trees formed a lush green canopy, obscuring the sun. Above the forest, a mighty river surged, its flow resonating with the melodies of nature, enchanting and beautiful. A flock of birds perched on the branches, curiously observing the approach of Wen Tianqi. The flora exuded a delicate fragrance, uplifting his spirit. Wen Tianqi inhaled deeply, relishing the freshness of the air, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Standing still, he immersed himself in the ambience. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. What place was this? He pondered. Here, there was crisp air, verdant grass, and the cheerful song of birds. Everything was so exquisite, so intoxicating. But what truly lay before him? As he gazed towards the setting sun, he recalled the path he had traversed. Glancing into the distance, he beheld an endless desert, its secrets unknown. He hesitated, pondering whether to advance toward the illuminated horizon. Yet, uncertainty gripped him. He was lost in contemplation of his direction. Even if I face mountains of daggers or seas of fire, I shall forge ahead. His heart wrestled with doubt, yet ultimately resolve surged within him. He chose to pursue the light. Raising his foot, he continued onward. Time lost its meaning as he journeyed until he found himself at the entrance of a mysterious palace. Veiled in mist, the palace's contours were obscured, revealing only its grand silhouette. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A melodious tone responded, "Welcome, my master." Startled, Wen Tianqi instinctively recoiled. "Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." the voice reassured. He cautiously retreated, torn by the conflict within him regarding whether to enter. Just then, the mysterious palace began to shift, gliding towards him until it loomed before him. The palace was immense and majestic. A grand door stood at its forefront, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the name Bados. "Is this Bados' palace?" Wen Tianqi inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I am Bados," the voice affirmed. "You are the angel of the sixth universe?" His surprise was palpable. He had never imagined angels existed in this world. "Yes, I am Bados of the sixth universe. How shall I address you?" Wen Tianqi inquired with excitement, eager to engage in conversation with this celestial being, yet unsure of the proper formality. "Simply call me Bados," the voice replied. "Very well, Lady Bados," he smiled. "My master." "Please enter," Bados beckoned. Wen Tianqi stepped forward, approaching the enigmatic palace. They stood in quiet anticipation, their dialogue lingering in the air. Excitement sparkled in Wen Tianqi's eyes as he felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, transforming him from within. Suddenly, his body trembled, his skin shifting from black to a brilliant blue. This was the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan Blue. His hair elongated, and his blue eyes shone with boundless courage and determination. Instantly, his aura surged. He felt his strength escalating exponentially, as if limitless. His heart raced, each beat resonating with formidable energy. Drawing a deep breath, he challenged Bados. "Now, let us test our might." Bados calmly accepted his challenge, remaining still yet exuding an overwhelming presence that dwarfed Wen Tianqi's. Without hesitation, he launched his attack, fist striking like lightning, blue light tracing arcs through the air. Yet, Bados stood unmoving, merely waving her hand, and an invisible force effortlessly deflected his assault. Wen Tianqi felt as though he had struck an invisible barrier, his body propelled backward. He tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground. Struggling to his feet, blood trickled from his lips, and he felt minuscule before Bados' might. Nevertheless, he rose again, his gaze resolute and unwavering. He recognized that his strength was still insufficient and that he needed to continue evolving. Bados gazed at Wen Tianqi, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Gradually, she approached him, her hands caressing his cheek before gently placing a kiss upon his lips. This kiss seemed to encapsulate the essence of the universe, instigating a wondrous transformation within Wen Tianqi's being. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, an exhilarating sensation that overwhelmed his heart. "Come," Bados softly urged, "let us engage in profound discourse, and I shall guide you in your cultivation." In the serene confines of the meditation chamber, illuminated by gentle, poetic light, Bados and Wen Tianqi found themselves alone. Her figure was tall and graceful, her beauty both enchanting and enigmatic. The emerald hues of her eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if concealing boundless secrets. A faint smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a blooming flower, both exquisite and natural. Extending a hand towards Wen Tianqi, a radiant light blossomed from her alabaster palm. "Come," she reiterated. "Let us engage in profound discourse, and I shall guide you in your cultivation." A tremor coursed through Wen Tianqi's heart, as though an invisible force beckoned him to step forward. His heartbeat quickened, and his blood surged within him. He fixated on Bados, her deep-set eyes revealing a longing and anticipation. As Bados caressed the light, a warm energy flowed into Wen Tianqi's form. He sensed every cell in his body quivering with an indescribable sensation of wonder. Their exchange commenced. Bados, with her unique language and graceful demeanor, led Wen Tianqi into the realm of cultivation. Her voice resonated like a melodious symphony, drifting through his ears. Her narrative shone like the morning sun, warm and radiant. Immersed in this exquisite feeling, Wen Tianqi continuously grasped and explored the depths of knowledge. Their interaction transcended mere words. It became a communion of souls. Each movement and glance conveyed profound emotions and anticipation. Time flowed within the tranquil meditation room, and their dialogue deepened. With her wisdom and experience, Bados guided Wen Tianqi to surpass his limits, unveiling the mysteries of cultivation. In that moment, Wen Tianqi felt as if he were adrift in a marvelous cosmos, where he could perceive the vastness of the universe and the infinite possibilities of life. Wen Tianqi and the sixth universe angel Bados spent several days enveloped in tender warmth, immersed in each other's affection, relishing this unique emotional exchange. Their intimacy transcended mere physicality. It was a profound meeting of spirits and souls, allowing Wen Tianqi to momentarily forget his mission, wholly lost in this river of love. However, he understood that he could not linger indefinitely in this enchanting sanctuary. He had his own mission to fulfill. Summoning his courage, he bid farewell to Bados, preparing to depart from this intoxicating realm and continue his journey of cultivation. Bados, perceiving the resolve and dedication in Wen Tianqi's gaze, felt a pang of reluctance yet respected his decision. She understood that he bore a greater mission, and all she could do was support him in achieving it. Accompanied by Bados, Wen Tianqi embarked on his cultivation journey. They traversed the farthest corners of the universe, exploring wondrous realms of cultivation. Together, they faced challenges, providing mutual support, and each triumph deepened their bond. Under Bados' guidance, Wen Tianqi not only made remarkable strides in his cultivation but also expanded his understanding of the universe. Their feelings for each other flourished during their travels. Each parting intensified their yearning. Yet, the path of cultivation was not devoid of obstacles. During one of his training sessions, Wen Tianqi sustained a grievous injury, exposing bone. Witnessing his agony, Bados was overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi bore the pain with a smile, reassuring Bados not to worry. As Bados treated his wounds, their souls once again harmonized. In the celestial domain of angels, numerous beings existed, each wielding unique powers and dominions. Among them was Bados, the sister of the angel Weiss, revered as the mightiest of all angels, hailing from the seventh universe. Bados possessed a striking presence. Her tall stature and stunning visage appeared as if sculpted by a master artisan. Her skin bore a blue-green hue, complemented by flowing white hair. In her right hand, she wielded an elongated staff, enabling her to traverse the cosmos with ease. The staff's midsection displayed a gradient of red and deep blue. A large, pale blue halo encircled her neck. Her gaze was profound and luminous, capable of penetrating the veils of illusion. Clad in garments of elegance and mystery, she wore an ensemble composed of countless unique fabrics, seemingly alive and flowing in tandem with her movements. Bados' prowess was lauded as unparalleled among celestial beings, a claim not made lightly. In the realm of angels, every conflict and war was fraught with brutality and bloodshed. Bados emerged as an undefeated general amidst these battles, capable of vanquishing even the most formidable foes single-handedly. Her strength resembled an endless abyss, perpetually insatiable. Chapter 74. Bados in love in a fierce battle against malevolent beings from alternate universes. Bados showcased her astounding prowess. The demon she confronted was an entity endowed with terrifying magic and strength. However, Bados remained undaunted. She unfurled her wings and charged at the demon. Amidst a cacophony of flames and explosions, Bados' might shattered the demon into mere fragments, which ultimately dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Despite her formidable abilities, Bados was not arrogant or self-satisfied. On the contrary, she possessed a keen sense of balance and treated her companions and subordinates with great gentleness. Under her leadership, the Angels of Universe 7 united time and again to fend off threats from other realms. Yet, for all her strength, Bados harbored her own troubles and sorrows. Deep within her soul, she sensed an absence of something vital, a profound emotion known as love. Though endowed with immense power and boundless wisdom, she struggled to grasp the essence and worth of this feeling, which had become a yearning and pursuit within her. The angel Bados of Universe 6 floated serenely in the star-studded void. Her spirit was like a clear mirror, reflecting the infinite mysteries of the cosmos and an ineffable solitude. However, when her gaze first fell upon Wen Tianqi, a wave of emotion surged within her, reminiscent of ripples across a tranquil lake. It was an unfamiliar yet oddly familiar sensation, akin to a long-forgotten melody suddenly echoing in her ears. His presence shone like a distant star, flickering yet illuminating the entire universe. In Bados' eyes, Wen Tianqi saw his own reflection, a profound, subtle, yet intense feeling that marked a fateful encounter in her life. As she gazed at him, her emotions surged like a tempest, yet they were gentle as a lamb. She envisioned him wielding a sword against the encroaching darkness and the boundless cosmos, dancing among the sea of stars, akin to a magnificent poem. His eyes sparkled with an indomitable light, the light of a hero, a beacon of hope for the future. In that moment, Bados understood everything. Her heart raced within her chest, a sensation long absent from her life. She realized that this man, Wen Tianqi, would alter her destiny and the fate of the entire universe. At that moment, Wen Tianqi felt Bados' gaze upon him. He lifted his head, their eyes locking in a moment of profound connection. He seemed to behold an ocean of stars, an endless and profound sea. He was captivated by the vastness and depth of that ocean, as if the entirety of the cosmos resided within those eyes. Uncertain of what this feeling was, he knew he was deeply drawn to her. As he looked into Bados' eyes, it felt as though he was gazing into his own fate. He understood that this woman, Bados, would change his destiny and the fate of the universe. Two hearts collided in the depths of the cosmos, a sensation beyond words. It was the power of the universe, the force of destiny. They gazed at each other, as if the entire cosmos revolved around the intersection of their gazes. Bardos's self-actualization technique and free-flowing technique were among the most enigmatic and formidable skills in the universe. These techniques possessed boundless power, capable of transforming all energy into what she required, rendering her adversaries powerless to resist. Bardos's eyes were deep as the ocean, sparkling with the light of wisdom. Her visage was exquisite, with a high-bridged nose and tightly closed lips, as if she were striving to suppress the emotions brewing within her. Her figure was graceful, like a willow swaying in the wind, delicate yet resilient. Bados stood poised, akin to a poised kingfisher, awaiting the imminent challenge. Wen Tianqi sat quietly at the other end of the dojo, his gaze resolute and clear, as if he were prepared to face any challenge that lay ahead. He felt the powerful aura emanating from Bados, a mix of awe and excitement swelling within him. He knew he was about to confront a formidable challenge. Yet he was unafraid, filled instead with anticipation. Bados inhaled deeply, closing her eyes as she began to channel her self-actualization technique. Her form gradually became indistinct, enveloped in a mysterious halo. Her breath quickened, each inhalation charged with potent energy that stirred her garments. She ascended, dancing like a fluttering leaf in the air above the dojo. Suddenly, she let out a melodious cry, her voice resonating like a celestial sound, shaking the very souls of those present. She extended her arms, thrusting them forward. Two powerful gusts of energy erupted from her palms, surging toward Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi felt the overwhelming force and braced himself, yet he remained calm. He activated his free-flowing technique, moving like lightning through the tempestuous winds of energy. His figure swayed under the onslaught of the currents, yet he managed to regain his balance at critical moments. He sensed Bardos's power crashing over him like a tidal wave, each impact seemingly intent on engulfing him. Yet he remained unperturbed, striving to maintain inner tranquility and clarity. Bados and Wen Tianqi found themselves seated upon a floating feather, a realm conjured by Wen Tianqi's mental prowess. Surrounding them was an endless void, adorned with countless stars, reminiscent of a vast cosmic sea. Bados, clad in a white angelic robe, possessed a serene and beautiful countenance. Behind her, a pair of translucent wings fluttered gently, each feather shimmering with a mystical glow. The process of becoming an angel was not easy, Bados began. First, I needed to seek a rare substance called pure tears in Universe 5. This substance is pivotal for the evolution of angels. She paused, her gaze piercing through the void, as if reminiscing about that perilous journey. I endured countless dangers and trials before finally discovering the pure tears in the Valley of Tears. Subsequently, I fused it with my power, initiating the angelic evolution ritual at the cost of my life force. A hint of nostalgia colored her tone as she recounted that experience. The ritual commenced, and my body was enveloped in a radiant glow. I felt a powerful force surging within me, transforming me continuously. I screamed and struggled, but that force grew increasingly intense, nearly tearing my body apart. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Bardos's face, though it quickly returned to tranquility. Then, I heard a voice, the voice of the universe, proclaiming, "You have passed the test, becoming the angel of Universe 6. Following that, I felt an immeasurable strength flooding into my being, a power unlike anything I had ever experienced. She spread her arms wide, her wings glowing even brighter, radiating a sacred light. My body was transformed by that power. I felt lighter, purer. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld a new world, one that was utterly beautiful and divine. At this point, Bados broke into a warm smile, her laughter akin to the warmth of sunlight. "And what of the Grand Priest?" Wen Tianqi inquired, curiosity dancing in his eyes. "The Grand Priest," Bados replied, her eyes glimmering with admiration and respect, "is the father of all angels across universes, and his strength is beyond description. Even a single finger of his holds more power than I can fathom." Wen Tianqi was entranced, a fervent desire for battle surging within him. He could imagine the Grand Priest's might, surely formidable enough to inspire awe, surpassing even the depictions within the Dragon Ball canon. His existence felt akin to an immovable tower within the cosmos, inciting a reverence that compelled one to bow in worship. Bados continued, "His wisdom and strength leave us all, as angels, feeling inadequate." His words and demeanor exuded an extraordinary elegance and profundity. Wen Tianqi could perceive that Bados's admiration and respect for the high priest stemmed from the depths of her soul. This high priest was not only her leader, but also her mentor and friend. His presence wielded immeasurable influence, not only among the celestial angels, but throughout the cosmos. As Bados continued speaking, Wen Tianqi found himself sinking deeper into contemplation. He envisioned the enigmatic high priest, imagining his power, wisdom, and grace. He understood that the tale of this high priest would become an integral part of his creative endeavors, serving as a prototype for his characters. At that moment, alongside admiration and respect, a creative impulse surged within Wen Tianqi. He yearned to convey, through his words, a comprehensive depiction of the high priest's essence, allowing others to grasp his greatness and allure. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. In his mind, he had already begun to conceive the story of the high priest. "Ah, you are indeed clever," Bados remarked with a smile. "Allow me to instruct you in the self-extreme intent technique. This martial art is among the pinnacle of our universe's practices, renowned for its arduous cultivation and the formidable power it bestows upon its practitioners. Its uniqueness lies in the complete integration of consciousness and body, unlocking the body's full potential. Furthermore, it possesses a remarkable ability to maintain clarity of mind, shielding one from external distractions." Bados cleared her throat and continued, "However, attaining such a state is no simple feat. You must diligently practice, continuously harmonizing your consciousness with your physical form until they gradually merge. Throughout this process, you must also challenge yourself, persistently pushing beyond your limits. Only then can you truly grasp the essence of the self-extreme intent technique." "I see," Wen Tianqi nodded. "Might you demonstrate the cultivation method of the self-extreme intent technique, Lady Bados?" "Certainly," Bados replied with a gentle smile. "Watch my movements closely and follow along." With that, Bados began to demonstrate the cultivation method. Her movements appeared uncomplicated, yet they emphasized the importance of bodily coordination and balance. Each action required Wen Tianqi to observe and imitate with care. "All right, now follow my lead," Bados instructed as she demonstrated. Wen Tianqi nodded and earnestly attempted to replicate her actions. Although his body did not fully merge with each motion as Bados' did, he could nonetheless feel the effects of each movement on his own physique. "Excellent, just like that," Bados remarked with a satisfied smile as she observed Wen Tianqi's growing proficiency. "As long as you continue to practice and adjust your body and consciousness, you will gradually master the essence of the self-extreme intent technique." Seated cross-legged on the bed, Wen Tianqi experienced a profound tranquility. He had been immersed in the state of self-cultivation for quite some time. In this state, his thoughts soared like luminous meteors traversing the dark night sky, seeking the essence of his inner self. His body seemed to dissolve into nothingness, leaving only a powerful intent guiding his actions. This intent resembled an invisible hand, drawing every inch of his skin and every organ, allowing him to traverse the void. His spirit felt as though a window had been opened, enabling him to perceive the world around him with clarity. He heard distant birdsong, inhaled the fresh air, and felt the pulse of the earth beneath him. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from his dantian. It was an indescribable force, as if it were the primordial energy of the universe itself. This power swiftly radiated throughout his body, infusing every part with vibrant vitality. His skin became as transparent as crystal, revealing the flow of blood beneath. His eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly capable of discerning the essence of the world. His hair flowed like a waterfall, dancing in accordance with his will. The energy within his dantian continued to surge and expand. His body felt liberated from all constraints, as if he could traverse time and space at will. His mind grew ever clearer, allowing him to perceive all the secrets of existence. He sensed the tremors of the earth, heard the call of the wind, and witnessed the flow of water. At last, the energy within him reached its zenith. He felt as though he had become a deity of this world, capable of commanding all. His body emanated a powerful aura, blazing like the sun. His skin radiated an intense heat, as if the air around him were igniting. His eyes shimmered with a golden light, seemingly able to pierce through all illusions. His hair billowed in the wind, resembling flames in a fervent blaze. Chapter 75. Love. With a powerful strike of his palm against the ground, the earth trembled beneath him. Rising to his feet, he took a step forward, as if traversing vast mountains and rivers. Extending his hand towards the distant peaks, he gently pressed down, causing the colossal mountain to crumble into a cloud of dust in an instant. His figure began to blur, transforming into an ethereal shadow. Opening his mouth, a searing golden light erupted forth, embodying all of his strength and will, soaring into the distance, leaving destruction in its wake. At that moment, he suddenly felt a tumultuous change within himself, his momentum wavering. This is not good. Just as he teetered on the brink, Bados intervened, saving him from calamity. Submissively, he rose and followed Bados out of the meditation chamber. Their footsteps were light, as if fearing to disturb the surrounding tranquility. Bardos's shadow stretched long in the dim corridor, while he silently trailed behind, feeling an emptiness in his heart, a void left by the interruption of his training. After walking for a while, they arrived at a brightly lit dining hall, the sole place in the monastery brimming with life, always filled with the aroma of food and the sound of laughter. Bados arranged a seat for him and gently said, "Sit for a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat." He nodded numbly, his gaze lingering on a corner deep within the monastery, where he had once trained. Before long, Bados returned, carrying 2 plates brimming with food. She set them before him and softly urged, "Eat. This is your favorite." Gradually, he came to his senses and began to eat slowly with chopsticks. Bados watched him in silence, her eyes reflecting a tenderness. A peculiar sensation welled up within him. He realized how delightful it was to be cared for and attended to. He set down his chopsticks and gazed at Bados. "What is it?" she inquired with concern. "Nothing," he replied with a faint smile, resuming his meal. Yet within his heart, a decision had crystallized. He would become a formidable warrior, not only for his own vengeance but also to protect those he cherished. He continued to eat, with Bados quietly by his side. Their eyes met, conveying a silent promise. In that deep night, their hearts were intertwined, emotions surging like a torrent within. Observing the contented expression on his face, Bados smiled. After a while, she asked, "Are you full?" He nodded, wiping his mouth, and replied, quite satisfied. "Can you endure more?" Bados queried. He smiled again, saying, "Of course, I can manage." Seeing the resolute glimmer in his youthful eyes, Bados chuckled and said, "Come. I shall teach you the self-extremity technique." "Self-extremity technique?" he asked, somewhat bewildered. "Yes," Bados replied with a smile, "it is a unique secret skill of our angelic lineage. One that only direct descendants may cultivate." "Oh," he nodded, somewhat understanding, "please teach me." Upon hearing his words, Bardos's face brightened with a gratifying smile. She asked once more, "Are you ready?" "Ready," he affirmed. "Then let us begin," she said, gently patting his back. Feeling the fabric of his clothing ripple, warmth enveloped him, dispelling the earlier weakness within. Instinctively, he began to practice the self-extremity technique. He could distinctly sense a power within him growing stronger. Is this the power of the self-extremity technique? He wondered in delight. After a while, he ceased his practice and slowly opened his eyes. The self-extremity technique had vanished from his mind, replaced by the angelic secret canon. To possess such a wondrous power within himself was astonishing. Indeed, the self-extremity technique was remarkable. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he felt the energy coursing through him. Suddenly, a harsh voice pierced the air. "Oh, isn't this our little Tianqi? What brings you here?" A flippant tone echoed from nearby. His expression darkened instantly. He would never forget that voice. He knew its owner, Xiangpa, the god of destruction from the 6th universe. This scoundrel had bullied him in their previous encounters. Clenching his fists at the thought, a gentle voice interjected. "Little Tianqi, what troubles you? Why the anger?" A beautiful figure emerged into his view. He looked up to find Bados standing before him. Gazing at the lovely and gentle Bados, warmth surged within him. Suddenly, his eyes grew profound. His body felt enveloped in a radiant glow, a manifestation of power. Intertwined with mysterious runes, he realized that he had finally unlocked the legendary self-extremity technique. In that moment, his heart brimmed with resolve and faith. His being felt like an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming the energy surrounding him. This extraordinary sensation and the indescribable power made him feel as though he could master everything. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within him, akin to a symphony of nature, reminiscent of the first ray of sunlight at dawn. It was the voice of the free extremity technique. At this moment, he grasped the essence of life and commanded an unprecedented power. His body trembled gently, as if releasing an even more potent energy. In that instant, his strength surged forth like a waterfall, an unstoppable and unpredictable force. Just then, the god of destruction, Xiangpa, appeared before him with a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with derision and malice. He was prepared to confront Tianqi, ready to obliterate this insignificant human. However, upon witnessing the power radiating from Tianqi's resolute gaze, Xiangpa's smile faded. This human, whom he believed he could easily annihilate, now exuded a strength that matched his own. Xiangpa was taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of this human's power. Yet, Tianqi merely smiled serenely, unafraid of Xiangpa's destructive might, for he had awakened both the self-extremity and free extremity techniques. The clash of their powers reverberated through the air like silent fireworks, both awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. In this realm, the battle between the god of destruction, Xiangpa, and Tianqi unfolded, defying all expectations that this human could stand against a deity. At this moment, Tianqi was no longer an ordinary being. He had transformed into an unparalleled warrior. challenging Xiangpa with unwavering will and formidable strength. After driving Xiangpa away, Bados turned to Tianqi and smiled. You harbor doubts, fears, and expectations in your heart. These are significant hindrances on the path of cultivation. One must first learn to relinquish these futile emotions to concentrate on one's cultivation. Wen Tianqi silently nodded, his heart indeed brimming with doubts and fears. Yet, he also understood that these emotions served him no purpose. Thus, he inhaled deeply, striving to calm his mind. Teacher Bados smiled at him, extending her hand, from which a gentle aura emanated, softly caressing Wen Tianqi's body. It was a warmth he had never experienced before, akin to a mother's touch or sunlight cascading upon him. You must cultivate your heart first, Bados stated. Only when your spirit is truly serene can you receive the power of cultivation I impart to you. Now, what you need to do is relax your body and mind, allowing me to help you open your heart. Her voice possessed an enchanting quality, leaving Wen Tianqi unable to resist. He closed his eyes, emptying his thoughts, surrendering to the soothing aura that flowed through him. Gradually, he became immersed in this unprecedented sensation. Before him lay a patch of grass, bathed in sunlight, adorned with a myriad of vibrant flowers. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, while birds joyfully sang from the branches above. In the distance, a gentle stream flowed quietly, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. Here, Bados paused, standing in the center of the meadow, is our place of cultivation. Wen Tianqi lifted his gaze to behold the exquisite grassland. He could feel the essence of nature and the pulsating vitality of the meadow. This experience diverged entirely from the theoretical teachings he had encountered in books. It was a novel revelation. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, yearning to touch the flowers, only to be held back by an invisible force. He stood in astonishment. The flowers seemed so near yet so far. As his hand was about to graze a petal, an unseen force abruptly repelled him, leaving him taken aback. The blossoms appeared tantalizingly close, yet felt as if they were separated by vast distances, alluring yet unattainable. Wen Tianqi turned to Bados, confusion etched on his face. At that moment, Bados wore a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a girl reveling in a prank. She playfully winked at him but refrained from speaking further. Wen Tianqi felt a sense of helplessness. He recognized this was yet another trap set by Bados. He silently vowed to exercise greater caution in the future, determined not to be toyed with again. However, as he turned back, the scene before him left him in awe. The once vibrant flowers had transformed into fiery red roses, each radiating a scorching glow. Wen Tianqi was taken aback, unable to fathom the nature of this phenomenon. Bados approached him with a triumphant air, softly stating, "Do you understand now? These flowers are not so easily touched." Wen Tianqi shook his head in resignation. This enigmatic woman never ceased to astonish him. He remained vigilant, resolving to be doubly cautious, lest he fall prey to her whims again. As an angel of the sixth universe, Bados possessed immense power, arguably surpassing all other angels. Despite being ensnared in a whirlwind romance with her, Wen Tianqi did not let his guard down. He understood that the resplendent angel before him, radiating supreme strength akin to the stars, was a force he could not easily contend with. Each encounter, each embrace, allowed Wen Tianqi to touch upon an unknown realm, teeming with vitality and strength. Bados, like the queen of this world, exuded elegance and power, rendering her irresistible. His gaze was filled with admiration and reverence for her. He recognized that even amidst their passionate romance, Bados's prowess remained an undeniable reality. He had to navigate this relationship with care, lest he find himself in an irretrievable predicament due to a moment of negligence. Their romance resembled a splendid symphony, alive with passion and fervor. Yet, within this beautiful melody, Wen Tianqi remained ever vigilant. He understood that even the slightest misstep could yield unforeseen consequences. Bados observed Wen Tianqi, noting the determination and resolve in his eyes. She recognized that this man was not easily swayed by emotions. He knew how to love while maintaining his individuality. This maturity and rationality deepened Bados's admiration for him. Wen Tianqi's love for Bados was akin to a profound poem, both beautiful and deep. He realized that her strength transcended mere surface power. It emanated from an inner fortitude that inspired awe. He understood that only through relentless effort and growth could he ever hope to be worthy of such a formidable angel. In their passionate affair, they were drawn to each other yet maintained a respectful distance, understanding one another deeply. Wen Tianqi was acutely aware that this balance was essential for their progression and for facing future challenges. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips. Bados, do you know? I too eagerly anticipate our next meeting. Then you should also understand that I will not easily agree to meet you, Bados replied calmly. For my time is precious. Chapter 76, Universe 10, Wen Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Ha. Is that so? It seems I have misjudged. If you have always believed this, there is little I can do." Bados regarded Wen Tianqi with an unruffled demeanor. "However, I shall not be troubled by it." "Not necessarily." Wen Tianqi replied with a smile. "I believe that one day, I shall make you my woman. That is still far off." Bados replied with a playful glint in her eyes. "My feelings for you at present are merely love and far from enough. I will strive for it." Wen Tianqi said with a slight smile. "Trust me, I will indeed make you my woman." "I await that day," Bados responded, her eyes sparkling. "Well then, it is getting late. Let us depart together," Wen Tianqi suggested. "Very well," Bados nodded, and together they ventured into the distance. As the Angel of Universe 6, Bados possessed extraordinary beauty and wisdom. Her eyes always sparkled with intelligence, while her smile radiated warmth and brightness akin to the morning sun. Yet, this seemingly perfect being encountered a man on an ordinary night who would forever alter the course of her life. Indeed, Bados had overestimated her own resolve. She soon found herself ensnared in the throes of love. From that moment onward, her existence revolved around two pursuits: teasing the young Tianqi and nurturing her infatuation with Wen Tianqi. For him, she would willingly forsake her angelic identity, even relinquishing the embrace of her wings. One can only imagine the profound emotion of a woman who willingly sacrifices everything to remain by a man's side. Once, Wen Tianqi had uttered a sentiment that encapsulated Bardos's essence, a yearning shared by all angels. What a captivating enchantress! I can feel the warmth of her heart. A warmth only I can provide. If love truly exists in this world, then this woman shall undoubtedly be mine, Wen Tianqi proclaimed, gazing at Bados, who blushed and nodded in response. In the next moment, Wen Tianqi revealed all. Noble and elegant, these two perfect descriptors seemed tailor-made for him. He radiated like a flame, perpetually emitting his own brilliance. Witnessing this, Bados blushed again, resembling a young girl whose heart had been stolen. "I knew you would like it," Wen Tianqi smiled gently. "Shall we go?" With that, he strode forth. Bados softly acquiesced, following closely behind him. As they walked, their eyes met in shared laughter, their bond gradually deepening. Perhaps this is the essence of a beautiful romance? When love arrives, everything transforms. When Wen Tianqi and Bados reached their destination, twilight had begun to envelop the sky. "Where is this?" Wen Tianqi inquired, astonished. "This is the heart of Universe 6. From here, one can traverse to other universes," Bados elucidated. "Oh, and where are we headed?" he asked. "To meet my sister, the eldest." Bados wrapped her arms around Wen Tianqi, and amidst his surprise, they transcended time and space. In that fleeting moment, a radiant light enveloped them, and they felt the very fabric of space contorting, as though an invisible hand tightened its grip. Their vision blurred, the surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only that dazzling light, bright enough to take one's breath away. Then they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, a vast palace, adorned in an architectural style they had never encountered. Each stone in the palace shimmered with a life force, as if imbued with vitality. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating their senses. "Is this Universe 10? Wen Tianqi marveled. Bados nodded, her face alight with astonishment. She realized that this universe was their destination, yet she had not anticipated its breathtaking beauty. "Is Kes here?" Wen Tianqi queried. Bados nodded once more, then proceeded forward. The beings of this universe respectfully parted ways for her, a testament to her status as their angel. In their search, they soon discovered Kes, a charming young girl whose delicate features sparkled with wisdom. Upon seeing Bados and Wen Tianqi, she beamed a radiant smile. "Bados, Wen Tianqi, you have arrived." Kes's voice flowed like a melodious spring. She was an exceptionally lovely child, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, her faintly colored eyes resembling emeralds, and her skin as soft as a ripe peach. She wore a long dress, a blend of blue and black, adorned with mysterious symbols. "Are you the Angel of Universe 10, Kes?" Wen Tianqi asked, taken aback by her beauty. Kes chuckled merrily, addressing Bados. "Is this Wen Tianqi your little boyfriend?" Quite the catch. Her tone brimmed with envy and curiosity, reflecting her keen interest in the couple's relationship. Bados felt her cheeks flush at Kes's words, shyly lowering her gaze as she replied, "Yes, he is indeed my boyfriend." Kes continued, "How did you two meet?" "In this universe, Wen Tianqi." Along with the two angelic beings, Bados and Kes, traversed the stars. They glided through countless galaxies, marveling at the myriad of celestial wonders. One day, they stumbled upon a vibrant planet, its surface adorned with lush forests, bustling cities, and a plethora of creatures. Intrigued by its vitality, Wen Tianqi decided to lead Bados and Kes on an exploration of the planet's civilization. They arrived in a lively city filled with creatures of every hue, weaving through the crowd and absorbing the planet's pulsating energy. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, emanating from a nearby restaurant. Wen Tianqi eagerly ushered Bados and Kes into the establishment. The restaurant was exquisitely decorated, each table laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the feast, his mouth watering in anticipation. He eagerly took his seat, ready to place his order. He selected an array of culinary delights, including roasted meats, pizza, hamburgers, sushi, grilled fish, and fried rice. With each dish that arrived, he enthusiastically picked up his chopsticks or cutlery, relishing the flavors with childlike delight, evoking laughter from Bados and Kes. After their meal, Wen Tianqi contentedly belched, feeling energized and ready to face any challenges ahead. Bados and Kes were equally delighted to share in this enjoyable experience with him. They continued to explore the planet, soaking in the essence of its civilization, discovering that the beings of this world, much like humans, possessed boundless charm and wisdom. Kes, with her petite frame, settled onto a chair in a grand manner, gazing across at Bados, who faced her. Wen Tianqi sat beside Bados, and together they indulged in a variety of delicacies. As Wen Tianqi watched Kes, he noted her petite stature, yet she emanated a spirit of stubborn resilience, stirring quiet admiration within him. The aroma of exquisite cuisine wafted through the air, as a refined plate of foie gras lay before Kes, its golden hue appearing particularly tantalizing against the silver platter. She caressed the rim of her glass, the red wine within sparkling like precious gems. Wen Tianqi savored a rich cheese with a contented expression, while Bados elegantly sampled her lemon cake. On the estate's lawn, several attendants busied themselves in preparation for the forthcoming festivities. Melodious tunes began to circulate in the atmosphere, prompting Kes to gaze skyward, where the pristine clouds seemed to dance in rhythm with the notes. A splendid banquet was about to commence, and Kes, Bados, and Wen Tianqi reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility. Kes gently set down her utensils, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She rose to her feet, with Wen Tianqi and Bados following suit. Approaching them with a curious expression, she inquired, "How can you still find time to indulge in food here?" Wen Tianqi and Bados exchanged glances before turning to Kes, offering a sheepish smile, uncertain of how to respond to her question. Kes's gaze shifted to the bottle of red wine on the table. She delicately grasped it, giving it a gentle shake, her face alight with curiosity as she asked, "What kind of wine is this? It has such a peculiar scent. Where did you acquire it?" "This is from the planet we visited. Would you like some?" Wen Tianqi replied, "It's merely a bottle of wine. You need not go to such lengths to bring back so much." Kes remarked, puzzled. "It is precisely because this wine is unique that we decided to bring back a few bottles," Wen Tianqi explained with a smile. "Is that so?" Kes expressed her surprise, then curiously asked, "If this wine is so special, why not consume it yourselves rather than bringing it back?" "Because I aspire to surpass both angels and destroyers," Wen Tianqi stated matter-of-factly. "Surpass angels and destroyers?" Kes questioned, her expression shifting from confusion to realization. As she clapped her hands lightly and declared, "I see. You must wish to become the new destroyer." "No." Wen Tianqi shook his head. "I wish to transcend the angels and become a true deity." "A true deity?" Kes replied, astonished, then scoffed lightly, asserting, "I wager no one could ever surpass an angel." Wen Tianqi regarded Kes with a steady gaze, proposing, "Let us make a wager." Kes placed her utensils down with a smile, asking, "What shall we wager?" "I wager that I will ultimately surpass the angels," Wen Tianqi declared. "I too wish to wager. You cannot triumph over the angels," Kes countered with a smile. "Very well. Let us await the outcome." Wen Tianqi replied with a grin, while internally he murmured, "System, grant me a boost." 1. The voice of the system echoed in Wen Tianqi's mind. "This time, I shall surely surpass the angels," he asserted, gazing at Kes with unwavering resolve. "Then I shall wait for you to become a true deity before we wager again," Kes said with a gentle smile, adding, "I bet you will never defeat me. I will undoubtedly prevail over you. You shall not escape my grasp," Wen Tianqi thought, as he engaged in light-hearted banter with Bados and Kes. At the edge of this universe, Wen Tianqi floated in the void, his eyes brimming with determination and fervor. The recent training had bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of power, as if an invisible hand propelled him forward. Suddenly, a figure gradually materialized. It was Bados. Her gaze deep as the stars, shimmering with expectation. She extended her long, jade-like fingers towards Wen Tianqi. "Wen, the forthcoming training will be even more arduous. Are you prepared?" Bados inquired calmly. Without uttering a word, Wen Tianqi nodded resolutely. He understood that this was an essential journey towards becoming a true powerhouse, one he must undertake with unwavering commitment. Under Bados' guidance, Wen Tianqi resumed his practice of self-extreme and free self-extreme techniques. His body danced within the void, every movement teeming with strength and grace. Within him, a formidable power began to coalesce. Throughout his training, Wen Tianqi continuously relied on the system's enhancements to transcend his limits. Each breakthrough felt like conquering a formidable challenge, yet he persevered time and again. In this process of cultivation, Wen Tianqi appeared to enter a wholly new realm. He could perceive every particle in the surrounding void, hearing distant stars beckon to him. His heart brimmed with joy and tranquility. Time flew by as he trained. Wen Tianqi felt as though he were on the verge of being consumed by the void. Yet his resolve only strengthened. He knew this was an indispensable path towards greater strength. At last, in a moment of total exertion, Wen Tianqi broke through once more. He felt an unparalleled surge of power coursing through him. An invisible aura enveloped his body, emanating from the depths of his being. In the aftermath of his breakthrough, Wen Tianqi's mind became as clear as still water, as if he could discern the truths of the universe. He recognized this as the fruit of his training, a stepping stone to higher realms. Chapter 77, Continued Training, Defeating Critics. On that tempestuous night, the system of Wen Tianqi finally broke through the critical threshold. His heart raced like the thunder god's hammer beating within his chest, a surge of power roiling within him as if it were about to burst forth. Clenching his fists, he felt the energy coursing through his fingertips, as if it could rend the very air and resonate with the soul. His body quivered not from fear, but from the overwhelming force that had surpassed his control. The image of Bados, the beautiful angel who fought alongside him, flickered in his mind, she who stood resolutely by his side. In their encounters, Bados' unparalleled grace and Wen Tianqi's steadfast determination intertwined to create a breathtaking tableau. Her golden hair danced in the wind like waves under the moonlight, while his eyes shone with unwavering resolve, as if they held the essence of the entire cosmos. Each clash between them was as fierce as a meteor colliding with the earth. Blood and sweat intertwined, painting a vibrant canvas, while the air was charged with an intoxicating fervor. Wen Tianqi's strength surged forth like a raging flood, countering Bados' elegant power. A month later, the situation subtly shifted. Bados' expression grew increasingly grave. She was no longer the ever-composed goddess, but had transformed into a warrior willing to sacrifice anything for victory. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she could not suppress the unfathomable depth of Wen Tianqi's power. Each of his strikes pushed her to her limits, like relentless waves crashing upon the shore. This could not continue, she thought, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Tangled in the throes of this formidable strength, Wen Tianqi's power continued to ascend, showing no signs of abating. Suddenly, a wild idea surged within Bados. She could not afford to lose to this man, not now, not ever. With that thought, her gaze became resolute. If you wish to see me falter, then today I shall break the mold and let you taste despair. A confident smile graced her lips as she slowly closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, her right hand raised high with gathered power, crashing down upon Wen Tianqi's shoulder. With a resounding smack, akin to striking a solid wall, Wen Tianqi stumbled back a few steps, feeling as though his shoulder might explode. Supporting himself with a hand, he furrowed his brow and glanced back. There stood Bados, motionless, her azure eyes sparkling with mirth, her lips curled in a slight smirk, as if mocking his audacity. A surge of anger welled up within Wen Tianqi. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, he roared and charged forward, his footsteps heavy yet swift, leaving only a blur in his wake. He landed a punch squarely on Bados' chest, feeling a peculiar softness in return. A chuckle escaped him, but Bados, flaring with indignation, suddenly grew even more formidable. However, Wen Tianqi's determined punch was effortlessly evaded by Bados, who sidestepped like a graceful butterfly, maneuvering behind him, her delicate hand grasping his arm, twisting at the waist. As he instinctively pulled her closer, Bados found herself enveloped in his embrace, her heart pounding like a drum. A rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with fervor as he held her tightly, rendering her immobile. His hands encircled her waist, fingertips grazing her skin, sending tremors through her body, as if electrified, leaving her powerless to resist. He buried his face in her shoulder, his lips slightly parted, breathing warm whispers into her ear. This tantalizing tease ignited a sensation within Bados like never before. She began to struggle, yet he tightened his grip. His gaze revealed a wild beauty that was utterly irresistible to Bados. With a devilish smile, he held her firmly against his chest, their heartbeats synchronizing to form the most exquisite melody. Bados closed her eyes, surrendering to his fervent kisses on her shoulder, feeling herself ensnared by a powerful force, unable to move freely. "You little rascal, how dare you treat an angel this way?" she murmured softly. "Just wait, Bados, and you'll soon find out." Wen Tianqi replied with a mischievous grin, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the room. 3 days later, Bados and Wen Tianqi sat embracing across from Crix. Crix, astonished, could hardly believe her eyes. "Bados, you are actually with him indeed, Crix. Tianqi is no ordinary man. He possesses extraordinary abilities. When I merge with him, he even gained the powers of an angel," Bados replied, her voice a mix of surprise and joy. Wen Tianqi smiled slightly. "I too am astonished. After I returned the favor, you received pure energy, and we both became stronger. Of course, your inherent power is so great that your enhancement was minimal." Crix swallowed hard. Her curiosity piqued. What exactly is this power? With a sly grin, Wen Tianqi's gaze lingered on the petite Crix, as if he could see through her inquisitive mind. "Are you curious, Crix?" he teased, his laughter imbued with a certain charm that compelled her to focus on him. "Then allow me to let you experience it." Before Crix could respond, she felt an invisible force envelop her, and suddenly she found herself in an unfamiliar room. "What is this place? You just used angelic powers?" the little girl exclaimed in awe. Wen Tianqi approached her, taking her delicate hand with a mysterious smile. "You are going to love this." Crix's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. 5 days later, Crix, Bados, and Wen Tianqi shared breakfast together. "Bados, this time Tianqi will accompany me," Crix pouted. "Humph. I was here first. How can you monopolize him for so long?" Bados retorted, slightly displeased. All right. After absorbing Crix's power, my strength has increased. So dealing with both of you at once is no issue," Wen Tianqi replied with a grin. Crix and Bados exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. A subtle tension filled the air, as if a fierce conflict could ignite at any moment. Wen Tianqi, clad in a traditional Eastern robe and wielding a sword adorned with mysterious runes, caused a shift in the hearts of the two angels, though they maintained their proud demeanor. Their inquisitive eyes betrayed their curiosity. "This is the new power I have acquired, created based on angelic abilities," Wen Tianqi remarked, caressing the hilt of his sword. Just as he finished speaking, a ripple in the space nearby caught their attention. "Makarita, what brings you here?" Crix and Bados exclaimed in astonishment. "Makarita? The angel of the 11th universe?" Wen Tianqi inadvertently glanced over. Before him stood a young lady, embodying a unique blend of mature and youthful traits, characterized by her dual ponytails and tall stature. Although her appearance bore a resemblance to that of a harlequin, her demeanor was exceedingly courteous and polite. "Oh, KSI and Bados. Greetings to you." Makalita performed a graceful bow, then turned her gaze to Wen Tianqi. "I sense the changes in both of you due to the celestial angelic powers. You know, we were once 3 sisters, and I am quite attuned to your transformations." A mysterious smile graced Makalita's face. KSI and Bados stood before Makalita, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush, their eyes shimmering with indignation. They clenched their fists, struggling to contain their anger, yet their words betrayed their discontent. "What nonsense! You're merely here to steal our man, aren't you?" KSI's voice quivered slightly, her gaze fixed on Makalita as if trying to see through her. Makalita felt a surge of astonishment, her eyes widened, momentarily rendering her speechless. This accusation caught her off guard, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Her gaze darted between KSI and Bados, pondering, why do they think this way? Makalita's eyes shifted to Wen Tianqi, and a thought struck her. Could it indeed be him? Makalita's proposition ignited a spark in Wen Tianqi's eyes, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Makalita." Filled with anticipation, he followed her towards their camp, leaving KSI and Bados behind, their expressions marred by disappointment and discontent. "Honestly, that Wen Tianqi is utterly useless," Bados complained, disheartened that he so easily succumbed to Makalita's allure. "I never expected him to be deceived so readily," KSI remarked. Her brow furrowed, "But I don't believe Makalita harbors any ill intentions." "What ill intentions? She merely has a penchant for handsome men." Bados and KSI continued their conversation. Yet their spirits had dampened considerably. An unsettling emotion began to brew within them, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. Within the camp, Makalita led Wen Tianqi to a secluded spot, smiling as she said, "Now, allow me to guide you in harnessing divine power. You must first meditate to awaken the strength within." Wen Tianqi listened intently to her instructions and soon entered a meditative state. Moments later, a brilliant radiance emanated from his body, signaling the awakening of his soul's power. Makalita observed this spectacle with a smile, knowing that her plan had succeeded halfway. She thought to herself, this young man is truly full of potential. If he can master divine power, boundless possibilities await him. On the other side of the camp, KSI and Bados witnessed the scene with astonishment. Is that divine power? Has Wen Tianqi truly awakened? Bados struggled to believe her own eyes. It appears so. KSI replied uncertainly, but I still find it rather peculiar. Shouldn't we also awaken divine power? Why is it only Wen Tianqi? Perhaps he possesses a greater affinity for divine power than we do. Bados mused lightly. Let us give it a try. With that, she closed her eyes, entering a meditative state as well. For some inexplicable reason, a strange force stirred within her, instilling a sense of exhilaration. She felt immensely powerful, as if she could effortlessly obliterate anything in her path. Is it because of Wen Tianqi? Makalita pondered. Makalita's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wen Tianqi. This man possessed angelic power, a notion she had never fathomed. His eyes were deep as the ocean, a blend of infinite tenderness and serene calm, exuding an ethereal aura that quickened her heartbeat, causing her cheeks to warm. In Wen Tianqi's bright eyes, a formidable force seemed to radiate, a power capable of illuminating darkness and dispelling gloom. When his gaze fell upon Makalita, she felt irresistibly drawn in, unable to divert her eyes. Wen Tianqi's fingers brushed lightly against Makalita's hand, warm and reassuring. A wondrous sensation surged within her, akin to being safeguarded by a mighty angel, enveloping her in comfort and warmth. Makalita's heart swelled with emotion. Her curiosity and admiration for this man deepened. She longed to understand him better, to uncover the thoughts and feelings that resided in his heart. She desired to be with him, to remain together forever. It seemed Wen Tianqi sensed Makalita's unspoken thoughts, for he smiled gently, a radiant warmth akin to sunlight gracing the earth. He reached out, tenderly caressing her cheek. His touch is soft as a feather, igniting a delightful tingling sensation upon her skin. Chapter 78. Capturing Makalita. Once more the two gazes intertwined, as if the air was infused with the sweet essence of love. Their heartbeats resonated within the quiet room, whispering the profound affection nestled deep within their souls. An unprecedented sensation surged within Makalita, as though fate was gently guiding her steps toward Wen Tianqi. He opened his arms, embracing her tightly, their bodies pressed closely together, their heartbeats synchronizing into a singular rhythm. Makalita stood by the window, her hand caressing the sill, her gaze penetrating the scenery beyond. A torrent of confusion filled her heart, the extraordinary sensation rendering her almost speechless. Makalita? Wen Tianqi's voice broke through her reverie, his eyes brimming with tenderness and concern. This feeling is truly marvelous. Makalita murmured, her voice laced with uncertainty yet tinged with a hint of joy. Is it love? Wen Tianqi smiled, shaking his head. It is not merely love. There are even more wondrous experiences awaiting you. His voice was deep and magnetic, sending a shiver through Makalita. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, her heart racing, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly delicate, a remarkable understanding blossoming in the air. Wen Tianqi leaned closer to Makalita, his eyes sparkling with enchantment. There is an even more extraordinary sensation waiting for you. You will feel even greater beauty. Makalita's heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. She was unaware of the wondrous feeling Wen Tianqi spoke of, yet she was eager to explore and experience it. Their laughter intertwined, the air thick with happiness. As they drew closer, their heartbeats seemed to resonate solely for one another. In that enchanting moment, time appeared to stand still. Their gazes interwove, creating a beautiful tableau. There are even more marvelous things in store for us, Wen Tianqi whispered, his voice imbued with gentleness and conviction. Makalita's heart swelled with hope and expectation. She knew that regardless of what the future held, as long as Wen Tianqi was by her side, she would face any challenge with confidence. For he represented the future of angels. The next moment, Wen Tianqi enveloped Makalita in his arms, as if everything had naturally unfolded. The elevation of life, its continuation. In transmission. 7 days later, Makalita lay languidly in bed, her cat-like eyes gently closed, savoring the exquisite tranquility of the world. Her body was cocooned in a soft quilt, a sensation only found in the most luxurious silk. Beside her, Wen Tianqi sat quietly, his gaze filled with love and admiration for her. He whispered sweet nothings, his voice flowing like a gentle stream, evoking a sense of serenity and deep affection. His words resembled a sweet poem, each syllable imbued with passion and warmth, cascading into Makalita's ears. He caressed her hand, enveloping it in warmth, as if soothing a heart with soft silk. As Wen Tianqi's tender words flowed, a smile gradually illuminated Makalita's face. It was a smile that blossomed from the depths of her heart, embodying happiness and the feeling of being cherished. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, shimmering with bliss. She gently clasped Wen Tianqi's hand, their mutual understanding and acceptance forming a beautiful tableau. His words were like warm sunlight, illuminating the chambers of her heart. Her heartbeat quickened in response, the emotions of gratitude and joy harmonizing into a delightful melody. Their gazes met, their love and deep affection forming a precious gift, exclusively theirs. This scene seemed to freeze in time, their smiles, their gazes, their happiness deeply imprinted in that lazy afternoon. In that world, it appeared as though only the two of them existed, all worries and anxieties dissipated by the warmth of their love. This was their world, a realm brimming with love and happiness. Until the arrival of Kaisai and Bados. You two have been cooped up for a whole week, indulging in such activities daily. Get up, Makalita, and return to your universe. Kaisai and Bados exclaimed, their frustration palpable. Makalita smirked, playfully leaning against Wen Tianqi's chest, which infuriated Kaisai and Bados even further. Tianqi, why do I feel your power surpasses that of our angels? Bados suddenly remarked, astonished as she looked at Wen Tianqi. With Kaisai quickly realizing the same. Makalita had already discerned this fact days ago and now merely smiled silently. Wen Tianqi explained. My strength is a fusion of the powers from the three of you angels, rendering me extraordinarily formidable, a remarkable surge indeed. I can feel an unimaginable force within me, as if it is on the verge of breaking free and flooding this universe. This power exceeds any I have ever possessed. I intend to challenge the High Priest. Determination sparkled in Wen Tianqi's eyes. I am aware that this may exact a tremendous cost, perhaps even my life. Yet, I understand it is my destiny. I must confront him and unveil his true nature. Wen Tianqi felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, each cell pulsating and rejoicing. It seemed as if his body no longer belonged to him but to this vast, potent force. He slowly stood, the energy within him threatening to erupt. He knew he had to master this power. I will elevate myself through battle. Wen Tianqi stood resolute, his expression akin to an indomitable peak. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if transforming every obstacle into a possibility. This unwavering resolve illuminated his spirit, casting light upon everything around him. Let the three of you come at me together. As Wen Tianqi's words echoed, Kaisai, Bados, and Makalita, three formidable angels, instantly appeared before him. Their presence saturating the previously tranquil air with palpable tension. Very well, let us see just how powerful you have become after absorbing the angel's strength, Kaisai, Bados. And Makalita exchanged knowing glances before charging forward, radiating a formidable aura as if they could tear the very fabric of space itself. Wen Tianqi stood firm, unafraid. He unleashed a mighty roar, his form darting forward, hands weaving through the air as torrents of energy erupted from his palms, transforming into three colossal beams of light hurtling toward Bados, Kaisai, and Makalita. The air erupted with explosive sounds, the surrounding trees, stones, and soil caught in the powerful gusts, creating a massive vortex. Undeterred, Bados, Kaisai, and Makalita retaliated, their hands emanating formidable energy as they charged toward Wen Tianqi's assault. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resonated like thunder, the scenery around them continuously shifting, as if they were experiencing countless cycles of life and death in an instant. Wen Tianqi's body was jolted backward by a powerful force, yet his gaze burned with fervor, as if intent on devouring everything in sight. With a misstep, he surged forward once more, this time with an even fiercer attack. Bados, Kes, and Makalita approached without hesitation, radiating powerful energy as they charged toward Wen Tianqi. His figure moved like the wind, appearing alternately to the left and right, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust that obscured him from view. Bados, Kes, and Makalita exhibited equally agile movements, deftly evading his attacks. Their strikes descended like thunder, creating massive craters in the ground around them. The air was filled with the sounds of intense combat and the clash of energy. Suddenly, Wen Tianqi's figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. His hands clenched tightly as if seeking an opening. His gaze was fixed firmly on Kes, Bados, and Makalita. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, as if time itself had halted. Then, with a swift motion, Wen Tianqi swept toward the trio like a tornado. His fists, akin to lightning, struck at them. Bang, bang, bang. The simultaneous dull thuds echoed as Kes, Bados, and Makalita were sent flying. Their bodies, akin to balls struck with immense force, slammed against a distant wall. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "You actually defeated us." Quickly recovering, Kes, Bados, and Makalita approached Wen Tianqi, their expressions filled with astonishment. "This is not my full strength. After harnessing the power of the angels, my enhancement surpasses mere magnitude," Wen Tianqi stated, standing with an air of calm, his eyes gleaming with the light of victory. Following a series of contests, Wen Tianqi, along with Kes, Makalita, and Bados, floated in a weightless environment, embarking toward an unknown planet in the 10th universe. Wen Tianqi felt a surge of excitement. It was his first departure from his own universe, stepping into this vast realm of the unknown. Upon their arrival at the first planet, they were greeted by extraordinary celestial phenomena. The atmosphere shimmered with unusual colors, ever-changing. As they descended onto a vast prairie, it felt as though they were enveloped by a sea of radiant light. The wildflowers on the prairie sparkled like stars in the night sky, glimmering brilliantly under the sun. Wen Tianqi and his companions reveled in this picturesque landscape, strolling along a small hill where a brook babbled melodiously at its foot. A swarm of butterflies with transparent wings danced in the air, their wings glistening with a spectrum of colors. They reached the brook's edge, where a school of small fish swam joyfully in the water. Observing the scene before him, Wen Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim, "Every universe possesses its unique beauty. The 10th universe is truly enchanting." Kes and Makalita engaged in attempts to communicate in a new language nearby. Despite their origins from different universes, the barriers of language had been transcended, enabling mutual understanding. They laughed and discussed the various wonders of the 10th universe, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. Bados stood apart, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly attuned to every subtlety. She felt the allure of the 10th universe. Everything here was novel and intriguing. Wen Tianqi glanced around, furrowing his brow before addressing Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. "It seems something is amiss here. What do you think?" Bulma smiled in response. "Indeed. The atmosphere feels familiar yet foreign." Chi-Chi and Lanchi nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed inside," Wen Tianqi suggested. The group complied, making their way into the castle. Upon entering, a familiar aura enveloped them, leaving everyone astonished. "This is," Bulma remarked, puzzled. "This aura is." Chi-Chi and Lanchi echoed simultaneously. Wen Tianqi's brow furrowed further as he declared, "This aura belongs to the Dragon Balls." At his utterance, all eyes turned to Bulma. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Indeed, this aura is closely linked to the Dragon Balls," and she paused, seemingly hesitant to continue. Wen Tianqi raised an eyebrow, urging her, "Bulma, just speak your mind." After a moment of contemplation, Bulma finally revealed, "I sense the aura of the Dragon Balls is even more potent than before." Bados stroked her smooth chin, commenting, "It must be the power of the Super Dragon, enhancing the other Dragon Balls." "Yes, indeed," Bados affirmed. Kes and Makalita nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was puzzled, questioning why Wen Tianqi was present and what his intentions were, he spoke up. "The Super Dragon Balls," he explained succinctly. Everyone paused, bewildered. "Super Dragon Balls? What are those? We've never heard of such a thing." Seeing the confusion on their faces, Wen Tianqi elaborated. "The Super Dragon Balls are an existence that transcends ordinary Dragon Balls, possessing unimaginable power. It is said that gathering all 7 Super Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish." The group gasped in astonishment, realizing that Wen Tianqi was indeed aware of the Super Dragon Balls. Is it possible that the Dragon Balls are already so extraordinary? Could the Super Dragon Balls truly be found? Chapter 79. I Am the System, Final Chapter. How did you come to know about the Super Dragon Balls? Son Wukong, who had been silently observing, suddenly inquired with a puzzled expression. Wen Tianqi glanced at him, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "I stumbled upon it in an ancient tome that chronicles everything about the Super Dragon Balls." "I see." Upon hearing this explanation, Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, their expressions transforming into one of realization. "You do not believe that Dragon Balls exist solely in the 7th universe, do you?" Wen Tianqi asked, observing their reactions. "Isn't it so?" The group exclaimed in astonishment. With a resigned shake of his head, Wen Tianqi elaborated, "Dragon Balls are not confined to the 7th universe. They may also manifest in the 8th, 9th, 10th, and even the 11th universes, as well as others. Naturally, the likelihood of their appearance increases with the strength of the universe. Dragon Balls possess myriad extraordinary powers." After elucidating this to the others, Wen Tianqi took a year-long respite on Earth. Throughout this year, he dedicated himself to meditation and physical training, achieving a state of utmost satisfaction. At last, Wen Tianqi resolved to challenge the Grand Minister. Bados and her companions escorted him to the Grand Minister's abode, where the presence of the Omni King was also felt. Wen Tianqi focused his gaze ahead. The Grand Minister was regarded as the mightiest being across all universes. His eyes radiated determination as he traversed the cosmic expanse towards the resplendent palace that shimmered with enigmatic light. Each step felt as if traversing a century. infused with his unwavering resolve and courage. The Grand Minister's palace seemed to amalgamate all light and mystical forces. Upon entering, Wen Tianqi sensed the intricate weave of time and space, the breath of all life, and the rhythm of the cosmos. The Grand Minister sat upon a lofty throne, observing Wen Tianqi with a serene smile. His eyes were as profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving every thought and emotion within Wen Tianqi. Unflinchingly, Wen Tianqi met the Grand Minister's gaze, his own brimming with defiance and determination. "Why do you wish to challenge me, Wen Tianqi?" the Grand Minister inquired, his voice resonating as if traversing the very fabric of time and space. "For freedom, for truth, for the peace of all universes," Wen Tianqi replied succinctly yet resolutely. The Grand Minister smiled faintly, and with a mere flick of his finger, the atmosphere within the palace shifted to one of palpable tension. Countless stars began to swirl around, forming an immense galaxy with Wen Tianqi at its core. Realizing this was the Grand Minister's challenge, Wen Tianqi felt no hint of trepidation. Instead, he was filled with resolve. Summoning all his energy, he endeavored to break free from the stellar forces encircling him. The confrontation between the Grand Minister and Wen Tianqi resembled a cataclysmic earthquake, invisible forces reverberating through the air, stirring the elemental powers of the universe. Their figures clashed like titanic mountains amidst a sea of clouds, akin to two majestic eagles soaring through the sky, plunging the entire space into chaos. Clad in a mysterious system ensemble, Wen Tianqi emanated a brilliant radiance, as if plucked from the depths of a starry river and coalesced into the colossal luminous sword in his grasp. He moved gracefully within this brilliance, resembling a dancing phoenix. Each swing of his sword mirrored the phoenix's majestic flight. Conversely, the Grand Minister coalesced into a series of lethal strikes. His form glided through the shadows like a specter, each wielding of his staff akin to a decree from the Grim Reaper. Their battle was fierce and frenzied, reminiscent of two ferocious beasts vying for supremacy. Each exchange of blows and defenses proclaimed their respective strengths. Their movements were so swift that they eluded capture, leaving only streaks of light flashing through the darkness and the resounding echoes of thunderous clashes. This encounter transcended mere rivalry, it embodied a clash of powers, a confrontation between the forces of the system and that of darkness. Each attack probed the limits of the other, while each defense accrued the strength for a counterstrike. The very space quivered as if on the brink of unprecedented cataclysm. The Omni King beamed, his eyes sparkling with recognition and admiration as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Marvelous. Simply marvelous. You are both extraordinary." His voice brimmed with delight. Wen Tianqi erupted like a dormant volcano, unleashing a tremendous force from within, tearing through the surrounding void. His eyes shone with a blazing intensity, capable of melting anything in their path. His hands, like towering peaks, stood resolute in the darkness, continuously absorbing that power and transmuting it into pure energy to be unleashed. "This is the Omni King," gasped, his expression betraying surprise for the first time. The power of the system before he could finish, Wen Tianqi was already in motion. Each of his strikes bore the augmentation of the system, wielding a strength beyond mortal comprehension. A punch erupted forth, akin to the wrath of a thunder god, leaving a radiant trail through the void, aimed directly at the Grand Minister. Taken aback, the Grand Minister sensed genuine peril for the first time. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a formidable force from within. Drawing upon his essence, his divinity, his might, he resisted Wen Tianqi's onslaught with all his strength, yet the force was overwhelming, rendering him nearly unable to withstand it. To think such a miraculous power called the system exists, the Grand Minister mused. "No, it is not the system," Wen Tianqi replied with a subtle smile, retracting his overwhelming aura. "From our battle, I have comprehended that my strength does not stem from the system, but from within myself." Both the Grand Minister and the Omni King gazed at him in astonishment. So Wen Tianqi raised his hand slowly, his visage exuding sanctity. "The system is me, I am the system,"